Ye Chen, what are you doing here? The class teacher looked at the handsome young man standing in the awakening queue, surprised. A poor student from an orphanage, to him, seemed like someone who couldn't afford the awakening fee. In this continent, awakening as a professional required 50,000 dragon soul coins, which was a huge expense for an ordinary family that could only earn 70 to 80,000 dragon soul coins in a year. He furrowed his brows. You didn't take out a loan, did you? Ye Chen calmly nodded his head. For this awakening, he had indeed taken out a 40,000 dragon soul coin awakening loan. The teacher shook his head, seemed to want to say something to advise him, opened his mouth, but in the end, didn't speak. Every year, he saw several students who were unwilling to accept an ordinary life, always hoping to awaken a godlike profession. Persuading them was useless, and they didn't think about it. There were hundreds of thousands of students awakening every year, but those who actually awaken S-class or A-class strong professions were fewer than 1%. Most students were just there as background. Ye Chen knew very well that taking a loan to awaken was a gamble. If he won, he would awaken a powerful profession and live a life of no worries about food and clothing, even becoming rich overnight. But if he lost, he would lose everything, and still have to carry a high-interest loan for life, working hard to pay it off. However. Name, Ye Chen. Profession, Beast Master, pending awakening. Beast, none. Skills, none. Evolution points, 1. Note, evolution points can be used for beast evolution, and 1 unit of evolution points is obtained daily. Just yesterday, the system panel appeared before him. Ye Chen couldn't sleep all night, excited. As a member of the Transmigrator army, he knew very well what the system in front of him represented. 18 years. It had been exactly 18 years since he transmigrated to the Blue Star continent. In these 18 years, he ate scraps at the orphanage, endured bullying from life, and countless times screamed in his heart, "System, brother system, where are you? Did you forget there's a transmigrator here suffering?" But the only answer was silence. The memories of his past life were completely useless in this high martial world full of dungeons and wild monsters. Screech! A sharp phoenix cry echoed, and an astonishing chill spread from the awakening platform. A phantom of an ice phoenix shot out from the crystal, spiraling in the sky. The crowd instantly erupted in exclamations. The class teacher's eyes nearly popped out. Holy cow, that's an S-class battle profession, the Ice Phoenix. Amazing! The first person to awaken has already unlocked an S-class profession with a 1% awakening probability. There's not even one S-class profession in the entire city, and our Black Dragon High is about to take off. As expected of the school beauty, Xiao Yue. The Ice Queen awakening the Ice Phoenix, she's truly top tier. Standing gracefully in front of the awakening crystal, the Ice Queen Xiao Yue looked at the Ice Phoenix above. Her calm face also couldn't hide her suppressed smile. The principal, who had just sat down, immediately jumped up from his chair. His breathing became heavy, his eyes fixed on the Ice Phoenix anomaly above, his face glowing with excitement. Ordinary professions were gray, advanced professions were blue, A-class professions were purple, and anomalies appeared for S-class professions. That's right, this was an S-class profession. The principal smiled brightly, like a blooming chrysanthemum, and hurried to the high platform. You are Xiao Yue, right? Xiao Yue nodded slightly, her expression indifferent. If an ordinary student treated him with such a cold attitude, he would have immediately dragged them to his office and scolded them severely, teaching them how to respect their teacher. But now, the principal didn't care at all about Xiao Yue's attitude. An S-class battle profession, forget about showing disrespect to him. Even if she gave him a hard slap, the principal would smile and praise her for doing a good job, a wonderful job, making him feel completely at ease. Yue, let's go to the office. We'll discuss some important matters and resource allocation. The principal said kindly. He then turned around and looked at the teacher conducting the awakening ceremony. Director Li, you may continue with the awakening. The principal stepped down from the high platform and walked towards the office with Xiao Yue. Next. A student immediately stepped onto the high platform to awaken. Buzz. The awakening crystal emitted a gray light. Ordinary occupation, planter, next. The boy walked down the high platform with his head hung low. Several more students awakened to ordinary occupations, and even when a high-level occupation was awakened, it didn't cause any waves. Normally, when a high-level occupation appeared, the crowd would cheer, but now everything was dead silent. Xiao Yue's appearance was so dazzling that the subsequent awakenings couldn't catch any attention. Next, Ye Chen. Ye Chen calmly walked up to the high platform and reached out to touch the awakening crystal. Buzz. The crystal emitted a purple light. A burst of commotion erupted from the crowd. Damn, just had an S-rank profession, and now an A-rank profession. Is Black Dragon High School this strong this year? These two professions are both 1% awakening probability. Although A rank is slightly weaker than S rank, it's still enough to dominate the entire district. The future is limitless. Getting into a top university will be more than enough. Hey! This person looks like Ye Chen, right? Damn it, this guy must be lucky as hell, awakening an A-rank profession. Damn! Why can't I do it? What did I awaken? A crappy planter. Is it because I'm not an orphan? Damn, it's really unfair. Why does an orphan with a loan get to awaken an A-rank profession? I awaken just an ordinary blacksmith. It's killing me. Many people recognized Ye Chen, their eyes reddened with jealousy, envy, and resentment reaching a boiling point. When Xiao Yue awakened to an S-rank profession, everyone only had praise and admiration, and for good reason. Her family was rich, her looks were beautiful, and even though she always wore a cold and aloof expression, everyone still respected her. As for Ye Chen, an orphan, poor, someone they thought of as lowly, yet he awakened a higher-ranked A-rank profession than theirs. The feeling of being stepped on by someone they considered trash made them angry. They could accept being stepped on by Xiao Yue, but not by Ye Chen. To put it bluntly, it's hard for people to accept that someone they look down on might one day surpass them and live better than them. This feeling was worse than being killed. The homeroom teacher looked at the purple light on the high platform, his face filled with shock. He actually won the bet. Thinking about how Ye Chen was an orphan with no money or power, the homeroom teacher felt his opportunity had arrived. No money, no power, doesn't that just mean he really needs an investor right now? And he could be the first angel investor for him when he was weak. When Ye Chen grew up, he would definitely remember his kindness. Just as he was about to step up onto the high platform, he heard a voice from above. A-rank profession, Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer? What? Beast Tamer? The homeroom teacher stood frozen in place, looking at the big words on the crystal in disbelief. It really said Beast Tamer. The crowd, too, erupted into a burst of loud laughter after seeing the 3 words Beast Tamer. Ah, well, damn it, almost let this kid live a good life, ha, this is so satisfying. I'm dying of laughter. Thought he awakened some incredible A-rank profession, but it turned out to be Beast Tamer. Ha. As everyone knows, Beast Tamer is a profession with a low lower limit and a very high upper limit. Just imagine, after entering the dungeon, you summon a few dogs. What's the use of that? This profession is just a rich man's profession. Without money, how can you play Beast Tamer? Ha. Don't even talk about Ye Chen, the orphan. Even the richest people in our province would have to spend their entire fortune just to train a lord-level beast, and a lord-level beast is only the strength of a 5th-turn combat profession anyway. It would be cheaper and easier to just hire a level 5 adventurer. Beastmasters' entire combat power is tied to their beasts, and they're very weak on their own. If their beast isn't strong, the Beastmaster couldn't even beat an ordinary person, and if they run into a beast at the level of an assassin, they might die easily. Ye Chen listened to the storm of mockery in his ears, his face calm, and even the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, because he heard a pleasant ding sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully awakened as a Beastmaster. The strongest Beastmaster system has been fully activated. Laugh all you want, laugh all you want. When the college entrance exam comes, you won't have the chance to laugh anymore. By then, I'll make you taste the iron fist of my beast. Ye Chen stepped off the high platform and walked out of the awakening hall. His current goal was to get his first beast. Chapter 2, The Evolution of the Green Snake. Department Store. This department store was extremely busy, with 5 floors covering tens of thousands of square meters. Each floor was shockingly large, and it contained all sorts of goods, from equipment and jewelry to restaurants and more. On the first floor, the Beastmaster display stand showcased many low-level beasts. Ye Chen walked back and forth, inspecting these stands. Swamp Crocodile. Quality, Bronze. Skills, None. Price, 110,000. Flying Raven. Quality, Bronze. Skills, None. Price, 180,000. Mighty Gorilla. Quality, Bronze. Skills, None. Price, 160,000. Beastmasters were an extremely expensive profession. Even the lowest quality bronze beasts were sold for over 100,000 dragon soul coins. Ye Chen's bank card was already empty. What if? Continue with a loan? After all, he had already borrowed 40,000, and more debt wouldn't hurt. Ye Chen hugged a small green snake and approached the counter. Why choose the small green snake? Simple, it was cheap. Hello, I'd like to take out a loan. The cashier gave Ye Chen a surprised glance. Usually, those who came to buy beasts were wealthy people, and there were hardly any who would take out loans for a beast. After all, if you were already borrowing money, how could you afford to train a beast later? But that wasn't his problem. If they wanted a loan, let them have it, he wouldn't be the one repaying the debt. The cashier handed Ye Chen a form. Please fill in your information. Ye Chen filled out the form quickly with practiced ease. The loan process went very smoothly, and just a few minutes later, Ye Chen was carrying the small green snake to the contract room. Inside, there was only a table and chair, with a contract magic array in the center. The staff gestured for Ye Chen to place the small green snake in the array, then closed the door and left. The small green snake coiled itself in the center of the array, lifting its head and looking at Ye Chen with large vertical pupils, curious. Ye Chen stared back for a moment and smiled slightly. "We're going to become good partners soon. Start the contract." As soon as the words were spoken, the array immediately lit up with a ring of yellow light, and countless mysterious golden runes crawled over the small green snake's body. A strange feeling surged in Ye Chen's heart, a familiar sense of connection with the small green snake's bloodline, making him feel delighted. This was going to be a successful contract. He hadn't expected the first one to go so smoothly. Contracting a beast could fail, and usually, when capturing a beast, it was common to reduce its health to a single drop, breaking its pride. Only then would the success rate be higher. This success might be because the green snake had just hatched not long ago, still naive and unaware, and with the help of the contract array, it went much more smoothly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new beast. A system prompt rang in Ye Chen's consciousness, and the small green snake in front of him flashed with green light and disappeared from the array. The small green snake appeared in the Beastmaster space. Green snake. Quality, bronze. Level, LV1. Attack, 6. Defense, 4. Spirit, 5. Agility, 8. Skills, none. Evolution points needed for evolution, 1. Current evolution points, 1. Note, 1 evolution point can be earned daily, and evolution points can be used for beast evolution. Ye Chen looked at the information of the small green snake in his consciousness, seeing its attributes of under 10 points. Ye Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is too weak. Not only are the attribute values low, but it also has no skills. The 10 attribute points are equivalent to a level 1 monster in a beginner dungeon. And this thing doesn't even have skills. Killing a level 1 monster would be a struggle. However, he noticed that the evolution points required were 1. Now, there was exactly 1 evolution point. Does that mean he can start evolving now? Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The evolved green snake couldn't possibly be this weak, right? He immediately spoke, "Start evolution." As soon as his voice fell, the Beastmaster space was filled with flying sand and stones, dark clouds gathering, thunder flashing and lightning crackling. A white mist enveloped the green snake, exuding a powerful, oppressive pressure, and a dangerous aura emanated from it. What the hell? What's going on? The weather suddenly changed, and the momentum was so grand. This evolution effect seems a bit exaggerated. As time passed, the white mist gradually shrank, and inside, a giant pet egg could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Clang! Thousands of golden rays, along with a sharp metallic sound, burst from the pet egg, almost blinding Ye Chen's eyes. What the hell is happening? Ye Chen tightly closed his eyes, and a system notification sounded from the Beastmaster space. Ding! Congratulations, your beast has mutated during the evolution process. Here are 3 evolution options. Please make your choice within 1 minute, or the evolution will fail. Option 1, Azure Dragon Bloodline, Ultimate Evolution Form is the Divine Beast Azure Dragon. Option 2, Hellish Evil Dragon Bloodline, Ultimate Evolution Form is the Underworld Demon Dragon. Option 3, Nine-Headed Serpent Bloodline, Ultimate Evolution Form is the Nine-Headed Serpent. Ye Chen paused for a moment, then quickly realized, his heart leaping with joy. Beast mutations are extremely rare, almost 1 in 1,000. The system was really generous, a mutation on the first evolution, and even kindly provided the ultimate forms after evolution. Ye Chen glanced over the 3 options and quickly eliminated the third one. With dragons available, who the hell would choose a snake? He hesitated between the Underworld Demon Dragon and the Divine Beast Azure Dragon for a moment, and finally made up his mind, choosing the Azure Dragon. At least the Azure Dragon was a familiar divine beast. He had never even heard of the Underworld Demon Dragon. Who knew what the final result would be? I choose Azure Dragon. As soon as he spoke, the options vanished, and a green light descended vertically onto the pet egg. The green light grew stronger, flowing like water. A few minutes later. Boom! Invisible ripples swept out from the pet egg, and the immense vitality made Ye Chen feel as if he was bathed in spring breeze. Crack! After a crisp sound, cracks appeared in the eggshell. Ka-ching! A small cyan snake broke through the eggshell, poking its head out, blinking its big eyes as it looked around. Upon seeing Ye Chen, it showed joy in its eyes and quickly crawled out of the egg and swam toward him. Ding! Evolution successful. This evolution has caused a mutation. Evolution result, green snake green python. Green python. Quality, platinum. Level, LV1. Attack, 156. Defense, 134. Spirit, 143. Agility, 185. Skills, Poison Dragon Swamp, Twin Poison Fangs, Hardened Scales. Evolution points required, 10. Current evolution points, 0. Note, 1 evolution point can be obtained daily, and evolution points can be used for Beast Master evolution. I can't believe it. A Platinum quality beast. First evolution and it evolved into Platinum. And all the stats are above 100. And the Green Python's attribute values are more than twice that of the boss. Not to mention fighting, just taking one look at the boss, it would instantly die. Crushing. Extreme crushing. This college entrance exam is simply the newbie village dungeon, Green Forest, and the final boss inside, the Goblin King, only has 53 attribute points. Relying on this Green Python, Ye Chen can absolutely carry out a massacre in Green Forest, achieve an unprecedented first place in the exam, and by then all the major universities will surely go crazy competing to snatch him. Ye Chen also noticed that the next evolution only requires 10 evolution points, which means that after 10 days, the Green Python can evolve again. And the next evolution is Diamond. This. It is simply too outrageous. Ye Chen's breathing became rapid, and he directly shouted, "Holy crap." In less than 1 month, he will raise his beast to Diamond quality. And Diamond quality beasts are owned by only dozens of people in the entire province. Once it evolves into a Diamond beast, his strength will enter the provincial powerhouse ranking. By then, when he enters university, so-called college students will be no different from ants in his eyes. And as the level increases, the beast's attributes will also increase. It is already this strong at level 1, what kind of scene will it be after the level gets higher? Ye Chen unconsciously widened his eyes, his heart pounding hard. After the level increases, he can contract more beasts, and relying on evolution points, sooner or later he can evolve the legendary divine beasts. When the time comes, with one move, behind him will be divine beasts filling the sky, a dark overwhelming mass. That kind of pressure, who could rival it? Ye Chen's breathing gradually grew heavy, the surging emotions in his heart unable to calm down for a long time, and only after a few minutes did he finally calm himself. High-quality beasts are indeed powerful, but raising his level is also an urgent matter. Only with a higher level can he contract more beasts. Now is not the time to be proud and complacent. Thinking of this, he immediately exited the beast space and walked out of the department store. Tomorrow the school will organize awaken ones to enter dungeons to level up, and according to the rarity of awakening, A-rank talent can enter a level 10 dungeon. Compared to a level 1 dungeon, a level 10 dungeon gives much more experience, and Ye Chen naturally is going to the level 10 dungeon. Tomorrow he will go to school to find the principal and apply. Chapter 3 Fooling Around. Jiang City Central Area, Dungeon Entrance Arena. Ye Chen and the third-year teachers and students stood at one end of the arena. The principal was full of smiles and was bragging with the principal of another school. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry, this time our Black Dragon High School produced an S-rank student, this year's first place position. Your Star River High School will probably have to give it up." Star River High School has always been the number 1 among Jiang City high schools, while Black Dragon High School is the bottom among the 4 major high schools of Jiang City, and today being openly teased by the Black Dragon principal, his face turned black like the bottom of a pot. "Humph, Li Wei, don't be happy too early, your Black Dragon High School only has 1 S-rank Xiao Yue worth showing off. While our Star River High School has 5 A-rank awakened ones, in terms of overall strength, it is still our Star River High School that is number 1. Xiao Yue, right, her name has long been thunderous. The Xiao family as a first-rate family in Jiang City already has a solid foundation. Their family has produced many A-rank awakened ones, now producing an S-rank is also within expectations. It's just that your Black Dragon High School got lucky and picked up the bargain. Zhang Tianzong, the principal of Qingtung High School, which ranked 2nd in previous years, said calmly. Li Wei, I heard that this time you not only produced an S-rank Xiao Yue, but also an A-rank student. Black Dragon High School is really doubly blessed. Zhou Yu, the principal of Huaming High School ranked 3rd, laughed. When Li Wei heard this, a look of regret appeared on his face. There is indeed an A-rank student, but the awakened profession is a beast tamer, truly a pity. Beast tamer? Hiss, that is indeed a pity, this profession burns money too much, unless that student's family background is good, otherwise the future is bleak. Zhang Tianzong looked regretful. He sighed with relief in his heart. An S-rank student was already incredible enough, and with another A-rank student, his school's ranking would drop to 3rd this year. The ranking of a school was of great significance, it determined how many resources the education department would allocate. Moreover, students preferred to attend higher-ranked schools, as these schools not only received more resources, but also had better facilities. With more students, the chances of producing geniuses naturally increased. Zhou Yu knew a bit about this, so despite hearing Li Wei's sigh, he still smiled and asked, although he's a beast master, as long as he awakens a rare job talent, according to the rules, the school has to allocate resources. Li Wei, have you bought a beast for that student? Li Wei's face stiffened. Zhou Yu, that smiley tiger, was truly despicable. He had never thought about allocating resources after learning that Ye Chen was a beast master. A beast, even the cheapest one, cost tens of thousands of dragon soul coins, and they were very expensive. Besides, Ye Chen was an orphan, destined not to be able to nurture a beast. Rather than wasting tens of thousands of dragon soul coins on him, he would rather pocket the money for himself. Li Wei snorted coldly. That student left the school after awakening. I just haven't arranged it yet. After this level-up competition, I'll arrange a beast for him. The few old foxes overhearing this immediately understood what he was plotting in his mind. However, they had all known each other for many years, and although there was competition, they all gave each other face. After all, everyone had some dark history, and no one wanted to have their past dug up. At this moment, Xiao Yue walked over from the team. Li Wei glanced at her and smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum, hurrying over to greet her. Yue, what's the matter? If you need my help, just ask. Li Wei's tone was gentle and full of kindness. Xiao Yue still had the face of an ice-cold beauty. She said softly, Principal, I want to apply to go to the level 10 dungeon to level up. Oh, the level 10 dungeon is a bit dangerous. The alien beasts inside start at level 10 at the minimum. You're only level 1 now, so jumping so many levels to level up will be quite tough for you. I understand, please approve, Principal. Seeing her decision was firm, Li Wei didn't stop her. A trace of hesitation passed across his face, but then he gritted his teeth. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and he took out an ice elemental staff from his spatial ring. Here, I just happen to have an epic level ice elemental staff that doesn't have a level restriction. I'll lend it to you for now. It will make your leveling up a little safer. Zhou Yu, seeing the staff, laughed loudly. Principal Li is really generous. He's lending an epic level weapon without any level restrictions. This is a good thing. Weapons without level restrictions are priceless. Principal Li never lets us see them, but today he's willing to lend it to you for leveling. It shows how much hope Principal Li has for you, Yue. You must do your best and not let your principal down. Xiao Yue was a little moved. With her family's power, getting a weapon without level restrictions wasn't hard, but getting an epic level weapon was not so easy, especially one that suited her, an ice elemental staff. This staff, combined with her Ice Phoenix talent, was like adding wings to a tiger. She accepted the staff, and even her cold face unconsciously showed a slight smile. Thank you, Principal. With only a few minutes before the dungeon opened, Ye Chen walked up from the back of the team. Principal Li, I also want to apply for the level 10 dungeon. Li Wei looked at the unfamiliar student in the Black Dragon school uniform with confusion. Who are you? I am Ye Chen. Li Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, it's you, the A-rank beast master. You want to go to the level 10 dungeon too? Ye Chen nodded. Originally, when Li Wei saw Ye Chen walking towards him, he had assumed. Many people had already noticed his strange actions. Now hearing that he actually opened his mouth and said he also wanted to go to the level 10 dungeon, before Li Wei could say anything, the students of Black Dragon High School burst into mocking laughter first. Ha ha ha, I really did not expect Ye Chen to be this kind of show-off-loving show-off brat. Seeing Xiao Yue go to the level 10 dungeon, he immediately refuses to be weaker and follows her, not even thinking about what strength she has and what strength he has. Is he going to the level 10 dungeon to die? So funny, a beast tamer who does not even have a beast, actually dares to speak about going to the level 10 dungeon to level up. I think he is just deliberately saying such exaggerated words to grab attention. An orphan is still an orphan, feeling inferior since childhood. Once he gets a little chance he likes to make some moves to attract attention, laughing me to death. Hey, do you think he might be risking his life to accompany a beauty, seeing our school goddess Xiao going to the level 10 dungeon, thinking he has a chance to be alone with her, throwing away his life to lick her? Yo, do not say it, that really is possible, ha 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 ha. The crowd once again erupted into extremely loud laughter, as if many people had already treated Ye Chen as a hardcore licking dog of Xiao Yue, otherwise they really could not understand what Ye Chen wanted to do by going to the level 10 dungeon. Could it be that he really wanted to level up? Xiao Yue heard the discussions around her and slightly frowned. There was never a lack of pursuers by her side. As for Ye Chen, in her impression he had always been a relatively transparent student, with weak presence, belonging to the quiet and few words type in class. If it was really to pursue her and risk huge danger to go to the level 10 dungeon, this was something she did not want to see, and the family backgrounds of the two of them were like heaven and earth, completely two different worlds, destined to have no intersection. She wanted to advise Ye Chen, and slowly opened her mouth and said, Ye Chen, you must understand, the alien beasts in the level 10 dungeon are at least level 10, in front of these alien beasts you cannot last even one move. I think it is better for you to go to the level 1 dungeon, it is both safe for leveling and not difficult. What you said is correct, but I still want to go to the level 10 dungeon. Ye Chen said lightly. Xiao Yue was just about to speak, but was stopped by Li Wei waving his hand. With a gloomy face he said, Ye Chen, do not mess around here, also do not you see there are so many people from other schools around, are you not making people laugh at my Black Dragon High School? Hurry and go down. By the end his tone became even more stern as he scolded. Chapter 4 I Recruit. I am not messing around, I am formally applying to go to the level 10 dungeon. Seeing Ye Chen's serious face, Li Wei felt it was funny, and asked, go to the level 10 dungeon? Let me ask you first, do you have a beast? Ye Chen did not speak. With a wave of his hand, green light flashed, a fierce wind suddenly swept out from Ye Chen's body, blowing so hard people could not open their eyes. The vast life force shocked everyone's hearts to thump heavily. What is going on? Why did the wind suddenly blow? Oh my god, what is this light, too dazzling? I feel a powerful life force that is coming from Ye Chen's body? Seems like it is Ye Chen's beast, such strong life force. I am afraid his beast is not simple. Damn it, did Ye Chen really contract some kind of rare beast? Holy shit. After the green light passed, a small green snake coiled around Ye Chen's arm. This is my beast, how about it? Now you can agree to my application, right? Everyone at first thought Ye Chen had summoned some incredible beast, but after focusing their eyes, they only saw a small snake less than 1 meter long wrapped around his arm. That small snake was plain and ordinary, just like a green bamboo viper in the bamboo forest. The crowd was first silent for 1 second, then with a boom exploded into earth-shaking laughter. Ha 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 ha. I am laughing to death, this is your beast? Just a damn small snake, you are counting on this small snake to bite the powerful alien beasts in the level 10 dungeon to death? Ha 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 ha. Black Dragon High School really has talents everywhere, ha ha ha, luckily I am not from Black Dragon High School. With such a clown schoolmate, when I go out I am even afraid of being laughed to death, ha ha ha. This snake is probably just born not long ago, look at its clear stupid big eyes. Is Ye Chen's brain really broken? Does he really plan to use this kind of small snake to fight a several meter tall strange beast? Truly what kind of master there is, what kind of beast there is, both masters are idiots. Who luckily, Ye Chen is still trash as always. That life power just now almost made me think he contracted some ancient strange beast. It was all an illusion, hee. The moment he saw the little green snake, Li Wei's face completely turned black, his face was like cold frost, he gritted his teeth and said, Ye Chen. Hurry and put away your little snake, if you keep messing around, believe it or not I will expel you. In the crowd only the principal of Xingha High School, Chen Jiyu, looked at the little green snake with flashing eyes. A few seconds later his face twitched slightly without being noticed, his eyes full of shock. Expel me? Heh, fine, then expel me. What kind of bullshit Black Dragon High School is this? I already didn't want to stay long ago. Every year my scholarship is deducted by you. After testing an A-rank profession you didn't give any resources. Now you don't even let me go to the level 10 dungeon. What the hell am I still doing staying in this broken school? I won't take this damn anger anymore. Li Wei being stingy everywhere was one thing. What made Ye Chen the angriest was that the level 10 dungeon application was still not approved, while Xiao Yue's application passed without him even blinking. Such obvious unfair treatment already made Ye Chen unhappy, and the level 10 dungeon was related to the big matter of his leveling up. Other things he could endure, only this thing he could not endure at all. Li Wei sneered, hee, you are just a small senior student and you dare to be tough in front of me? You think expelling you is a joke? You want to make me lose face in public? Fine, you are tough, then as you wish. He took out Ye Chen's student record bag from the space ring, and signed his name on the expulsion letter, then stuffed it into the record bag and threw it to Ye Chen's feet. Take your record bag and get lost, from today on you are officially expelled from Black Dragon High School. Li Wei crossed his arms and said from above. This the principal is too ruthless, he expels just like that. Ye Chen is really hard-headed, he could just bow his head, he had to argue with the principal, now it's done, he can't even take the college exam, his future is completely ruined, sigh. Deserved, an orphan should have the awareness of an orphan, a guy without father or mother dares to be so arrogant, thinking he can show off just because he has an A-rank profession, so funny, just a clown. Wow, this Black Dragon High School principal is so awesome, he expelled him just like that? TSK, today we really watched a good show. Ye Chen picked up the record bag, patted it twice, and brushed off the dust on it. He looked straight at Li Wei. Principal Li, remember what you did today, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully a poor youth. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, another burst of laughter sounded around. Ha ha ha, damn it, for 3 years of high school how did I not find this kid Ye Chen so good at pretending? Ha, he thinks he is the main character of a novel, even saying do not bully a poor youth, ha ha ha. Oh my, no, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Pfft, ambitious, but a pure clown, an orphan can still turn the sky over? I think Ye Chen lives in a dream. Xiao Yue frowned, looked at Li Wei and said, Principal, Ye Chen did not violate any school rules, is it inappropriate for you to expel him like this? When Li Wei's gloomy face met Xiao Yue, it instantly turned into a kind smile. Yue, don't worry about this matter, Ye Chen has no respect for elders at all, he has no heart of respecting teachers, someone like him has long been unsuitable to stay in Black Dragon High School, I already gave him a chance, he didn't cherish it. Xiao Yue sighed, Principal. I think this punishment is still too heavy, how about this, I let Ye Chen apologize to you, then you do not fire him. Li Wei stayed silent for a few seconds, his eyes flickered, he nodded his head. For your face, if Ye Chen kneels now and admits his mistake to me, I will take back the firing letter. Is this kneeling a bit too? Before Xiao Yue could finish speaking, Li Wei waved his hand and interrupted. No discussion, he talked back to me in front of so many people. If he does not kneel and admit his mistake, where is the dignity of me as principal? Xiao Yue helplessly looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, how about you kneel to the principal and admit a mistake, then you can still continue to take the college entrance exam. You must know going to university is your only way out now. With your A-level profession talent, after entering university there will definitely be teachers willing to teach you. After graduation you can also find a decent job. Ye Chen sneered and said, let me kneel and admit a mistake. Stop joking. Even if I do not go to university, do not find a job, starve to death, thirst to death, jump down from here and fall to death, I will absolutely not say one wrong word to old Dogly, because I did nothing wrong. Ye Chen, do not be stubborn, this is your last chance. Ye Chen shook his head. No need to persuade anymore, your kindness I accept. Sigh, then fine, take care of yourself. Seeing Xiao Yue fail, Li Wei spoke. Yue, ignore him, he is just a stinky stone in a toilet pit, stinky and hard, originally a waste, why care about him? Waste? Ridiculous, in the future I will let you see who is the real waste. Ye Chen did not care and spread his hands, then looked at the three principals around him. Principals, hello, may I ask if your schools are still recruiting students now? As you can see I was just expelled, I am an A-level talent beast-taming master, already have my own beast, great potential, recruiting me is absolutely not a loss, if you recruit students I want to enroll and study. Hearing Ye Chen actually talk to other schools about enrolling to study, all students felt like struck by lightning, instantly shocked inside and out. Damn, this Ye Chen, he is really a god person, how thick is his face? Haha, good, Ye Chen, when a person is cheap there is no enemy, you were so cheap you were already number one under heaven, a beast-taming master still dares to boast about huge potential, laughing me to death, which principal would be blind to recruit you, haha. No, do you even understand that your beast-taming master profession is an extremely money-burning profession, without money you are nothing, recruit you to lower the enrollment rate, speechless? Bring your own beast, you mean that little snake looks so weak, that kind of beast probably cannot even beat a level 1 monster, just this, you dare to take it out and brag, sigh, this face skin is really unmatched. Li Wei shook his head in disdain, too lazy to mock, facts will make Ye Chen see how much of a waste he is, always thinking an A-level profession is amazing, actually it is just a useless waste profession, no school would want to recruit a student like him. Just when everyone mocked Ye Chen like a clown, a firm male voice echoed through the whole place. I recruit. Chapter 5 Dungeon opens. Everyone followed the sound and looked, immediately stunned. Never thought the one who spoke was Chen Jiyu, the principal of Xingha High School. The number 1 ranked Chen Jiyu among the 4 major schools actually wants to recruit a waste A-level beast-taming master? Someone fiercely pinched his own face, felt pain, then knew this was not a dream. What? I did not hear wrong, right? Xingha High School is a provincial key school, he actually wants to recruit a waste? This is impossible. It must be Principal Chen misspoke. Someone unbelievably asked Chen Jiyu again whether he really wanted to recruit Ye Chen. Only to see Chen Jiyu calm in expression, looking at Ye Chen and slightly smiling. My Xingha High School is recruiting new students, I as principal now officially send you an admission invitation. If you are willing to come to Xingha High School, I not only admit you, I am also willing to provide you 100,000 dragon soul coins as a reward for your A-level profession. If you get into university, my Star River College can also give an extra 1 million dragon soul coins as a school reward, and the school training resources you can use for free. As Chen Jiyu finished speaking, the whole place became dead silent, so quiet it was scary. A few seconds later, the first to come back to their senses were Li Wei and the other 3 principals. Li Wei's mouth opened wide enough to stuff in a whole egg. Old Chen must have taken the wrong medicine, actually directly accepting Ye Chen without even an entrance exam, even though he is an A-level profession holder, it is a trash profession, there is no reason to pull him in like this. Could it be that he thinks he can help Ye Chen raise some powerful beast? Li Wei thought carefully and felt this was very possible. First of all, Chen Jiyu himself is a beast tamer, even though he stopped at diamond level, he is still a top person among people. But old Chen is way too proud. How much money and effort does it take to raise a beast? 1 Star River College probably cannot afford it. Li Wei curled his lips, full of disdain. The other 3 principals thought almost the same as Li Wei, all felt Chen Jiyu was too rash, just taking a trash profession back to school like this would only drag down the admission rate, even if Star River College has many resources, it still cannot raise another high-level beast. The other students originally thought Chen Jiyu accepting Ye Chen was already huge kindness, but after hearing that rich resource reward, their eyes turned red, they totally could not believe Chen Jiyu would offer such a sky-high price to accept a trash student. Too outrageous. How could Principal Chen offer such conditions to accept a beast tamer? Dare not open my eyes, this must be my illusion. Damn, what dog shit luck did Ye Chen step on? How did he get Principal Chen's favor, and even such rich resources? My god, Ye Chen is taking off? Fuck, this is not fair. Why does trash like Ye Chen get into Tianjin Province Key University without even an exam, and it is the damn number 1 Star River College? Who do I go to argue with? I refuse. No way, I must ask the principal for an explanation. Accepting Ye Chen without reason is one thing, but the conditions given are also number 1 seed conditions. I also refuse. Chen Jiyu ignored the unhappy voices around him, only gently looked at Ye Chen and waited for his answer. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect he would actually be accepted by Star River College. He originally just spoke those words with a triad attitude, did not expect someone would really accept him, and it was Tianjin Province's best school, Star River College. He did not hesitate, grabbed Chen Jiyu's stretched out hand, and smiled. I am very willing to go to Star River College, thank you Principal Chen. Xiao Yue's face was complicated. She thought Ye Chen was expelled and his future was dim, but in a blink he was accepted by Star River College. She returned to her ice mountain face, calmly looked at Ye Chen. Misfortune turns to blessing, you should work even harder to repay Star River College. Ye Chen laughed, hee, that is natural. At this moment the dungeon entrance made caca sounds, then lit up with a blue light screen. The dungeon entrance finally opened. Ye Chen said to Chen Jiyu, Principal, I want to go to the level 10 dungeon. Chen Jiyu took out a crystal and handed it to Ye Chen. This is the crystal to open the level 10 dungeon. Then he took out a staff. I have a level 1 Beast Tamer staff here. Although the boost is not big, it is better than nothing. Take it with you. Ye Chen took the items, said thanks, just about to step into the dungeon. Xiao Yue called out to him. The monsters in the level 10 dungeon are very strong. If you do not want to lose your life, I can take you to level up, but I can only take you to level 5. After that you can consider backing out and go to the level 3 dungeon to train. Ye Chen shook his head. Thanks, I am the lone wolf type. I like to level up alone. The surrounding students heard this and immediately looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. This is a chance to be alone with Goddess Xiao. What did I hear? Ye Chen actually refused. Damn, how is this different from refusing to be alone with Louis Fei? Damn it, why does all the good stuff end up with Ye Chen? He gets expelled but goes to a better school, he's out fighting monsters and leveling up with beautiful girls actively wanting to team up with him, and he actually refuses. He's so damn pretentious. Ye Chen is such a show-off, I can't stand it. I really want to slap him and kill him right now. Damn it, why do I have nothing? Is it just because I'm not an orphan? I can't stand Ye Chen, that pretentious bastard. A level 1 useless beast master acting all high and mighty, he's going to die in a level 10 dungeon. Good riddance. Don't worry, he won't survive. That's a level 10 dungeon. Without Xiao Yue to guide him, let's see how he levels up. That little green snake of his, totally useless. He thinks this is a game? He'll die at the hands of the little monsters, then he'll regret it. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen ignored the mocking comments from those around him, walking straight to the dungeon entrance without any hesitation. He stepped into the blue light screen, and his figure vanished into the arena. Xiao Yue looked at Ye Chen's back and slightly shook her head before stepping into the dungeon entrance. Chen Ji looked at Ye Chen's figure, his gaze flickering. This Ye Chen is truly a child of destiny, just 18 and already raised a platinum-level beast. It's terrifying. It took me over 30 years of hard work to raise my beast to diamond level, and now its health is drained. It's impossible to evolve it further to the Lord level. But that little green snake just now was still a juvenile, full of energy and vitality. It probably has an impressive background and will at least become a Lord level beast in the future. If it has some good fortune, reaching king level is not out of the question. A king level beast, do you know what that means? It's an existence that can be used as a national strategic weapon. To a king-level beast, even a nuclear bomb would just be a slightly bigger firecracker. With a king-level beast, you could walk the earth with authority. It would not be an exaggeration to say you're invincible. This boy's future is limitless. I must do everything I can to befriend him. He glanced coldly at Li Wei, mockery in his eyes. I must thank Li Wei, the big fool, for the fortune he's given me. Right now, Ye Chen is still in his weak phase, it's the perfect time to form a connection. If I wait until he grows stronger, it'll be impossible to get close. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6, Leveling Up. A flash of light passed, and Ye Chen found himself in a dark, gloomy forest. Bare branches of dead trees, all covered with barbed hooks. Occasionally, a few red-eyed crows would perch on the branches, cawing loudly and making a racket. The ground was a dark gray soil, emanating faint purple mist. Beside the road, some tombs had stone tablets standing in front of them, some with corners broken off. Scattered nearby were unidentifiable white beast bones. Everywhere, the scene was one of decay. Level 10 dungeon, dark forest. Finally, he entered the level 10 dungeon, but there wasn't a single person around. It seemed that if you didn't form a team, entering the dungeon would result in a random teleportation. Ye Chen rubbed his chin. He remembered that a few people from other schools had entered the level 10 dungeon as well. He wondered where they had gone. HH. A sound like a 1,000-year-old cough came from Ye Chen's side, accompanied by heavy footsteps that grew closer and closer. He turned his head and looked. Venomous zombie. Level, LV 12. Attack, 36. Defense, 28. Mental, 30. Agility, 19. Skills, bite, throw poison. A purple zombie saw Ye Chen and its hollow, murky yellow eyes immediately glowed with a murderous hunger, as though it had seen the world's finest delicacy. It charged toward Ye Chen fiercely. Oh my god, just now you seemed to be limping, but now you're running around fine, no limp, no blindness, running so fast. Are you rushing to die? Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh at the zombie. Come out, Xingran. In front of Ye Chen, green light suddenly burst bright, with vast pressure, a small green snake abruptly appeared on his shoulder. I will use you, this zombie, to test the skill. Twin poison fangs. As the words fell, Xingran opened its mouth wide and showed two sharp thin poison fangs. The poison fangs instantly split into two identical poison fangs, spraying toward the zombie. Hiss. The sound of breaking air rang out. Two sharp thin poison fangs were like two sharp steel needles, shooting out at extremely fast speed. The running zombie was instantly hit by the poison fangs. It seemed to feel nothing, still running desperately. Only from the two small holes on its chest, the surrounding skin quickly rotted. After a few seconds, the whole body flesh and blood melted into blood water. At the last moment, its two legs were still moving forward, until only the skeleton was left and it completely stopped moving. Instant kill. Worthy of platinum level beast. Twin poison fangs is this powerful. A zombie with poison in its body can actually be poisoned to death. TSK. Xiao Qing's poison is really tyrant. Ye Chen happily smiled and touched Xingran's head. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed the fierce poison zombie. Xingran gained 30 experience points. You gained 30 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your Xingran level has increased, current level LV2. As soon as the system prompt sound fell, Xingran's body suddenly grew a circle larger, its weight also doubled. Worthy of a level 10 dungeon, just killing one small monster and I leveled up immediately. At this speed, leveling to level 10 today is no problem. Ye Chen said with a happy grin. This was the outer area. Monsters were few. The deeper inside, the more monsters and the stronger they were, the higher the experience value would be. There are other people in the level 10 dungeon. Xiao Qing, let's go, hurry and go inside to grab monsters and level up. Ye Chen strode toward the depths of the forest. Outer area of the dark dense forest. A 5-person team walked in the jungle with alert expressions. The team leader Qian Zimo said seriously, everyone be careful, there are fierce poison zombies here. Once they get close, the result is unimaginable. The other 4 nodded with serious faces. One of them said, Captain Qian, our Xingha College also has a newly recruited Ye Chen, should we go find him? Qian Zimo snorted coldly, find him for what? This kid is very arrogant, thinks an A-rank job is invincible. We 5 A-rank jobs still need to team up to dare to come in. This guy himself said he likes to be a lone wolf. If he wants to die, we can't be blamed. As soon as the words fell, a strange beast roar sounded around. Qian Zimo's face changed. Something is coming, everyone pay attention. The 5 people stared nervously at the grass on the side. Bang. Bang. Bang, like heavy hammers smashing the ground, the earth slightly shook, making dull sounds. Some huge thing was rushing this way. Boom. The big tree in front was suddenly blasted away by huge force. A minotaur holding a giant axe, over 3 meters tall, rushed out violently. Moo. The minotaur roared loudly at the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Behind it there were more than 10 fierce poison zombies following. When they saw the crowd, their muddy yellow eyeballs all showed bloodthirsty fierce light. Holy shit. More than 10 fierce poison zombies plus an elite minotaur. No matter who comes, they will die. Hurry. Run. Chen Zimo turned his head and ran. The other 4 saw this luxury lineup on the opposite side. Their legs went soft. Everyone was only level 1. The opposite monsters were all over level 10. If 5 people surrounded one it might be okay. Now more than 10 suddenly appeared, not to mention fighting. Their courage was about to be scared broken. Captain, wait for me. The 4 followed behind Qian Zimo and ran. One female student stumbled under her feet, was tripped by a stone, fell to the ground. She stretched out her hand and shouted loudly toward the crowd. Several people turned back and looked, shocked out of their souls. They saw the fierce poison zombie had already pounced above her head. Zheng Shui, quickly dodge. Chen Zimo shouted loudly. Zheng Shui felt her head covered by shadow, the disgusting fishy stench drilled into her nose. She raised her eyes to look, her pupils suddenly shrank violently. The fierce zombie head was reflected in her pupils. Inside the open mouth was pitch black. On the yellow teeth many white maggots were wriggling. Zheng Shui slightly opened her small mouth. Her heart suddenly jerked hard. All the blood in her body turned ice cold as if soaked in snow water. Her mind went completely blank. She could not even think of dodging. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the venom zombie bit toward Zheng Shui's neck, yet they could do nothing at all. A shield appeared in Qian Zimo's hand. He wanted to rush over to save Zheng Shui, but the distance was too far. By the time he reached her, Zheng Shui would already be dead under the zombie's mouth. No! Qian Zimo roared in despair. Just as the zombie's huge mouth was about to bite onto Zheng Shui's neck, a bird's cry came from the side. Ing! A streak of pure white figure swept like lightning over Zheng Shui's head. Boom! Cold air burst out, white mist spread. The venom zombie was like it was hit by a speeding truck. With a loud bang, its body was thrown flying. After landing, its frozen body shattered into pieces. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Several people looked toward the direction the ice bird flew from, only to see an ice mountain beauty standing there with a frown. It's Xiao Yue! Someone cried out in shock. Xiao Yue shouted, "Why aren't you running yet?" Everyone snapped back to their senses, quickly pulled Zheng Shui along, and ran for their lives toward the back. Qian Zimo glanced at Zheng Shui. "Thanks." Xiao Yue did not respond, turned around and alone faced the more than 10 monsters chasing after them. Qian Zimo wanted to persuade her to run together, but seeing Xiao Yue like this, it was obvious she wanted to wipe out all the monsters behind in one net. He laughed at himself. He thought after awakening as an A-rank class shield swordsman, he could come to a level 10 dungeon to train, but did not expect that right after entering the dungeon he almost died. On the other hand, Xiao Yue, who was also only level 1, easily solved the venom zombie that in his eyes required 5 A-rank professionals to join hands to defeat. An S-rank class is truly abnormal. Sigh. After silently sighing once, he turned around and followed his teammates as they went far away. Above the arena hall hung a huge round crystal ball. On the crystal ball was displayed the ranking of leveling. First place, Black Dragon High School, Xiao Yue, level LV5. Second place, Green Vine High School, Chufeng, level LV4. Third place, Star River High School, Qian Zimo, level LV3. Li Wei saw his own student ranked first, and only felt that all the grievances he had suffered over many years were completely released today. He looked at Chen Jiyu with a face full of pride. "Old Chen, it's not that I want to say this about you, your school is really not living up to it this year. In past years you were always first place, how did you drop to third this time? And also, you even offered generous resources to recruit that trash Ye Chen. I'm not saying this lightly, even if a school has plenty of resources, if you waste them like this, sooner or later the whole school will be ruined by you." Chen Jiyu glanced at him and snorted coldly. "It's not the final moment yet, who is first is not certain, why are you in such a hurry? And who said Ye Chen is trash? Ridiculous, we'll see in the future." Li Wei laughed loudly. "I know you are a beast tamer, so it's understandable that you favor Ye Chen, but even Star River High School can't train a high-level beast in a short time, so don't expect anything from that trash Ye Chen. My Xiao Yue here is S rank, this year's first place will definitely belong to my Black Dragon High School. You and I both know how big the gap is between A rank and S rank. I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Fine then, when leveling ends later you'll know." The principal of Green Vine High School, Zheng Tiansong, said calmly, "Principal Li, don't underestimate Star River High School. That Qian Zimo is a shield swordsman, and he has 4 teammates working together. As long as time is long enough, their leveling speed will eventually catch up to Xiao Yue. After all, Xiao Yue is only one person, there will always be a time when she is exhausted." Li Wei shook his head, wearing a look of having everything under control, too lazy to continue arguing with the other principals. Chapter 7: The Ultimate Boss Descends. Students who did not enter to level up saw the rankings and it instantly became lively. Among them, the students of Black Dragon High School were the most excited. "Great, our Black Dragon High School will finally take first place this year, Goddess Yue is amazing. Haha, so damn good, people always said I study in a bottom school, now look, Xiao Yue is number 1, I can go home and brag that I study in the best school in Tianqing province. What are you rushing for, leveling is not over yet, our senior Qian will take the rank back." Laughing to death, Qian Zimo is already third place, and you still expect him to fight for first place? Ha, not being last already counts as lucky. Exactly, our senior sister Xiao is an S-rank professional, what do your schools use to compare? This year's first place is already decided, it's us, Black Dragon High School. Hey, don't look down on Galaxy High School, don't forget their principal took in a new A-rank genius student today, later the one who takes first place is probably this new student, ha ha ha. But, you're right, that Ye Chen is an A-rank beast tamer, very powerful, ha ha ha. Hearing the Black Dragon High School students use Ye Chen to mock them, the Galaxy High School students were like mute people eating bitter herbs, full of pain but unable to speak. Someone muttered quietly, "I really don't know what madness the principal had, why recruit Ye Chen for no reason, making us laughed at by other schools, seriously. What is Ye Chen that kid doing? The principal spent so many resources to recruit him, he won't really be trash, right? This ranking list shows 50 people total, and now you can't even see his name, I'm really convinced, so trash, can't even enter the top 50, the principal is really blind to recruit him." At the same time, deep inside the dark forest, Ye Chen touched his chin and looked at a big tree in front of him. "I really walked back again. I really got lost." That's right, Ye Chen had already been wandering around this forest for a full hour. "Damn it, I can't stay here wasting time anymore. Since I can't walk out, then I'll fight my way out. Shao Qing, flatten this whole forest in front of me." Xiaoqing rushed out fast, like a green light arrow. Wherever it passed, trees were cut off at the waist. Ye Chen followed behind with big strides. The speed of one man and one snake was very fast. Not long after they arrived at a small stream, who finally ran out. Ye Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed heavily with big gasps. Suddenly, a sound of arguing came from ahead. People? What are they arguing about? The distance is a bit far, can't hear clearly. Ye Chen slowly walked over in that direction. When he got closer, he saw two groups of people facing each other. The sudden appearance of Ye Chen startled them. They thought some monster appeared. Everyone looked at him with tense faces. Ye Chen and the crowd stared big eyes at big eyes. For a moment no one spoke. The scene was slightly awkward. Well, I'm just passing by, you guys continue. Ye Chen spoke first to break the silence. Everyone realized it wasn't a monster but Ye Chen. Their tight nerves relaxed. Someone angrily said, Ye Chen, don't you know people can scare people to death? I thought it was some monster, turns out it's Ye Chen this trash. Forget about Ye Chen this trash. Hey, Shen Zimo, our Green Vine High School has taken a liking to this blue equipment. If you're smart, hurry up and get lost before I get angry. This is a dungeon, a few students die every year, that's normal. The captain of Green Vine High School, Feng Shouyong, by the end of his words already carried a threatening tone. Just as Ye Chen was about to say something, Zhang Shui spoke first. She said angrily, this is going too far. This equipment was dropped by monsters our team killed. Why should we give it to you? Xian Zimo's face turned cold. Feng Shouyong, you're threatening me? Ridiculous, even if all 5 of you come together you may not be our match. Who will die here today is not certain yet. Everyone, prepare to fight. A white light flashed in Xian Zimo's hand. He already held a big sword and a big shield. Grade A profession, Shield Sword Fighter. The Shield Sword Fighter has both good output and defense, making it the top-tier warrior profession. Zhang Shui picked up a staff, ready to cast magic. The others also brandished their weapons, the atmosphere instantly tense and filled with readiness. Everyone failed to notice a 6-eyed raven circling above them. Ye Chen glanced at the raven and felt speechless at these clueless youngsters. The 6-eyed raven was the spy of the level 10 dungeon's ultimate boss, the Poison Ruin King. The appearance of the raven indicated that the Poison Ruin King was nearby. As the ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon, the Poison Ruin King was at level 20, with stats ranging from 60 to 70 points, while the highest level person, Chen Zimo, was only level 3, with stats barely reaching around 20 points. If they encountered the Poison Ruin King, these clueless youngsters would definitely be wiped out. Ye Chen thought about giving them a heads up. Hey! Just as he spoke, everyone had already started fighting. This group completely ignored him. A gust of wind blew, making Ye Chen's bangs dance wildly. He shook his head, crossed his arms, and leaned against a tree to watch the show. They enjoyed fighting. Ye Chen looked intently, feeling a strong sense of pressure coming from it. Poison Ruin King, you have finally arrived. I wonder how many levels I can gain after killing you. His eyes were full of hope and waiting. The people who were fighting hard were shocked by the huge change in the sky, their faces went tight, and all stopped their hands. Holy hell, this strong pressure feeling, could it be the boss has come? You all look fast, those few blackbirds in the sky seem to be 6-eye crows. What? 6-eye crows? This is impossible. Damn it, it really is 6-eye crows. That means the boss coming this time is the strongest final boss of the level 10 dungeon, the Venom Ruins King. While the boss has not landed yet, run. Run fast. Xian Zimo led his teammates and ran back in panic without choosing a road, even forgetting about the equipment matter. However, everyone had just walked a few steps when a huge demon shadow in the sky slammed down. Boom! After the huge body landed it caused a strong earthquake, the ground cracked with many cracks, thick smoke rolled and drowned everyone's figures. What do we do? Our way back is sealed. Damn it! Chapter 8 Venom Ruins King, Instant Kill. The smoke scattered, showing a tall and overbearing figure. The Venom Ruins King was tall, looking about more than 3 meters high, wearing a set of black gold armor full of sharp spikes, his whole body giving off black gas rushing to the sky, his face dry and fierce, both eyes leaking red light, and on his shoulder he carried a thick wolf-tooth big club. As soon as he landed he shook the cloak behind him, his head full of black long hair danced wildly in the wind, wild and unbending, his fierce power made everyone feel like a big stone pressed on their hearts. Xian Zimo's eyes widened, his heart thumped wildly, a feeling of death filled his heart, all the blood in his body seemed to cool in an instant. The others could not help but shiver, clearly it was June, yet it felt like falling into cold winter. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Venom Ruins King. Rank, Final Boss. Level, LV 20. Attack, 75. Defense, 72. Spirit, 65. Agility, 70. Skills, Skeleton Legion, Ruins Domain, Steel Fangs Chaos. Chen Zimo shouted loudly, gather strength and attack 1 point with full power, this way we may still break its Ruins Domain. Everyone was trapped in a piece of fake city ruins, and through the black light screen they could see the forest outside. Hearing Qian Zimo's voice, everyone immediately moved all their own energy and attacked one place of the black light screen with full force. In one instant, colorful attack lights bloomed with dazzling light. Boom! After the explosion sound, everyone looked nervously toward the attack place, only to see the black light screen was completely unharmed. "We are dead, we are dead," someone muttered with dull eyes. "We can't open the domain, what do we do now?" "Qian Zimo. It's all you. All because of you. As the captain, you actually led us into a dead road. If I knew earlier I would not come to the level 10 dungeon. Woo woo woo, I want to go home, my mom is still at home waiting for me, woo woo woo." Someone collapsed and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Someone loudly scolded Qian Zimo. "Ha he he." The Venom Ruins King showed disdain in his eyes. A group of bugs also dare to dream of breaking his ruins domain, ridiculous. His right hand, 5 fingers slightly curved, palm facing up, he lifted it upward, and black light suddenly appeared in his palm. "Skeleton Legion." The Venom Ruins King's deep and thick voice sounded. The ground suddenly broke open with countless dirt piles, countless skeletons drilled out from underground, some carrying knives and swords, some holding magic staffs, some holding daggers, and many other kinds of weapons. The Skeleton Legion was clearly made of many kinds of jobs. "Ah!" Zhang Shuo screamed in shock. Near her, a skeleton raised a big sword and chopped down. Qian Zimo rushed over fiercely and smashed the skeleton with his shield. "Now is not the time to talk sad words, everyone work with me with one heart, we can definitely walk out, I will block the skeleton attacks, you continue to attack the light screen." Hearing his shout, everyone's heart shook. Now indeed was not the time to be down, as long as the domain was broken, everyone still had a chance to escape. Qian Zimo turned his head to look at the people from Qingting College. "If you don't want to die, then attack the light screen together." The captain of Qingting College snorted coldly, although he really did not want to listen to Qian Zimo's command, but the current situation did not allow him to be stubborn. "Let's attack the barrier together," he said to the 4 teammates behind him. Qian Zimo glanced around the skeleton army, only to find Ye Chen casually leaning against a big tree, yawning with a relaxed and comfortable expression. "What's going on? What is this waste doing? Isn't he afraid? Has he given up on himself? Knowing he can't escape, is he just waiting to die? This guy is about to die, yet he still pretends to be nonchalant? No wonder he is the top dog of Hailang High School, this mental fortitude is impressive." Qian Zimo frowned and shouted at Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, even though you are useless, in a life or death moment, every bit of strength counts in breaking the barrier. Are you just giving up? What's the difference from being a coward? Hurry up and join us to attack the barrier." "Attack the barrier? Is it really necessary to make it so complicated? Just kill the Toxic Ruins King directly, and the barrier will break naturally. Why bother blasting the barrier?" Ye Chen shrugged. "Besides, is this how you ask for help? Since you say I'm useless, why should I help you attack the barrier?" Ye Chen shook his head, thinking these people don't even understand a bit of politeness. "Let them fend for themselves." Qian Zimo sneered, "You think you're useful? If you were useful, why don't you do something to prove it? Stop just talking, apart from showing off, what else do you do? Ridiculous. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. Strength belongs to oneself. I won't become weaker just because you call me weak, and I won't become stronger just because you say I'm strong. My strength comes from my own efforts." Ye Chen simply closed his eyes and pretended to doze off. "I don't want to argue with you, don't talk to me anymore. You all have fun, it's not my business." Qian Zimo, infuriated, saw Ye Chen's unbothered demeanor and realized he wouldn't help. "Fine. When we break the barrier, don't think you can come out with us, stay here and wait to die." "Whatever." Ye Chen sat down cross-legged, looking as if he was watching a show. "The damn adventurers actually disregard me, chatting casually in my territory." The Toxic Ruins King felt ignored by the two and became furious. He pointed at Qian Zimo and roared, "All forces, attack." Suddenly, all the skeletons surged towards Qian Zimo like a tidal wave. Qian Zimo's pupils trembled, despair showed in his eyes, everything before him turned white, like a tsunami crashing in. Against the skeleton army, he felt like an ant. How could he stop it alone? "You guys hurry up." Hearing the deafening roar of the skeleton army behind them and the tremor of the ground, how could the others be unaware of the imminent danger? They were trembling in fear, not even daring to look back. The captain of Qingting High School shouted, "Quick! Move faster." The Toxic Ruins King turned to look at Ye Chen, "And you, pretending to be cool, come die." He leaped into the air, lifting his spiked club high, gathering all his strength. Black light erupted from the club, like a black sun, dazzling and fierce. Steel Teeth Frenzy. Ye Chen coldly watched the Toxic Ruins King descending rapidly toward him, and sighed lightly, "Why didn't you deal with them first before coming to find me? Under these circumstances, I have to make a move." This bunch's lives shouldn't end here, after all. Come out, little Chang. Green light burst forth, a powerful oppressive force emanated from before Ye Chen. Little Ching's body had grown over a meter long, even sturdier now, its cold snake eyes watching the toxic ruins king, coiling on the ground, quietly waiting for Ye Chen's command. Hardened scales. As soon as the words fell, little Ching was enveloped in green light, like water flowing over its entire body, and its scales became as hard as iron. Ye Chen pointed at the toxic ruins king. Go, kill it. Hiss. Little Ching shot up from the ground, charging toward the toxic ruins king. In midair, black light and green light met instantly. Boom. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, creating an incredible sound. A wave of invisible air rippled in circles, wherever it passed, the grass and trees all broke, and the black light curtain exploded into countless fragments, turning into black dots and dissipating. Everyone was originally attacking the light curtain with all their might, but suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the sky, and the light curtain in front of them shattered. They were shocked and looked up into the sky. There stood a green snake, majestic and upright. Next to it the terrifying Poison Ruins King was smashed to pieces, and the spiked club fell from the high sky. Clang! The sharp sound of the spiked club hitting the ground startled them, clearly telling them that this was not a dream. What happened? How did the terrifying Poison Ruins King suddenly drop dead? That snake, it seems to be Ye Chen's, why did it suddenly grow so much? Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the terrifying Poison Ruins King. The green python gains 1000 experience points, you gain 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, the green python has leveled up, current level LV10. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up, current level LV8. The green python's body swelled wildly in the air. My god, look at that snake. It's growing. I can't believe it. I've never seen such a creature grow so wildly, it actually grew more than 10 meters in just a few seconds. What the hell is this monster? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Chen Zimo's eyes widened, while others were attacking the light curtain. He clearly saw how Ye Chen commanded the green snake to strike. He swallowed hard. Now he understood why the principal wanted to recruit Ye Chen and why the principal offered such a sky-high bet to recruit him. Because Ye Chen was absolutely not a waste. His green snake was definitely an ancient variety. Terrifying. So terrifying. A level 2 beast master killing a level 20 ultimate boss. That was the terrifying Poison Ruins King. Even Xiao Yue would have to run away with its tail between its legs, one misstep would mean death. Even other S-class professions couldn't kill the terrifying Poison Ruins King instantly, unless that profession was already at level 10. Looking at it this way, that green snake's potential might be above S-class professionals. Thinking of this, Xian Zimo gasped in shock. This green snake is frighteningly powerful. Chapter 9, Premium Purple Gear. The broken body of the terrifying Poison Ruins King fell to the ground. Bang! It landed with a muffled thud, then with another bang, a large number of items exploded out. Among them were common refining materials, lava coal, obsidian, amethyst, and so on. There were also many whiteboard equipment, blue equipment, and other low-quality gear. These items roughly estimated to be worth around 10 to 20,000 dragon soul coins. Until a dazzling purple light shot up into the sky. Wow! A purple gear dropped. Everyone exclaimed, unconsciously holding their breath. Purple gear is of great value, just one piece could be worth 60 to 70,000 dragon soul coins. If the attached effects are good, the price could double or even more. Ye Chen walked straight over and picked up the purple gear. Everyone watched, but no one dared to rush over to snatch it. It was a joke, the terrifying Poison Ruins King had been killed by Ye Chen in an instant. Were they seeking death by going to snatch it? Even though they were coveting the spoils all over the ground, they could only watch with wide eyes. Blood-colored bones of the Ruins King. Quality, boss exclusive gear. Level, LV20. Equipment effect, can summon the Ruins King to fight for 30 minutes, cooldown time of 3 days. Ye Chen looked at the blood-colored wrist guard in his hand, feeling speechless. The good news was that a purple gear dropped. The bad news is that it's just a junk item for him. The Ruins King was pitifully weak, what was the point of summoning it? And there was a cooldown time. It would have been better if it had dropped another exclusive item, Ye Chen sighed inwardly. But then he thought anew, his frown relaxed again, this gear might be a junk item for him, but for others, it was a premium piece of equipment. These rookie newbies generally had values only between 20 to 30 points. For the newbies who go to ordinary areas to level up, their stats are only just over 10 points. If they can summon a Ruins King with 60 to 70 points, they would be unbeatable in the newbie village. The value of this equipment is undoubtedly a divine item for newbies. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile, among these newcomers, there are certainly rich young masters. If he could arrange an auction with them, it would definitely make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Ye Chen shouted to the people in the distance, "Does anyone want this purple equipment?" Ha! What does this mean? Is Ye Chen asking us if we want the purple item? Did he lose his mind? He actually wants to give away a purple item? Wow, I really underestimated Ye Chen before. I didn't expect him to be so kind, even thinking of giving away a purple item. It's truly touching. Some people were so moved that tears flowed from the corners of their mouths. I want this purple equipment. I want it too, I want it too. Everyone shouted excitedly. Ye Chen looked at the crowd cheering in excitement, cleared his throat, and said, "I haven't finished speaking. If you want it, you need to pay to buy it." The lively scene fell silent for a second, and then erupted again with excited shouts. "I'll offer 10,000 dragon soul coins. I'll offer 15,000. Damn it, you two guys, if you're not buying, just get lost. You think Ye Chen is a fool? Over 10,000 dragon soul coins, and you have the nerve to shout that? The market price for a purple item starts at least 50,000, your hearts are really dark. Ye Chen, I won't say much, I'm offering 70,000 dragon soul coins." Everyone was shocked. 70,000 dragon soul coins, that's the annual income of an ordinary family. Who has such deep pockets? Everyone turned to look and saw Chen Zmo nonchalantly waving his hand. It was him who shouted 70,000 dragon soul coins, and he seemed to have amnesia, completely forgetting that he had just mocked Ye Chen as useless. The captain of the Qingtung Academy side, his family was ordinary, earning only 70,000 to 80,000 a year, and he had no chance to compete for this purple item. After 70,000 dragon soul coins were called out, no one spoke again. Ye Chen stroked his chin. That didn't make sense. Was there really no rich young master in these two teams? Just one Chen Zmo? This equipment has good effects, you can take a look. Ye Chen thought that since the crowd didn't know the effect of the equipment, they wouldn't know whether to offend Chen Zmo for it, so he brought the equipment in front of everyone. After everyone interacted with the equipment and saw its effects, they all exclaimed in surprise. It's actually the legendary newbie artifact with a drop rate of less than 1%. Wow, it's actually this piece of equipment that can summon the Ruins King. This equipment can't be found in the country, there are less than 10 of them. With this equipment, not only do you have presence, but safety is also guaranteed. You can walk sideways while leveling up in the newbie village. This equipment sold at auction for 300,000 dragon soul coins last time. To know that it's just a newbie item, without its outrageous effect, it wouldn't be worth that many dragon soul coins. Most newbie purple equipment is only worth 50,000. The most important thing is that during the college entrance examination, this item can help you with exams. With this equipment, doesn't that mean you can score high in the exam room of the Green Forest? That also means your chances of getting into a prestigious university will be higher. Everyone was breathing rapidly, not expecting that one day they could actually touch the legendary premium divine item. Chen Zmo was even more excited, his face flushed. Ye Chen heard their discussions and secretly thought it was good. Thankfully, he showed the equipment's effects, otherwise, he wouldn't have known it was worth so much money. If Chen Zmo bought this equipment for 70,000, that would be a huge loss. He looked at Chen Zmo. "Your offer of 70,000 is really too low, you heard it, this equipment once sold for a high price of 300,000. Chen Zmo chuckled. "I didn't know it was this artifact before, so I offered the normal market price. Isn't it just 300,000? Let's make it this way, I will offer you 350,000, how does that sound?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby boy from Qingtung Academy immediately stood up to refute him. "You think you can just take it for 350,000? Chen Zmo, are you thinking too simply?" He turned to Ye Chen. "Brother Yi, I suggest you don't rush to sell it. After we go out, I can help you organize an auction. I know many wealthy big shots, and I can definitely help you sell it for a satisfactory price." Ye Chen nodded, put away his gear, and with a wave of his hand, collected the low-level items that had fallen on the ground into the beast space. Chen Zimo's mouth moved as if to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak, only looking angrily at the chubby boy. The chubby boy snickered and ignored Chen Zimo's anger. He turned his head to Ye Chen's side and exchanged contact information with him. "Brother Yi, see you after the instance." The chubby boy happily returned to the Qingtung Academy team. The time was only about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they still had 3 more hours to level up. The instance would close at 6, at which point everyone would be teleported out. Ye Chen nodded at the chubby boy and turned to leave. He wanted to use the remaining 3 hours to level up as much as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side. Arena. At this moment, the leaderboard underwent a shocking change. The first place holder, Xiao Yue, suddenly dropped to second place, while Ye Chen's name forcefully squeezed into everyone's sight. First place? How did Ye Chen suddenly become first? Someone shrieked, drawing the attention of the crowd. Almost everyone in the arena looked at the leaderboard at the same time. This immediately sparked a commotion. Chapter 10, he really didn't cheat. Li Wei sprang up from his seat, eyes wide open, unable to believe what he saw on the leaderboard. First place, Star River Academy, Ye Chen, LV8. Second place, Black Dragon Academy, Xiao Yue, LV6. How could this be possible? He was very sure that Ye Chen hadn't entered the top 50 of the leaderboard before, and the 50th place was LV3, which means he had leaped from level 2 to level 8 in an instant. Others level up one by one, but he soared like a rocket? Instantly reaching level 8, how did this happen? Li Wei frowned in thought, and a few seconds later, a look of horror spread across his face. He thought of a possibility. But could this really happen? Could someone actually kill the ultimate boss at level 1 or 2? That was the toxic Ruin King. A terrifying existence for newcomers. Even he, when facing the Ruin King back then, could only wet his pants in fear, unable to muster any thought of resistance. If Ye Chen really had such abilities, that would be too terrifying. Such power is something even S-class professions couldn't achieve. Li Wei cast a dark glance at Chen Jiyu. There was Chen Jiyu, calm and composed, with an expression as if this was to be expected. This old man must know something, otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to recruit Ye Chen? What secret does Ye Chen hold? Li Wei now regretted his decision fiercely. How could he have expelled such a genius? It was too late to say anything now, he could only hope Ye Chen wouldn't hold a grudge against him in the future. Chen Jiyu noticed Li Wei's gaze and a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That green snake on Ye Chen is of platinum rank. Forget a level 10 instance, even the entrance exam's green forest doesn't pose a threat. Now, he's just taken first place in a training match, in the future, he will surely take first place in the National College entrance exam as well. Li Wei must be regretting his decision to expel Ye Chen right now. No need to regret, for even greater regrets are still to come. What will his expression be when Ye Chen scores first in the entrance exam? And at that time, the ranking of our Star River Academy will echo throughout the nation. In the future, perhaps we will even be selected as a key national university. Thinking of this, Chen Jiyu's lips were harder to suppress than AK's. The students in the arena had already erupted into a frenzy. What is going on? Is there a hidden agenda? How could a useless person like Ye Chen surpass my goddess, Xiao Yue? He must be cheating. Yes. I also think Ye Chen is cheating. I demand that the principals investigate him. I've never seen anyone's level increase so strangely, suddenly rising to level 8. Has anyone ever seen such talent? So I'm sure either Ye Chen is cheating or the crystal ball has a problem. Such remarks were increasing, with many believing that Ye Chen must have used some scheme to take first place. Many students approached the principals, demanding a thorough investigation into Ye Chen. Seeing more and more students coming forward, the 4 principals had no choice but to step out and explain. Chen Jiyu was the first to speak. Students, please quiet down. Let me say a few words. The training competition is a major event held by 4 universities in Tianjin province. Cheating will absolutely not occur, so please do not spread rumors. We don't believe it. A useless person like Ye Chen can't possibly come in first. It's infuriating. Yeah, I don't believe it either. We demand to see Ye Chen's leveling video. Good idea. If Ye Chen didn't cheat, then let's make his dungeon video public. We collectively demand the video be made public. Li Wei's eyes shifted, he too wanted to know the secret behind Ye Chen. If he could see the video of how Ye Chen defeated the toxic Ruin King, wouldn't he understand his secret? He said to Chen Jiyu, "Old Chen, so many schools are demanding to see the video. Just let them see it. It'll calm the students down, it's chaotic like this." Chen Jiyu frowned. "Li Wei, don't you know that we must keep students' abilities confidential before the college entrance examination? If we make his video public now, it will easily expose his abilities to ill-intentioned people, and during the subsequent college entrance examination competition, Ye Chen will be easily targeted." Li Wei hesitated for a moment. That's true, but look at the current situation. If the video isn't made public, how will you deal with these students' anger? Chen Jiyu took a deep breath and once again tried to convince the students below. However, the excited students were not interested in his explanation and insisted on reporting Ye Chen's cheating to the Education Bureau. It was clear that the situation could not be settled. The other 2 principals also came over to persuade Chen Jiyu to make the video public. Chen Jiyu felt overwhelmed and helplessly said, Fine, let's take a look." To view the students' leveling videos required the permissions of all 4 principals. The 4 principals each took out their keys and infused their spiritual power before inserting the keys into the 4 sides of the crystal ball. Click, click, click. The crystal ball turned inside, and then Chen Jiyu selected Ye Chen's video. In the video, Ye Chen was wandering around in the forest, returning to the starting point each time. He was actually lost. A useless person is indeed a useless person, getting lost even in a dungeon. That's just hilarious. Pfft, with such a character, he could surpass Xiao Yueti? I just want to see how he cheats. Chen Jiyu rubbed his temples in silence. In the future, he should get a smart navigation device for himself. The other three principals quietly watched Ye Chen's video on the crystal ball. They all understood that Ye Chen must have killed the toxic Ruin King to suddenly rise to level 8, but they didn't know what method he had used to defeat the Ruin King. The video changed, and a tall man in black armor descended from the sky. That imposing figure, like a demon god, made the students watching the video break out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this monster? It's so terrifying. That's the ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon, the toxic Ruin King. Damn, Ye Chen and his team actually encountered such a powerful boss. Oh no, Xian Zimo and the others are doomed. They are trapped in the Ruin King's territory and can't escape. That's Feng Xiu Yong from our Qingtung University. My god, are they all going to die there? The situation took a sharp turn. Just as everyone thought Xian Zimo was facing a disaster and death, Ye Chen stepped forward, summoned the green python, and with one strike, killed the Ruin King in an instant. The green light shot up into the sky, clashing with the dark light, bursting into the most intense glow. When the Ruin King became the Ruin King, its body fell to the ground, and everyone felt as if they were still dreaming. After the scene, Chen Jiyu immediately turned off the video. Everyone then snapped back to reality. What just happened? That little snake just defeated the ultimate boss in one hit? I'm not dreaming, am I? Hiss. So Ye Chen's beast is such a powerful existence. At that moment, everyone finally understood how Ye Chen leveled up. He really didn't cheat. That little snake is so strong. Li Wei closed his eyes in pain. The brilliance that Ye Chen radiated deeply pierced his heart. He actually expelled such an incredible student. He found it hard to breathe for a moment. Ye Chen should have been his. He should have had the two best students of this year, one Ye Chen, one Xiao Yui. Both the first and second places of this year's Black Dragon University were his. He could have had a double champion. He could have shown in this training competition, and afterward, the college entrance examination would have brought fame to Black Dragon University. But now, Li Wei felt a piercing pain in his heart, as if his entire heart was crumpled like a rag. Chapter 11, Stop. In the midst of chaos in the arena, Ye Chen was completely unaware. He was halfway up a dark forest at that moment. He was surrounded by a crowd of strange beasts. Ye Chen stretched lazily. I've already used 2 skills, no time to waste, let's try the third skill. Little Cheng, use Poison Dragon Swamp. The over 10-meter tall Little Cheng, after continuous leveling, not only grew in body length, but also developed 2 protrusions on its head, resembling the beginnings of dragon horns. Its aura became increasingly cold, like the king of snakes. Upon hearing Ye Chen's command, its vertical pupils flashed with a bloodthirsty fierceness. Its massive body leaped up, and countless green lights erupted from its body before its tail came crashing down. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently for dozens of miles. The weaker strange beasts were killed instantly in the tremors. Then, the ground opened up with countless cracks, and green swamp gas and poison gushed from the cracks, boiling like scalding water. All strange beasts that came into contact with the green liquid were invaded by the poison and rotted away to death. The violent shaking and explosion startled the students who were hunting strange beasts. What just happened? Why did the ground suddenly shake? Damn, the minor beasts are actually dead from the shock. Crap, this green liquid is highly toxic, get back. Several students exchanged glances, all in shock. One sharp-eyed person spotted a big green snake in the distance and shouted, "Look over there, what is that?" Hiss. Where did this green big snake come from in the level 10 dungeon? What kind of strange beast just appeared here? Could it be a spatial overlap from another world? No, this thing looks so fierce. It just glanced at me, and I almost died. The ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon is the toxic Ruin King, but why do I feel this thing is even more powerful than the Ruin King? Oh no, let's run. While it hasn't noticed us, this thing is not something we can deal with, hurry, hurry. A few people were terrified and wanted to escape. Suddenly, the first person who spotted the big snake widened their eyes, screaming, "Wait, there's someone on top of that snake." The other few people also looked up at the giant snake's head. Wow, there really is someone. A few of them were dumbfounded. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed an elite-level poisonous zombie, and the green python has gained 80 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed a man-eating poisonous bee, and the green python has gained 50 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed a jungle wolf, and the green python has gained 50 experience points. Colorful equipment and materials exploded all over the ground. In Ye Chen's mind, the system's dinging sound kept ringing. Ding. Congratulations, your green python has leveled up, current level LV 20. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up, current job level LV10. Awesome. Ye Chen felt refreshed. The Poison Dragon Swamp skill was simply a screen-clearing divine skill. With one attack, all monsters were annihilated. The speed of leveling up was like riding a rocket, soaring up in an instant. Every profession unlocks a career advancement path upon reaching level 10, which means job class change. The more jobs you switch, the stronger the profession becomes. Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked career advancement. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden profession. Currently you have 2 hidden professions to choose from. Choice 1, Dominator of Beasts. Job characteristics, can learn more powerful beast control skills, focuses on support and survival. Choice 2, Shadow Lord. Job characteristics, can learn powerful offensive skills, can draw the shadows of creatures as your beasts, focuses on attack and summoning shadow creatures. Job selection countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Note, if you do not make a choice when the countdown ends, it will be considered a failed advancement. Ye Chen stared at the 2 options, lost in thought. As a beastmaster, he was very weak. If he was approached or trapped, he could easily be killed in seconds. The beasts themselves had strong attack abilities and didn't need the beastmaster to output damage at all. Choosing Shadow Lord would undoubtedly require him to fight up close. Without survival skills, stepping forward to fight would be seeking death. What was that shadow creature anyway? Could it be stronger than the legendary divine beasts? Ye Chen thought for a moment, feeling that the value of choosing Shadow Lord was too low. On one hand, the shadow creature sounded weak, likely to be instantly killed by a divine beast's blow. On the other hand, Dominator of Beasts could learn more powerful beast control skills and had supportive and survival skills. As a beastmaster, possessing powerful support skills would allow his beasts to unleash extraordinary power. More importantly, this profession had survival skills. Although he didn't yet know what kind of survival skills they were, the skills provided by Brother Tonzi couldn't be weak, for sure. If Brother Tonzi said it could save lives, then it definitely could. Ye Chen firmly said, I choose Dominator of Beasts. The hidden job transfer task has been issued to you. Task requirements, kill 3 transformations of alien beasts. Task time, no limit. 3 transformations of alien beasts? Level 10 opens the first transformation, so 3 transformations of alien beasts are at level 30. This task is relatively simple, but 3 transformations of alien beasts are hard to find. The highest level training ground in the Tianqing province is the level 20 Untransformed Ruins King. Ye Chen didn't know where to find the 3 transformations of alien beasts for now. Maybe the principal knows. Thinking of this, Ye Chen took little Chang and walked towards the instance dungeon exit. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left until the instance dungeon closed. He had almost dealt with all the alien beasts inside, and there was no point in staying longer. It was better to return early and ask the principal for information about the 3 transformations of alien beasts. In a corner that Ye Chen had not noticed, Xiao Yue looked at his back with deep eyes. He actually has such strength. Xiao Yue murmured, and until Ye Chen completely disappeared from sight, she crushed the black eagle in her palm. Xiao Yue took a deep breath. I underestimated you. The power of this green snake is unfathomable. Maybe it's some kind of ancient alien beast. After going out, let the family check it out. Ye Chen has infinite potential, so it's better to get along well with him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out in the instance dungeon. All students, please gather at the instance dungeon exit. 3 minutes later, everyone will be forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Before the voice even finished, many people began to head toward the entrance from all directions of the dark forest. As Ye Chen arrived at the entrance, he saw a group of students gathered together, excitedly discussing something. Ha, I leveled up 5 times this time. What do you think, impressive or not? Ha 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 ha. I reached level 5 on the first day. I'll definitely be on the leaderboard. Ha ha, I really am a genius. Hey, enough, stop showing off. I almost got killed by a venomous zombie today. If I had known, I would have gone to a level 1 dungeon. We spent the whole day, and our team only killed 2 venomous zombies. Damn it, I'm still level 3, I'm so frustrated. Who says otherwise? If we had gone to the level 1 dungeon, even though leveling up would be slow, there'd be no danger. We could level up safely, getting to level 2 or 3 in a day would be no problem. Coming here was just asking for trouble. While they were discussing, a student from Black Dragon High School caught sight of Ye Chen's arrival and exclaimed, Isn't that Ye Chen? He actually didn't die. Everyone turned to look at Ye Chen. Hey! It really is Ye Chen, he's still alive, this is a miracle. How did he survive in such a dangerous place? How else would he survive? Of course, he found a cave and hid there until the time was up, ha. Pfft, you make a good point. Looking at it this way, Ye Chen should still be level 1. This guy loves to pretend without any strength. If he had gone to the level 1 dungeon, he wouldn't have wasted precious leveling chances. Let's see what happens with his college entrance exam this time. Do you think what we said is right, Ye Chen? Ye Chen crossed his arms and walked past the crowd, with a demeanor that was distant and calm, like a lone eagle soaring above the sparrows. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on these weaklings. He went straight to a big tree, leaned against the trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. Yo! Ye Chen, can't you hear us talking to you? Damn, who are you trying to impress with that pretentious attitude? Damn it, I can't hold back. This is a dungeon, but before we go back, I'm going to beat him up. No one stop me. Ye Chen, come here and face me one-on-one. The student from Black Dragon High School rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Ye Chen, his face twisted in anger. Ye Chen tilted his head and glanced at him, one-on-one? You're not even worthy. What? You say I'm not worthy? Damn it, my temper can't take it, today I'm going to beat you so badly you'll regret it. The student stretched out his right hand, grabbed a hammer, and swung it at Ye Chen's head. Ye Chen, die. The hammer fell with incredible speed. Ye Chen squinted his eyes, just about to summon Xiao Chang, when suddenly, a white ice bird rushed toward him from the side. Stop. Chapter 12, The Four Major Universities. Xiao Yue appeared from the side, surrounded by a chilling white aura, blocking in front of Ye Chen. The ice bird flapped its wings, sending the Black Dragon High School student flying. We're classmates, and yet you're going this far? Xiao Yue frowned slightly and shouted. Xiao Yue, Ye Chen is just a waste, he's not worth you protecting like this. The Black Dragon High School student looked heartbroken, his eyes turning red with jealousy as he stared at Ye Chen. His heart bled with envy. Why does Ye Chen always get protected by Xiao Yue? Ye Chen, if you're a man, stand up and fight one-on-one. Always hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? You coward! The Black Dragon High School student shouted angrily. Ye Chen scratched his head, watching him with interest. You want to hide behind a woman? You probably won't even get the chance. Are you still a single dog? Hearing Ye Chen's mockery, the student froze for a moment, then a wave of hot blood rushed to his head. In an instant, his anger surged, his face turned red, and his teeth ground together with a creak. He hated being called a single dog the most, because it was true. He had failed to confess his feelings hundreds of times. Ye Chen, who seemed to live off women. A man who is protected by a woman is the one he hates and envies the most. Seeing his bite through the teeth expression, Ye Chen continued to smile and said, I really hit the nail on the head, you single dog. Ye Chen. I'm going to kill you. Jealousy and anger drove him crazy as he raised the hammer and charged forward again. Xiao Yue's gaze turned cold as she lightly clapped her palm forward, a wave of cold air shot out. Poof! A blast of cold air instantly hit the student, knocking him back 3 meters. If you keep messing around, don't blame me for being harsh. Xiao Yue's tone grew cooler. The student clutched his chest, grimacing in pain, slowly getting up from the ground, giving Ye Chen a resentful glance and retreating into the crowd. The onlookers finally seemed to wake from a dream, whispering among themselves. Wow, did you see that? How could Xiao Yue treat Ye Chen so well? She's like a protective wife, are they having an affair? Nonsense. My goddess Yue could never be interested in that loser Ye Chen. She's just kind-hearted and can't bear to see someone like him being bullied, so she stood up for justice. Don't slander my goddess. I think so too, after all, Xiao Yue is the young lady of a top family in Tianjin province. Now she has awakened her S-class ability, she can be considered a chosen one. What is Ye Chen? Does he even deserve her attention? Ye Chen glanced at Xiao Yue, thanks. Xiao Yue nodded and stood to the side. After a few minutes, the teleportation officially opened, and a blue portal appeared like waves. Everyone stepped into the blue portal one by one. Ye Chen's eyes flashed, and he arrived at the arena. As soon as he appeared, he was drowned in a tsunami of cheers. This time he was met not with cold mockery but with the crazy shouts of the students. Ye Chen! Ye Chen! I love you! Brother Yi, you are our pride at Xinghai University. Ye Chen is amazing. Ye Chen? What is going on? Are these students of Xinghai University crazy? Ye Chen stood there in bewilderment. Chen Jiyu had already walked over to him with a big smile on her face. Ye Chen, congratulations, you are the first in this training match. According to the rankings, you will receive a reward of 300,000 dragon soul coins and a bottle of body enhancement liquid. Chen Jiyu took out a bank card and a bottle of green liquid. Ye Chen thanked her and received the items. At this moment, he finally understood why the students of Xinghai University were shouting for him. It turned out that he had actually come in first place. He glanced at the crystal ball in the air. The second place was Xiao Yue, LV9. Xiao Yue was strong too, managing to reach level 9. The gap in rankings afterward was significant, as the third place had only reached level 6, and afterward, it was mostly at levels 2 to 3. Your performance this time was outstanding. Not only did you reach level 10 on the first day, but you also defeated the ultimate boss Ruins King as a newcomer. Such dazzling achievements will grant you a personal assessment opportunity for key universities nationwide. Have you thought about which university to go to? Typically, reaching level 5 in the first awakening level up is already a great talent, while level 8 and above are considered the chosen ones. Reaching level 10 opens the path for job advancement, and such students are very few, probably no more than 100 in the country. Ye Chen achieving level 10 and opening the job transfer path in the first training match makes him absolutely a dragon among men. At this moment, Chen Jiyu's eyes sparkled, excitedly looking at Ye Chen. Without a doubt, he had stumbled upon a great treasure, a superb talent. Ye Chen's future was destined to be bright, perhaps he could become a senior officer in the army, and the reputation of Xinghe University would rise even higher. Thinking that Xinghe University might produce a high-ranking official or even a general, and would shine across the world, Chen Jiyu couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Ye Chen shook his head. I don't know much about those universities. Can the principal give me some advice? Of course. In our dragon country, we have 4 key national universities: Haotian Martial Academy, Divine Palace University, Longyuan War Academy, and St. Roland United High Martial Academy. Haotian Martial Academy masters all kinds of weapons, internal skills, and techniques, making it suitable for students who awaken martial abilities. Divine Palace University focuses on various pet beasts and combat skills. Longyuan War Academy has rich knowledge in command tactics and war theory, along with an officer training system. If you want to join the military in the future, this university is the best choice. St. Roland United High Martial Academy specializes in all kinds of magic and forbidden spells, which suit students who awaken magical abilities. I suggest you choose either Longyuan War Academy or Divine Palace University. Ye Chen stroked his chin and asked, which of these universities has a level-up dungeon for third-tier exotic beasts? Hearing such a common-sense question from Ye Chen, Chen Jiyu was amused. A third-tier exotic beast dungeon is nothing. Not only the key universities, but even some decent ones have these dungeons for leveling up. That's good. Ye Chen felt relieved and after thinking for a moment, replied, I want to go to Divine Palace University. Chen Jiyu actually hoped Ye Chen would attend Longyuan War Academy and join the military after graduation. However, his choice of Divine Palace University was also good. This university is very suitable for beast masters, so Ye Chen's choice was within his expectation. Divine Palace University is also a very good choice. Each mentor there is a powerful beast master who can stand alone. Once you arrive at Divine Palace University, you will learn more advanced beast mastery skills. While they were talking, Li Wei walked over with a complex expression. Ye Chen, congratulations. Ye Chen sneered and did not respond. Seeing Ye Chen's disrespect, Li Wei's expression turned slightly angry. However, in order not to offend Ye Chen, he suppressed his anger. Chen Jiyu glanced at Li Wei and smiled. I really have to thank Principal Li. You are simply a great person for sending a good student like Ye Chen to our Xinghe University. I wonder what the Black Dragon University Board will think of your decision. If I were you, I would go back and write a self-criticism report right now to avoid being dismissed from the principal position. Li Wei's face darkened as he glared at Chen Jiyu, speaking each word slowly. Thank you, Principal Chen, for your reminder. Chen Jiyu replied with a forced smile, you're welcome. I will truthfully include your glorious act of expelling Ye Chen in the congratulatory letter. After all, Black Dragon University has made quite a splash this time with Xiao Yue getting second place. Such a good achievement deserves proper congratulations, otherwise, our Xinghe University might seem petty, right? Li Wei angrily said, Chen Jiyu, how dare you? Do you think I would hesitate? With so many eyes on us today, do you think this can still be kept secret? Ridiculous. Chen Jiyu smiled. Li Wei clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he turned away in frustration. His immediate priority was to go to the board and seek forgiveness, or he would definitely face punishment for expelling a talent like Ye Chen. Xiao Yue left with the Black Dragon University group but turned back to look at Ye Chen and slightly nodded. Many students witnessed this action and felt that Ye Chen's relationship with Xiao Yue must be unusual. However, no one dared to say that Ye Chen wasn't worthy of Xiao Yue anymore. That's ridiculous. A genius who could reach level 10 on the first day, how could he be unworthy of Xiao Yue? After leaving the arena, Ye Chen was thinking about what kind of beast to buy. After reaching level 10, he could contract a second beast. Fortunately, the reward money this time was quite substantial, more than 300,000. If he added the special equipment from the Ruins King, his small treasury might reach 1,000,000 dragon soul coins. This time, he could clear the loan all at once and even have quite a bit left over, so he naturally didn't have to buy a cheap beast like he did the first time. Chapter 13, Buying the Second Beast. Department Store. Ye Chen came here again, first heading to the first floor to find a shop, exchanging the equipment and materials he obtained in the dungeon for dragon soul coins, totaling 60,000 dragon soul coins. Now he had 360,000 dragon soul coins in hand, plus the 100,000 enrollment dragon soul coins that Chun Jiyu gave him, totaling 460,000 dragon soul coins. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money, and Ye Chen swept away the dark clouds in his heart, fully paying off the more than 100,000 loan and leaving himself around 300,000 dragon soul coins. With a large sum of money in his hands, he looked at the beasts in the exhibition hall, and his eyes became much pickier. He directly walked past the bronze area beasts and came to the silver area exhibition hall, where the prices of the beasts were more than double those in the bronze area. Nether wolf. Quality, silver. Skill, bite. Price, 280,000. Flamingo. Quality, silver. Skill, fireball. Price, 300,000. Bouncing mouse. Quality, silver. Skill, shadowless leg. Price, 240,000. Even with 300,000 dragon soul coins, Ye Chen was shocked by these prices. He originally thought he was already rich enough to pick and choose in the silver area, but he didn't expect the prices of the beasts to be outrageously high, all above 200,000. If he bought again, he would return to square one. Ye Chen frowned, walking back and forth in front of many beasts. He already had a ground beast like the green snake, so it would be great to have a flying beast. Thinking of riding a beast soaring in the sky, Ye Chen's heart was instantly filled with excitement. He arrived at the exhibition stands of several bird beasts. Bald eagle. Quality, silver. Skill, eagle strike. Price, 298,000. Mist lark. Quality, silver. Skill, water bum. Price, 250,000. Golden-edged white crane. Quality, silver. Skill, wind gathering. Price, 264,000. After looking at the skills of these bird beasts, none were particularly ideal. The best one was still that flamingo, which was also the most expensive among the bird beasts. Ye Chen felt that there must be a reason for the price being high. Anyway, he wasn't short on money right now, so he decided to buy it directly. He picked up the flamingo's cage and walked to the counter. "Hello, I want to make a payment." The young lady at the service counter looked at Ye Chen with a bit of surprise. "Wasn't this person here just yesterday to buy a beast? Why is he back today?" "Okay, sir, this flamingo is priced at 300,000 dragon soul coins. Would you like to pay by card or?" The young lady blinked. Yesterday this young man was borrowing to buy a beast, can he still borrow money now? "By card." The young lady was startled for a second. "By card? He has money to pay by card?" Seeing she didn't react, Ye Chen repeated, "Oh, yes, that's right." The young lady quickly took out a card machine. Ye Chen took out his bank card, inserted it into the slot, and gently swiped it. Ding! Payment of 300,000 dragon soul coins successful. The young lady's expression changed. She was astonished that the card went through. Could it be a malfunction with the card machine? She checked the card machine, and there was no problem. He actually had 300,000. Someone who borrowed money to buy a beast yesterday casually took out 300,000 today? This young man is actually so rich. The young lady's gaze toward Ye Chen softened greatly. "Please arrange a contract room for me." "Sure, sir, this way please." The young lady's attitude was very respectful. She bent down and extended her hand, making a gesture to lead him to the innermost contract room. "This contract room is the best we have. Not only is it highly successful for contracts, but the environment is also very quiet, and absolutely no one will disturb you." "Thanks. You're welcome. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Ye Chen nodded, entered the contract room, and the young lady quietly exited, gently closing the door. Ye Chen glanced around the contract room. In the center was a contract array. Directly facing the door was a luxurious large sofa, along with a tea table, with tea that looked like fine tea. On a nearby table was an incense burner. The air was filled with wisps of sandalwood, the scent serene and refreshing. The entire room was decorated in blue and white, elegant and comfortable, making one feel relaxed. "Having money is nice, huh? The first time I came to this contract place, the room given was so shabby. This contract room that cost 300,000 is just so comfortable." Ye Chen smiled slightly. He took the flamingo out of the cage and placed it into the contract array, then he became serious, preparing for the contract ceremony. The contract begins. As soon as the words fell, the contract array lit up with golden light. Click, click, click. After a series of sounds, countless mysterious inscriptions floated out from the array, all drilling into the body of the flamingo. The flamingo cried out once and then quietly stayed in place. A few seconds later. Ding! Congratulations, you have contracted a new beast. Everything was so smooth. Is this the power of money? It seemed that the failure of the contract would not even appear. Ye Chen happily entered the beast space. As soon as he entered, he saw a little red bird flapping wildly in the air. In another corner of the beast space, a huge, cold blue snake, over 10 meters tall, coiled up and stared at the flying little bird. The powerful aura of the blue snake made the flamingo restless. Although they were both Ye Chen's beasts and wouldn't attack each other, the gap in strength made the flamingo extremely anxious. Ye Chen shook his head with a smile and called out to the flamingo, "Come here to me, it won't hurt you." Don't be fooled by how fierce little Ching looks, it's actually friendly. The flamingo flew to Ye Chen's shoulder and stopped there, finally feeling a sense of safety. It calmed down quite a bit. Flamingo. Quality, silver. Level, LV1. Attack, 15. Defense, 9. Spirit, 11. Agility, 13. Skill, Fireball Technique. Evolution points required for evolution, 1. Currently owned evolution points, 1. Note, you can gain 1 unit of evolution points daily. Evolution points can be used for beast evolution. Ye Chen looked at the evolution line with flickering eyes. Previously, little Ching had a mutation during evolution for unknown reasons. If the cause wasn't clarified, carelessly evolving the flamingo might not result in mutation. Mutation is a matter of luck. Last time, who knew what kind of luck led to that mutation? After pondering for a few seconds, Ye Chen decided not to evolve the flamingo for now. After all, there were enough evolution points, and it could evolve any time. It was better to clarify the cause of the mutation first, perhaps there would be unexpected gains. After exiting the beast space, Ye Chen went straight home. He quietly waited to return to school the next day. Chen Jiyu told him that today the rankings would be submitted, and tomorrow a mentor from Xingu University might personally come to school for a one-on-one assessment of him. If he passed the assessment, he would get a direct admission opportunity to attend Xingu University, making the college entrance examination results less important, but the exam still had to be taken. After all, this was the hardline policy of the country, relating to the enrollment rates of Xinghai universities. Xingu University, Admissions Department. When a training match score and a video were delivered to the admissions teacher, the bespectacled, refined male teacher was instantly stunned, followed by wild joy. Quickly call mentor Nangong over, there's a talented student here. Chapter 14, Nangong Yuti. Nangong Yuti was sitting in her office examining an ancient book. This ancient book recorded many powerful ancient creatures. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on her door. Nangong Yuti frowned slightly, "Come in." The male teacher from the admissions department rushed in, panting, and immediately shouted, "Mentor Nangong, there's a genius profile from the admissions department, you have to take a look." Before he finished speaking, he placed the materials in his hand on Nangong Yuti's desk. Nangong Yuti shot him a glance. "What kind of student makes you so flustered?" The male teacher awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Nangong Yuti checked Ye Chen's training match ranking. Training competition first place, level, LV10. She nodded slightly. Not bad. To reach level 10 on the first day puts you among the top 100 in the nation. But even though such students are rare, is it really necessary for you to be so flustered? Nangong Yuti looked at the male teacher with a puzzled expression. Please take a look at the training competition video. Oh? There's a video? Such things are usually not made public. Did this student offend someone? It's a long story. Next to the video, there's a handwritten letter from Principal Chen explaining the reason for the public release. Please wait a moment, and you'll understand. Nangong Yuti opened the video. In the first few minutes, her expression was calm, but when Ye Chen's Azure Python instantly defeated the venomous Ruins King, her expression changed. Nangong Yuti's eyes widened, staring intently at the massive blue snake. With her jade finger, she paused the video, zoomed in, and after a careful look, she immediately picked up an ancient book beside her. This ancient book cost her a lot of money to acquire from an old beast master. When she found the information on the ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon, her eyes narrowed, and her breathing quickened. Then, her fingers trembled as she searched for the lower evolutionary forms of the Azure Dragon. It really is a beast with Azure Dragon bloodline. Nangong Yuti murmured in disbelief. The male teacher was also shocked by her words. Azure Dragon? Nangong mentor, is it really the Azure Python with the bloodline of the divine beast Azure Dragon? Nangong Yuti took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently, and after a long time, she finally calmed down. This student's information is classified and absolutely cannot be leaked. The male teacher's expression became serious. I understand the seriousness of this matter. Please rest assured, Nangong mentor. I will personally go to evaluate this student. You may leave now. The male teacher quietly stepped back, gently closing the door behind him. Nangong Yuti leaned back in her chair, her eyes fixed on the Azure Python in the video. For some unknown reason, 30,000 years ago, divine beasts disappeared from Blue Star Continent. Even beasts with divine bloodlines no longer appeared. Since then, the once glorious profession of Beast Master has been overshadowed by other professions, and now it has become a marginalized career. This Azure Python is the hope of Beast Masters. If it can be cultivated into a divine beast, then the Divine Palace University can return to its peak glory from 30,000 years ago. A glimmer of longing flashed in Nangon Yuti's eyes. Every divine beast possesses immense power and is the top creature in Blue Star Continent. Even the best among various professions cannot compete with them. At that time, let's see how the other three universities can rival the Divine Palace University. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly and rushed out of the room, casually summoning a gigantic flying dragon and leaping onto its back. Let's go, we are heading to Tianqing Province. The flying dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, rushing towards Tianqing Province, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next day, the chubby guy waited at the school gate of Qingting High School. When he saw Ye Chen approaching, he called out from a distance. Hey, Ye bro, I've already found several buyers. They all want to buy this equipment. Ye Chen stuffed the equipment into the chubby guy's arms. You take it to auction. Once it's done, I'll give you 10,000 as a handling fee. The chubby guy shook his head repeatedly. It's my honor to do this for Ye bro, how could I ask you for a handling fee? Take it, just accept it. No need for so much talk. Ye Chen waved his hand and walked towards the school gate. The chubby guy hurriedly grabbed his arm. Aren't you coming with me? You go ahead, I don't feel like going. Ye Chen left without looking back. Ye bro really trusts me, he's not even afraid I'll pocket some of the auction money. The chubby guy murmured and turned to head to the auction hall. As Ye Chen entered the campus, several classmates came to find him and took him to the principal's office. Chen Jiyu was pacing in the office, looking excited. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Knock knock. Principal Chen, I'm here. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Chen Jiyu's eyes lit up with concern. Ye student. How did you rest last night? Did you have breakfast this morning? I still have a few buns here, do you want to eat some? Ye Chen politely declined. Thank you, I have already had breakfast. That's good. Come on, don't just stand there. Sit down first, I have some good news to tell you. When it came to the words good news, Chen Jiyu raised his voice a few decibels, excitement unable to be hid in his tone. He eagerly moved a chair over for Ye Chen to sit down. What news? Ye Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with a person of such high status showing him such courtesy. As soon as the rankings came out yesterday, I urgently sent them to Xingu University. Today, I got a reply from Xingu University. Such efficiency shows how much they value you. You must know that there are students across the country who reached level 10 on the first day. Their replies usually take a week or two. Moreover, the assessment mentor from Xingu University arrived today. Their level of attention towards you is obvious. You need to prepare well for the assessment, Ye student. They are coming for assessment so soon. Ye Chen was surprised. Xingu University is one of the 4 key universities in the country, and they are very proud. Even when they conduct assessments, they would usually wait 1 or 2 months, often sending mentors for assessments close to the college entrance examination. Yes, and the mentor they sent this time is the renowned Nangon Yuti. Chen Jiyu exclaimed excitedly. Nangon Yuti is a giant in the Beastmaster community. At a young age, she has already cultivated Lord-level beasts. It is said that her beasts have reached a critical point and might evolve to king level at any moment. She herself is well-read and has extensive knowledge of beast mastery. You could say that if she takes just one look, she can tell the origins of your beasts, whether they have potential for cultivation, what materials they are suited for, and so on. Chen Jiyu's excitement grew, and his eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. Someone like her must have high standards. Ye Chen interrupted Chen Jiyu's rambling. The standards are indeed high, but I have great confidence in you, Ye student. If you perform well, you will surely surprise mentor Nangon. Chen Jiyu said with a smile. Just as the two were happily chatting, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed from outside. Where is Ye Chen? Come out. A burly man descended from the sky, radiating golden light all over, like 1,000 tons of thunder, carrying an overwhelming aura. Chapter 15, The Arrival from the Haotian Martial Academy. Many students watching the burly man on the playground felt as if a large stone was pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Wow, who is this? Storming into our Xingha High School looking for trouble? Lower your voice, don't you see his bare upper body covered in muscles? If you aren't afraid of death, keep talking. I feel he is even more powerful than Principal Chen. What should we do? He comes in asking for Ye Chen by name. Could it be that Ye Chen's enemies from outside of school have come looking for him? Chen Jiyu and Ye Chen hurried out of the office and reached the edge of the playground, finally seeing the man. The man had a bare upper body, muscles bulging, and walked with a grand gait. Colorful light burst forth from under his feet as he walked. With neat short hair and a determined face, his rebellious aura revealed his strength. Upon seeing the man's demeanor, Chen Jiyu forced a smile and approached. Distinguished guest, may I ask what brings you to Xingha High School? I'm looking for Ye Chen. The man said loudly, his voice booming like a bell, resonating in the ears. What do you want with Ye Chen? Old man, you're talking too much. Hurry up and call Ye Chen out to respond. Chen Jiyu helplessly turned back to glance at Ye Chen, his eyes seemingly asking, who is this? Your enemy? Ye Chen shook his head and stepped forward. Who this guy was, he didn't even know. I am Ye Chen. What do you want from me? The man's eyebrows shot up, and he looked Ye Chen up and down without any hesitation. So scrawny, you look like you barely weigh anything. How could someone like you defeat the Ruins King? Relying solely on beast taming, in my eyes, you're simply pathetic. Beast tamers are just gutter jobs, utterly useless. I really don't understand how those old fogies at Haotian Academy set their sights on you. I'll ask you just one question, are you coming to Haotian Martial Academy? The man crossed his arms, raised his head, and looked down his nose at Ye Chen. Haotian Martial Academy ranks first among the 4 key universities, it is the strongest university in the country, how many people struggle just to get in? Once you enter Haotian Martial Academy, it means walking on a broad road to success, who knows how many people will rush to flatter you, give gifts, hoping to associate with the students of Martial Academy. Every student admitted to Haotian Martial Academy is a proud child of heaven, the hope of the entire village. Each time, they would bang gongs and drum, announcing it to the 10 miles and 8 villages. The village celebrates for 3 days and nights with a grand feast. All friends and relatives would come to visit this student's home, hoping to forge connections. The surrounding students turned red with excitement upon hearing that this man was from Haotian Martial Academy, here to recruit Ye Chen. I can't believe I get to see a student from Haotian Martial Academy in my lifetime. I'm about to faint, he's so handsome. Did that man just ask Ye Chen if he wants to come to Haotian Martial Academy? Oh my god, Ye Chen actually has a chance to enter. This guy Ye Chen is so enviable, one must almost score full marks on the college entrance exam to catch Haotian Martial Academy's eye. How come Ye Chen got noticed just by ranking first in a training match? Damn it, why don't I have such luck? As the man listened to the discussions and screams of the surrounding students, his pride grew even stronger. Not only is he a student of Haotian Martial Academy, but he is also the king of the new students this year. This time, due to training in Tianjin province, he unexpectedly got called back urgently by a few old folks from Haotian Academy to recruit a person named Ye Chen from Xingha High School. Hanyan, hurry to Xingha High School and recruit that beast tamer named Ye Chen to Haotian Martial Academy. Beast tamer? Isn't that a gutter job? Why is our academy recruiting such students? Qin Hanyan was puzzled. Sai, just don't ask too much, you go bring Ye Chen in first, even if you can't recruit him, at least keep him stable, don't let the other 3 universities snatch him away. We are too far from Tianjin province, it will take us a couple of days to arrive, just make sure to stabilize Ye Chen before the assessment instructors arrive. Qin Hanyan was even more confused and felt extremely dissatisfied. Who is this Ye Chen, that he could attract the attention of the Haotian Academy tutors, and there's talk of other 3 universities coming to compete? After hanging up the phone, Qin Hanyan snorted coldly, Ye Chen, huh? I'll meet him tomorrow and see what ability he has to attract Haotian Academy's notice. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Qin Hanyan was greatly disappointed. How could such a skinny person, seemingly powerless, probably be beaten to death with one punch? In his view, people like Ye Chen who rely on external forces like beasts are all paths of crooked ways, they can't stand out. He believes in the supremacy of body refining, only with a stronger physique can one have stronger power. People who rely on beast taming like Ye Chen are chicken skins, and as long as he finds an opportunity, he can definitely knock Ye Chen out with one punch. Now that Haotian Martial Academy actively invited Ye Chen, someone as weak as him would surely cry rivers, wishing to kneel at his feet, begging him to bring them into the academy. Suddenly, amidst the noisy crowd, Ye Chen's response broke through. I refuse. As long as you call me Grandpa Qin, I'll bring you in today. What? The surrounding noises were a bit chaotic. Qin Hanyan didn't notice what Ye Chen said, it seemed he was saying he was rejecting? Refusing? How is that possible? This is an invitation from Haotian Martial Academy, he can't refuse. Qin Hanyan stared wide-eyed at Ye Chen. The expression was serious. What did you just say? I said I refuse, are you deaf? Ye Chen's voice was crisp and firm. Before Qin Hanyan could respond, the surrounding students erupted in a clamor. Reject, reject? Ye Chen actually rejected the invitation from Haotian Martial Arts Academy. Damn, Ye Chen must be crazy, this is Haotian Martial Arts Academy. How many people have sharpened their heads just to get in, and he actually refuses? He's crazy, he must be crazy. I have heard students from Black Dragon High School say Ye Chen is the king of forcing people, seeing it today, it's indeed true. No wonder people from Black Dragon High School dislike him, damn it, now I'm also very unhappy. If you don't want to go to Haotian Martial Arts Academy, give the spot to me, I want to get in. You're wasting the spot, it hurts my heart. Qin Hanyan looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. Do you know who you are refusing? That is Haotian Martial Arts Academy. The top-ranked university in the country. How many officials and wealthy families have spent countless fortunes and connections to get in, and you say you refuse? Ye Chen calmly said, so what? I said I'm not going. What is Haotian Martial Arts Academy? In my eyes, it's just chickens and dogs. Qin Hanyan felt like he was about to spit blood upon hearing Ye Chen's arrogant words. Entering Haotian Martial Arts Academy was his proudest achievement. What was Ye Chen's attitude? Mockery? Disdain? Ye Chen. You are giving me face but don't want it. Haotian Martial Arts Academy personally invited you, not only do you refuse but you even dare to mock. You are disrespecting Haotian Martial Arts Academy. What are you? A low-level beast master, and you dare to bark in front of me. Now I command you to kneel down and apologize, admit your mistake to Haotian Martial Arts Academy, or don't blame me for smashing your dog head with one punch. Qin Hanyan was furious, his harsh scoldings fell like thunder in the clear sky, hitting everyone's hearts one after another, shaking their ears, making their hearts tremble. Chen Jiyu was already in a panic. Ye Chen always got him into trouble. The person before him was from Haotian Martial Arts Academy. It was fine to not go, but why mock them? Now he really poked the sky. Ye Chen, if you don't admit your mistake, Haotian Martial Arts Academy is not something our small Xinghe High School can provoke. A good man doesn't seek momentary advantage. Chen Jiyu advised Ye Chen. Ye Chen sneered, let me apologize to a mad dog that came to Xinghe High School barking early in the morning. Sorry, I can't do it. You dare to call me a dog? Qin Hanyan was enraged. Today, even if you kneel down to admit your mistake, it will be too late. I must break one of your arms. Qin Hanyan's right fist gathered golden light, a terrifying aura emanated from it, startling the surrounding students into screaming and retreating. Ye Chen, die! Qin Hanyan shouted and punched out. The fierce wind from the punch stripped away the grass on the playground to a depth of 3 meters. All the onlookers were blown away by this gust, the weaker ones spitting blood in the air. Ye Chen frowned and was about to summon Xiao Qing from the beast master space when a soft laugh came from the sky. Qin Hanyan, you sure are impressive. Chapter 16, Lord-level Beast Master. A fireball fell from the sky, blocking in front of Ye Chen. Qin Hanyan's forward rush was forced to stop. The fierce punch was completely blocked by the fireball. Boom! The explosion from the collision of the two energies caused a violent wind, blowing everyone around off balance. Qin Hanyan turned back in anger. At the school gate stood a man and a woman. The man was in military uniform, with a serious face, his muscles tense all over, seeming to have explosive power. The woman wore a blue mage robe, holding a floating magic book in her palm, calmly looking at Qin Hanyan. I wonder how the mentors at Haotian Martial Arts Academy would feel knowing you act this way. Qin Hanyan, you are truly arrogantly foolish. The mentors called you over to recruit Ye Chen, not to show off here. The girl's voice was calm and serene, yet carried an undeniable authority. Qin Hanyan furrowed his brows tightly. Humph, why are you two here? Is it only allowed for your Haotian Martial Academy to recruit Ye Chen? Are we from the other two families not allowed to send anyone over? The girl said. Just a level 10 Beast Tamer, yet everyone treats him like a treasure. It's really laughable. If you want him, go ahead and recruit. Qin Hanyan crossed his arms. The boy in military uniform walked straight up to Ye Chen. Hello, I am from Longyuan War Academy. On behalf of Longyuan War Academy, I extend an invitation for an assessment. If you wish to join Longyuan War Academy, you can come find me at the Defense Department in Tianqing Province tomorrow. The girl also stood next to Ye Chen, handing him a gold-embossed invitation. I am Zhuang Chuhan from St. Roland Joint High Martial Academy. Our mentors are far from Tianqing Province. On behalf of the school, I extend an invitation for an assessment. Our mentors will arrive in about 3 days. If you are interested in our school, please bring this invitation to Shuehu Park to find me in 3 days. Both top universities simultaneously extended invitations, and Chen Jiyu had already been stunned nearby. No one in Tianqing Province had been admitted to the 4 key universities for over a decade, yet today, 3 came out at once. The students around could only envy, wishing it were themselves being fought over by 3 major universities. Alas, it could only happen in dreams. At this moment, they looked at Ye Chen with complete respect, they no longer looked down on him. Given Ye Chen's achievements, not to mention them, even the top students from Tianqing Province in the past had never received such treatment. Those were the top universities in the country, always the ones seeking to admit students. Where had anyone like Ye Chen been so sought after by top universities? Ye Chen looked at the two before him, still calm as ever. Thank you both for your invitations, but my preferred school is Xingu University. Zhuang Chuan slightly furrowed her brows. Your potential is quite good, going to Xingu University feels like a waste. Although Xingu University is among the top 4 universities nationwide, it is the one that ranks at the bottom every year. Are you sure you want to go to Xingu University? Ye Chen nodded. Alright, then. I wish you success on your exams. Zhuang Chuhan retracted the invitation. The boy in military uniform turned and strode out of the campus. To them, a student like Ye Chen, who had reached level 10 in a training competition, was the kind of student that numbered in the hundreds every year. Who knows how many like him existed within the 4 major universities? Although he had decent potential, he could be considered a genius, but the 4 top universities were never short of geniuses. Qin Hanyan felt an indescribable pleasure seeing them both downcast. Ye Chen was like a smelly stone in a latrine, both foul and hard, making anyone who got too close feel nauseous. A trash beast tamer only deserves to attend the worst school. Ye Chen, you better pray not to encounter me in the Tower of Death. Qin Hanyan sneered. As soon as his words fell, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky, followed by a commanding female voice. Is this how Haotian Martial Academy teaches its students? Openly insulting my Xingu University as a garbage school, today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of your mentors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp sound of wind rushed down from the sky, heading straight for Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan suddenly looked up, only to see that the previously clear blue sky had unexpectedly formed a massive funnel-shaped tornado. Zhuang Chuhan looked at the change in the sky, her mouth slightly open, breathing rapidly, her face changing dramatically. What is this? A level 10 magic? Everyone also looked up, seeing the tornado descend like celestial wrath. A powerful sense of oppression felt as if the sky was falling. Ye Chen's heart also shook violently. Wow, this tornado must be over 10 meters in diameter. Is this powerful magic meant to flatten Starry River High School? Chen Jiyu looked like he had just bitten a bitter melon. Starry River High School was the result of years of hard work he had put in, and now, a tornado might flatten it completely. Shouldn't today be a day filled with joy and good news? Why, up until now, nothing has been happy, everything has been a heartbreaking mess. He had thought that Ye Chen would soon be accepted into a top university, and that Starry River High would rise to a higher level, but who could have guessed that now the school was about to be leveled? Do the people from the top universities really not care about small fry like them? The tornado moved extremely fast, taking only a few seconds from formation to landing. Whoosh! Boom! At the moment the tornado landed, the already 3-meter deep playground was now gouged out into a pit more than 10 meters deep. However, this wind was quite peculiar, as it specifically targeted the area where Qin Hanyan was, and everything around it remained completely intact, not even touched by the wind's force. The school's surroundings were untouched. When the tornado landed, Qin Hanyan's body shone with golden light as he resisted with all his strength. At this moment, except for the giant pit more than 10 meters wide where he had completely disappeared. Above the playground, a shadow drifted over and slowly enveloped everyone. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a giant dragon more than 10 meters long flapped its wings as it slowly descended, with a heroic woman standing on its back. The woman had a neat, shoulder-length haircut, and her appearance was clean and elegant. She had a scholarly aura, yet exuded the authority of a superior, making it impossible for anyone to dare offend her. In her hand, she was holding Qin Hanyan like a dead dog. Everyone had thought that Qin Hanyan had died in the tornado, but now it seemed he had been badly injured by the tornado, then sucked into the air, and caught by this woman. When the giant dragon appeared, Ye Chen saw its information already displayed on the system page. Wind God Winged Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, LV 100. Attack, 23,000. Defense, 27,000. Spirit, 19,000. Agility, 31,000. Skills, Great Tornado, Wind Blade, Dragon Breath Wind Curse, Berserk Tornado, Wind Escape Magic Ring, Wind Magic Impact Technique. Holy crap! Lord Level Beast Master. 6 skills. And every skill seems incredibly powerful. Ye Chen's heart shook. He never expected that this woman in front of him was also a Beastmaster, and a powerful one with a Lord Level beast. Chapter 17, I Want to Be Your Student. Zhuang Chuhan and the man in military uniform's faces changed dramatically when they saw this woman. It's actually Nangon Yuri, one of the most powerful mentors of Shingon University. Why is she here? This woman was an extremely terrifying figure. At the moment she awakened at 18, she contracted a golden level beast, and by the first day of the training competition, she had already reached level 13. No one had ever broken her record. She was also a representative of profound knowledge, with an almost photographic memory. The beast knowledge stored in her mind could be described as vast as the ocean. She was sharp and intelligent, having created many evolution paths for beast masters. Her beast had been raised from a golden level beast to a lord level beast in just 5 years. A lord level beast, what does that even mean? Once a beast master's beast reaches lord level, it undergoes a transformation beyond imagination. Lord-level beasts were once referred to as great horrors in ancient times. Each of them possessed world-destroying power. Other awakened humans would have to reach the 9th transition to even have a chance to face a lord-level beast. If they wanted to kill one, it would take at least 5 9th transition professionals working together to have any hope of victory. What's more, her beast had already been at lord level for several years. It was likely close to breaking through to the king level. Her strength was unfathomable. If we set aside her position as a mentor at Shingon University, Nangon Yuri could easily become the emperor of a country on the Blue Star continent. You are a true top master. After the two were surprised, they quickly greeted Nangon Yuri politely. Hello, teacher Nangon. Nangon Yuri glanced at the two and nodded slightly, then threw Qin Hanyang to the ground. Bang! After the dull sound, a cloud of dust rose from the ground, and Qin Hanyang coughed a few times, covering his chest, standing up painfully, and respectfully saluted Nangon Yuri. Hello, teacher Nangon. Who did you just say is garbage? Nangon Yuri's expression was calm. Qin Hanyang twitched his face and immediately slapped himself a few times. It's all my fault, I beg teacher Nangon for forgiveness. I will remember today's event, and later I will seek justice from your teacher. Nangon Yuri said indifferently. Qin Hanyang had a bitter expression, and did not dare to refute. He meekly responded and quickly rolled to the side to stand still. Just as he stood firm, he felt a sweetness in his throat and hurriedly closed his mouth, forcefully swallowing the blood that was about to spew out. Damn, today is really the luckiest day of my life. I was caught red-handed by Nangon Yuri. Not only did I get beaten, but when I go back, I will also be reprimanded and scolded by my teacher. Next time I go out, I must check the calendar. He cursed in his heart, but did not dare to show any expression on his face. The burning pain in his chest left him no choice but to endure standing there, fearing to upset Nangon Yuri again inadvertently. Are you Ye Chen? Nangon Yuri turned her head to look at Ye Chen. Although her tone was flat, there was an aura of authority that was not angry yet intimidating. Ye Chen's face stiffened, and he replied solemnly, yes. This teacher Nangon had an incredibly strong presence. As soon as she appeared, the 3 students from prestigious schools were standing like quails, behaving very obediently. It seems that this woman has a huge background. You, very good. Are you interested in coming to my Divine Palace University? Nangon Yuri looked at Ye Chen with a strange light in her eyes. Of course I'm interested. I came here specifically for Divine Palace University. I heard that you specialize in research on beast companions, right? So, you must be skilled in the way of beast taming? Nangon Yuri nodded. Then do you know what the background of my beast companion is? Are you testing me? Nangon Yuri looked at Ye Chen with interest. If you want to think this way, then so be it. After all, the university I am going to cannot be too low level. If it doesn't even know the background of my beast companion, then it's better not to go. Before Nangon Yuri could respond, others couldn't help but speak up first. Damn, so pretentious, what a jerk. This kid Ye Chen is really a jerk. This teacher looks like a top-tier expert, and he dares to talk to her like this. Does he not know how to die? Brother Yi, forever young. Refusing offers from the 3 top universities, and still daring to show off in front of Divine Palace University, truly a model of peer pressure. Hearing Ye Chen's meaning, if this teacher does not know the origin of his beast companion, is she not worthy of him attending? Good, good, good. You an orphan, and you still dare to set a test for a prestigious university? Throughout history, you are truly the first, I am convinced. Zhuang Chuhan and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Does he even know who this woman in front of him is? He actually dares to test Nangon Yuri? Saying this out loud, isn't he afraid of being laughed to death? How many classic works in the beast master world have come from her hand? Nangon Yuri is a master in the beast taming world. Ye Chen is really audacious. The few of them looked at Nangon Yuri, but did not see the angry expression they imagined. She seemed to think it was interesting? Interesting? Is this really possible? Am I not hallucinating? That is Nangon Yuri. There are not many things that can make her feel interested. Shouldn't she be angry at Ye Chen's disrespect? Nangon Yuri waved her hand at Ye Chen, signaling him to come closer. Ye Chen stepped forward a few steps and stood still in front of her. With such a close distance from Nangon Yuri, the fragrance on her body naturally wafted into Ye Chen's nose. It is hard to say whether it is perfume or something else. The smell is very unique, making one feel as if they are immersed in a sea of spring flowers, extremely comfortable and elegant, refreshing the mind. Nangon Yuri is very tall, estimated to be around 1 meter 80, with a long and slender figure. Her proportions are absolutely stunning. She is undoubtedly a top-notch woman. With her looks and figure, she could easily become a world-renowned model. Ye Chen is only 1 meter 76 tall, slightly shorter than Nangon Yuri. He saw Nangon Yuri lower her head and gently whisper in Ye Chen's ear. To the onlookers, this scene was extremely affectionate. Zhuang Chuhan and the others, who knew her background, felt as if they were struck by lightning, instantly stunned and bewildered. Is this really the cold Nangong mentor they knew? Not only did she allow this disrespectful student Ye Chen to come close, but she also affectionately whispered in his ear? Oh my god, the sun must be rising from the west. The other students who were unaware could only feel jealousy and envy. Meanwhile, Chen Jiyu had long become an unnoticed background figure, standing like a stone statue beside them. After hearing what Nangong Yuri said, Ye Chen's expression showed slight surprise. This woman is indeed very strong. Not only did she mention that Xiao Cheng possesses the Azure Dragon bloodline, but she also indicated the path for evolution and how to strengthen it. However, he did not need the path for evolution at all. With his brother Tonzi around, Xiao Cheng would eventually evolve into a divine beast. What intrigued him was the strengthening method that Nangong Yuri mentioned. Xiao Qing's skills could actually be enhanced. He had witnessed the powerful effects of Xiao Qing's 3 skills with his own eyes, if they could be further strengthened. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. This Divine Palace University is a must-visit. If he could learn under this woman's guidance, it would be even more thrilling. Ye Chen had a premonition that perhaps only this woman in front of him had the ability to guide him to continue improving. Finally, Nangong Yuri straightened her body and smiled at Ye Chen, saying, "Your beast is quite good, but your strength is too weak. A tall tree attracts the wind. It is best not to expose the origins of your beast now. Do you understand?" Ye Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder she wanted to speak to him in whispers. Her thoughts are quite delicate. I must make this woman my university mentor. Ye Chen said, "Thank you, Mentor Nangong, for your guidance. May I ask to become your disciple?" Ye Chen, you are humiliating yourself. Just the fact that Mentor Nangong is talking to you already gives you great face. Do you know who is standing in front of you? She is one of the strongest beast masters in the world, and you want to be her disciple? Do you deserve it? Qin Hanyon couldn't help but mock him. Zhuang Chuhan frowned slightly. To be clear, Nangong Yuri has a very high spirit. She never takes in students. Ye Chen's abrupt request to become her disciple is indeed too reckless and indistinguishable from a foolish rookie. The man in military uniform shook his head as well. Nangong Yuri stated, "If you want to be my student, it depends on whether you can pass my assessment." Isn't it just an assessment? Bring it on, Ye Chen will take it all. Ye Chen responded confidently. Damn it, I'm hard now, my fists are hard. Qin Hanyan looked at Ye Chen's punchable expression, feeling a surge of anger. This kid is just too pretentious. That is Nangong Mentor's assessment. How can he speak so arrogantly as if it's not worth mentioning and that he can definitely pass? He has seen people act tough, but never someone so ridiculously tough. Qin Hanyan was very unhappy right now. If he could, he would want to kill Ye Chen on the spot. Chapter 18, Successful Assessment. Nangong Yuri stopped talking nonsense and jumped onto the back of the Wind God Winged Dragon, saying to Ye Chen, "Get on." Following the wings of the Wind God Winged Dragon that came down, Ye Chen also jumped onto its back. The Wind God Winged Dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky at a very fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a group of onlookers dumbfounded. This speed is just too fast. The two rode the Wind God Winged Dragon at great speed to a high mountain in the suburb of Tianqing Province. The vegetation here is dense, and no one is around. Nangong Yuri withdrew her Wind Spirit Winged Dragon. Release all your beasts. A flash of blue and red light shone, and a summoning array appeared in the air. The blue array was extremely large, and a blue figure slowly descended from it, the powerful pressure causing the stones on the ground to tremble subtly. The massive body of the blue python, over 10 meters long, flattened the grass and trees on the mountain, its blue scales shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Nangong Yuri looked at the giant python before her breathing slightly hurried, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Even though she had seen this blue snake in videos, seeing it with her own eyes still made her heart race with excitement. She fixed her gaze on the two protrusions on the little blue head, unable to hide her excitement as she said, "It's actually starting to evolve towards a flood dragon." Very good, Ye Chen, you are indeed a genius. You haven't gone astray in your evolutionary direction. Without a teacher, your potential even surpasses mine. So, what is your assessment? Ye Chen asked. Nangong Yuri smiled slightly and took out 4 pitch-black light balls suspended in the air. These light balls looked very heavy. These 4 balls are my assessment for you. Each ball weighs 1,000 kilograms. As a freshman in senior year, the usual limit is to withstand the attack of 1 ball. However, you are different. As long as you can withstand the attacks of all 4 balls for a minute, you pass. Come on. Ye Chen said calmly. It's just catching 4 small balls, what's so hard about that? As soon as his words fell, the 4 light balls whistled from 4 directions. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. With a thought, the little blue immediately understood his intention and quickly wrapped his massive body around Ye Chen. Boom! 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 All 4 light balls hit the little blue. The heavy force caused it to make dull thudding sounds, and Ye Chen, hiding inside, felt the power of the light balls and thought, this is not good. These seemingly unremarkable light balls packed quite a punch. He had to do something, otherwise, if he took a few more hits, the little blue would be injured internally. Hardened phosphorus armor. Hiss. The little blue's eyes flashed fiercely, its body trembled, and blue light quickly covered its entire body, washing over it like flowing water, making its scales shine even brighter. Nangong Yudi had been watching the blue snake all along. At this moment, seeing this skill, she unconsciously touched her chin with her right hand, revealing a thoughtful expression. Boom! The 4 light balls struck the little blue once more. However, this time the little blue could easily withstand them. With the skill enhancement, these light balls no longer posed a threat. Nangong Yudi pointed in the air a few times with her hand, a faint golden spell quickly forming. Double gravity, level 1. After the golden spell formed, it flickered a few times and then vanished without a trace. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light on the 4 light balls, making them grow in size. Ye Chen, be careful. I have increased the weight of the light balls by 1 level. What? Is this how you play? Why did you suddenly increase the difficulty during the assessment? This is unfair. Nangong Yudi cleared her throat, her expression slightly awkward. You are a genius, so of course, you receive special treatment. Focus on the assessment and don't get distracted. Alright, if that's how you want to play, then I won't defend at all. Little blue, full attack. Bring down these 4 damn balls. Twin poison fangs. Hiss. With a fierce roar, the little blue opened its mouth and shot out several poisonous fangs towards 2 of the balls. Clang. Clang. With 2 crisp sounds, the poisonous fangs, like 2 white needles, pierced deeply into the insides of the light balls. Hiss. The sound of balloons popping echoed as the 2 light balls quickly shrank, turning into pools of green liquid on the ground under the intense corrosion of the poisonous fangs. Nangong Yudi frowned slightly, reached out and summoned the remaining 2 light balls back. You little brat, you're really narrow-minded. These 4 light balls are not easy to create. If you destroy them all, those old men will never let me hear the end of it. Ye Chen poked his head out from Xiao Qing's abdomen and smiled at Nangong Yudai. So, Mentor Nangong, does this mean I passed the assessment? Nangong Yudai rubbed her temples. You're the first student to destroy the Dark Night Star beads, so of course, you've passed. She felt speechless. For an assessment to end up destroying 2 beads, she would definitely get an earful from those old men back at the university. The thought of it annoyed her. Hee, does this mean I'm officially enrolled in Shingon University? Are there any benefits? Ye Chen said with a happy smile. Shingon University was the nation's top institution. Surely they would provide hefty scholarships and valuable resources, like items for skill enhancement. Ye Chen had been keeping this in mind. Nangong Yudai shot him a glance and irritably pulled out a beautifully crafted admission letter from Shingon University, slamming it hard on Ye Chen's chest. Ugh. Ye Chen was knocked back and nearly retched from the force of the blow. You'll get benefits once you start at the university. You, nasty little brat, destroyed 2 of my beads. It's enough to drive me mad. Just go home by yourself. Without waiting for Ye Chen to reply, Nangong Yudai summoned the wind god pterosaur and soared high into the sky, disappearing quickly from the mountaintop. Hey! Mentor Nangong, you can't just leave me here. This is so far from Xingha High School, how am I supposed to get back? However, his shout didn't reach Nangong Yudai's ears and was swallowed by the chilly wind at the mountaintop. As the cold wind blew, Ye Chen's slender figure stood alone at the mountaintop, making the scene even more desolate. Women's hearts are as hard to read as the depths of the ocean. Just a moment ago, we were laughing and joking, and you were the one being unreasonable. Now, 2 beads are broken, and you get angry right away. Ye Chen reached out and patted Xiao Qing, who stood proudly beside him. Xiao Qing, let's head back. Xiao Qing lowered its head, and after Ye Chen jumped on, it started to carry him down the winding path from the mountaintop. Recalling how Nangong Yudai had left so effortlessly on the wind god pterosaur, Ye Chen wished even more for a flying beast of his own. I need to figure out the conditions for mutation quickly and evolve the flamingo into a high-level beast. That way, I can soar through the skies and go anywhere with ease. While Nangong Yudai was speeding through the air, she suddenly scratched her head, feeling awkward. Oh no, I got so upset I forgot to give that kid the awakening crystal. His flamingo is only at silver rank and still a juvenile, which is the best time for evolution. Well, I'll just give it to him next time. Consider it a punishment for him breaking my 2 Dark Night Star beads. Chapter 19, Online Training Room. Ye Chen put in a lot of effort before finally returning to his rented room. It was already 10 p.m. When he reached the door, the chubby boy had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Ye Chen return, he immediately walked over with a big smile. Brother Yi, you're finally back. That piece of equipment is really hot, so many rich kids are fighting over it. I've heard that since it's your equipment, they've raised their offers even more. The chubby boy took out a bank card. After deducting the auction fee of 30,000 dragon soul coins, there are 600,000 dragon soul coins left in this card. Ye Chen smiled. You did well. What's your name? My name is Zhou Xiao Chao, but everyone calls me Fei Bo. Brother Yi, just call me Fei Bo from now on, hee hee. Ye Chen took the bank card and then transferred 60,000 dragon soul coins to Fei Bo's account. I won't shortchange you for doing my work, this is the promised reward. Fei Bo repeatedly declined, but he couldn't resist Ye Chen. Alright, you can go back now, I need to rest. Fei Bo nodded repeatedly, feeling very grateful for the 60,000 coins Ye Chen had given him. 60,000 coins was no small amount, many hard-working people toil for a year and may not even save that much. He excitedly patted his chest and said, in the future, just let me know if you need anything, Brother Yi. As long as I, Fei Bo, can help, I would even go through a mountain of knives or a pot of boiling oil. Ye Chen shook his head and smiled, stop flattering me, just get lost. Hey, alright, Brother Yi, take a good rest. The chubby boy left with a beaming smile. After Ye Chen returned to his room, he directly lay down on the bed, not wanting to move at all, completely worn out. He walked along the mountain path all afternoon, and didn't dare to ride Xiao Cheng straight down the mountain. He only let Xiao Cheng take him a few kilometers before putting it back into the beast space. After all, Xiao Cheng was too massive, with its 10-meter body making people think that the Tianxing province was being invaded by exotic beasts. After descending the mountain, there were several vehicle changes and rides, and this body wasn't strong to begin with. After all this hassle, he was already exhausted and dizzy. Ye Chen lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, he quickly ate breakfast and went to school. As soon as Ye Chen stepped into Xinghe High School, he attracted everyone's attention. Everywhere, people were discussing his glorious achievements and showy moments. Chen Jiyu learned he was at school and hurried over to invite him to the office. Ye Chen, how did the assessment go? Did you pass? Chen Jiyu had a big smile, moving chairs, serving tea, and pouring water, very attentive. Hey, it was just an assessment, do you not trust me? Really? This is the admission notice from Xingu University. Ye Chen took out the exquisite admission notice and placed it on the tea table. Chen Jiyu's eyes lit up when he saw the admission notice, and he smiled even more brightly. Great, great. My Xinghe High School is known for its brilliant talents, and you got into the top university in the country, ha ha ha. So, why did you call me over? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Of course I called you over for good news. First of all, congratulations on getting into Xingu University. Our school promised that as long as you could get into a key university, we would reward you with 1 million dragon soul coins, but since you got into one of the top 4 famous schools in the country, the school board has decided to double your reward, which means 2 million dragon soul coins. Not bad, you guys are much better than Heilong High School. Ye Chen smiled. This time he became rich overnight, over 2 million dragon soul coins, which could surely buy some strengthening resources. Besides these rewards, you can also use our online training room for free without limits. The online training room is a great thing, and Ye Chen was overjoyed. As everyone knows, the dungeons in the Blue Star continent are rare items, and the entrances to each dungeon are controlled by some powers or schools. To go inside to fight monsters and level up, you need their permission. If an unclaimed dungeon entrance is found in the wild, it will definitely trigger a scramble among major forces. Without strength, one cannot hold the dungeon entrance at all. The online training room is something made to mimic the dungeons. By wearing a virtual helmet, one can transfer their consciousness to the training hall, where they can choose the dungeon difficulty to practice, and there are also rankings and other things inside. Although fighting monsters in PK in the online training room does not yield real experience for level ups, it can increase practical combat experience, which will be greatly beneficial in future battles. Using the online training room costs 100 dragon soul coins per hour, which is considered an expensive training resource. Now that Ye Chen can use it for free without limits, that really saves him a lot of money. Thank you, Principal, I'm going to train now. Ye Chen said goodbye to the principal and dashed towards the online training room. Chen Jiyu watched Ye Chen's departing figure, his face full of contentment. Hopefully, when Ye Chen becomes a big shot in the future, he will remember the good deeds of Xinghe High School. Upon entering the online training room, there were loud noises everywhere, and many students were gathered around the training pods discussing something excitedly. Damn it, my ranking has dropped another 1,000 places. The college entrance exam is in a month, what can I do? I just practiced a new move called Lightning Flash, it's awesome. I'm going to dive into ranked matches later, and I'll surely climb up a few dozen places. Did you see? Xia Weiyuai from Heilong High School started ranked matches yesterday and has already climbed into the top 300. She's really a genius. Sai, only top 300. I originally thought with Xia Weiyuai's S-class profession, she could at least be in the top 10, but I didn't expect so many freaks in our cohort. She can't even squeeze into 200. This college entrance exam is going to be terrible, there are just too many talented people. I don't even know if I can go to university anymore, woo woo woo. Some people are happy while others are worried. Ye Chen passed by these students and learned a bit about the online training rooms. It turns out this online training room connects students from all over the country. This means all the senior students are in the same training hall, competing on the same stage. They can also go into online simulated dungeons to battle through levels, some of which are extremely difficult, few can pass them, and the completion rate is also ranked. At this moment, someone noticed Ye Chen had arrived, and discussions began to spring up. Isn't that Ye Chen? He's here to train too? Duh! Who wouldn't come here for the training hall? Hee, I'm curious to see if Ye Chen can break into the top 100. The online training hall isn't just filled with our Tianjin province geniuses, it's gathered the best students from across the country. Let's see how Ye Chen can keep pretending. I also think Ye Chen is too arrogant. He should go to the training hall and let the geniuses from the prestigious universities teach him a lesson. He needs to know that there are always greater heights and more extraordinary people. He should be more low-key, acting all high and mighty will get him killed someday. Hey, I'm not talking to you anymore. Ye Chen is in the training pod now, I need to hurry online to watch. Seeing Ye Chen lie down in the training pod, many students rushed to log on. They were all eager to watch Ye Chen, to see what kind of fame this recently skyrocketed figure, snatched by the 4 top universities, could achieve in the training hall. Of course, a large portion of the people were just waiting to see Ye Chen's misfortune. They didn't believe he could break into the top 100, after all, those within the top 100 are really terrifying. Chapter 20, Ranked Matches. Ye Chen lay in the training pod, put on the virtual helmet, and the pod door closed immediately. A strange feeling surged in his mind. His consciousness traveled through a numerical tunnel that resembled a black hole, appearing on a platform as white as jade. The circular platform hovered in the sky, surrounded by white clouds, with gentle breezes blowing now and then. Ye Chen felt a coolness, he was quite amazed, this thing was so realistic, it felt just like he personally descended here. Above his head, there were 3 options: dungeon, training room, ranked match. As the name suggests, the dungeon is where the students talked about fighting monsters and clearing levels, the training room is where one can test their training results. For instance, new skills can be tested for effectiveness, and the ranked match is where one competes against geniuses from across the country. Let's check out the ranked match first. He was curious about how high he could rank in the matches, mainly because during the last training match at school, those strange beasts were certainly not a single opponent for Xiaoqing. He wasn't fully aware of his own strength. Clicking on the ranked match, the 3 options above his head instantly disappeared, replaced by a timer. Matching for ranked match. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Match successful. Please get ready. Teeling High School, Zhang Xiaoyu, Mage, rank 12400. 24,000 ranks. It seems this Zhang Xiaoyu, like him, is also playing in ranked matches for the first time. Soon, a student in a high school uniform appeared. A lovely and charming girl appeared in front of him. Hello. How are you, classmate? I just came to play ranked matches too, please be gentle with me. Zhang Xiaoyu bounced in with a playful tone as soon as she appeared. Ye Chen. Accompanied by beeping sounds, the countdown above began to decrease. 3, 2, 1. Duel begins. What the heck, this boy is no fun at all. I'm such a cute girl talking to you, and you just keep a straight face. How very clueless. Fireball spell. With a whoosh, a huge fireball came crashing down from the sky. Zhang Xiaoyu felt the heat above and looked up, instantly terrified, as the fireball grew rapidly in her vision. Ah! Zhang Xiaoyu screamed, and then with a bang, she vanished in the explosion of the fireball spell. A duel should be fought well, just keep talking when you show up. Do you think everyone is as chatty as you? Ye Chen pouted and put away the flamingo. Ye Chen, victory. Current ranking, 12400. He casually clicked on matchmaking. The timer above lit up again. Match successful. Kyoto High School, Song Shui, Demon Sword Master, rank, 9865. Another girl classmate. Soon, Song Shui's figure appeared in front of Ye Chen. True to her name, her skin was snow white, and her expression calm. As soon as she appeared, she focused intently on Ye Chen, clearly ready for battle. This Song Shui was much more serious than the naive Zhang Xiaoyu. Ye Chen nodded to himself, thinking he needed to take this seriously. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Duel begins. Song Shui took the first move, and a snow-white blade appeared out of nowhere. She moved quickly, lightly touching the ground and hopping to Ye Chen's side. Starlight slash. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Flamingo, block her. Tweet. A magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Song Shui, and a little red bird flew out, flapping its wings to strike at her sword. Clang. The sword was knocked aside with great force, and Song Shui jumped back, creating distance from Ye Chen. Instant summon. She was taken aback. She didn't expect that this person was a beast master and could instantly summon a beast, indicating strong power. Generally speaking, a newly contracted beast master couldn't summon their beast at will without a period of practice, making it difficult to summon a beast freely in battle. Song Shui narrowed her eyes and danced her sword, creating a flurry of sword flowers. Ice Soul Triple Strike. 3 strands of cold light sword energy rushed forward quickly. Ye Chen's heart moved, and the flamingo flew through the air rapidly, blocking all 3 strands of sword energy. Song Shui frowned slightly. This bird seemed to be of a high level, likely silver grade, otherwise, it wouldn't easily withstand her sword energy. However, the battle power of a beast master fully depended on their beast, they themselves were very weak. As long as she bypassed the bird and got close to him, she was confident she could defeat him in one hit. Frost Sword Energy. Song Shui's blade burst into a dazzling white light, a long beam of sword light sweeping across, freezing the ground wherever it passed, proving the extraordinary power of this strike. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. If the flamingo took this sword head-on, it would probably get hurt. He gave the flamingo a command. The flamingo tilted its head and called out, then allowed Ye Chen to grab its claws, lifting him into the air. The sword light zipped past beneath Ye Chen's feet. Man and bird soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack of the sword light. Song Shui saw Ye Chen flying in the air and thought it was a great opportunity. You flying in the air won't be able to dodge my move. Sorry, classmate, I win. Song Shui said confidently. Ice Soul 1,000 Blades. She pointed her sword at Ye Chen, and suddenly dozens of ice shards gathered around her. As her voice fell, all the ice shards shot towards Ye Chen like countless flying swords. Ye Chen smirked, you think you win? Not necessarily. Fireball spell. The flamingo's eyes flashed with a bright light, and it opened its mouth to unleash a massive fireball, which it had gathered with all its might. The fireball's power was several times greater than the last one. Flames and ice collided in an instant. Boom! Sizzle! A strong burst of white steam erupted at the point of impact, and the sizzling sound was endless. However, the ice cone's power quickly faded, and the fireball, now more than half its original size, continued charging toward Song Shui. Song Shui was completely exhausted, having used her skills several times, draining all the spiritual energy from her body. Seeing the fireball coming, she no longer had the strength to run and could only watch helplessly as it hit her. Boom! The fireball exploded, and Song Shui was blasted 3 meters away, falling to the ground, slowly fading from sight. Ye Chen, victory. Current ranking, 9,865. Ye Chen clicked on matchmaking again. Ye Chen, victory. Ye Chen, victory. Ye Chen, victory. His ranking shot up like a rocket, quickly rising from beyond 10,000 to 300. The students watching his battles all stared wide-eyed, gasping in awe. How is this possible? He actually made it to the top 300 with just a silver-level Fire Phoenix. Damn, this is insane. Wasn't Ye Chen's beast that big green snake? Why isn't he using it? You still don't get it? Ugh, you're so useless. These people are so useless. They can't even make Ye Chen use his big green snake. He can just crush them with a little bird. Match successful. Magic City University, Zhang Yong, Gunner, 256. Zhang Yong's figure quickly appeared in the dueling arena. He sat cross-legged and yawned while looking at Ye Chen's ranking. Ha! A guy ranked 342 can match with me? This ELO system is so trash. Is it because I lost 5 times in a row that they purposely gave me a weak opponent? They don't even bother pretending anymore. He glanced at Ye Chen, lazily saying, Kid, you should just admit defeat. A guy with a ranking over 300 can't possibly beat me. Ye Chen snorted coldly but didn't respond. Oh, you're not trying to act tough? He shook his head. Acting tough won't help. Soon, you'll know how big the gap between us is. At this moment, the countdown ended. Zhang Yong stood up and confidently laughed at Ye Chen. Ha ha ha. Come on, kid, summon your strongest beast. Let me see how strong you really are, summon your strongest beast. Hurry up. Ye Chen looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure you want me to summon my strongest beast? I've never heard anyone make such a ridiculous request before. You're going to fight me and still hold back? Zhang Yong looked at him with contempt. If you don't summon your strongest beast, you won't last a second. Ye Chen, fine, as you wish. Chapter 21, Young Master Zhao's Invitation. Come out, little green. As soon as Ye Chen's words fell, the entire dueling arena rumbled, and the ground trembled continuously. WH. What's happening? Zhang Yong looked at the ground with a shocked expression. Boom. The instant the magic array beneath Ye Chen lit up, a violent roar erupted, and piercing green light shone across the arena, nearly blinding Zhang Yang's titanium alloy eyes. A massive creature slowly rose from the magic array, lifting Ye Chen's body higher and higher. A fierce aura emanated from the creature, sending chills down Zhang Yang's spine. He felt a bone-deep coldness sweeping through him, and his legs wobbled as if he were about to kneel down. When the green python fully emerged, standing tall with its cold, vertical pupils emotionlessly staring at Zhang Yang, he could no longer hold back his fear. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. WH? What is this thing? Zhang Yang's eyes widened, and his lips trembled slightly. This is your beast? This is a beast? Ye Chen stood on top of Little Green's head, looking down at him. You go first. Seeing Little Green in its true form, Zhang Yang almost wet himself. Go first? What do you mean, go first? How can I fight such a monster? Big brother, you should have said earlier. If I had known your beast was this strong, we wouldn't be wasting time. What are we still fighting for? I surrender, I'll leave on my own, no need for you to lift a finger. Zhang Yang decisively admitted defeat. It's a joke, fighting such a monster is like seeking death. This giant snake clearly has boss-level strength, this beast master is simply a bug from the newbie village. Who can summon a boss as soon as they start? Just the aura coming from it made his legs go weak. Did he really think he could fight such a monster? Although dying in the training room doesn't affect his real body, the pain of death can still be felt completely. Who would willingly endure such suffering? Surrendering is the way to go. Ye Chen, victory. Ranking, 256. The notification sound rang out, and Ye Chen waved to recall Xiao Cheng. Zhang Yang's figure slowly faded away, before completely disappearing, he looked deeply at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, right? You're strong. I'll remember you. If I get the chance to visit Magic Capital Province, I'll treat you to a meal. Ye Chen waved his hand. He then exited the training room. Taking off the virtual helmet and stepping out of the training pod, Ye Chen felt that his stomach was already starving. After battling in the training room all morning, he felt a bit dizzy. It seemed that training online was quite exhausting too. Sigh, I should probably buy some potions to strengthen my body. Even though beast masters don't rely on personal combat and have no requirement for physical quality, being too weak is still unacceptable. No matter how powerful the beast is, without a strong physique, they can't sustain a long fight. The classmates who had just been watching Ye Chen battle began to step out of the training pods. When they looked at Ye Chen again, all dissatisfaction was gone. Strength determines everything. Hearing is deceiving, but seeing is believing. Ye Chen's strength was clearly displayed before them, and they knew they could not match it. Voices of discussion echoed in the training room. He's simply a monster. Relying on just a flamingo, he made it into the top 300. I thought he was just crushing others with that giant snake. It turns out Ye Chen's combat command ability is also outstanding. Okay, this guy Ye Chen has the credentials to show off. His strength is indeed impressive. Some students had already gathered around Ye Chen, chattering and seeking his advice. Brother Yi, can you teach us some combat skills? Brother Yi, where did you buy that flamingo? Can you share a bit? My sister will awaken next year too. If she becomes a beastmaster, I'll buy her a flamingo as well, haha. Yi, brother Yi, don't go. Let's chat for a bit. Ye Chen pushed through the crowd and shouted loudly, let me through, everyone. I'm going to eat. Wait until I have time to answer your questions. Eating sounds good. I want to eat too. Brother Yi, let's go to the cafeteria, it's on me. A burly guy patted his chest. Go away, please. You think you can treat Brother Yi? I know a restaurant with great cuisine. Let's go, I'll treat you. Get lost. I'll take care of Brother Yi's meals from now on. A beautiful girl pushed aside a few guys and shouted loudly. Oh, it's just a meal. As if anyone can't afford it. I'll treat Brother Yi to seafood feasts every day. Brother Yi, come with me. Everyone was pulling at Ye Chen's clothes. If one didn't know better, they'd think Ye Chen was being mobbed. The scene was incredibly intense, and Ye Chen was almost overwhelmed in the excited crowd. As everyone surged toward the center, Ye Chen awkwardly crawled out from underfoot. As soon as he emerged, he squatted down and quickly made little steps to escape to the door. Once he was far away from the training room, Ye Chen leaned against a wall, breathing heavily. Crazy. This group of students has gone mad. Will I still be able to come to this training room in the future? Ye Chen was quite speechless. Holding a fortune of 1,000,000, Ye Chen saw no need to eat at the cafeteria. He strode out of the school gate. Just as he exited the school, he spotted a familiar figure running toward him. Ye Chen turned his head and saw it was Fat Bo. Yi gu, hoo hoo. Fat Bo was panting and could hardly speak. Take a breath and then talk. After catching his breath for a moment, Fat Bo finally calmed down. Ye Ge, this isn't a place to talk, let's go to the restaurant. Ye Chen frowned, what's so secretive? It's great news, come with me quickly. Fat Bo had a mysterious expression. The two got into a taxi, and a few minutes later, they arrived at a splendid big restaurant. Wait, is it really necessary to eat such a fancy meal? Fat Bo, are you a rich second generation? Ye Chen said in confusion. This restaurant looked extremely expensive at first glance. At the entrance were 2 rows of welcoming women in kipeos, a red carpet stretched from the door inside, and 2 gigantic stone lions stood proudly. There was also a large fountain in front, and the overall decoration was dazzling, showcasing a royal flair. Hee, of course, I can't afford such an expensive restaurant. Wow, are you trying to hint that I should treat you to dinner? Hey, Ye Ge, how could I ask you to treat? This dinner is sponsored by someone else, it's the rich young man who bought your gear last time. Come on in, he has been waiting for us a long time. The two were welcomed inside by the hostesses. As soon as Ye Chen entered the lobby, he was stunned by the sight before him. The lobby was incredibly vast. In the center of the lobby floated a large round water orb, containing many types of fish, as if inside was an independent ocean, with a dragonfish that looked extraordinary. Around the lobby were some burly men in suits, clearly not weak in strength. The lobby's decoration was adorned with many colorful expensive gems, with rockeries and flowing water, golden escalators, as if all the luxurious things in the world were gathered here. Who could be so extravagant to invite me to dinner here? Ye Chen's heart was filled with confusion. Even with over $1 million in savings, I probably can't afford to eat here more than a few times. So lavish. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man in a custom suit walked over with a warm smile and said, "Hello, are you Ye Chen?" Ye Chen nodded. The middle-aged man smiled wider. "Young Master Xiao has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me." The middle-aged man gestured for Ye Chen to follow him. Ye Chen walked forward slowly. Young Master Xiao? Is it the young Master Xiao from the top family in Tianqing province? Does that mean he is a relative of Xiao Yue? What does the Xiao family want with me? Chapter 22, Restricted Level Instance. Ye Chen pushed open the door of the luxurious suite, and inside, a handsome man in an expensive custom suit immediately stood up from his seat. The man looked around 25 or 26, with a friendly and noble demeanor, making it easy to feel his privileged upbringing. With a genial smile, the man greeted Ye Chen. "You must be Brother Yi, indeed very talented and handsome, no wonder you were first in the training competition, even my little sister Xiao Yue is not as good as you." "I'm just first in a training competition, there's nothing to brag about, Xiao Yue is an S-class professional, she's quite good as well." Ye Chen replied casually. The man smiled casually. "Please, have a seat." He warmly urged Ye Chen to sit down. "I wonder why young Master Xiao invited me." Ye Chen disliked vague socializing. If this young Master Xiao didn't present something he was interested in, then there was no need for this meal. "Brother Yi, you are straightforward. I, Xiao Zian, really like making friends like you. This time I invited you here to offer you a wonderful gift, consider it a meeting present from a friend." "Oh? What good thing?" "Ha, no rush, let's eat first. I believe Brother Yi hasn't tried this restaurant's signature dishes, today, I'll introduce them to you." Xiao Zian laughed heartily. Then he clapped his hands. A knock immediately sounded at the door. "Serve the dishes," Xiao Zian said to the outside of the door. The door was gently pushed open, and a group of well-dressed waiters pushed in a small cart filled with delicious dishes. Xiao Zian picked up a plate carved with a golden dragon and placed it in front of Ye Chen. This dish is called Dragon Pattern Ginseng Stewed Blood Essence, using purple rhythmic dragon pattern ginseng paired with blood jade fire snake distilled blood essence, simmered for 16 hours over low heat. Eating it can strengthen the elasticity of the meridians and enhance physical strength. Ye Chen felt a little surprised after hearing this. Xiao Zian was well prepared, the dishes were tailor-made for him. This guy knew he was a beast master, weak in body, and intentionally made this nourishing dish. Ye Chen gave him a meaningful glance. Xiao Zian seemed unaware and continued to introduce the second dish. This plate of fruit has a great origin, it's called Bodhi Leaf Soaked Xian Ice Fruit, made by boiling heavenly Dao Bodhi leaves and soaking them in extreme northern Xian Ice Dragon Saliva Fruit. Although this heavenly Dao Bodhi leaf is not a true Bodhi leaf, it is indeed a small branch of the legendary Bodhi tree. It is said that the Bodhi tree can no longer be seen today, but this small branch carries some of the Bodhi tree's power. This Bodhi leaf only produces 10 pounds of tender leaves for consumption each year, even our Xiao family can only divide 1 or 2 taels. Bodhi leaves are extremely rare. This dish, after consumption, can enhance mental strength and improve self-perception, which should be very helpful for Brother Yi. Just as Xiao Zian was about to introduce the third dish, Ye Chen directly interrupted him. "You can't get something for nothing. Young Master Xiao prepared these dishes that are too precious. If you don't make it clear why you called me here, then I'm leaving." Saying this, he stood up. Ah, Brother Ye, you're indeed impatient. Sit down, I'll explain things to you right away. Xiao Ziyan said with a laugh. It's like this, our Xiao family's mercenaries discovered a brand new dungeon entrance in the wild. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. A brand new dungeon entrance means no one has explored it, it's an unclaimed dungeon. Such dungeons generally attract competition from various forces. Xiao Ziyan continued, after we discovered this dungeon, we immediately sent mercenaries to explore it, but not a single person could enter. Later, the elders of the clan, after research and detection, ultimately determined that this is a restricted level dungeon. Oh? Restricted level? Ye Chen asked in confusion. That's right. Generally, uncompleted dungeons do not have a restriction level like this, but some special unclaimed dungeons may have a restricted level. Typically, restricted level dungeons have better completion rewards and a lot of treasure, but the risks are also huge. The elders detected that this unclaimed dungeon can only be entered by individuals below level 10. Currently, our Xiao family has only Xiao Yue, below level 10, who qualifies to enter. The other clan members are too weak, and if they go in, they won't be able to complete it, let alone not drag down my sister. After thinking it over, the only person who could go in and adventure with my sister is Brother Yi. First, you and my sister are classmates. Second, your strength is greater than my sister's. If something dangerous happens inside, you can take care of her a bit, making you the most suitable choice. Of course, considering the dangers of an uncompleted dungeon, we won't force you, Brother Yi. If you're interested in going in, we can work together. The treasures obtained after completing the dungeon will be 6 for you and 4 for us. After hearing this, Ye Chen fell into deep thought. The Xiao family was indeed very sincere, and the offer was quite high. It's known that restricted level dungeons themselves have many treasures, and getting 6 parts of the treasure after completion was already quite a lot. Many people discover that unowned dungeons are quietly claimed for themselves. Even restricted dungeons, with the power of the Xiao family, can easily find a level 10 veteran to venture into. Moreover, Xiao Yue has impressive strength, and bringing her along would be a big help. The main point is that this unowned dungeon is very likely to have third-tier exotic beasts. Ye Chen still has a job change quest to complete. If he can finish the quest inside, this trip would already be a huge success. If he adds to that a 60% chance of treasure, one could say he would have made a killing. When do we set off? Ye Chen rubbed his chin. Hearing Ye Chen's answer, Xiao Ziyan's eyes brightened, and he smiled even more radiantly. Let's do this. Time is of the essence, we'll set off tomorrow. Ye Chen nodded. Ah, Brother Yi is really a straightforward person. Come, let me toast you. Xiao Ziyan raised his wine glass towards Ye Chen. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't had a single drop of alcohol. Ye Chen picked up the glass and sniffed it. The rich aroma was unmistakable, definitely high-quality wine. Seeing the two reach an agreement, Fei Bo quietly sighed in relief. Xiao Ziyan had instructed him to invite Ye Chen over to discuss matters. If successful, he could earn 100,000 dragon soul coins. Now that the 100,000 dragon soul coins had finally arrived, he felt overjoyed. Ye Chen really was his lucky star. Since meeting him, he had been making money non-stop. Just in these few days, he had earned over 100,000, which was quite a boon. Fei Bo laughed heartily. I said it. Brother Yi is definitely a man of his word. Whoever treats him sincerely, he treats sincerely. For those who play tricks on him, he won't hold back. It's definitely great for young Master Xiao to befriend someone like Brother Yi. Come, Brother Yi. Let me also toast you. Ever since I followed you, I've had nothing but good fortune. Fei Bo speaks well. Today, I got to know Brother Yi all thanks to you being the middleman. Let's drink this toast together. Fei Bo raised his glass with a sincere expression, speaking from the heart. Ye Chen clinked glasses with the two of them and then drank it all in one go. Throughout the meal, the three kept clinking glasses, drinking until everyone was in high spirits. The table was filled with expensive dishes, most of which had effects such as strengthening the body and boosting energy, greatly benefiting Ye Chen's weak body. Ye Chen wolfed down the food, giving his body a substantial boost. The three of them kept drinking until the sun set, during which they bragged, relaxed, and chatted, especially as Xiao Ziyan shared experiences that Ye Chen had never heard of, giving him much insight and a better understanding of this world. Alright, that's enough for today, it's time to head back and digest a bit. Ye Chen burped a few times, his face flushed, looking a bit drunk. Okay, well then we'll leave it at this for today. I'll see Brother Yi back. Xiao Ziyan also appeared slightly tipsy, speaking with a heavy tongue. Ye Chen nodded. Xiao Ziyan walked beside Ye Chen, escorting him to the door, then called the Xiao family's driver to take Ye Chen safely home. After Ye Chen got into the car, Xiao Ziyan turned around and returned to the hotel, entering a presidential suite. Once the door closed, his expression returned to calm, showing no trace of drunkenness. How did it go? Xiao Yue sat in the middle of a large executive chair, her tone cold. He agreed. Ye Chen is quite a good kid, worthy of our Xiao family's friendship. This time, be careful in the dungeon. You need to know your identity. Ye Chen, while having potential, is ultimately just an orphan. He doesn't deserve you, and the elders in the clan wouldn't approve of you having any feelings for him. Understand? Humph, I'm only thinking of the Xiao family. Befriending future strong ones is extremely beneficial for us. You and the elders are just too foolish. My future husband must have both strength and status that stands out above all. I don't care for him at all. Xiao Yue let out a cold laugh, stood up, and left the room. Xiao Zian watched Xiao Yue's departing figure, his eyes flickering, and mumbled to himself, my foolish sister, very few can catch your eye. Since you care so much about this Ye Chen, it's best not to develop any feelings. The marriage of people like us is not something we can choose, so you better wake up, otherwise, you will harm yourself as well as others. Chapter 23, Entering the Instance. The next day. Xiao Zian got up early and drove to pick up Ye Chen. Brother Yi, take this beast control staff. Xiao Zian took out a staff and handed it to Ye Chen. Ghost Head Staff. Level, LV10. Quality, Purple. Spirit, +10, wearing the Ghost Head Staff increases spirit by 10 points. Effect, beast attacks carry a necromancy effect, causing enemies to experience a 3-second fear effect, which can stack. Ye Chen took the staff and said thank you. There's no reason to refuse such a good piece of equipment, especially since he was being sought after by the other party. Moreover, the staff's enhancement is pretty good. The higher the spirit, the stronger the control over beasts will be, also increasing the beast's combat time. If the spirit is low, then after a while, the beast master will need to rest, or else they'll be exhausted, and not only will they fail to command the beasts in battle, but they might also faint on the spot. As the vehicle drove out of Tianqing province, they arrived at a desolate mountain with no signs of human life, only the occasional sounds of beast roars. After driving for a while longer, they finally stopped in front of a forest. We've arrived, the entrance to the instance is inside. In front was a dense thicket, without any detectable spatial fluctuations. It seemed that the entrance had been concealed by the Xiao family with a formation. Normally, even if someone came close to the entrance, they would not discover it unless they had a very high level. Ye Chen followed behind Xiao Zian, and saw Xiao Zian take out a magic book and recite from it. The forest ahead opened like a curtain, slowly revealing a pathway. The two of them entered the pathway together. It was pitch black inside. After turning a few corners, they suddenly found themselves in bright sunlight, the forest dense, and the wild grass was taller than a person. A small path had been trampled through the overgrown grass in front of them. It seemed that by following this path, they could reach the entrance of the instance. Xiao Zian led Ye Chen down the small path, winding around until they finally reached the entrance of the instance. There were already 6 people gathered, 5 men and 1 woman. The 5 men were tall and burly, with an aura of brutality. They should be the Xiao family's mercenaries who live on the edge. The other woman was Xiao Yue, currently crossing her arms, gazing into the distance with the same cold expression as usual, keeping her distance from the 5 mercenaries, looking very much like a person to be avoided. Noticing the movement over here, all 6 of them turned to look. Xiao Zian smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you, brothers. Once we go in, please take good care of my little sister." Then he introduced Ye Chen. "This is Ye Chen, brother Yi. Don't be fooled by his youth, he is also a level 10 awakened. His beast is a very strong ally. With him here, I believe everyone will feel less pressure in clearing the instance." The 5 mercenaries glanced at Ye Chen, all feeling unconvinced. A young kid, and a beast master at that, what use is he? The employer would just give them, the mercenaries, a hard time. Exploring an unknown instance and having to protect a pampered young lady was already not easy, and now they brought along a seemingly weak fool. Earning money this time would truly be difficult. Even though they were all also level 10, like Ye Chen, they had gone through countless instances and had rich combat experience and teamwork. They were in no way comparable to a rookie like Ye Chen, who had just awakened his profession. But seeing how Xiao Zian was treating Ye Chen so politely, maybe this guy is a friend of the host. A few of them look down on him in their hearts, but they don't want to show it too much, so as not to offend the host's face. A few mercenaries casually greeted Ye Chen, acknowledging him. Ye Chen responded indifferently. Xiao Yue nodded at Ye Chen, acknowledging him. "All right, it's getting late. If everyone is ready, let's quickly enter the dungeon." Xiao Zian smiled slightly. The others naturally had no objections. Xiao Zian took out 5 colorful gemstones and a magic book, then began to chant a spell. The 5 gemstones floated in the air, radiating beautiful 5-colored light that slowly revolved. Crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space in front of them, and then with a crisp sound, it burst open. A black dungeon entrance revealed itself before everyone. The 5 mercenaries entered first, followed by Xiao Yue, with Ye Chen walking last. Ye Chen felt as if he was walking in a time and space tunnel, surrounded by total darkness, with only stars rapidly passing by. This feeling lasted only a few seconds, and then a forest meadow reappeared before him. However, this forest meadow was completely different from Blue Star. Before him stood giant trees that reached a height of 100 meters, their trunks as thick as small houses, covered in numerous runes that glimmered with golden light, pulsing like breathing. All around were strange flowers and plants, some with teeth-like purple blooms and others resembling small pigs lying on the ground in green grass clumps. The leading mercenary, named Lung Feng, frowned and said, "Everyone be careful, we are no longer on Blue Star. From what I see, this is some other world." As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the sky, warning. Warning! Otherworldly beings are invading Vol continent, all civilians enter level 1 alert. Lang Feng's expression changed, damn. This other world has long been occupied, otherwise, the alarm wouldn't be going off. It seems the current occupier might have died or encountered an accident and hasn't returned for a long time, which is why it has flowed down to our Blue Star. Everyone be careful, guards will be coming soon. As long as we defeat the guards and destroy the flag of the last owner in this core area of the otherworld, we can consider the dungeon cleared. The other mercenaries' expressions were grim, already getting ready for battle. Hoo-hoo! A rhythmic sound of a horn echoed from the mountaintop. Then a black borderline appeared in the distance. Ye Chen squinted and found it was a group of lizardmen riding dinosaur-like creatures, charging toward them with spears in hand. They're coming! Lang Feng shouted, while the others pressed their lips tightly together, looking stern, fully prepared for battle. Lizardman Warrior. Level, LV20, First Transition Warrior. Rank, Silver. Attack, 51. Defense, 49. Spirit, 36. Agility, 38. Skills, Javelin Throw, Blood Rage. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. These first transition common otherworldly beasts are already nearly comparable to the Ruin King in terms of their stats. It seems that the attribute points and skills increased after transitioning are significantly more than those of non-transitioned professions. Each of these densely packed lizardmen warriors is on par with the elite beasts of the Dark Forest. I wonder how much experience they can give me. Ye Chen licked his lips, contemplating whether to summon Xiao Qing to handle these small fry all at once. However, before he could make a move, the nearby Xiao Yue couldn't hold back first. With a cry, she sprouted icy wings and encased herself in a layer of ice armor, then flew into the air, charging towards the army of lizardmen. Damn! She can actually fly. I didn't expect an S-class Ice Phoenix could also grant the awakened one the ability to fly. Ye Chen looked at Xiao Yue flying in the air with a hint of envy, as he had always yearned for flight. Let's do it this way then, first level up the flamingo so that after it evolves, it can turn into a large bird to carry him soaring through the skies. Come out, flamingo. Chapter 24, Betrayal. Fireball Spell. Ye Chen held the ghostly staff in one hand and pointed in a direction with the other. Boom! A huge fireball fell from the sky, instantly killing 5 or 6 lizardman warriors. There were too many lizardman warriors, it didn't even need aiming, throwing a skill randomly would hit a group. Ding! Congratulations, you killed a lizardman warrior. The flamingo gains 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you killed a lizardman warrior. The flamingo gains 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you killed a lizardman warrior. The flamingo gains 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, the flamingo leveled up, current level LV2. Ding! Congratulations, the flamingo leveled up, current level LV3. Ding! Congratulations, the flamingo leveled up, current level LV4. The flamingo leveled up rapidly. After killing 5 or 6 lizardman warriors, its level had already reached level 9. Ye Chen felt a joy in his heart, but what made him frustrated was that the flamingo's size did not grow, it was still that little bird shape. This probably had to do with bloodlines and ranks. He still needed to quickly find items to increase the flamingo's mutation. The mercenaries were standing back to back, working together well. Soon, there were piles of lizardman warrior corpses lying at their feet. Boom! Another fireball spell fell, and Ye Chen noticed that after this explosion, the nearby lizardman warriors that were not affected by the blast showed fear in their eyes. After the third fireball spell, they completely lost morale and fled in panic. Ye Chen glanced at the ghostly staff in his hand. This thing worked well against the little Kalami, but for him, it was rather useless. If these experience packs fled, how would his flamingo level up? So Ye Chen silently put away the ghostly staff. He continued to let the flamingo launch fierce attacks, throwing fireball spells like they were free. Boom! 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 Explosions are art. Dozens of black and deep pits with white smoke appeared on the ground, and hundreds of lizardman warriors were sprawled everywhere. This glorious achievement naturally caught the attention of the mercenaries. Damn, boss, this kid isn't just a pretty face, he has some real power. They're just low-level lizard man warriors. He's wasting his energy and spirit, soon, he will be exhausted. Wasting so much energy on appetizers, how will he fight elite beasts and bosses later? He's still just a rookie who doesn't understand how to control his stamina. Should we remind him? Why bother? Let this fool suffer a bit more. Besides, his life and death have nothing to do with us, we need to protect that young lady. Lung Feng glanced at the blood-soaked battlefield ahead where Xiao Yue was fighting fiercely. Everyone, keep a close watch on the young lady. If anything happens to her, we're all done for. The others replied and began to move towards Xiao Yue. At this moment, Xiao Yue was already killing in a frenzy. These lizardman warriors were not strong, but they provided a lot of experience. In the thrill of rapid leveling up, she became more and more excited, and her level also rose to 15, 2 levels higher than Ye Chen. Xiao Yue waved her ice wings lightly, and dozens of ice spines erupted, instantly shooting down a bunch of lizardman warriors. 2 hours later, all the lizardman warriors had been cleared out by the few of them. Ye Chen was sweating profusely, panting and leaning against a big tree. His level had reached 16, and the flamingo's level had reached 28. The leveling speed here was much faster than in the dark forest, this was just the beginning. If they went deeper into this dungeon to kill monsters, their levels would likely rise even more. Before he could catch his breath, Lung Feng yelled ahead, "Everyone, keep moving forward, there's no time to rest. The unmanaged dungeon is only open for a day at most. If you don't break through, the instance will close and you will be lost elsewhere." Xiao Yue had already taken giant strides forward, not even looking back at the crowd behind her. Her level had already risen to level 18, and she was soon to reach level 20, at which point she could undergo her second job change. Second job changers at the S level in high school are hot commodities for any university. As long as she reaches second job change, she will definitely have a place among the top 10 in the college entrance examination. Lang Feng and his group had also increased their level to 12. Their classes were not high, only C and D level, leveling up required more experience, and they had only just completed their first job change. Everyone was climbing up the mountainside. Mechanical sounds echoed in the sky again. Intruders have breached the first defense line, emergency activation of the second defense line. Boom! Crackle! The mountainside suddenly cracked open with loud noises, and the mercenaries along with Xiao Yue could not react to the sudden turn of events, screaming as they fell into the mountain. When the crack in the cave opened, Ye Chen had already jumped aside, standing on a large rock, avoiding the gaping hole. The entrance to the cave was very dark, with a cold breeze blowing from inside. The mercenaries didn't matter much to Ye Chen, but Xiao Yue was somewhat okay to him. This instance was introduced to him unconditionally by the Xiao family, and it would be unreasonable to watch her die. Ye Chen sighed, "Forget it, let's go in and see what's going on, I'll try to rescue Xiao Yue." He summoned the flamingo and then grabbed its 2 claws, slowly descending into the cave. The cave ahead was pitch black, thankfully illuminated by the red light emitted from the flamingo, otherwise, the surroundings would be completely dark, which was very unfavorable for combat. Ye Chen walked into the cave. Not long after, 3 forked paths appeared. There were many messy footprints on the ground, all leading to the middle path. It seemed that they had chosen to walk the middle path. Ye Chen hesitated for a moment and then followed the middle path as well. As he walked deeper, more glowing crystals appeared on both sides of the path. With the light from these crystals, the road was already visible, and Ye Chen put away the flamingo. After walking for a few minutes, suddenly vigorous voices came from ahead, seemingly debating something intensely. "Miss Xiao, we finally managed to trick you here, no one can save you now." It was Lung Feng's voice. "Boss, there's no time to waste. Hurry and chop her up, don't delay the timing of the sacrifice." "Why the rush? I have been an undercover for the Xiao family for 10 years, and I'm about to be promoted to team leader. Do you know how I've lived these 10 years? Damn it, this group from the Xiao family has tortured me, and if I don't take back the grievances today, I won't have another chance." "What do you say, Miss Xiao?" Another person said, "Lang Feng, don't forget, there's still a Ye Chen outside. This kid may only be level 10, but his control over that flamingo is masterful. Don't let that kid mess things up." A kid without a single hair, even if he comes, what can he do? Chapter 25, Secrets of the Xiao Family. "Alright, enough chit-chat, let's make a move," someone among the mercenaries said. Then a series of sounds of fighting followed. Ye Chen quickened his pace towards that direction. When he was only a few meters away from the center of the battle, sudden screams of the mercenaries rose up. "Ah! This damn girl is tricking us. Everyone, retreat quickly." Following that, Xiao Yue's voice rang out, "Do you think my Xiao family can't detect your abnormalities? This time, I was sent in not just to eliminate you traitors, but also the people behind you. As long as you obediently reveal the mastermind, I can still spare your lives." Damn it, there's something juicy to eat. I thought Xiao Yue had fallen into their trap and would fail this time. I never expected this to be a scheme within a scheme. It's a bit interesting. Ye Chen suddenly calmed down. Xiao Yue and the others had long been prepared. Who would eat whom in this standoff was still uncertain. Such a grand play, if I don't watch carefully, that would truly be a waste. With this thought, Ye Chen quietly approached and casually took out a cloak from his space ring. Assassin's Cloak. Level, Blue. Grade, LV-12. Equipment effect. Wearing this cloak can lower your presence to a minimum, making it hard for enemies to perceive your existence. I must say, this assassin's cloak is indeed sinister. Although it's just blue equipment, its effect is exceptional. In this arena, everyone is over level 10, and under normal circumstances, as a beast master, I would have been noticed already. Ye Chen hid in the shadows of the corner, concealed by a large rock, showing only his eyes as he peered towards the center of the battlefield. At this moment, in the spacious cavern's center, Xiao Yue stood facing off against 5 others. Behind them was an intricate magic circle engraved with a dense pattern of mysterious runes. In the center of the runes was the image of an insect, somewhat resembling a bee, but its fierce appearance, flightless smooth body, and abnormally large abdomen clearly indicated it was not a bee. What kind of creature is this? It looks like a bee yet like a silkworm, something I've never seen in the beast chart of Blue Star. Could it be a creature from another realm? Ye Chen fell into deep thought. These people want to use Xiao Yue as a sacrifice. Are they trying to awaken that strangely shaped insect? Haha, do you think you can control us with the goo worms from your Xiao family? Don't joke around. When it comes to playing with insects, the person behind us is your ancestor. Lung Feng laughed heartily, then took out a white pill and swallowed it. The others also took out and swallowed white pills. After the pills went down, their dark purple faces quickly returned to normal. Xiao Yue's brows slightly furrowed. Detoxifying by Jima? Although it can temporarily suppress the goo poison, you definitely cannot break the insect goo. As long as you tell me who the mastermind is, I can lift the insect goo for you now. Lang Feng played with the dagger in his hand, indifferent, so eager to know who is behind us? I don't mind telling you, anyway, you are already a dead person. Lang Feng. Someone among the mercenaries shouted sharply. What are you afraid of? She definitely won't get out of this cavern today. Lang Feng, I think you become foolish from being an undercover. What are you hesitating for? Now that the goo poison has been suppressed, quickly kill her, and we can complete our task. Kill, you only know how to kill? Don't you want to see the look on her face when she learns who the mastermind is? Ah, Xiao Yue, listen up. The people who sent us to kill you and want to use your blood to awaken the interstellar queen insect are indeed your Xiao family members. It's Xiao Yongzhen. Didn't expect it, did you? The one who wants your Xiao family to be exterminated and to take your life is none other than one of your own, huh? Back then, Brother Yongzhen made such great contributions for your Xiao family, and you petty people just kill at will. The head of the Xiao family has long needed a change. After killing you for Brother Yongzhen and wiping out the Xiao family, I can also become the supreme leader of the Xiao family. Xiao Yue's expression changed. Xiao Yongzhen? How is that possible? Wasn't he supposed to be dead long ago? When you threw him into the 10,000 snake cave, he was indeed in a situation where death was certain. However, Xiao Yongzhen turned misfortune into fortune and evolved into a dread poison body. The snake venom, such a minor poison, not only didn't kill him but rather became his nourishment. Xiao Yue's face was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Such a class advancement talent as the dread poison body hasn't been obtained by anyone for over 1,000 years. He actually. Lung Feng sneered, enough, it's time to send you on your way. Once the interstellar queen insect awakens, we'll take it back to Blue Star, and this mission will be successfully completed. Xiao Yue's gaze suddenly turned cold as a knife. Xiao Yongzhang is a madman, are you all going crazy too? The interstellar mother worm is an uncontrollable offspring of divine beasts. Are you trying to destroy Blue Star by bringing it back? There is no need for Miss Xiao to worry. Brother Yongzhang has already researched a series of magical spells to suppress it. Even if we can't contract the interstellar mother worm as a beast, we can still make it obedient. Wishful thinking. Is the offspring of a divine beast something you can control? You believe Xiao Yongzheng's nonsense, it's simply hopeless. Ye Chen was surprised at heart. Unexpectedly, a huge revelation surfaced, to hear about the offspring of a divine beast here. It seemed that the strange insect carved on the altar was indeed the interstellar mother worm. So, it was a cosmic creature, a descendant of divine beasts, no wonder he had never heard of it before. Little Ching is the offspring of a divine beast, and he knows very well how immense that potential is. Any creature related to divine beasts must be formidable. Mutated beasts have a certain probability of inheriting divine beast bloodline, but most mutated beasts only become slightly stronger than their ordinary lineage. Someone like Ye Chen, who can inherit divine beast bloodline at the first mutation, is almost non-existent. Without Brother Zhongzi's support, his green snake would probably have mutated into some stronger subdivine beast instead. Just as he was secretly amazed, the two parties started fighting again. Xiao Yue faced 5 opponents but did not fall behind. Her Ice Phoenix magical power was exquisite, one must say she was indeed strong. If she hadn't summoned Little Qing, Ye Chen believed he wouldn't be able to defeat her either. Their combined attack was countered by Xiao Yue using her Cold Wind Ice Blade. Afterward, the 5 of them took out their magical equipment and launched a powerful magical attack. Now equipped, the 5 started to suppress Xiao Yue. Just as she seemed to be at a disadvantage, Ye Chen was contemplating whether to help or not when, suddenly, the cave ceiling roared, exploding into a deep hole. Buzz. Buzz. Hiss. A buzzing sound of insects rapidly flapping their wings, mixed with hissing breaths, came from the deep cave, accompanied by an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. In the face of this pressure, Ye Chen felt like an ant. Everyone fighting in the arena changed their expressions. Lang Feng's face turned ashen. Damn it, run. Upon hearing the buzzing sound of the insect flying at high speed, Lung Feng and the others scattered in panic. Even Xiao Yue turned pale and rushed back the way she came. Though Ye Chen didn't know what was happening, the terrifying aura from the cave ceiling was descending at light speed. No one in the arena could escape such speed, faster than a fighter jet. He decided to stay put and watch what was coming. Quickly, a black shadow fell from the cave's top, and in an instant, a dark thin line streaked through the air. The fastest escaping mercenary suddenly had a line of blood appearing on his neck. Puff! His head slid off from his neck, blood gushing several meters high, and his body collapsed straight to the ground. Ah! A few surviving mercenaries screamed and stood frozen. Above the dead mercenary, a humanoid beast stood with its arms crossed. This humanoid beast appeared to be over 1 meter 90 tall, with a towering figure, a slim waist, and its entire body wrapped in black insect armor, with 2 long antennae on its ant-like head and enormous compound eyes reflecting everyone's images. It merely crossed its arms, floating in midair, looking down at everyone, and an unparalleled aura spread across the venue, as if a king had arrived. At that moment, Ye Chen finally realized the mercenary was already dead. So fast. This beast's speed was at its peak. The human eye couldn't capture its figure at all. What kind of creature is this? This speed is terrifying, the human eye can't even see its afterimage. Soon, Brother Tongzi informed Ye Chen about the information of this strange beast. Ant King Bell, 3rd transformation. Rank, Platinum. Level, LV 30. Attack, 478. Defense, 496. Spirit, 386. Agility, 673. Skills, Mysterious Steel Exoskeleton, Passive, Blade/Flash, Absolute Shadow Instant Kill Step. Damn it! A 3rd transformation strange beast. And its Platinum level. Its agility reaches 673 points, no wonder it's so fast. A normal person's speed is only 10 points, its agility is 67 times that of an ordinary person. When Cold Wind saw this strange beast clearly, his lips trembled. How did it wake up? This is impossible, we haven't even held the ritual to awaken the Star Mother insect. Why did this male ant wake up early? Xiao Yue said coldly, the only reason is that your loyal big brother Xiao Yongzhen did something behind the scenes to make you accompany me to die in the dungeon. Cold Wind's expression changed, recalling everything he had done before, with no mistakes, so the reason for the early awakening of the male ant could only be that Xiao Yongzhen had interfered. You are now disposable pieces, only by killing your way out with me do you have a chance to survive. Xiao Yue shot a cold smile at Cold Wind. Damn it, that bastard Xiao Yongzhen. Cold Wind cursed in anger. Form the formation. The blue magic circle instantly formed, protecting everyone inside. Ant King Bell looked down at the ants forming the circle, flapped its wings slightly, and disappeared into the air. Buzz. It's coming! Cold Wind yelled. Before the words fell. Boom! A fast-moving shadow flashed by, and the blue magic circle created by the 4 exploded with a loud crash, as if it had been violently hit by a giant object. Crack! The magic circle made a faint cracking sound, with several cracks appearing where it was hit. Not good. Boom! The shadow flashed again, and there was another violent rumble. Crack! Bang! The magic circle shattered like broken glass, piece by piece. Among the mercenaries, a tall man reacted quickly, immediately raising his shield to block in front of him. A shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost. Ant King Bell lightly raised its arm, and the shield was cut in half as if it were made of paper, blood gushing out. The man holding the shield was split in 2, his body falling limp to the sides like 2 pieces of ripped cloth, blood spraying everywhere. Cold Wind's pupils trembled, the man with the shield was right next to him, warm blood splattering on his face, making his heart feel like it had fallen into an ice cave. Ah! He screamed and swung his dagger towards the side. Puff! A thick arm covered with black armor burst through Cold Wind's chest, his swung dagger still hanging in the air. Ant King Bel's extreme speed allowed it to reach first as Cold Wind merely raised his hand, its arm passing through his chest. Ye Chen watched all of this unfold. This male ant is too abnormal. Although it is a third transformation strange beast, killing it meets the requirements for his job transfer, but it's unnecessary. Such an abnormal and hard-to-kill beast isn't something to provoke. Anyway, he has already been accepted into Divine Palace University, and he can just find a weak third transformation beast to kill later in the dungeon there. All of this strange beast's stats are similar to Little Chang's. Killing it is not simple, and if things go wrong, Little Chang might get hurt. Ye Chen couldn't bear to see Little Chang get hurt, and this cave is too narrow. Little Chang's body is 100 meters long, fighting here would be very unfavorable for it. Ye Chen quickly thought in his mind, if not now, then when to run. As for Xiao Yue, Ye Chen shook his head. The Xiao family is too good at schemes. This time in the dungeon, the Xiao family set up a plot within a plot and didn't even inform him, causing him to be unwittingly drawn in, becoming the reckless hero saving and protecting Xiao Yue. If it didn't endanger him, Ye Chen wouldn't mind being a hero saving a damsel in distress. This public ant, whether in class or value, was stronger than Little Chang. Its ghostly speed could even surpass his own in an instant. If Little Chang had not come to defend in time, his life would surely be lost here. Now Ye Chen could only wish her good luck. Ye Chen quietly retreated, taking small cautious steps toward the entrance to leave quickly. With Cold Blade dead, the other two were even more vulnerable. Ant King Bell waved its arms casually, and the bodies of the two were instantly shattered. The speed of their death was truly so fast that they didn't even have time to scream before they were scattered all over. Then it turned its head and glanced at the cave entrance. Ye Chen, who had been watching the movements here, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. A feeling of being targeted by a beast surged up his heart, making him feel cold all over, with goosebumps rising. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Little Chang!" The magic circle quickly lit up, and the distant shadow flashed in an instant. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. The confrontation occurred in the blink of an eye. As the green light blazed, that shadow slammed into Little Chang, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. Xiao Yue saw a sudden burst of green light at the cave entrance, followed by a loud boom echoing throughout the entire cave. She had prepared to crush the teleportation crystal in her right hand, but it stopped in its tracks. It was Ye Chen. When did he arrive here? Did he hear everything that just happened? Xiao Yue's thoughts flashed rapidly. She knew Ye Chen's power was extremely strong, but whether he could defeat the public ant in front of him was still uncertain. After all, the poisonous wasteland king was nothing compared to this public ant. Xiao Yue showed a contemplative expression. There were mainly three purposes for coming to this instance. First, to eliminate the traitors of the Xiao family and uncover the mastermind. Second, if she couldn't handle the traitors alone, she could count on Ye Chen's help. Third, to bring the benefits of the instance and win over Ye Chen. But if Ye Chen had heard the entire conversation just now, then he would already know she had fallen into the Xiao family's trap. Although her plan posed no harm to Ye Chen, knowing he had been schemed against would probably leave him feeling uneasy. If she crushed the teleportation crystal now and left Ye Chen behind, the rift between them would only grow wider, which was contrary to her goal of winning him over. Forget it, let's observe the situation further. If necessary, save Ye Chen and escape together. This was the only chance to rescue the Xiao family's impression in Ye Chen's heart. Xiao Yue made up her mind and immediately took out a piece of equipment from her space ring. Ye Chen, I'm here to help you. Chapter 27, Xiao Yue, Instant Kill. Xiao Yue's equipment was a uniquely shaped ice sword, with patterns on the ice blade resembling shooting stars, and the sword hilt resembling outstretched wings of a bird. The power of the ice phoenix infused the sword, making the whole sword come alive, emitting a golden light and releasing an immense chill. Ye Chen glanced at Xiao Yue's movement, and upon seeing the dazzling golden light, he understood. So this weapon was her biggest confidence in entering the instance. It was actually an epic-level weapon that perfectly matched her ice phoenix ability. If purple weapons were rare, then an epic weapon required luck to obtain. The Xiao family indeed had solid foundations, allowing Xiao Yue to bring such a treasured item into the instance. Cold Star Thousand Feathers. A flash of cold light burst from the tip of the sword, and countless ice spikes shot out like phoenix feathers. In a split second, they exploded forth in a vast wave, culminating in a gigantic blue ice crystal sword that shot out. All the attacks cascaded down on Ant King Bell's back. The icy frost and white mist concealed Ant King Bell's figure. All that could be heard were the crisp, sharp sounds of ice crystals striking something hard, the cold instantly freezing the entire cave. The temperature dropped by dozens of degrees, causing Ye Chen's teeth to chatter. Xiao Yue's attack was already incredibly strong. Ordinary extraordinary beasts would have died from it long ago. Even the poisonous Ruins King would be instantly killed by such a strike. However, Ye Chen did not feel the life force of Ant King Bell in front of him fading away. Instead, within this white mist, a more terrifying momentum was rapidly rising. After the attack ended, the white smoke quickly dissipated. There, Ant King Bell was frozen in ice crystals, with a large blue sword stuck in its back. The sword had only pierced slightly, breaking through its black carapace and letting out a drop of green blood. Suddenly, the frozen Ant King Bell's enormous compound eyes flashed with red light. Bang! All the ice crystals on its body shattered in an instant. Rage spread like wildfire in its heart. It was a king. Since ancient times, it had never been defeated, nor had it ever been injured. But now, this proud king was actually wounded by an ant. The drop of blood that fell was its disgrace. Ant King Bell let out a fierce roar, an invisible sound wave echoed in the cave, stabbing into the eardrums of both people painfully. Its whole body ignited with black and red magic, waves of terrifying momentum swept through the cave like invisible ripples, creating a feeling of ferocity, frenzy, and terror deep in their hearts. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. It's gone mad. The male ant in front of him had gone insane, this momentum was on the verge of exploding. Xiao Yue was even more frightened and lost. She had already used all her secret techniques, an epic weapon combined with all her magic energy, and had only managed to cause a drop of blood to flow from its skin. The damage was low, but the humiliation was extremely strong. Ant King Bell had completely lost control. Its figure suddenly vanished in midair, leaving only a gust of wind. Xiao Yue's heart skipped a beat, a shadow of death looming over her. She had no time to think and could only raise the cold star sword to defend. Just as the sword was raised, a shadow appeared before her, Ant King Bell's terrifying visage seemingly conjured out of thin air, brutally thrust into her eyes. Xiao Yue's pupils suddenly constricted, her whole body's blood seemed to freeze. Bang! Ant King Bell casually raised a hand, the black and red magical power in its arm seemed light as a feather, but the force was over 1,000 pounds, sending Xiao Yue and her sword flying away. Wow! She coughed up several large mouthfuls of blood in midair, her face pale as paper. After landing, her whole body slid several meters on the ground, crashing against the wall, lying still on the ground, unaware if she was alive or dead. Ye Chen took a deep breath. He had hoped Xiao Yue would be able to hold on for a bit longer, but unexpectedly, she was instantaneously defeated, unable to withstand even a single basic attack from the male ant. This male ant was the most powerful opponent he had faced since arriving in this world, its defense, attack, and speed were all top tier. At that moment, Little Cheng had already half of its body out of the magic circle. Ye Chen's eyes flickered. Little Cheng, smash through the mountaintop. We'll fight it outside. Hiss. Little Cheng's vertical pupil chilled, rushing towards the sky with Ye Chen. Boom! The entire mountain shook violently, creating a large hole halfway up the mountain, and a giant 100-meter green snake emerged from it. Green Python. Quality, Platinum. Level, LV 26. Attack, 403. Defense, 412. Spirit, 396. Agility, 419. Skills, Poison Dragon Swamp, Twin Poison Fangs, Hardened Scales. Evolution points required for evolution, 10. Current evolution points owned, 4. Note, 1 unit of evolution points can be gained each day, evolution points can be used for beast evolution. Little Cheng had not yet changed its job. In terms of attributes, it was still quite inferior to Ant King Bell, especially in agility, which lagged more than 100. Behind Little Cheng, a shadow flashed, and Ant King Bell followed out as well. It hovered in midair, its huge compound eyes showing a look of interest. Clearly, Xiao Qing's power had caught its attention. This male ant kept flying, never touching the ground. Xiao Qing's Poison Dragon Swamp was already useless, unable to hit it. Now, only 2 skills were available, Hardening Carapace and Twin Poisonous Fangs. With the attributes of the opponent well surpassing hers, the difficulty of the battle had increased significantly. Ye Chen furrowed his brows, pondering the combat strategy. Just as Ye Chen was deep in thought, the Ant King Bell moved. It flickered and vanished from sight. Damn it, this guy's incredible speed really gave Ye Chen a headache. Now, he had no idea from which direction this male ant would attack, so he could only protect himself to avoid being ambushed and killed. Hardening Carapace. He shouted, first stacking up his defense, using the unchanging to deal with the changing. The defense attribute boosted by Hardening Carapace was extremely high, allowing Xiao Qing to instantly transform into a land tank. A green light flashed, and the scales on Xiao Qing's body became radiant. Xiao Qing coiled her entire body into a pyramid shape, with Ye Chen hiding inside the pyramid. It was incredibly solid, ensuring that no matter where the male ant appeared, its attacks would be blocked by Xiao Qing. Clang! First came the piercing sound of metal clashing, followed by sparks flying from a part of Xiao Qing's body. Ant King Bell reappeared at Ye Chen's side, striking with great force, twisting Xiao Qing's coiled body. This male ant's target was himself. It actually knew to kill the Beast Master first. This male ant seemed to understand human professions very well, or its intelligence was not low, realizing that it was himself directing the battle of the green snake. Not giving up after a failed strike, Ant King Bell vanished and reappeared, its ghostly figure in the air. Boom! 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 The attack came like a storm, dense fists raining down on Xiaoqing, turning her into a blob of clay, with dense hair and bulges there. If this were an exotic beast, it would have long been dead from such a frenzied attack. Ye Chen snorted coldly. Being passively defended, treated as a punching bag was not his style. He decided to counterattack. Chapter 28, finally victorious. Xiaoqing's tail swung fiercely at the shadow. Boom! The giant tail struck the ground, creating a deep pit. However, such an attack could not hit Ant King Bell. Its speed was too fast, already flashing past before the tail fell, escaping the attack range. Twin poisonous fangs. Xiaoqing opened her mouth and sprayed poisonous fangs like a machine gun, these fangs turning into a dense rain curtain shooting out in all directions around her. The shadow's attack suddenly halted, darting off to a distance. When it stopped, Ant King Bell was seen more than 10 meters away. It looked disdainful. Such slow attack was simply impossible to hit it. It once thought this green snake could bring it some fun, but unexpectedly found it so weak. Bell flickered again. Ye Chen snorted coldly, "Attack the surroundings with your tail." Xiaoqing immediately swung her tail, attacking the air around her. This attack looked very clumsy, as if it was doing useless work. Ant King Bell dodged and soared around Xiaoqing's swinging tail, using the skill Steel Slash, leaving many X-shaped marks on the tail. Then it began to charge at Ye Chen's position. Ye Chen directed Xiaoqing to continue shielding him with her tail. Ant King Bell's attacks were very sharp and powerful, but after 1 or 2 hours of attacks, it still couldn't break through Xiaoqing's defense. This green snake's attack power could be ignored, but after using the hardening carapace skill, its defense was terrifyingly strong. For a time, Bell couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, for some unknown reason, this green snake kept doing useless work. Knowing that its attacks couldn't hit itself, it still happily repeated the same attack movements. Bell didn't understand, but it felt that the human controlling the blue snake couldn't be that foolish, he must have some hidden plot. The inability to break through the blue snake's defenses made it extremely furious, and not understanding what the human was doing only heightened its agitation. Hiding inside the tiny blue snake's protection, Ye Chen trembled as he held the ghost staff tightly. He had poured all his energy into the ghost staff, maximizing its power. Damn it! This male ant's mental strength is only over 300, yet it can withstand the mental attack of the ghost staff for a whole hour. Shit, if the fear effect doesn't activate soon, I might just collapse first. My energy is depleting fast, I can last at most another 5 minutes. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. The rapid loss of energy made him feel drowsy. Outside, Bell attacked with even sharper strikes due to his frenzied emotions. Countless dense attacks fell from the sky like a curtain of rain. The tiny blue snake not only had to protect Ye Chen but also endure Bell's endless frenzied attacks, and then had to use its tail for meaningless normal attacks, causing the magic within it to drain rapidly to maintain its skills. Noticing the blue snake's condition, Ye Chen felt extremely anxious. Little Blue, hold on. It's almost done for. Ye Chen had already seen the black ghost of fear appear on the Ant King Bell. This indicated that the equipment effect of the ghost staff had finally started to take effect. As long as they held on for a little longer and let it fall into the mental attack of fear, they would win. In the midst of persistent attacks, for some reason, Bell felt a flicker of fear towards the blue snake that could only passively take hits. It was as if the blue snake was not a weak ant, but a towering mountain that it could never defeat. Such fear, even if only a flicker, brought immense shame to its invincible heart. A king should never feel fear towards an enemy. Roar! Bell roared in rage, its black-red magic gradually contracting and gathering in its right fist. As the magic shrank, its radiance became more dazzling, and its momentum gradually rose. This charged fist looked incredibly powerful. Hiding beneath the little blue snake, Ye Chen saw the scene through a gap and immediately instructed the little blue snake to use its twin poison fangs attack. It must not be allowed to charge steadily. The poison fangs shot out quickly. But the Ant King Bell did not dodge, taking the poison fangs head-on. Clang! Sizzle! With a faint cracking sound of the armor, the tips of the poison fangs pierced into the black armor, but could only penetrate a little before being firmly stuck by the black armor. The poison seeped from the tip of the fangs, attempting to destroy Bell from the inside. However, before this poison could start corroding its skin, it was wrapped by a black-red magic and forcefully pulled out from its body. The separated magic slightly slowed down Bell's charging. At that moment, a surge of ghosts suddenly erupted from its body. Ye Chen's eyes brightened. The fear effect has finally taken effect. This beast was so arrogant that it took the poison fangs head-on, which directly doubled the effect of fear. Belle's heart suddenly tightened, an inexplicable fear wildly blossoming in its chest, as if it were trapped in darkness, surrounded by ghosts attacking it, countless ghosts weaving in and out of its body, draining its vitality, while the countless souls it had killed whispered around, demanding its life. The whispers of these souls were like curses, making it feel the urge to retreat. Its charged right fist's magic became chaotic, and its momentum instantly collapsed. Roar! In fear, Belle roared. A king should not allow itself to feel even the slightest fear, it was invincible. Belle clasped its head with both hands, its body twisting painfully in midair. The fear in its heart caused it to retreat. But as the glory of a king, it cannot retreat. Now is the time. Little Chang let out a roar, shooting up from the ground, opening its bloody mouth wide, and biting down at the Ant King Belle, who was frozen in midair. Crack! Sharp teeth pierced the Ant King Belle's black armor, and green blood gushed out in torrents. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed Ant King Belle, 3rd rank. Xingyan gains 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Xingyan has leveled up, current level LV 28. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level LV 19. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the job transfer task. Current task: Hidden Profession, Master of Beasts. Task requirements: kill a 3rd rank beast. Task time: unlimited. Task status: completed. Do you wish to submit the task? Ye Chen collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Hearing the system's series of announcements, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. Damn, I thought I was strong, but I almost died in the dungeon this time. I still need to quickly improve my strength. This Blue Star continent is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, only with great power can I ensure my safety. You asked me if I want to submit the task, isn't that nonsense? Submit, it must be submitted. Ding! Task submitted. As the system's prompt tone faded, Ye Chen's body suddenly burst forth with golden light. A powerful force emerged from every cell, filling his entire being, as if he had unlimited stamina. The weakness he just felt swept away. Ding! Personal panel updated, please check. Chapter 29, God Level Contract Technique. Ye Chen opened the profession panel to check. Name: Ye Chen, 1st rank. Profession: Beast Tamer. Advanced Profession: Master of Beasts, Hidden Profession. Beasts: Xingyan, Flamingo. Skill: God Level Contract Technique, can evolve. After the profession advanced, he would comprehend new skills, and this God Level Contract Technique was the skill he just realized. One look at the name indicated this skill was extraordinary, and Ye Chen quickly opened the skill description. God Level Contract Technique. Skill effect: contracting a beast will have a 100% success rate, and the first evolution of the beast will definitely result in a mutation. Damn! Ye Chen's eyes widened, incredulous as he looked at the skill description on the panel. I always knew skills with God level in them were unusual, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous. A 100% success rate for contracting is already exaggerated, it can also guarantee a mutation. Ye Chen's breathing quickened. To know, trying to contract a fully healthy beast is nearly impossible. Many noble-blooded beasts have a success rate that is almost zero. For example, the descendants of divine beasts, successfully contracting such a beast is simply wishful thinking. The top beast tamers who once possessed divine beasts did so through mutation channels. No one has ever acquired a divine beast through contracting. With this skill, if Ye Chen encounters a divine beast descendant, he can achieve a 100% success in contracting it. Looking at the second skill effect, the first evolution guarantees mutation. This is even more outrageous. The probability of mutation is incredibly slim, among 100,000, perhaps only one will mutate, and whether it mutates is purely based on luck. Now it's different. With this skill, Ye Chen's future beasts will definitely produce mutations. Unbelievable. This is simply too outrageous. Ye Chen gasped, his face turning red. What does this evolution mean? He noticed there was an evolution option after the skill. Could it be? No way. It can't really be as I thought. Ye Chen trembled as he pointed and clicked the evolution option. God Level Contract Technique. Evolution points required, 1. Current status: can evolve. Do you wish to evolve? It really can evolve. Such an outrageous skill can evolve again. Ye Chen looked in shock at the evolution option. He thought to himself, if beasts can evolve, then it's reasonable for me to evolve as well. Without hesitation, Ye Chen directly chose to evolve. A golden light flashed across the panel of the God-level contract technique, the brilliance so glaring that Ye Chen instinctively closed his eyes. When he eagerly opened his eyes again, the God-level contract technique had already changed. God-level contract technique, evolved. Skill effect, evolved version. When contracting exotic beasts, the success rate is 100%. The first evolution of the exotic beast will definitely produce a mutation. Can forcibly contract hostile beings? Hostile beings. Is it possible that it has reached this outrageous level? Ye Chen's heart was pounding, his chest heaving wildly. Generally speaking, a beast master can only contract neutral or friendly exotic beasts. If the exotic beast shows hostility, even the most basic contract conditions are not met, because the first condition is that the exotic beast must not be hostile. Moreover, this skill says it can contract hostile beings, meaning that as long as the other party is a living being, whether or not it is an exotic beast, it can be contracted. Does that mean humans can be contracted too? This is simply too outrageous. The power of this skill had overturned the beast master knowledge Ye Chen learned for 18 years in the school of Blue Star. As expected of Brother Song, as expected of a hidden profession, the awesomeness of this skill left him in awe. And this is only the first evolution. In the future, each time he changes professions, he will be able to comprehend new skills again. He will continue to level up, second evolution, third evolution. By then, the skills he learns during profession changes will multiply. The first skill is already so overpowered, how incredible will the future skills be? Owning 5, 10, or even more than 10 god-level skills, Ye Chen dared not imagine how invincible he would become. Ye Chen's breath became heavy, and the excitement in his heart simmered for a long time. He took deep breaths to calm the turbulence in his heart and gradually regained his composure. This is not the time for pride and complacency. Currently at level 19, compared to those seasoned professionals, he was still too weak. Before growing stronger, they could easily kill him with a single slap. Just like this time's dungeon journey, where he almost lost his life to that soldier ant. Recalling the soldier ant's ghostly speed, Ye Chen still felt lingering fear. If it weren't for Shao Qing's skills being strong enough, he would have been dead here long ago. Just as Ye Chen was deep in thought, the ground suddenly shook violently beneath him. Boom! The surrounding space began to collapse, countless space rifts ripping apart the dungeon's spatial walls, exposing the dark, vast cosmos outside. Not good, this dungeon is about to collapse. If swallowed by the spatial rift, he would be buried in the vast universe. He glanced at the dungeon's entrance, then looked inside the cave. Xiao Yue was still lying inside. He didn't know if she was dead or alive. Although he had been plotted against by the Xiao family this time, after all, they hadn't directly harmed him, and Xiao Yue chose to confront the soldier ant instead of abandoning him at the last moment. Forget it, I'll go see if she's dead. If she's not, I'll take her out. Ye Chen summoned the flaming bird, grabbed its claw, and flew into the cave. Flying swiftly, he soon arrived at the cavern where Xiao Yue was. Xiao Yue still lay motionless on the ground, her blood staining that strange altar red. Ye Chen hurried forward, reached out to check her pulse. There's still a breath. Having taken such a heavy hit and still surviving, you are quite strong. Ye Chen reflected, if he had taken a hit from the soldier ant, even if his body didn't get hurt externally, his internal organs would have been crushed to a pulp. After all, she was the young lady of the Xiao family, presumably having consumed enough tonics and elixirs since childhood to pile up a mountain. Her physical condition naturally couldn't be compared to that of an orphan like him. He picked up Xiao Yue. Just as he was about to leave, the altar suddenly clicked and lit up with red light, activating. Damn it, the altar has activated. Ye Chen's heart missed a beat, his face turned pale. This altar is the altar to summon the interstellar mother bug. That soldier ant, as the personal bodyguard of the interstellar mother bug, is already incredibly terrifying. How much more terrifying will the interstellar mother bug itself be? Ye Chen dared not even think about it, completely unable to imagine it. At this moment, his legs were shaking. He had just fought fiercely with the soldier ant, and both he and little Qing were already in a very weak state. Facing the interstellar mother bug, death was certain. However, the altar was activating extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was fully activated. Amidst the burst of red light, an insect figure suddenly appeared. Ye Chen's pupils shrank sharply. Am I going to die? Chapter 30, Return. Ye Chen's eyes widened, staring intensely at the insect figure that had appeared in the altar. Despite numerous falling stones from the cave's top, he couldn't care less. Compared to the falling stones, the interstellar mother bug is the true terrifying presence. As the red light faded, a fat and plump strange bug appeared at the center of the altar. The bug's head resembled that of an ant, its body large and bloated, with 6 short legs under its belly. It was just lying on the ground, slowly wriggling. Ding! Detected the descendant of a divine beast. Interstellar worm, subdivine beast. Rank, gold. Level, LV1. Attack, 53. Defense, 34. Spirit, 68. Agility, 21. Skills, strong acid corrosion, energy collection. Note, has 10% of the interstellar mother bug's bloodline. Hostile status, neutral. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, then he was overjoyed. I don't have to die now. I thought it was the interstellar mother bug, but it's just a subdivine beast. What a scare! Subdivine beasts are merely members of the divine beast family, carrying some divine beast bloodline. They do not possess true divine beast inheritance. It's safe to say they are just distant relatives of divine beasts. If awakened using awakening stones, the subdivine beast has a 50% chance of inheriting true divine beast bloodline during evolution. Ye Chen laughed heartily. Great, this trip has yielded considerable gains. If I bring this little worm back, with Brother Tonzi's evolution ability, it will surely inherit the bloodline of the interstellar mother bug. It's only a matter of time. Moreover, awakening stones, while rare, are not impossible to find. I'll just get one for this little worm to use when the opportunity arises. Ye Chen rubbed his hands and hopped over to the interstellar worm. Little treasure, come to Brother's bowl. No, to Brother's arms. Follow Brother, and Brother will take you to show off and fly high. The interstellar worm sensed someone approaching and began to squirm desperately to the side. Ye Chen stretched out his big hand and grabbed its chubby back. Today, you must come with me, whether you want to or not. Ha! From now on, you will be my beast. Ye Chen, filled with wild joy, tossed the interstellar worm into the beast space and then picked up the lying Xiaoye, bolting towards the cave entrance. Rocks continued to fall around, and the tremors on the ground grew more intense. The cave was about to collapse, and at this rate of collapse, Ye Chen couldn't escape while carrying Xiaoye. Ye Chen shouted loudly, "Flamingo!" The flamingo revealed itself above his head. As soon as it appeared, it grabbed Ye Chen's clothes, lifting him into the air, flying toward the hole that little Qing had broken open. Upon exiting the cave, Ye Chen summoned little Qing again, hopping onto its head, racing toward the dungeon entrance. Crack crack, many spatial rifts densely covered the area before the entrance. Little Qing was too large, and at this speed, there was a risk of being torn apart by the spatial rifts. Ye Chen had no choice but to retract little Qing, using the flamingo again to carry both of them in low flight. The dungeon entrance was right in front, only 5 or 6 meters remained, and it looked like he could step out in just one move. Crack crack crack, boom. Suddenly, the spatial rift tore the entrance open, and with a crisp sound of rupture, the entrance crumbled into tiny fragments. Damn, the entrance is gone. All that was left was a fierce spatial rift before him. In the pitch-black deep space behind the crack, it has already turned into a dead end. Ye Chen furrowed his brows tightly, a storm of thought rising in his mind. He scanned his surroundings, trying to find a crack that led out of the instance. But unfortunately, all the cracks around were pitch black, without any opening to another instance or world. No way, am I going to die here? Cough, cough. As Ye Chen was worrying, Xiao Yue coughed twice in his arms and woke up. Ye Chen? We are still alive. Xiao Yue's face was as pale as paper, weakly speaking. Yes, we are alive for now, but we will die soon. Ye Chen responded absently. Xiao Yue looked at the surroundings, her brow furrowed tightly. The instance is going to collapse, we should run. Ye Chen helplessly said, if we could run, I would have run away already. The entrance to the instance is gone, torn apart by the spatial cracks, we have no way out. A flash of white light appeared in Xiao Yue's hand, a teleportation crystal was held in her palm. Use this, take us back. Ye Chen looked down, instantly overjoyed. Wow, it's actually a teleportation crystal. Why didn't you take this out earlier and instead fought that big ant? Xiao Yue smiled wryly, I brought you into the instance, how could I leave you behind to escape? You heard those conversations in the cave, right? I didn't intentionally calculate against you, it's just that this instance is too strange, limiting entry to level 10, I had no other choice but to find you as a partner. Of course, I didn't mean to hide it from you, this matter is a secret for the Xiao family, I couldn't reveal it in advance. Ye Chen smiled faintly, alright, you still have a conscience, you didn't leave me behind. But if you dare to calculate against me again next time, I won't be polite, got it? Hearing Ye Chen's words, the heavy stone in Xiao Yue's heart finally fell, she was afraid Ye Chen would misunderstand the Xiao family. Ye Chen's potential was huge, if he became an enemy, the Xiao family would probably not have a good time. Xiao Yue smiled sincerely, she was a great beauty, but most of the time she appeared cold and aloof, making others hesitate to approach her. At this moment, her smile was like the melting of ice and snow, 100 flowers blooming, stunningly beautiful. Thank you. Okay, hurry up and activate the teleportation crystal. Xiao Yue nodded, infused her magic into the crystal, then crushed the crystal with a firm grip. Boom! The crystal shattered into countless starlights, enveloping the two figures, then a column of light shot up to the sky, teleporting them back. In the desolate mountains, Xiao Ziyan anxiously paced at the entrance of the instance. Just a few minutes ago, the entrance of the instance suddenly exploded, now it was empty before him, where was the entrance? Such a phenomenon can only mean one thing, the instance has collapsed. Why hasn't my little sister come out yet? Something didn't happen, right? Xiao Ziyan's face was filled with anxiety, it shouldn't be a problem. The family not only gave her an epic weapon but also a teleportation crystal. Even if she can't win, she can teleport back. But why has the instance been collapsing for so long, and she still hasn't returned? Just as he was considering whether to call the family elders to have a look, a beam of teleportation light descended from the sky. Xiao Ziyan's face brightened, rushing towards the beam. As the light dissipated, two young people appeared before him. Ye Chen was holding the seriously injured Xiao Yue, standing still. Xiao Ziyan's expression changed. Little sister. Hurry and get her to the hospital, she's badly hurt. Ye Chen said flatly. What exactly happened? It's a long story, wait until she wakes up, you can ask her yourself. Chapter 31, The Coming of the College Entrance Examination. Ha! Ye Chen stretched after getting out of bed. Having had a comfortable sleep last night, he now felt lively. As the dawn lit up outside, he had already risen and dressed, starting his morning run for the day. Since returning from the instance, he had been feeling sore all over, which couldn't go on like this. Beast taming was impressive, but this body was too weak, he needed to strengthen his training. After finishing the morning run, he began to exercise his muscles, doing sit-ups and all sorts of workouts. Although he was exhausted, the effects were surprisingly good. His physical strength was rapidly increasing, and now he had $1 million in cash, ready to buy some strength-enhancing potions and food. After just a few days, his muscles were already comparable to those of a bodybuilding champion who had been training for 3 to 5 years. No wonder Xiao Yue could withstand a strike from the Ant King Bell and not die. As the eldest lady of the Xiao family, she must have received professional training in nourishing supplements since childhood. With his haphazard training and some supplements, he had surpassed the results of ordinary people's workout for years in just a few days, let alone hers. After waking up, Xiao Yue told everyone in the Xiao family that it was Ye Chen who saved her and explained that it was Ye Chen who killed the Ant King Bell. The Xiao family completely changed their view of Ye Chen and unanimously decided to befriend him. The Xiao family sent people to visit several times, and Xiao Yue even personally came to thank him. As for the Xiao family's goodwill, Ye Chen was not very impressed. A large family is still a large family, they care only about a person's value and interest. If Ye Chen wasn't strong enough, they definitely wouldn't spare him a glance. However, Ye Chen didn't completely reject the Xiao family's kindness. After all, who would say no to free benefits? Gifts, accepted. Money, accepted. As for whether the Xiao family would make any requests in the future, he would help depending on the situation. A month flew by, and soon the day of the college entrance examination arrived. After a month of physical training, Ye Chen's body was now very strong, looking much more handsome than his previous skinny and malnourished state. When he appeared on campus, many girls often stole glances at him, and little confession notes piled up under the tables. From being ridiculed as a useless beast master to now being the center of attention, Ye Chen, having lived 2 lives, had long seen through the world's coldness and looked at his current situation with a smile. Chen Jiyu treated Ye Chen like his own son, allowing him to freely use all the resources on campus without any restrictions. It's a joke, Ye Chen was the standout student of their year, having been pre-admitted to Shingon University, a top-tier scholar. As long as the college entrance examination was over, Ye Chen would immediately become famous. As a high school that produced students entering the country's top universities, Xingha High School would also gain immense prestige in the entire Dragon Country, and next year's enrollment would definitely be overflowing. It was unknown how many students would compete fiercely to get into Xingha High School. With a smile, Chen Jiyu said to Ye Chen, how did you sleep yesterday? Not bad. That's great, that's great. A good sleep means good spirits, which won't affect the exam. Although you've already been admitted to Shingon University, we still need to take the college entrance exam seriously. This exam is like thousands of armies crossing a single log bridge. All the third-year students nationwide will take the test together today. You can also experience this grandest exam in the country, it's a good life experience. The principal is right. Come, get in my car, I'll drive you to the exam today. Chen Jiyu had already parked his black sedan early at the entrance, warmly welcoming Ye Chen inside. The surrounding students scoffed at Chen Jiyu's fawning demeanor, especially those struggling students, who mocked him behind his back with imitations. Bah! What a worthless principal, bowing and scraping like that. Anyone who didn't know might think Ye Chen was his ancestor. Ugh, so disgusting. Ha, who told us we're the struggling students? In the eyes of these teachers, we're just flies, not even human. Yeah, you're right. Our homeroom teacher treats the top student in the class with such kindness. When he runs into them in the hallway, he speaks as sweetly as possible. Damn it, seeing me is like looking at a fierce black face, as if I owe him millions. Crap, you shouldn't say that. Today, I got punished to clean the toilet again. Damn it, I just pulled the ponytail of the girl sitting in front of me. What's the big deal? The teacher insisted that I bullied her. Where did I bully her? I was just having some fun, okay? On the contrary, the girl in front hit me on the head with a book, and the teacher saw that but still sent me to stand in the hallway, saying that if I didn't want to study, I shouldn't disturb other students. Damn, does the teacher really have eyes? Clearly, she hit me. Hey, give me peanuts, give me peanuts. The teacher is just too double standard. Ye Chen comfortably sat in the principal's car, while other students had to sit in the big bus prepared by the school. It's really infuriating how people can make you feel so small. Under the envious gazes of many students, Ye Chen drove away. Arriving at the college entrance examination teleportation array outside of Tianjin province, Ye Chen got off the car. Now, it was already crowded as if everyone from Tianjin province had gathered here. Everywhere were cars and people. The military camp in Tianjin province sent many soldiers to maintain order. The students and teachers from the 4 major universities and other colleges from over a dozen counties were standing on either side, tightly packed with nearly 100,000 examinees, making it a grand event. Ye Chen looked towards Heilong University but did not see Li Wei. Chen Jiyu followed Ye Chen's gaze, sneering, "That guy Li Wei, because he expelled you and held a grudge against you, was dismissed by the board of directors overnight. Now Heilong University has a new principal." Ye Chen nodded but said nothing. Li Wei was too much of a miser and had a biased view. He didn't care at all for students without a background or poor academic performance. He would bully them indiscriminately, while fawning over students from good families and with decent qualifications. Such a person was really unworthy of being a principal, and his dismissal was a good thing for the students of Heilong University. Soon, the students for the college entrance examination gradually gathered. At this moment, the teleportation array suspended in the sky began to emit white light. This teleportation array was enormous and the cost to activate it was astronomical, as it was meant to teleport a massive crowd of 100,000 people. Such an array could only be built at the state's expense, ordinary people couldn't afford it. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from the sky. "Please, examinees, enter the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Do not push or pull. Those who violate this rule will be disqualified from the college entrance examination." Chen Jiyu patted Ye Chen's shoulder. "Just do well in the exam and perform normally." Ye Chen gave him a reassuring look and strode towards the teleportation array. Halfway there, he noticed a pair of eyes looking at him. Ye Chen turned his head and saw it was Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue smiled gently at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ye Chen was startled for a moment, nodded back as a greeting. Since the copy incident, every time Xiao Yue saw him, there was a strange feeling, which Ye Chen couldn't explain. One of life's illusions. She likes me. Ye Chen naturally wouldn't have such an illusion, he just felt that this girl maybe had a good impression of him since he saved her life. Chapter 32, Academic Examination. A beauty like Xiao Yue naturally attracted everyone's attention, and her gaze towards Ye Chen was easily caught by other students. Some who did not recognize Ye Chen started to gossip. "What the hell, who is that kid? Why is Xiao Yue smiling at him? This is unbelievable. Xiao Yue is famously an ice queen. Can a goddess like her really smile? Him? You don't know? He is Ye Chen, from Tsinghua University. Recently, things are thriving. Hey, brother, who is Ye Chen? I come from the county, and I've never heard of him. I only know that the most promising candidate for the provincial top scholar this year is Xiao Yue. Is Ye Chen really that amazing? Of course he's amazing. He's ranked first in the training match, and his level is now 10. Only level 10? I thought it was something impressive. Other provinces have produced a few level 10 students too, pfft. Hee, other provinces have level 10 students, but have they been admitted to Divine Palace University? What? Admitted to Divine Palace University? That's right, this Ye Chen has already been admitted to Divine Palace University in advance. Bullshit. I can't believe you're bragging here. If he had been admitted to Divine Palace University, I would have heard about it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The students from Star River High School were too lazy to argue with these people. Anyway, after the college entrance examination, they would know. The news was not released yet strictly because the people from Divine Palace University didn't allow them to promote it, otherwise, Chen Jiyu would have already announced it to the world. Ye Chen walked into the central area of the teleportation array, and the formation under his feet began to gradually shine. Moments later, he felt as if he were floating, and with a blink, he found himself on a large platform made of blue stones. Ye Chen looked around and saw countless heads. He didn't know how many students were standing there. The loud chatter and noise felt like walking into an infinitely amplified farmer's market. It was extremely noisy. Quiet, quiet. In the center of the blue stone platform, a stone pillar suddenly rose up. An old man dressed in black, with white hair, wearing a badge, shouted at the students below. An invisible pressure spread from the old man, shaking the hearts of the students. The chatter instantly ceased, and one could hear a pin drop. Next, I will announce the matters regarding the college entrance examination. Anyone who speaks during this time will have their examination qualification cancelled. The old man said solemnly. Cancelling the examination qualification was a serious punishment that scared everyone into silence. After more than 10 years of hard studying, who would want to have their examination qualification cancelled? The college entrance examination consists of cultural assessment, qualification assessment, and finally a practical assessment, spanning 3 days. Each assessment has a total score of 100 points. Only students whose total scores from the first 2 assessments reach 150 points will qualify for the final practical assessment. Next, everyone will be divided into 10 lines to start the cultural assessment. After the old man finished speaking, countless small stone platforms rose on the blue stone platform, each with an electronic screen displaying cultural topics. All students were divided into 10 lines and seated at the small stone platforms. The exam begins. As the old man's voice fell, a transparent membrane rose around each student sitting in front of the small stone platforms. This translucent membrane allowed outsiders to see the students inside, while those inside could not see anything outside. About 100 exam proctors entered at this time, standing at 10 different positions to supervise. The electronic screen in front of Ye Chen began displaying the exam questions. Question 1. What is the weakness of the Shadow Cat Demon? A. Back B, chest C, head D, anus. Ye Chen chose D without hesitation. This question was too simple. The Shadow Cat Demon, being a relatively high-level exotic beast in the dark forest, derived all its strength from the shadow crystal located at its anus. Ye Chen continued to glance at the next question, quickly answering with a flurry of strokes. Most of the cultural exam content focused on teaching students how to deal with common exotic beasts and professional characteristics. He had memorized these cultural contents a long time ago, and at this moment, his pen flowed as if guided by a divine hand. The cultural exam lasted 2 hours, and students who finished early could leave to rest at the edge of the blue stone platform. Ye Chen finished all the questions in just 1 hour. He thought he was fast enough, but when he came out, he was surprised to see more than 10 people are already sitting at the edge of the platform. These people know each other and are fiercely confirming their answers. The first question is too easy. I directly choose B. The chest is where the heart is. As long as you attack the chest and destroy the heart, you can kill the Shadow Cat Demon in 1 strike. You must be joking. The Shadow Cat Demon's power comes entirely from the anal shadow crystal. How can you say it's the chest? You're doomed. What? Is that really the case? The person shook his head. If you don't believe it, go check the textbook. When I told you to study, you went to sleep instead. Now look, you got the first question wrong. Others also began to share their answers, and the person was dumbfounded. He never expected the answer to be the anus, which he had prioritized excluding. He thought it was the questioner's twisted humor, but the correct answer was indeed the anus. These people gathered together, their faces flushed as they debated. Some jumped up in excitement for getting it right, while others were filled with regret for getting it wrong. Ye Chen, however, stood calmly to the side. An orphan for 18 years, he had no friends at all. Another small stone platform flashed, and the thin membrane disappeared. Xiao Yue stood up gracefully from her seat. She scanned the room and found Ye Chen standing alone, while other students were fervently discussing. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she walked over with her long legs, making her way through the rows of seats. The students who were having a heated discussion noticed an exceptionally beautiful girl with white skin and long legs walking towards them, their eyes wide with disbelief, and their enthusiasm immediately extinguished. Isn't that Xiao Yue? She's coming towards us. Oh, my heart is racing. What should I do? Look at my hairstyle. Is it messed up? Get out of the way. Miss Xiao is walking towards me. Don't be so self-important. Only I, a so excellent and handsome guy, would catch Miss Xiao's eye. You few toads are dreaming. Ha, watch me show you my charm with girls. Just as everyone smiled and approached Xiao Yue like gentlemen, she slightly frowned and changed direction, walking towards Ye Chen. Everyone's smiles froze, and the words they were about to say got swallowed back down. How did you do on the test? Xiao Yue asked Ye Chen, her tone gentle. Ye Chen replied casually, it was okay. You came out so early, I guess you were better prepared than me for the cultural subjects. Xiao Yue smiled slightly. Others saw the two exchanging words and felt a sense of flirtation. Someone's defenses crumbled instantly. Where did this ugly kid come from? I don't know, but it seems like Xiao Yue is really close to him. Damn it, I thought Xiao Yue was walking towards us. Turns out we are all just clowns. Within a minute, I want all the information on this kid. Chapter 33, The Rules and Restrictions of Beast Masters. Outside, Chen Jiyu was chatting and laughing with several principals. With a prodigy like Ye Chen, he was extremely confident in front of all the principals, asking everyone, how did you know my Ye Chen was admitted to Shengo University? Though Shengo University had said not to make a big deal before the college entrance exam, they never said he couldn't boast to old friends, so that night, Chen Jiyu called several principals to tell them about Ye Chen's admission. After that, whenever he met familiar principals, he would tirelessly brag about Ye Chen's early admission. It's no wonder Chen Jiyu was so excited. In the last 10 to 20 years, none of the students from Tianqing province had been admitted to a top university. Ye Chen was the first, and he could wake up smiling from this dream. The new principal of Black Dragon High School, Hai Dao, was utterly annoyed with Chen Jiyu and walked away as soon as he saw him coming. Chen Jiyu hurriedly chased after him. Principal Hai, wait for me. Hai Dio rubbed his forehead, stopped. This honored plague god now is Hyde also Hyde cannot pass, say also say cannot pass. He skin smile flesh not smile asked, Principal Chen what matter? Oh, also know what matter, just what ask you or how know my family Ye Chen by Divine Palace University early admit? Again his mother's this sentence, his ears all here to grow calluses, Hai Dio heart inside ignite nameless fire, have kind very want beat dead Chen Jiyu's impulse, this guy show off 1 month already, arrive college entrance exam, actually still want show off. Hai Dio grit teeth said, Principal Chen, this not you yourself said? This 1 month come, you all said not less than 100 times. Chen Jiyu suddenly understand, yes, look my this memory, people old memory just as bad. Hai Dio cold snort one sound, Principal Chen this memory indeed is bad, you can don't forget Beast Tamer this door profession but have restriction, present world rules cannot be born divine beast, one monarch level beast tame, simply cannot compare other 100-turn professionals, more to later stage, Beast Tamer more weak, so Principal Chen, you this one time proud can proud how long, opposite, our school shall UA but is S-level ice phoenix profession, no world rules limit, future surely. Become 100-turn profession. Even if have rules limit and how, one monarch level beast tame, also enough to look down on all heroes, this then not trouble Principal High worry. Before Beast Tamer also is S-level profession, reason why fall to A-level profession, not just because rules limit? This 100,000 years come, just know which Beast Tamer can break through rules restriction, Principal Chen, S-level profession after all is compare A-level profession strong, unless you're that Ye Chen can change profession out what hidden level profession come, but this possible? Ha. Hai Dio cold laugh one sound, big stride leave. Chen Jiyu carry both hands behind back, look at sky, Beast Tamer's front road indeed difficult layers, but Ye Chen this child talent extremely high, maybe he can lead Beast Tamer this profession break out one piece new heaven new earth. Wang Song sinister look at Ye Chen and Xiao Yue together talk scene, heart inside one group named Jealousy's flame is burning fiercely. Very soon, his side then have several dog legs rush come and him report about Ye Chen's all information. Hear Ye Chen this kind trash background, he heart inside even more angry. I still thought as what peerless genius, original only as one A-level Beast Tamer, still as one orphan, he this kind slum background society trash, how match Xiao Yue? Wang big brother says right, Ye Chen this one orphan, or match Xiao Yue only like Wang family this kind hidden noble family only is Xiao Yue's good match. Below's dog legs immediately grinning and flatter Wang Song's stinky feet, again and again praise. Wang Song glance at him one eye, face color extremely ugly fierce voice say, HM? You just now said what? That dog leg face color one white, forced smile say, not right, I said wrong, is Xiao family this kind so-called first-class family, only match give Wang family carry shoes, hey. Wang Song face color slightly ease a bit, Xiao family again count what thing, with my Wang family compare, they only are ant like exist, if not Xiao Yue have few points beauty, Xiao family is give me carry shoes all not match, one group trash. Yes, Wang big brother say too right, only the Xiao Yue look up and Ye Chen relation not bad, we is not as want fix him? Wang Song mouth corner one hook, face color gloomy, I look not pleasing eyes thing, all must disappear, no matter his person still is thing, I wants thing also must get, no matter this thing is what, you understand? Dog leg Zhang lay eyes one bright, good Lu, I understand Wang big brother, you just watch good, we third round but his real battle exam, at that time everyone all will go green forest, I definitely make this matter handle properly. Let Ye Chen disappear forever from this world. Wang Song took a deep breath, twisted his neck, and cast a cold glance at Ye Chen, let this kid live a few more days. How dare he touch a woman I fancy, he truly doesn't know his place. You need to arrange this immediately. If you don't handle it well, you'll disappear along with Ye Chen. Zhang Lei's heart sank, and he quickly nodded, don't worry, brother Wang, I will handle it well. Wang Song nodded, you may go. An hour later, all the candidates submitted their papers and walked out. The Bluestone platform began to buzz again. The first day of exams finally came to a close, but the candidates were not allowed to leave the examination hall. All students participating in the exam had to eat, sleep, and stay on the Bluestone platform for the next 3 days. At this time, it was dinner time. Many students took out pre-prepared ingredients from their spatial rings, such as spicy hot pot, dry pot goose, and braised pork knuckles, typical ingredients that students from ordinary families could afford. Worse-off students, like orphans or those from poorer families like Ye Chen, could only eat coarse rice, cabbage, and pickled vegetables, ingredients that were easier to obtain. In contrast, students from wealthy families feasted on expensive ingredients rich in spiritual energy, which could enhance their physical condition and nourish their spirits. Although Ye Chen had over 1 million dragon soul coins, he could not afford to eat such spiritually infused foods every meal. Those ingredients were just too expensive, often costing tens of thousands or even over 100,000. If he indulged a few times, he would end up poor again, he still needed to save some money to buy himself gear. While he couldn't afford spiritual food, eating meat was not a problem at all. Ye Chen took out some braised fish and roasted chicken, ready to dig in, when Xiao Yue suddenly asked, "Is this all you're eating?" "What's wrong?" "This stuff can fill my stomach." Ye Chen replied casually. "Right now is the college entrance examination. Eating something that supplements your body and spirit can help you score a few more points in the exam tomorrow. Just in time, I brought extra. I can't finish it alone, so let me share some with you." After saying that, Xiao Yue took out plates of aromatic dishes like marinated beef shank stew, golden feather quail egg custard, ink leaf tea, and Tianshan lotus seed porridge, expensive ingredients that could replenish energy and spirit. The aroma was like nothing Ye Chen had experienced before, and just smelling it made him feel revitalized. Wow, little rich girl is truly extraordinary. Just pulling out something like this is a dream distant from ordinary people. Ye Chen laughed heartily. "Xiao Yue, hurry up and eat." The surrounding students looked at the spiritual rich ingredients in front of the two and suddenly felt as if the food in their mouths turned to wax, lacking any flavor. The discontent in the hearts of the young people was quickly ignited. "I hate rich people. I hate capitalists. Those damn guys, why do they get to eat powerful spiritual items while I can only eat scraps? Damn it, one day I will burn the lavish halls to ashes and step over the bones of the elite." Hey, stop dreaming. Just eat. With your D-level career potential, whether you can get into college is questionable, yet you talk about stepping over the bones of the elite, ridiculous. Chapter 34, Qualification Assessment ends. The second round of qualification tests began at the command of the white-haired old man. The students still lined up in 10 rows and entered the 10 light columns in front of them. Ye Chen stood at the end of the line, and soon it was his turn for the qualification test. As he stepped into the light column, everything before him blurred, and he was instantly transported to a closed bluestone room. The walls were carved with numerous inscriptions, and there was a stone table in front of him with a giant palm print. "Please place your hand on the palm print on the stone platform." Ye Chen raised his right hand and placed it on the palm print. This scene felt a bit like Awakening. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in the room. Candidate name, Ye Chen. Occupation, Beast Tamer, A. Level, LV-19. Score, 15. Please enter the small door to the side. Proceed to the next assessment. Ye Chen walked through the small door. The subsequent qualifications assessments included physical fitness tests, speed tests, mental tests, reaction tests, and various comprehensive evaluations. Ye Chen passed them all one by one. When he reached the final combat assessment phase, a silver iron dummy appeared in front of him. Please use your strongest martial skills to attack the dummy. Ye Chen stroked his chin. Strongest martial skills, huh? But the dummy in front of him was only level 20, if he used Xiaoqing to attack, would he end up breaking the dummy? If the dummy broke, how would they assess his performance? What if I break the dummy? Ye Chen asked the air in front of him, knowing that there were people watching the exam. The teachers monitoring the screens in the examination room immediately heard Ye Chen's question. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and laughed. This child must be Ye Chen, who was admitted early by the Divine Palace University, right? Yes, Elder Meng. Haha, he's the first student to worry about breaking the dummy during the exam. Although the dummy looks like it's only level 20, its hardness is such that even a level 30 professional would struggle to damage it. Tell him to attack with confidence. If the dummy breaks, he'll get full marks in the qualification assessment. Understood. Soon, a mechanical voice came from Ye Chen's room, instructing him to attack with all his might, promising full marks if he broke the dummy. Good, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Chang, attack. Ye Chen shouted loudly, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of him. Xiao Chang was flung out from it, swinging its tail fiercely at the dummy. Poisonous Dragon Swamp. Boom! When the tail hit the ground, a deafening explosion echoed, the enclosed bluestone space shook violently, and the surrounding walls displayed countless shimmering formations. The dummy instantly turned to dust, and a large chunk of the bluestone floor shattered, leaving chaos in its wake. Ye Chen looked at the scene before him, clapped his hands in satisfaction, and waited for the announcement of the exam results. However, no announcement came after waiting for a long time. How strange, why hasn't the result been announced? Could the broadcast system be broken? What he didn't know was that all the teachers in the monitoring room were watching the screen in shock. Elder Meng, was that just a tale? What kind of beast master is this, capable of such power that it destroyed the exam formation? Even if it could break a level 30 dummy, that formation was supposed to resist attacks from level 40 professionals. My heavens, he's only level 19 and already able to reach a level 40 professional's power. This is simply outrageous. This Ye Chen will undoubtedly be the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Tianqing province. Meng Lingchuan stood up, smiling slightly. No wonder he was admitted early by the Divine Palace University. Ye Chen indeed has exceptional talent. If he weren't a beast master, I would want to take him as my disciple, haha. Hearing this, all the people in the monitoring room were shocked, then they quickly calmed down. Meng Lingchuan was a high-ranking official in the country. Being his disciple would ensure a bright future, potentially leading to a national-level position. However, it was a shame that Ye Chen was a beast master. The upper limit of this profession was destined to be a king-level beast. Nurturing beasts required enormous resources, enough to train a 100-turn professional, and while a king-level beast was decent, it lagged behind a 100-turn professional. Currently, Ye Chen might have some opportunities to nurture a high-level beast and shine in this college entrance examination, but as resources were allocated to other professions later on, Ye Chen would be left far behind, especially in the late stages, when other professionals could advance to 100 turns, while his beasts would be stuck at the king level, unable to upgrade to divine-grade beasts, ultimately limited to the blue star and unable to explore the vast universe. Meng Lingchuan picked up the microphone. Facing the examination room, Ye Chen said, "Ye Chen, you are very good, you scored full marks in this qualification test, you can step out now." Hearing the result, Ye Chen then walked out of the martial skills examination room. Back in the Qing Stone Hall, many students had already come out, standing in groups of 2 or 3, nervously waiting for the final test results. A few minutes later, a mechanical voice echoed in the Qing Stone Hall. "Now announcing the exam results. Students with scores above 150 points, please prepare. Tomorrow you will enter the Green Forest for the final practical exam. Students with scores below 150 points can leave the Qing Stone platform. First place, Ye Chen, 196 points. Second place, Xiao Yue, 192 points. Third place, Wang Son, 190 points." The voice announcement lasted for 2 full hours, and those students who scored below 150 points were not announced but directly displayed on several large screens. From 100,000 students, suddenly only over 100 remained. This terrifying elimination rate forced many students to face the harsh reality: they no longer had universities to attend. From today on, they could either work as mercenaries for the rich fighting in the wild, or go to factories twisting screws, or work in stores as waiters or deliverers, doing the most basic jobs in society. In the Blue Star continent, competition for low-level jobs is also fierce. Due to the influence of occupational talent, even delivering food, such a basic job is quite difficult to attain. After all, while you are riding a small electric scooter, others have already grown wings behind them and can deliver items to customers faster. Before Ye Chen awakened, he could only work illegally, picking vegetable leaves to eat at the market, as there were basically no jobs for him to do. After all, others had the advantage of occupational talent, and he could not compete at all. Wang Son looked at his ranking, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. "Heh, good, Ye Chen, right? You are indeed strong, but what use is that? These rankings only test qualifications and culture, everything depends on practical skills. If your practical skills are lacking, no matter how strong you are in theory, you will still die at my hands." Zhang Lei flattered, "Brother Wang is absolutely right. Killing monsters in instances relies on practical skills. Can you really kill exotic beasts just by talking theoretical nonsense? Ha ha ha. Have you arranged everything?" Wang Song asked ominously. Zhang Lei chuckled, "Brother Wang, don't worry, there's an examiner in the Green Forest who is my uncle. It's very easy to let a few controlled fierce exotic beasts in. We'll just say these exotic beasts came from another space, there won't be any problems, you can rest assured, ha ha. Hee hee, that's fine. Just remember, let those exotic beasts disable Ye Chen's limbs. I want to personally finish this trash off. If I don't kill him myself, I will not be at peace." Chapter 35, the third practical exam begins. The final practical exam officially began. More than 100 students lined up, walking towards the blue teleportation passage ahead. Meng Lingchuan stood beside the entrance, his face serious. The third exam will be live-streamed in real time. Everything you do in the instance will be watched by the public nationwide. As a practitioner, you will often fight against exotic beasts in the future. If anyone hesitates during the exam, just go home and be an ordinary person. There's no need to attend this university. The ultimate destiny of a practitioner is to bravely move forward, fighting against exotic beasts, fighting against practitioners from other countries, and even fighting against the heavens. If you lack even the most basic courage, getting into university and entering the career alliance will only hold the entire army back. Such troublesome individuals, the army absolutely cannot tolerate. Practitioners without courage should best behave as ordinary citizens in society. Practical exams mean there will be sacrifices. Once you enter the Green Forest, you will receive no assistance. If you encounter danger in the instance, you can only solve it by yourself. Now, I will give you another chance to withdraw. If you are afraid of death, afraid of facing the beasts, you can exit the team now. The crowd was silent and still. After studying hard for more than 10 years, finally awakening a good talent, and passing the previous 2 rounds of selection to stay among 100,000 people, who would be willing to withdraw? Although entering the Green Forest carries danger, if one wants to succeed, they must walk the path to university, and they must enter the professional army. This is the only path of promotion for ordinary people. Meng Lingchuan waited for a while and found that no one chose to withdraw. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, the professional army needs young people like you with strong will. Make sure to wear these watches. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of scoring watches flew out from his space ring, and as soon as these watches appeared, they soared towards the crowd. This practical exam will be assessed based on how many beasts you kill. Each beast has a score. The specific scoring standard is, ordinary beasts are 1 point each, elite ones are 10 points each, and boss-level beasts are 100 points each. The higher the score, the higher the ranking. The beasts of the Green Forest have a resurrection mechanism. Every time they die, they'll respawn at a random location, and each time they resurrect, their strength and level will increase. Remember, the score will not change with the beast's strength improvement. I advise you all, if you feel that dealing with the beasts is becoming more difficult, it's best to withdraw in time. The higher-level beasts are reserved for the talented students. Everyone must recognize their own strength to avoid stepping wrongly and dying in the dungeon. This is a crystal from the dungeon, one for each of you. Please take good care of it. After waving his hand again, hundreds of yellow crystals flew out from the space ring and came before everyone. I will now open the dungeon, please enter in an orderly manner. After Meng Lingchuan finished speaking, he took out a magic scroll and began to chant a spell. As his speed increased, the entrance to the dungeon suddenly erupted with a roar, a wave of air bursting forth, and the blue vortex at the entrance began to rotate slowly. Go in. The faces of the crowd became serious as they stepped towards the entrance one by one. As Ye Chen stepped through the entrance, his eyes flashed, and he found himself beside a stream in the green forest. In front of him was a dilapidated wooden house, with a blacksmith's table in front of the door. The college entrance examination does not allow team formation. Once entered, it is a random teleportation. Flap flap flap, a small drone hovered above him, flapping its wings and directing the camera at him. This is a drone for nationwide live broadcasting, which also counts as one of the exam monitoring devices. Ye Chen glanced at it and ignored it thereafter. Now that he had just entered the dungeon, it was the time when the monsters were at their weakest. He had to seize the time to hunt monsters, otherwise, waiting until these beasts died once or twice would cause their levels and strengths to increase, making things troublesome. Ye Chen was contemplating where to find beasts when suddenly the stream splashed, and a monster leaped out of the water, its crimson eyes filled with fierce light, lunging at Ye Chen. Swamp Crocodile. Rank, Silver. Level, LV 17. Attack, 36. Defense, 31. Spirit, 29. Agility, 28. Skill, Bubble Spit. It seems that the Green Forest is rich in beasts. Even a small stream can produce a level 17 little monster. Just when I was afraid there was nowhere to hunt, this monster fish came at the right time. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Come out, Firebird. Tweet. The magic circle flashed, and a little fire-red bird flew out, opening its mouth to unleash a burst of flames. Firebird. Rank, Silver. Level, LV 28. Attack, 98. Defense, 87. Spirit, 84. Agility, 96. Skill, Fireball Spell. To deal with this little monster, just using the Firebird is enough, there is no need for little Qing. With the 28-level Firebird, its attributes completely crushed the monster. A fireball spell hit the monster fish, turning its body into a piece of charcoal that fell to the ground. The charcoal disappeared within a few seconds, presumably respawning elsewhere. Ding! Score +1. Current score, 1. The watch suddenly erupted with a mechanical sound. With a casual strike to deal with the odd fish, Ye Chen did not pause, quickly running toward the jungle, with the flamingo closely following. Boom! 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 Before long, a series of explosions echoed through the forest. Ding! Points +1. Ding! Points +1. Ding! Points +1. The first batch of exotic beasts was simply too weak, completely overwhelmed by the flamingo's power, and Ye Chen sent a fireball their way, easily racking up points. Ye Chen felt like he was in a realm untouched by others, wildly slaughtering exotic beasts in the forest. This scene was broadcast live to the screens of people across the country via the surveillance drone overhead. Those third-year students who had been eliminated, unable to participate in the actual combat, were still curious about who among the remaining participants would achieve remarkable results. In the livestream featuring over 100 students, most were struggling in fierce battles, while only a few S-grade genius students were effortlessly taking down exotic beasts. Xiao Yue's Ice Phoenix ability was already utilized to perfection, whether in single-target attacks or area attacks. Her damage was incredibly devastating, with exotic beasts unable to withstand even 3 rounds against her. Her spectacular skill combos combined with her stunning appearance made a bunch of male classmates scream in admiration. Goddess, goddess! The ice skills are still as beautiful as ever, especially when Xiao Yue uses them, it's even more stunning. Alas, too bad I awakened as a C-grade practitioner and couldn't even pass the first 2 rounds of tests. Don't shout so loudly, do you know how annoying you are? Damn fanboy, you're ruining my view of the other streams. Hey, annoying? That's right, I'm here specifically to annoy losers like you. What if I'm a fanboy? So what? Come at me if you dare. Damn. You're asking for it. Thus, occasionally, there were some strongmen challenging each other outside. Suddenly, among the viewers, someone shouted, "What the hell? Is that a beast master? Isn't that a flamingo? Why is his flamingo different from mine? He can actually one-hit kill the exotic beasts. Holy crap! Who the hell is this strong? Xiao Yue and Wang Song still need to fight the exotic beasts a few times, why can his flamingo one-hit kill? This is not scientific." Chapter 36, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking young Master Wang. Looking at the incredibly heroic flamingo on the screen, some beast masters who bought flamingos were puzzled. Is this a flamingo? You tell me this is a flamingo? Some could not help but take out their own flamingos for a closer look. No doubt, it looked exactly like Ye Chen's flamingo. But why can his flamingo one-hit kill level 10 exotic beasts, while my flamingo is so weak that it gets one-hit killed by exotic beasts? A teacher of the beast master profession watched his students' bewildered faces with a look of frustration, grinding his teeth and saying, "Are you still wondering why other people's flamingos can wreak havoc while your own flamingo is no different from a fool? Yes, why is this happening, teacher? How can you dare ask? During my class, were you even paying attention?" The strength of a beast master is not only related to tier and level, but also closely tied to the mental strength of the beast master, and critically, to their combat command skills. Ye Chen appears to easily annihilate exotic beasts, not only because of his and the flamingo's high level, but also due to the high degree of cooperation between him and the flamingo. His mastery of skills is also exquisite, and in this state, he and the flamingo can be said to have become one. If you were to control the flamingo, you would probably misfire even a fireball. You repeat students need to save Ye Chen's battle videos if you want to have good results next year. Watch them repeatedly to learn. This brings you great benefits in controlling and fighting with your beasts in the future. The teacher earnestly taught. Several students glanced at each other, not expecting that such an ordinary operation contained so many fine manipulations. After listening to the teacher's teachings, they quietly saved the practical combat scenes of Ye Chen. In an underground fortress dozens of kilometers away from Tianqing province, a middle-aged man wrapped in bandages and with sharp eyes looked at the screen showing Ye Chen and Xiao Yue, grinning wickedly. His teeth were jagged, looking like a beast's fangs, and his laughter was eerie and cold like a nightingale. "Ye Chen, Xiao Yue, Kakik, you can't escape. Since you took my Xia Yongzhen's things, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I will get them back." As if sensing the excitement of the middle-aged man, a black beetle crawled out from his sleeve, squeaking as it climbed up his arm to his neck, then to his cheek. Slurp. The middle-aged man suddenly extended his long tongue, wrapped it around the black beetle, and swallowed it, crunching slowly. In a wasteland on the outskirts of the green forest, a middle-aged man with glasses watched the live broadcast on his mobile phone, narrowing his eyes. "Ye Chen, don't blame me, you can only blame your bad luck for provoking young Master Wang." A blue, shimmering dagger appeared in his hand, glinting with light. He gently sliced the empty space behind him with the dagger, and suddenly, dense inscriptions appeared in what seemed to be empty voids, connecting together and breaking apart under the dagger's slash. A smooth, mirror-like crack in the void suddenly emerged. The middle-aged man quickly took out a talisman and threw it into the crack, then swiftly formed a series of hand seals while murmuring incantations. Poof! His fingertips suddenly ignited with a blue flame, and his face instantly turned pale, as if the blue flame had drawn much of his vital energy. The middle-aged man smeared the blue flame across the crack in the void, causing the broken opening to heal quickly as his fingertips traced over it. After doing all this, the middle-aged man quickly left the area. Clang! With the sound of a knife ringing, a massive rhinoceros covered in black armor fell to the ground. Wang Songgui sheathed his knife, proudly stepping over the rhinoceros's corpse and walking away. "Ye Chen, I've come to find you." At this moment, Ye Chen had arrived at the back of the mountain, where a group of newly reborn firebirds was present. After half a day of fighting, most of the exotic beasts in Green Forest had undergone a round of rebirth, reaching level 20 and above. Some elite-level exotic beasts had even surpassed level 30. For students around level 10, this intensity was quite difficult, hence, flashes of teleportation light appeared from different places in the instance, and quite a few students had already exited. Ye Chen brought the firebirds and looked at the group of them in front of him, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Although they were all firebirds, they were far inferior to his beast. Still, upon meeting, he unleashed a fireball spell. Boom! The tremendous explosion from the fireball instantly obliterated over a dozen firebirds. The firebirds quickly reacted to the ambush and angrily spat out fireballs at Ye Chen. Who? One firebird grabbed Ye Chen's collar with its claws, lifting him into the air, avoiding the dense barrage of fireball attacks. Then, it tossed him onto a tree trunk. Ye Chen stood firmly on the tree trunk, waving his right hand towards the group of firebirds. His beast suddenly flapped its wings, charging into the flock of firebirds, spreading its wings to begin the massacre. The firebirds' wings extended, enveloped in flames like sharp fiery blades, swiftly slicing through the group of firebirds. Firebirds that were struck by the wings fell to the ground, some split in half, rapidly dying in droves. Before long, this group of firebirds was completely exterminated by Ye Chen. Beep. Points plus 36. Current points, 426. Ye Chen glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Xiao Yue, 576. Second place, Wang Song, 543. Third place, Ye Chen, 426. Ye Chen frowned slightly, his luck was really bad. After searching for a long time for elite-level beasts and bosses, he hadn't seen a single hair. Those high-scoring beasts seemed to be avoiding him. I didn't expect this third exam to rely on luck. Those students who found elite monsters and bosses for the first time are lucky. One is worth a group. However, he was not worried about points because those students who scored by luck would only benefit early on. Now that they were at higher levels, if they encountered a boss, it would just be a dead end for them. It seems these examiners still have a bit of humanity, giving some points to those underperforming students so they don't end up with 0 scores, making their face look a bit better. Since there are no high-scoring beasts in the inner area, let's go to the outer area and try my luck. Ye Chen dashed toward the outskirts, and after half an hour, he arrived at the spot where the middle-aged examiner with glasses was standing. Along the way, the small monsters he encountered were all easily wiped out by him. The small hillside before him was plain and unremarkable, with vibrant greenery everywhere. Occasionally, a few wild rabbits hopped by, and a gentle breeze blew, creating quite a relaxed atmosphere. However, in what seemed like a leisurely scene, Ye Chen did not dare to let his guard down. Now, many small monsters had already respawned for a second time, their levels nearly approaching 30, so he had to be cautious at all times. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ye Chen strolled on the grassy ground, making soft sounds. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, the ground exploded, and a white rabbit jumped out from underground. This rabbit was muscular all over, its eyes bright red, standing nearly 3 meters tall on its hind legs. Ye Chen squinted his eyes. It's actually an elite-level rabbit warrior. Finally, I found an elite-level beast. Since you've run into me, you better lie down obediently, little rabbit, hee hee hee. Chapter 37, Sudden Change. Rabbit Warrior, Elite. Rank, Silver. Level, LV, 33. Attack, 146. Defense, 158. Spirit, 129. Agility, 171. Skills, Rapid Punch, Violent Combo. The attributes of the Rabbit Warrior had completely surpassed the Flamingo, but Ye Chen didn't care because he still had equipment. Ghost Staff. Level, LV 10. Quality, Purple. Spirit, plus 10, wearing the Ghost Staff can increase Spirit by 10 points. Equipment effect, Beast Attack carries Necromancer effects, causing enemies to experience 3 seconds of fear. This effect can stack. Last time, the Ant King Bell had over 300 points of Spirit, and it took an hour or 2 to inflict fear. This time, the Rabbit Warrior had only over 100 points. Let's see how long it takes to take effect. Ye Chen smirked. Although the Ghost Staff was a purple equipment, the fear effect was still quite good. He wanted to test the time for the fear effect to kick in. Flamingo, go. Ye Chen waved his hand, and the flamingo shot straight past him. The Rabbit Warrior roared, and the sound of its fists crashing echoed. Seeing the flamingo rushing toward it, it bared its teeth, its expression fierce, and leaped high with a push of its feet. The Rabbit Warrior was incredibly fast, jumping a great distance. Ye Chen was 7 or 8 meters away from it, but in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him, its huge fist swinging toward Ye Chen's face. The charging flamingo opened its mouth, shooting a fireball directly at the Rabbit Warrior's fist. Boom! The Rabbit Warrior's attributes were too high, it actually used its hard fists to scatter the unstoppable fireball spell. Ha! The Rabbit Warrior roared, its feet just landing when it immediately jumped again, throwing an uppercut at Ye Chen's chin. It was incredibly fast. When it threw its punch, even the shadow of its fist was hard to see. But just because Ye Chen couldn't see it, didn't mean the flamingo couldn't see it. When the flamingo's fireball was shattered, it immediately flew over. Just as the uppercut was about to hit Ye Chen, it spread its wings and fiercely struck the Rabbit Warrior's elbow. Smack! That punch was deflected by the seemingly weak wings of the flamingo. Ye Chen took this opportunity to jump back. Compared to the Ant King Bell, the speed of the Rabbit Warrior was still too inexperienced. Holding the ghost staff, Ye Chen directly exited the battlefield, allowing the flamingo to block the pursuing rabbit warrior. As a beastmaster, one should know how to hide oneself well. After leaving the battlefield, he immediately took out the assassin cloak and put it on, then climbed up a tall tree to observe the battle between the flamingo and the rabbit warrior through the leaves. He saw the rabbit warrior, with every punch carrying tremendous power, causing the flamingo to retreat repeatedly. He had just let the flamingo engage in close combat to create an escape opportunity for himself. Now that he was no longer in danger, there was no need for the flamingo to fight the rabbit warrior up close anymore. Flamingo, rise into the air. Coo! The flamingo cried out and immediately flew high into the sky, circling above the rabbit warrior's head. Hee, next, let this muscular, simple-minded little rabbit experience what a bomber is. Use fireball, give it a good explosion. Coo! The flamingo's eyes lit up with fire, then it lowered its head and spewed fireballs towards the rabbit warrior. The dense fireballs fell like raining shells from the sky. Boom! 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 The ground was blasted to charred black, emitting wisps of white smoke. The rabbit warrior's white fur was scorched to black charcoal, with some parts of its skin directly roasted. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't dodge so many fireball attacks. The rabbit warrior jumped 100 meters high, intending to leap into the air to attack the flamingo and bring it down. But obviously, it couldn't reach the flamingo. The flamingo had already flown up to 1,000 meters, appearing like a small red dot in the sky. Unable to reach the flamingo, the rabbit warrior roared angrily towards the sky. Ye Chen smirked, let's have another wave of fireballs. Coo! A bird call echoed in the sky, and then a bunch of red fireballs fell down. Once again, it was a concentrated barrage, blocking all the rabbit warrior's escape routes. Boom! 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 The senior students observing Ye Chen's battle outside were utterly speechless. Damn it, Ye Chen is so shameless, relying on the fact that the rabbit warrior can't fly to bully an elite-level beast. Is he even human? Hey! Why didn't I think of this move before? Flying beasts against those that can't fly, that's a dimensional strike. Come on, if you let the beast stay that far from you, you might be pounded to death by the rabbit warrior before your beast can even attack. Look at the equipment Ye Chen is wearing. Oh. No wonder the rabbit warrior seems to have lost its mind, only eating fireball attacks like a fool. Turns out Ye Chen is hiding with the assassin cloak, damn it. Using such a large number of fireballs, Ye Chen's mental strength is too strong. If it were me, I would have been drained dry by the flamingo's skills in the first wave, and fainted right there. Under the continuous bombardment of fireballs, even though the rabbit warrior's defense was higher than the flamingo's attack power, it could no longer withstand it. Its body was covered in burns, and it also suffered significant internal injuries. Boosted by fear, its fighting spirit shattered, and it began to flee in all directions. Ye Chen smiled confidently. It's time to end the battle. Flamingo, deliver a fatal blow. The flamingo, receiving the command, dove fiercely from the sky, its speed astonishing. Just as the flamingo was about to reach the head of the rabbit warrior, a sudden abnormality occurred. A rift suddenly opened in the space beside Ye Chen. Roar! A beast's roar came from inside, followed by a wind blade shooting out. The speed was so fast that Ye Chen didn't even have time to react before the wind blade flashed past his head. Snap! Sizzle! The monitoring drone next to Ye Chen was sliced in half by the wind blade, its wreckage falling to the ground, flashing with electric arcs and crackling wildly. Ye Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, goosebumps covered his body, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. What is happening? What kind of beast was that just now? How could it attack from another space? And this is the exam venue, the Green Forest. Why is there a spatial rift? Without time to think, Ye Chen hurriedly jumped down from the tree trunk and ran wildly to the side. The monitoring screen outside instantly went black. All the viewers watching the live stream exclaimed in shock. What happened? Why did the live stream suddenly go black? Wow, did you guys just see that? A spatial rift suddenly appeared next to Ye Chen, and a blade of air flew out from it. This is serious, this is an exam. A spatial rift appears, and all the invigilators will definitely be punished. In the monitoring room, Meng Lingchuan jumped up from his chair. Whose fault is this? Meng Lingchuan was furious, investigate. Everyone, go down and investigate the spatial rift issue immediately. From now on, I order all the invigilators in the exam room to stay in place. No one is allowed to move without my permission. I will personally enter the Green Forest to see which bastard dares to mess around in my exam venue. It's like disturbing the earth, they don't want to live anymore. In another part of the Green Forest, Wang Song also arrived at the hillside where Ye Chen was located. A spatial rift suddenly appeared next to him, and a blade of wind shot out, shattering the surveillance drone. Ye Chen, you can't escape. Wang Song took out a talisman, threw it into the sky, and this talisman ignited spontaneously without fire, turning into green smoke that entered the space in front of him. Ye Chen recalled the flamingo, panting and resting against a big tree. Which reckless person dared to break through space in the exam room? They truly are something else. Before he could finish speaking, the space next to him tore open with a loud noise, and a fierce aura surged out from inside. Ye Chen frowned. I originally thought someone was cheating, but now this spatial rift is chasing me. It seems I was wrong. Someone is targeting me, wanting my life. Could it be Xiao Yongzhen? Chapter 38, Level up to 20. Soon, a human-shaped black crane emerged from the torn spatial rift, with a crane's head and a human body, carrying a slender black knife at its waist. A talisman flashed across its chest and quickly disappeared into its body. Crane Head Demon King. Rank, Gold. Level, LV 46. Attack, 298. Defense, 247. Spirit, 206. Agility, 312. Skills, 100 Crane Slash, Cloud Break Knife, Swift Wind Flying Knife. Ye Chen squinted his eyes, assessing this black crane. A weak beast with only 200 to 300 attributes dares to come trouble me? It seems this was not sent by Xiao Yongzhen to kill me. If it were Xiao Yongzhen, he would definitely know about the Ant King Bell's strength, and I have already killed the Ant King Bell in the instance. A meticulous person like Xiao Yongzhen would not make such a low-level mistake of sending experience to an enemy. Ye Chen looked at the large experience package in front of him and licked his lips. His level was just a bit away from reaching level 20. As everyone knows, the further you go, the more experience is needed to level up. Reaching level 20 requires more total experience than levels 1 to 19 combined. And Ye Chen's experience points were nearly full, just a step away, and this beast came at the right moment. Then I won't waste time, I'll take you down in an instant. I still need to continue finding beasts to gain points. Come out, little Chang. As soon as the words fell, a huge green magic circle lit up from under Ye Chen's feet. Boom! The ground shook violently, the sky suddenly darkened, and a hurricane arose from nowhere, sweeping through the world, flying sand and stones. Ye Chen's figure rapidly rose, and the dirt beneath his feet broke open into a large pit. A gigantic shadow over 100 meters tall rose from the ground, and a terrifying aura enveloped the area for 10 miles. The black crane, originally looking down on Ye Chen with its head held high, was overwhelmed by this sudden terrifying aura, shattering its spirit. Its figure was shrouded in a huge black shadow, a massive creature like a mountain, pressing in front of it, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, it heard a voice from above its head. Kill it! Little Ching's scales reflected dazzling green light under the sunlight, its serpentine tail swept towards the black crane like a giant train. Bang! What seemed slow was actually extremely fast. Before the black crane could react, the snake tail heavily struck it, and in the instant of contact, the black crane's body exploded into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the crane-headed demon king. Ching Anaconda gains experience plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up, current level LV 20. Ye Chen smiled slightly, finally leveled up. This level had been a pain for him, just a bit of experience was needed, and it had held him back for nearly a month. After reaching level 20, he could start the second evolution quest. As long as he completed the quest, he could learn a new skill. The most crucial part was that upon reaching level 20, he could contract a new beast. The interstellar worm he picked up from the dungeon had been kept in the beast space, and now he could finally contract it as his own beast. Ding! Detecting that the host has reached level 20, now opening the second evolution quest. Quest name, The Might of the Dragon Kingdom. Quest description, The majesty of the Dragon Kingdom cannot be provoked. Please head to the Tower of Death and give a small shock to the geniuses of other countries, so they understand what it means to be a genius and the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. Quest time, no limit. Just as Ye Chen was pondering, the system's quest prompt sound echoed in his mind. Oh? Tower of Death? That name was very familiar, he recalled Qin Hanyang had mentioned it. He didn't expect the Tower of Death to be a place where geniuses from all over the world competed. Currently, he couldn't do this quest, he could only wait until he entered the Divine Palace University, then ask the mentor to see what the Tower of Death was about. Ye Chen put away little Chang and prepared to continue raiding the monsters in the green forest. But a figure walked out from the forest. This person walked proudly, with a beautifully crafted knife at his waist, dressed in expensive clothes that made his aura more distinguished. Beside him was a shorter, shifty-eyed fellow. I didn't expect the crane-headed demon king to be dealt with so quickly by you, Ye Chen. Your strength indeed surprises me. Wang Song spoke lazily, his tone sounding high and mighty. Hearing this, Ye Chen sneered, instantly understanding who had sent the beast just now. Surprised? I'm surprised you're big watermelon, are you insane? I've never seen you before, and you dared to meddle in the college entrance exam, tearing open space to send a beast over. Damn, you really are lawless. Wang Song's hand tightened around the knife, the sheath creaking under the pressure, the veins on his arm bulging. You actually dare to insult me? Wang Song shouted angrily. Zhang Lei widened his eyes, shouting, Ye Chen, do you know who he is? He is Wang Song, a member of the hidden Wang family. How dare you insult young Master Wang, you are really asking for death. Heh, asking for death? Didn't you just send a beast over to take my life? I was just being polite to you, but you still want me dead. Since you want my life anyway, why should I be polite? You shifty-eyed ugly, think before you speak. If you can't say anything smart, just shut your mouth. Wang Song grinned menacingly, you're right. Don't think about being polite to me, even if you kneel down and beg, I'll still want your life. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, so, why do you want my life? I don't remember offending you anywhere. Offend me? Oh, that indeed hasn't happened, it's just that I find you unpleasant to the eye. My grandfather taught me since I was young that everything in this world belongs to the strong, and I was born a strong person. There is nothing I can't get. Unfortunately, I saw you talking to Xiao Yue, and I feel bad. When I feel bad, I want your life, ha. Then did your grandfather teach you that arrogance brings disaster? Since you are so arrogant to want my life, you should be ready to have yours taken from you. Ye Chen coldly sneered, his eyes revealing a killing intent. It's pointless to reason with a lunatic like you. Since you've worked so hard to set a trap in the exam room, you've saved me a lot of trouble. If I don't kill you today, you will probably use your so-called hidden family's power to stir up trouble when you go out. Wang Song smiled faintly, many people want to kill me, but they all became souls under my blade. Don't think that because you killed a crane-head demon king, you can show off in front of me. Zhang Lei, deal with him. Zhang Lei's mind went blank, he awkwardly laughed, young Master Wang, he just quickly dealt with a crane-head demon king. I can't even beat a crane-head demon king with all my strength, how can you ask me to kill him, this, ha. A cold light flashed in Wang Song's eyes. Clang! The knife was quickly drawn from its sheath. The blade light tore through the air, and next to Zhang Lei, his head was thrown high up, blood spraying into the sky like a fountain. Since you can't beat him, then you're of no use to me. A worthless waste doesn't deserve to be with me. You can go down first, I will let Ye Chen come down to keep you company. Chapter 39 Wang Song's defeat. You even kill your own people, you are truly insane and hopeless. No need to waste time, I will defeat you with my strongest beast control. Come out, little Chang. Ye Chen waved his hand, and the magic array reappeared on the ground. Little Chang, 100 meters long, drilled out from the magic array, its powerful aura made Wang Song's pupils shrink. His face showed surprise at first, but soon it was replaced by madness. I see, your strongest beast is this green snake. I can feel its terrifying aura. Among my past opponents, no boss could match it. Ha, good. This is the kind of opponent I want. Such an enemy is worthy to battle with me, Wang Song. This kind of fight will be thrilling. Wang Song's face turned red, his eyes wide open, veins bulging on his neck, his whole being in an extremely excited state. Crazy, you are just a madman. Ye Chen was speechless. Clang! The knife had been unsheathed, and Wang Song's aura exploded violently, an invisible airflow rising from his feet and instantly turning into a raging invisible flame. I have roamed 4 provinces for 13 years without defeat. No one my age can last even a round against me, they are simply too weak to ignite my desire for battle. Ye Chen, you're quite good. I hope today you can let me enjoy myself. Wang Song grinned viciously, holding his sword and taking a bow stance. First strike, guarding the gate. As the words fell, a wave of energy radiated from him, forming an invisible transparent shield around him. Inside the shield was a wind of order, swirling around Wang Song, making his power and speed reach their perfect peak. Ha! Wang Song stomped down hard, the raging wind moved with him, wrapping around his legs, allowing his legs to explode with powerful force like compressed springs, while the remaining wind surrounded his body, making him light as a feather. Bang! Wang Song's speed was extremely fast, like a bullet. As soon as he jumped, he was in front of Little Ching in the blink of an eye, the blade wrapped in the wind, instantly increasing its power by more than 10 times, striking heavily on Little Ching, producing a huge muffled sound. Little Ching's body was knocked off balance by the powerful force. Speed and power are indeed good, but if that's all you have, you might as well die. Ye Chen pointed at Wang Song, twin poison fangs. Hiss. Little Chang quickly turned around, opening its mouth to spit out 2 poison fangs. The poison fangs struck the shield around Wang Song but were blocked by the invisible airwaves, as if caught in mud, unable to move. Wang Song's eyes flashed, and he waved his knife to knock away the poison fangs. Fortunately, he had first set up a layer of defense. The speed of the poisonous fangs was not slow, but their power had lessened significantly, and the airwave could still hold its ground. Before he could catch his breath, a massive snake tail swept towards him like a collapsing tree. With tremendous force, Wang Song dared not let his guard down. He gripped the back of his knife behind him and quickly gathered all his strength into the blade. Second blade, river, and sea turn. He swung the knife swiftly, a flash of cold light like a crescent moon darting past, followed by layers of airwaves rolling out. Boom! 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 The many layers of airwaves struck the snake tail, forcefully halting its rapid assault. Ye Chen stood on the little green head, looking down at Wang Song, and said in surprise, "You kid talk really big, but you do have some impressive skills. These two knife techniques are quite good and look rather profound. I remember that the martial skills taught in school weren't this impressive. Did these come from that hidden noble family of yours?" "Ha, the resources of a hidden noble family are not something lowly people like you can imagine. Our Wang family's martial skills are vast and profound. This is just an appetizer. Ye Chen, the next blade, I want your life." Wang Song held the knife in front of him, closed his eyes, and gathered all his energy at his brow. Suddenly, a blue mark appeared on his forehead, bursting forth with dazzling blue light. The howling wind ruffled his bangs, and his expression became solemn and serious. Third blade, slash the heaven gate. Buzz. Crack, 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 crack. A sharp sound of the knife rang out. The immense momentum bursting forth made Wang Song's hands tremble around the knife. The wind around him transformed into a pale blue cold breeze, and his protective shield collapsed with a thunderous roar, the wild wind unleashed, stirring dust and tossing plants through the air. Ye Chen was chilled to the bone by the icy wind. However, his soul felt even colder. He couldn't understand what this wind was. It seemed to directly attack the soul. In a physical confrontation, he felt no fear. Little Green hadn't even used her hardened scales yet, and he wouldn't be able to cut through. If she did use her skills, let alone injuring Little Green, Wang Song wouldn't dare to swing his knife. The recoil would be enough to take half his life. But this wind was incredibly strange. It didn't look like a physical attack, but a soul attack, which made him cautious. Little Green's mental power wasn't high, and most critically, she had no skills for mental protection. If Wang Song pulled a trick and unleashed a mental attack, he might end up in a dire situation. Little Green, Poison Dragon Marsh. Ye Chen dared not hold back and attacked with all his might. Little Green's entire body shone with a green light, and she raised her snake tail high, striking down fiercely towards Wang Song. At that moment, illusion suddenly appeared around Ye Chen, with countless palace halls materializing, and a chilling wind howling in. It felt like piercing steel knives stabbing into his skin. This cold wind not only eroded his skin but also pierced into his soul. Suddenly, Ye Chen felt a sharp pain in his mind, like being pricked by needles. This sudden intense pain almost made him faint. Ye Chen covered his head and squeezed his thigh hard, forcibly regaining his focus. The surrounding palace halls briefly illuminated before countless cold beams of light slashed through the halls, rapidly heading towards Ye Chen. His heart skipped. So many beams of light were coming from all directions, and he had nowhere to hide. The knife light surged forward, rapidly enlarging in Ye Chen's pupils. Damn! What kind of martial arts is this? It's completely unreasonable. He was considering whether to let Little Green swallow him to evade this wave of knife lights. Bang! With a soft sound, countless blades triggered a chain reaction, all dissolving into a gentle breeze with a crisp sound of breaking. The illusions around Ye Chen also entirely vanished. The scene before him had turned upside down, the ground was shattered, and the green poison bubbling and seeping out still released fumes. The hillside was flattened, all vegetation disappeared, and Wang Song lay on the ground, lifeless, until the moment of death. His eyes were still wide open in disbelief. At the moment Wang Song swung his final strike, Xiaoqing's abilities arrived in an instant, the power of the poison dragon swamp and the venom causing him to die in an instant. That stunning last slash was not fully unleashed, otherwise, Ye Chen would have had no choice but to hide inside Xiaoqing's belly. Ye Chen took a breath and immediately led Xiaoqing away from that place. Students taking the college entrance exam cannot attack each other, let alone now that a life has been lost. Ye Chen's gaze flickered. The Wang family was powerful. Wang Song seemed to be some kind of genius from their family, and now he had died right here. Someone would definitely come to investigate later. It was only a matter of time before he got caught. At his current strength, facing the Wang family would likely be a dead end. He must quickly increase his power to deal with the impending crisis. Chapter 40, The Sky is Falling. Meng Lingchuan jumped out from the dungeon entrance and was met by a group of supervising teachers in front of him. He scanned the faces of these teachers, his voice low. You all know what happened. Now I give that teacher who did something wrong one last chance. If you step forward and confess, I can guarantee you won't die. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing glasses shifted his gaze repeatedly, as if hesitating. He worked for the Wang family, and Meng Lingchuan was well aware of their power. As long as he explained clearly, even if there was punishment, young Master Wang would likely speak on his behalf. He probably wouldn't face any issues, at most a fine or being kicked out of the supervising team. The middle-aged man moved his lips, about to say something, when suddenly a researcher rushed over from a distance. Old Meng, something big has happened. Something big? Come quickly and take a look. Meng Lingchuan frowned. What are you panicking about? Can't you see I'm investigating right now? If you don't come clean, once I find out, you'll be in trouble. Oh, Old Meng, this is bigger than cheating. Someone died in our exam room. Meng Lingchuan waved his hand. I've said long ago that the third round of examinations would have sacrifices. There have been cases of overreaching students dying in the exam room, it's not unheard of. How can you bring me such a small matter to trouble me? Are you trying to hinder my investigation into the cheating incident? The researcher hurriedly handed the death report of Wang Song to Meng Lingchuan. The student who died is Wang Song from the Wang family. Old Meng, the sky is falling. Initially indifferent while receiving the documents, Meng Lingchuan's expression changed after hearing the researcher's words. What did you say? Who died? Wang family, Wang Song. Confirming he hadn't misheard, Meng Lingchuan's breath caught, feeling a bit dizzy. He trembled his fingers in disbelief and quickly flipped open the investigation report. Inside the report was a large photo showing Wang Song lying on the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Meng Lingchuan felt his hands shake, his heart tremble, and everything in front of him darken. Who was Wang Song? He was the direct descendant genius of the hidden family, the Wang family, and the only son of the current family leader, Wang Ming. Wang Song had shown extraordinary talent since childhood, mastering his knife skills without a teacher, extremely strong. At just 5 years old, he began systematically training in knife techniques under his grandfather, Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren was known as the knife god, an S-level professional, whose knife techniques were already at an extraordinary level. With his guidance, Wang Song's knife skills improved rapidly, dominating his peers and even challenging many esteemed elders. When not using his professional abilities, those elders surprisingly could not defeat him. On his 18th birthday, Wang Song awakened his S-class professional talent as a knife master, displaying extraordinary knife skills and awakening the top-tier S-class knife master profession. Wang Song was the true dragon of the Wang family, at that moment shining like no other. Such a peerless genius from the Wang family had already stirred the entire hidden family. Wang Song was nurtured as the next leader of the Wang family. Countless resources from the Wang family were thrown at him as if they were worthless, and it could be said that Wang Song represented the hope of the Wang family, the future of the Wang family. Such a talented young person did not escape the eyes of the country. All government officials knew about the genius boy Wang Song and paid close attention. Although the dragon country has a government and an army, the power of the noble family should not be underestimated. Inside these families, there are many strong individuals, and the dragon country must appease them well, or it will cause domestic turmoil. And now, to say that such a genius actually died in the examination room, and coincidentally, a spatial tear appeared at such a time. If you say Wang Song died accidentally, killed by a strange beast, only a fool would believe that. The rage of the Wang family is easy to imagine. The highest official in charge of this examination is he, Meng Lingchuan. Just thinking that he might be the target of the Wang family's anger made cold sweat break out on Meng Lingchuan instantly. Once such a behemoth like the Wang family decides to destroy him, even the government and army will not help. He would have to suffer a lot to come out of it. Meng Lingchuan, who had good skills in calming his breath, could no longer keep calm under such immense pressure. He tightly shut his eyes, clenched his fists, and due to excessive force, his nails dug into his palm, bleeding without him realizing it. In a voice as cold as frost, he said, "Quickly go down and collect all evidence. You must find the murderer as fast as possible. If you can't find the murderer, you investigators can forget about doing your jobs. All of you get out." Meng Lingchuan was not the only one shocked. The middle-aged man with glasses felt a storm surge in his heart upon hearing that Wang Song was dead. Wang young Master Wang is actually dead? The only son of the Wang family is dead? The middle-aged man felt icy cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He inhaled sharply. Ye Chen's strength was formidable. How could such a genius be killed? This day was going to change. Would the Wang family's furious wrath burn him too? As the middle-aged man pondered whether to confess everything, another piece of news came in. The investigator said, another person died with Wang Song. That person is named Zhang Lei, and he was Wang Song's classmate. The two had been close in recent days. Zhang Lei was killed by a single knife cut through his neck. The incision was smooth, and the remaining energy shows that the attacker was Wang Song. Meng Lingchuan frowned. Why would Wang Song kill his classmate? Did they have any conflicts? No, on the contrary, the two were very good friends. Zhang Lei often followed Wang Song. He was Wang Song's little brother. Then this is strange. Why did Wang Song suddenly kill him? Meng Lingchuan frowned even tighter. Take me to the scene to see. The investigator gestured for him to follow and hurried towards the place where Wang Song died. The middle-aged man with glasses watched as the two left. His gaze flickered. He had just mustered the courage to explain everything to Meng Lingchuan, but now he hesitated again. Zhang Lei was his nephew, but Wang Song had killed his nephew. What happened during this time? If Wang Song's death was not because of Ye Chen? The middle-aged man fell into deep thought. If it wasn't Ye Chen, then who could it be? If someone was able to tamper with the examination room, there's no guarantee that others couldn't do the same. Did Wang Song die at the hands of the Wang family's enemies? On the other side of the examination room, Xiao Yue was clearing small monsters in front of her when a black beetle suddenly shot out from a ripple in space. Xiao Yue's gaze sharpened, and she quickly struck the beetle down with an ice spike. Ah, long time no see, niece. In the wavy distortion of space, a middle-aged man wrapped in bandages floated out with a strange smile. Who are you? Xiao Yue asked sharply. The middle-aged man smiled. Now you don't even recognize your uncle? I am your uncle, Xiao Yongzhang. Xiao Yue was shocked. You are Xiao Yongzhen? You really are still alive. Now that you've become this half-human, half-ghost figure, are you back for revenge? Ha! Xiao Yongzhen looked up, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Meeting you for the first time, you already wear this grim face. The Xiao family is the same as ever, this annoying smell, still unchanged. I came this time for only one thing, hand over the interstellar worm, I can spare your life for now. Chapter 41, The Evolution of the Interstellar Worm. Ye Chen looked at the points on his watch, already at 1,034 points. The second place was Xiao Yue, with 870 points. He was confidently in first place. Compared to the pressure from the Wang family, whether he topped the college entrance examination was no longer important. In any case, he had received the admission notice from Divine Palace University. Then I'll teleport out first, then go home to increase my strength. Ye Chen did not hesitate to crush the teleportation crystal. A flash of white light passed, and once he opened his eyes, he was already outside the examination room. At this moment, many teachers and students outside were still watching the live broadcast. Most of them showed confusion and were in heated discussion. The college entrance examination this year is very strange. How could a space rift appear? The examination venues have always been strictly checked, and more than 10 space crystals were used for reinforcement. How could it crack? Is it possible someone really pulled a trick? There's definitely someone playing tricks. Maybe they wanted to cheat. By the way, did you see the live broadcast perspective of those three people? Ye Chen, Wang Song, and that Zhang Lei, they seem to have lost connection? Ye Chen's sudden appearance caught everyone's attention, and many teachers and students quickly gathered around. Ye Chen, how did you get out? Who knocked off your monitoring drone just now? Yeah, you're so strong, and you almost got ambushed. What was in that space? Ye Chen, do you know why Wang Song also doesn't have a live feed? Was he also ambushed by something in the space rift like you? As soon as he appeared, he was bombarded with 100 questions, making Ye Chen's head spin. Chen Jiyu hurried over, pulling apart the teachers and students surrounding Ye Chen. Ye Chen has just come out of the instance dungeon, and he is very tired mentally and physically. Let him rest for a bit, we'll answer everyone's questions later. Ye Chen only wanted to go home and improve his strength, having no intention to deal with the questions of these onlookers. He gave Chen Jiyu a grateful glance and said, "We can talk about your questions later. I have things to do, please let me through." Ye Chen pushed through the crowd and then got into a taxi heading home. Chen Jiyu then advised the following crowd to disperse, to prevent them from blocking Ye Chen. In less than a minute after Ye Chen left, Meng Lingchuan ordered the closure of the instance dungeon, and all teachers and students were sent back to Qing Shitai for investigation. Xiao Yongzhen grinned at Xiao Yue as he heard the announcement from the dungeon's sky, "You're lucky today. A big event happened in the dungeon. I'll let you go this time, niece, we'll meet again, ha ha ha." Behind him, the space rippled again, and just as Xiao Yue made her move, Xiao Yongzhen wore a strange smile and fell back, disappearing quickly like falling into water. Xiao Yue's attack missed its target. She frowned and murmured, "A big event?" When Ye Chen got home, he quickly shut the door. He entered the beast master space and saw a plump white interstellar worm crawling around in the corner. Ye Chen walked over directly. "Let's see the power of the god-level contract technique with you. Start the contract." As soon as the words fell, the interstellar worm's crawling body suddenly froze, and a multitude of intricate golden inscriptions appeared beneath it. The interstellar worm sensed something was wrong, struggling violently, but to no avail. These golden inscriptions were like super glue, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. All are firmly glued in the center of the magic circle. Buzz. The magic circle began to glow with golden light, the inscriptions slowly rotating. After a few seconds, countless golden inscriptions climbed up the surface of the interstellar worm and then all drilled into its body. The interstellar worm's two large black eyes revealed a look of madness. It was desperately resisting the contract inscriptions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The interstellar worm screamed in pain. Ye Chen squinted his eyes to observe its condition. This thing was a demigod beast. Normally, even beating it to near death wouldn't allow for a contract. The madness in its eyes showed a determination to die together. Could it be that this guy wants to commit suicide? Ye Chen thought so. The body of the interstellar worm began to tremble, emanating a powerful energy from within. This energy was all its vitality. As Ye Chen expected, this guy would rather die than become a human's beast. Squeak! The swelling energy was forcibly pushed back into its body under the continued suppression of the golden inscriptions. The color of the golden inscriptions instantly transformed into red. After the red inscriptions entered its body, the madness in the interstellar worm's eyes quickly faded. Its gaze towards Ye Chen gradually became clear and bright. A feeling of blood connection slowly surfaced in Ye Chen's heart. Damn, this is going to succeed in the contract. The god-level contract technique is indeed effective. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully contracted a new beast. Current beast, interstellar worm. Interstellar worm, demigod beast. Rank, gold. Level, LV1. Attack, 53. Defense, 34. Spirit, 68. Agility, 21. Skills, strong acid corrosion, energy collection. Evolution points required for evolution, 1. Current evolution points owned, 36. Ye Chen shouted directly, "Start evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast's face changed dramatically. A wild wind howled, and dust flew in the air. The weak body of the interstellar worm was quickly covered by a layer of white smoke. Boom! 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 3 bolts of golden lightning descended from the dark clouds in the sky, striking directly into the white smoke where the interstellar worm was. Immediately after, a cosmic starry sky revealed itself around the white smoke, the starlight dazzling. Countless planets floated in the vast universe like grains of dust. The camera zoomed in quickly. Among these countless planets was an enormous blue planet, seemingly 100 times the size of Earth. Could this be? Before Ye Chen could understand, a gigantic insect that blocked out the sun appeared on this massive planet, landing after a brief flight. This insect was hundreds of meters long, lying on the ground like a small mountain, its head resembling an ant's, and its body was extremely bulky, with deep purple skin shining with many intricate inscriptions. Its aura was as heavy as a mountain and as profound as a deep abyss, frighteningly strong. Is this the true form of the interstellar mother worm? Ye Chen's eyes widened. This gigantic insect ranked first in strength among all the creatures he had seen. Even the flying dragon of Nangong Yuti seemed like an ant in comparison. Boom! Another bolt of golden lightning struck down. The white smoke dissipated, and the illusion began to fade. A powerful life force came from the smoke. This aura made Ye Chen feel a sense of shock. Thump! It was the sound of a heartbeat. This heartbeat sounded like a giant pounding a drum, shaking the heart and lungs immensely. Ye Chen clutched his chest, feeling as if his own heart was trembling along with each thump. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew by, completely scattering the white smoke. Ye Chen stared wide-eyed, not blinking as he gazed at the center of the smoke. There stood a massive pet egg, 100 meters tall, glittering with golden light, countless intricate inscriptions carved upon it. Upon closer inspection, these inscriptions were exactly the same as those on the interstellar mother worm in the previous illusion. Good. Success. This must be the interstellar mother worm without a doubt. Ye Chen laughed heartily. With a crack, the eggshell appeared with a fissure, beginning to drop off in pieces. Chapter 42, Interstellar Devouring Worm. With a bang, the eggshell exploded from the inside, countless fragments falling everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, your interstellar worm has successfully evolved. Ding! Congratulations, your interstellar worm has mutated from evolution. Interstellar Devourer Worm. Rank, King. Level, LV1. Attack, 25,600. Defense, 21,000. Spirit, 38,900. Agility, 19,660. Skills, unlimited spawn, birth of the emperor ant, unique, energy siphon. Evolution points required, 1 million. Current evolution points, 35. A massive creature about 300 meters long unfolded from the center of a broken eggshell, its powerful presence and terrifying appearance like the ultimate boss of an apocalypse. This insect was snow-white, covered in glowing inscriptions that flickered as if breathing. Its head resembled a bee, adorned with 2 gigantic pincers. What the hell? This is a king level. Ye Chen breathed heavily, his face flushed, his entire body trembling with excitement. All the values are over 10,000. What kind of invincible values are these? Looking at the panel where all values exceeded 10,000, Ye Chen felt like he might faint. So extravagant. These values were indeed so extravagant. With so many figures, it almost blinded his eyes. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again at the values. Indeed, they were all over 10,000. What the hell, at 600 or 700, the Ant King Bell's speed was already astonishing, What kind of situation must it be for all values to surpass 10,000? Ye Chen's heart raced wildly. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the battle power of this interstellar devourer worm would be. No wonder king-level beasts are called great terrors. Today, I truly experienced how terrifying such an existence is. Values breaking 10,000, let alone fighting, even just a glimpse would make the enemy kneel. Such luxurious values would only bring despair, leaving no strength to resist. With this interstellar devourer worm, even if the Wang family came with many people, Ye Chen would remain calm. He couldn't even bend down to tie his shoes because his back was too straight. What kind of skill is unlimited spawn? Ye Chen muttered, then clicked on the skill description. Unlimited spawn. Skill effect: the interstellar devourer worm can rapidly reproduce offspring without limits for a short time. Ye Chen stroked his chin, so it means it can spawn little worms on the battlefield? Is this skill really powerful? I just feel it's not reliable. How much fighting power can little worms have? If they encounter a mage or a profession like that, a group attack skill would mean sending the little worms to their deaths. Ye Chen gradually calmed down from his initial excitement. The second skill must be able to give birth to that insane strong male ant. The skill effect is still unique, meaning it can only give birth to one male ant. Ye Chen clicked on Birth of the Emperor Ant. Birth of the Emperor Ant? Skill effect: can breed a powerful king-level male ant. This effect is unique. The interstellar devourer worm can only produce one emperor ant in its lifetime, and it cannot be reborn after death. I wonder if this male ant can evolve. Thinking of this, Ye Chen gave the interstellar devourer worm an order. Use the skill, Birth of the Emperor Ant. The interstellar devourer worm began to absorb energy from the beast master space. This process lasted several minutes. Its belly grew extremely large, and its already 200 to 300 meter body quickly swelled to about 600 meters. Then, with a pop at its tail, it laid a black egg. Though the egg was black, one could see the contents inside. That was a humanoid being, sleeping peacefully. Ding! The interstellar devourer worm has laid a powerful mutant. This mutant will hatch in 3 days. A system prompt echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Then I'll wait until 3 days later. Ye Chen exited the beast master space, looking at the bright sky outside, feeling exceptionally excited. Next, I will find a place to level up. With a high level for the interstellar devourer worm, I can face the enemies ahead more confidently. Xiao Yongjin and the Wang family, I'm waiting for you to come. Ye Chen sneered. The college entrance examination has just ended. Logically, it's not yet time for university to start, but time waits for no one. I urgently need to level up. With such a powerful star-eating worm as my beast, any dungeon will be a quick kill. Then let's go find my cheap mentor, Nangong Yudi. Without hesitation, Ye Chen quickly packed a bag and bought a train ticket to rush to Nangong Yudi's location in Demon City Province. Not long after Ye Chen left home, several investigators arrived outside his rental apartment. The student named Ye Chen lives here. We need to catch him quickly to avoid suffering collateral damage. After whispering among themselves, the 3 investigators quickly approached Ye Chen's room. Knock, knock, knock. Ye Chen, are you there? There was no response. They knocked on the door several more times, but still received no answer. Finally, they forcefully kicked the door open and rushed inside. This guy actually fled in the night. This only confirms that what happened in the exam is closely related to him, otherwise, he wouldn't have fled. Hurry, contact Elder Meng. Meng Lingchuan paced back and forth in his room, his face filled with anxiety. The Wang family had already pressured him, giving him just 3 days to catch the murderer of Wang Song. That middle-aged instructor who tore through space was also investigated by Meng Lingchuan. After being captured and tortured, he soon revealed everything to Meng Lingchuan. All signs pointed to Ye Chen as the killer. The urgent task now was to capture Ye Chen. Regardless of whether he killed Wang Song or not, he needed someone to take the blame when the Wang family arrived. In the midst of his anxiety, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. What's the situation? Meng Lingchuan asked urgently. Elder Meng, this kid is quite slippery, he took off into the night. By the time we got there, the apartment was already empty. Damn it, go investigate now. We must catch Ye Chen within these 3 days. Meng Lingchuan was pacing in frustration. Yes, we're on it right away. The 3 investigators hurried toward the security department. After sleeping on the train for a night, Ye Chen finally arrived in Demon City. As soon as he got off the train, he was met with a sea of people. True to its reputation as a top-tier province, there were countless people here, many of whom were powerful professionals, likely not low in level. Ye Chen didn't have Nangong Yudi's contact information, but finding her was easy. He directly hired a taxi to Shenkong University. Before long, the taxi stopped in front of Shenkong University. Ye Chen, carrying his backpack and wearing a cheap t-shirt and jeans, looked extremely simple, resembling a rural bumpkin. He stood in stark contrast to the fashionably dressed people of Demon City. Shenkong University was a top national academy, and its students were either wealthy or privileged. Not only did they dress fashionably, but their clothes were also very expensive. One outfit could cost as much as half a house in the countryside. Ye Chen walked straight into Shenkong University. With his attire, there was no question he was stopped by the security guard. Hey, hey, hey! Where did this poor kid come from? Do you even know where this is? You think you can just barge in here? Stop right there! The security guard shouted loudly, blocking his way. The guard's loud shout made Ye Chen very unhappy. He had already experienced enough of being looked down upon over the past 18 years. Now that he had both Shaoqing and the star-eating worm to support him, how could a mere security guard have the nerve to raise his voice at him? Ye Chen coldly replied, "Is this the standard of security at Shenkong University? Calling me a poor kid right off the bat? People like you only lower the university's standards. I think Shenkong University should fire security guards like you who look down on others." "Oh, look at you, who would have thought that a bumpkin like you could talk so tough? Look at my clothes, even if it's just a security uniform, it costs over 1,000. Now look at what you're wearing, a ragged cloth that probably cost only a few bucks. Your whole outfit doesn't even add up to 100, you poor loser. How dare you insult me like a dog? I'll warn you one more time, leave right now, or I won't be polite to you." The security guard's eyes bulged with anger as he shouted repeatedly, and his loud shouting attracted the attention of many girl students around. At this time, Xingu University was in the middle of morning classes, with many students coming and going. Although Ye Chen was dressed poorly, his face and figure were good. Plus, his recent rapid improvement in strength and powerful beast companions gave him great confidence, naturally radiating an aura of invincibility and confidence from within. "Ha, you want me to leave? I just want to ask, who gave you the power?" A mere security guard dares to tell a new student of Xingu University to leave. Upon hearing this, the security guard scoffed, "New student? You little punk can't even lie properly. Do you know that the college entrance examination just ended? New students haven't even arrived yet. What kind of new student are you? Get lost. If you keep yapping, I'll take action." As he spoke, the security guard pulled out a long black baton. Some of the girl students nearby spoke up, "Uncle Lee, I don't think he looks like a bad person. Just let him go, don't hit him." "Yeah, how could someone so handsome be a bad person? Just let him go." Little brother, you should hurry and leave. No disturbances allowed in front of Xingu University, and don't linger around. Little brother, where are you from? Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can come to my house, it's very close." The girl students chattered in agreement. The security guard might look down on Ye Chen, but he didn't dare offend the students of Xingu University. Each of them was from a wealthy background, any one of them could make him lose his job. The security guard flattered the girl students, saying, "Oh, you young ladies are just too kind. I've seen many people like him. This poor kid from the countryside can't even afford a decent meal, just idling around in Magic City, being lazy without looking for a proper job. I bet he wants to sneak into the university and steal things. Think about it, this kid uses new student to scare me. A fool who can't even lie properly, how could he be a good person?" The security guard shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen with a sarcastic tone, very contemptuous. Many people immediately felt what the security guard said was right. It was the first day after the college entrance examination, and the scores hadn't even come out yet. For him to claim he was a new student reporting in was indeed ridiculous. But many of the girl students also abided by the principle that looks equate to justice, still helping Ye Chen explain. "Uncle Lee, is it possible that he just can't find a job right now, and ended up like this? He might not necessarily be a thief. Little brother, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I can help you find a job. That's right. If you encounter any difficulties, just boldly speak out. Uncle Lee is a good person. He's just concerned about the public safety at Xingu University, and that's why he is like this. Let's clear up the misunderstanding." Ye Chen seemed like a giant panda surrounded by a group of beautifully dressed girls, all fussing over him, while the security guard nearby looked on with envy, jealousy, and contempt. This scene left Ye Chen feeling somewhat speechless. "Ladies, I'm really a new student. I came early to report today, and I just want to ask you something. Does anyone know Nangong Yuri? Can you give me her contact information?" Ye Chen spoke out helplessly. Contact information for Nangong Yuri? Did he even know what he was saying? That's Nangong, the mentor. The prestigious mentor at Xingu University, the highest gifted beast master in 100 years. He asks for contact information for such a person? Is he out of his mind? Besides, Nangong Yuri has always been elusive. Don't even talk about contact information, we can't even see her face. Indeed, when Ye Chen uttered such shocking words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The security guard even mocked him without hesitation. Kid, do you know what you are saying? Mentor Nangong is one of the strongest mentors at our Divine Palace University. She is not someone just anyone can meet. You actually want her contact information? Have you gone crazy? Hurry, get out of here. If you cause trouble again, I'll call someone. The female students frowned as they looked at him. Little brother, this is really. Not even we, who stay at school every day, can meet Mentor Nangong. If you came here to find Mentor Nangong, you can indeed leave. Normally, you won't get to see her. This was indeed surprising to Ye Chen. He did not expect Nangong Yudi to be so hard to meet. He thought for a moment and said, then how about this, when you see her, could you please pass along a message for me? Just say Ye Chen is looking for her. The security guard snorted coldly. Humph, who do you think you are? What right do you have to ask us to pass on a message? This security guard had been aggressive since the start, speaking rudely. Ye Chen did not want to cause a scene, so he had been suppressing his anger. Now, hearing the guard's sharp taunts again, the suppressed rage in his heart could no longer be contained. Damn it, you dog! You keep sneering here, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Did I ask you to pass on a message? Hearing Ye Chen's angry curses, the security guard became furious. Damn, if it weren't for these ladies stopping me, I would have dealt with you already. A poor kid dares to shout at me, what do you think you are? The guard's hands suddenly ignited with flames, his ironclad arms enveloped in raging fire. He shouted to the surrounding female students, everyone, step back. Today, I'm going to make this poor kid crawl out of here, let him know that Divine Palace University is not to be trifled with. Ye Chen coldly glanced at him. That's fine, if I can't see Nangong Yudi through normal means, then I'll make a big scene. A scene big enough for the high-ups of Divine Palace University to notice, so that the president, the academic director, the board, and other campus big shots will know my name, and Nangong Yudi will naturally know I am here. You want to fight? Then let me fulfill your wish. Come forth, Xiao Cheng. Chapter 44, Li Qingtian. As Ye Chen's voice fell, the world changed color, and thick black clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, with flashes of thunder and lightning jumping across them. Crackle! Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and a huge magic circle suddenly lit up beneath Ye Chen, radiating dazzling blue light. A wild wind howled out from the magic circle, blowing everyone away. A terrifying sense of oppression spread from the magic circle, making people's hearts race. The watching female students screamed and ran away, while others didn't feel much oppression. However, the security guard, facing the pressure head-on, was dumbfounded. He stood there, his legs weak. It was already a feat just to remain standing, let alone run. The ground of Divine Palace University began to crack inch by inch, as a colossal entity rose from the ground. Its 100-meter body loomed like a giant pillar reaching the sky, like a towering mountain, overshadowing the area. The sun in the sky was blocked by this 100-meter giant, casting a shadow that turned the entrance of Divine Palace University completely dark. Xiao Qing's cold, vertical pupils made anyone who looked at them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The terrifying pressure made the hurried students in front of Divine Palace University instinctively adopt defensive postures. What is happening? What is this thing? Oh no, a beast invasion, it's a beast invasion. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Run. Quick. Go call the teachers to handle this, this green snake's strength is too terrifying. God. When did such a powerful monster sneak into the Magic City? This monster is the strongest I have ever seen among all the bosses. The security guard already scared out of his wits, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, a wet patch beneath him. Just when he was completely lost, he suddenly heard a voice from above. It was that young man's voice. He heard Ye Chen say, I didn't want to bother with you, but you security guard are simply outrageous. Today I will give you a lesson to remember. At the moment Ye Chen summoned little Qing, the teachers in the campus also immediately felt this terrifying aura. In the principal's office, Principal Li Qingtian, who was enjoying tea, looked at the report in his hand. It was the surveillance footage of Ye Chen next to the exam room, cut by wind blades, as well as the scene of Wang Song's death, and a series of investigation reports. The authorities made a preliminary summary of this incident and concluded that Ye Chen was very likely the murderer who cheated in the exam and killed Wang Song. When Li Qingtian saw this, he frowned. He remembered that girl Nangong had mentioned she took in a student, and highly praised this student, even saying his talent surpassed hers. This was truly strange. Nangong Yudi was a child he had watched grow up, with high talent and good temperament. Someone who could receive such high praise from her had never happened before. And that student seemed to be called Ye Chen? Just as he was deep in thought, a loud bang came from outside, and a powerful aura spread out. Li Qingtian's expression changed. Where did this platinum-level monster come from, to cause trouble at the front of my Xingu University? Li Qingtian flashed and disappeared from the office. Outside, many teachers were rushing towards the school gate. Someone saw the principal and immediately called out, "Principal, leave this to us, it's just a platinum-level monster, no need for you to take action." Li Qingtian smiled slightly. A platinum-level monster is already a very powerful being. The fact that such a monster can openly appear at the front of my Xinggu University is a serious matter. I must investigate clearly, otherwise, if a platinum-level monster came this time, who knows what level will come next time. The teacher laughed. "Principal Li, you really know how to joke. A king-level monster is known as a great terror. If it appeared here, not just Magic City, the whole dragon country could be destroyed. The appearance of such a level of monster wouldn't just be a provincial disaster but a national catastrophe." Li Qingtian laughed heartily and rushed even faster to the school gate. At this moment, Ye Chen had little Qing wrap the security guard up. The immense power could easily crush a mountain. With such strength acting on his small body, just a slight force made the guard struggle to breathe, feeling as if he might explode. The snake tail coiled around the guard and lifted him in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at him coldly. "Weren't you very arrogant? Always calling me a poor country bumpkin, now say it again." The guard's face had turned the color of a pig's liver due to difficulty in breathing. He struggled to say, I really had no eye for the Grand Mountain. Please let me go. Grandpa, just let me go. I have aging parents and young children, I look down on you with my dog eyes, please spare me." Ye Chen crossed his arms, unmoved. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson, his mouth too foul. Seeing Ye Chen remain silent, the guard knew his anger was still not quenched and he regretted it deeply. What is this nonsense? Clearly looking like a poor piece of trash, yet how could he summon such a powerful beast in an instant? It's all my fault for my mouth. If I could move freely now, I would have long slapped myself hard across the face. Grandpa, please let me go. I'm almost out of breath. Ye Chen said coldly, "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll let Xiao Qing swallow you whole." The security guard was so frightened that he lost his mind, and his pants were wet again. Ye Chen simply sat cross-legged on top of Xiao Qing and closed his eyes to rest. His purpose of teaching the security guard a lesson was to escalate the matter. Now, apart from a crowd of college students watching, none of the teachers had shown up. How could he just let him go? Gradually, some college students in the crowd began to notice something was off. The green snake was simply standing in place and had not destroyed anything, moreover, it was only coiling around the security guard, without taking his life. Someone squinted and looked up at the green snake's head, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "Look! There's someone on top of that big snake." Hearing this shout, everyone raised their heads to look. What the hell? There really is someone. Damn, this green snake is actually a person's beast companion. No way. Who is this? To train such an awesome beast. This is simply terrifying. Oh my god, this green snake seems to be platinum level, this is just too ridiculous, platinum level beast companion. In our school, those who possess platinum level beasts are usually top geniuses in their 3rd or 4th year. Who is this person? They look so young, I don't recall anyone like this in the school. Just as the students were chattering excitedly, several teachers flew into the sky with swift whooshing sounds. Some teachers could even hover briefly, others stood on flying devices, and some rode flying beast companions. All the teachers turned their attention toward Ye Chen atop the green snake. Initially thinking it was a monster invasion, they did not expect it to be someone causing trouble, and it was even a beast master causing trouble. This was interesting. Who didn't know that Shangou University was renowned for its beast companions? This guy looked especially young. They didn't know which hidden family's genius had come to challenge Shangou University out of boredom. Chapter 45, You are actually Nangong's student. One teacher spoke up, "Whose child are you? How dare you come to Shangou University to make trouble? I must seek justice from your elders." Another teacher said, "Don't think that just because you are from a hidden family, you can act however you want. The dragon country is not ruled by your hidden families. There are laws of the country and rules of the family. You are openly provoking Shangou University today, and even if you are a genius from your family, you will not escape punishment." Ye Chen opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Finally, he had lured out these school leaders. "Hello, teachers, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to report in. I'm a new student who was just admitted to Shangou University last month." New student? The teachers were all confused upon hearing this. What's going on? Where did this new student come from? The college entrance examination had only just finished, it was nowhere near the time for new students to enroll yet. You really are talking nonsense. At this time, where would new students be reporting? We haven't even started admissions, yet you claim to be a new student reporting in, don't you think that's ridiculous? Hey! New student reporting? Could it be? Could it be what? Teacher Zhou, are you keeping us in suspense? Isn't there a possibility that he is a special admission? Didn't we send a group of teachers nationwide last month for individual assessments? Could he be one of them? Oh. That's possible. Someone immediately asked Ye Chen, you say you're a new student reporting, who was the teacher that conducted your individual assessment? Do you have an admission notice? Ye Chen was just about to take out the admission notice when someone asked. He smiled and said, of course I have an admission notice. As for the teacher who assessed me, it's Nan Gong Yu Dai. I'm here to report to her. Nan Gong Yu Dai? He is the genius assessed by Nan Gong Yu Dai? All the teachers were astonished as they gazed at Ye Chen. It is known that when Nan Gong Yu Dai returned from Tianqing province, the impression she left was. But to carry 2 damaged Night Star orbs, this is really outrageous. After so many years of assessments, I have never heard of a new student being able to damage the Night Star orbs. It's easy to imagine just how exceptionally talented this student must be. Of course, since the Night Star orbs are not easy to refine, Nan Gong Yu Dai was scolded by the old scholars of the Elder Council for a few days. Now, she doesn't dare return to school and is hiding at home all day. When Li Qingtian heard Ye Chen's words, his eyes lit up, and he examined Ye Chen closely. The young man before him was impressive, exuding an air of invincible confidence from the inside out. His bright eyes sparkled with energy, coupled with the platinum-level blue serpent beneath him, giving him the look of a talented young leader. He smiled slightly and said, little Dai is not at school right now. Show me your admission notice. If you're truly her student, I'll take you to find her. Ye Chen put away the little blue serpent and took the admission notice out of his backpack, handing it to Li Qingtian. Li Qingtian recognized the authenticity of the admission notice at a glance. He smiled as he opened it, revealing Nan Gong Yu Dai's exclusive seal and Ye Chen's signature on it. He, not bad, this admission notice is genuine. Then come with me, I will take you to find her. Li Qingtian was very happy in his heart. He had heard about Ye Chen's extraordinary talent from Nan Gong Yu Dai. For Xingu University to gain such a talent was a huge blessing for the whole school. Although the 4 prestigious schools ranked among the top universities of Long Nation, they secretly competed against each other quite a bit. Officially, the 4 universities were equal, but in private, Xingu University had long been placed 4th. This was, of course, quite uncomfortable for Li Qingtian, which principal wouldn't want their school to thrive and take the lead. And with Ye Chen's immense potential, he could possibly lead Xingu University to rise above others, reclaiming the title of first, crushing the 3 universities that had overshadowed Xingu University for many years. Ye Chen smiled and asked, how should I address you? Li Qingtian laughed heartily, my name is Li Qingtian, the principal of Xingu University. Principal? Ye Chen's eyes brightened. Then, before meeting mentor Nan Gong, I have a serious problem that I need to report to you. I hope you can handle it properly. Li Qingtian was puzzled and asked, what is it? Ye Chen coldly looked at the security guard, our Xingu University security needs to be replaced. Just now. Ye Chen recounted what had just happened to Li Qingtian. Li Qingtian's face immediately darkened, angrily staring at the security guard. How could something like this happen? Li Wei, why don't you explain whether what Ye Chen just said is true or not? Li Wei's face had already faded as Ye Chen spoke, now looking pale as he replied, it's my fault. I was wrong. I begged the principal to give me another chance. Li Qingtian waved his hand indifferently, too lazy to look at him again, go to the office and fetch your resignation letter. A person like you is indeed not suitable to work at Xingu University. Then he turned to Ye Chen and said, let's go, I'll take you to meet little Dai. Li Qingtian took out a flying device resembling a flying saucer from his spatial ring, inviting Ye Chen to board with him. It was Ye Chen's first time seeing such a high-tech flying device, he curiously examined it a few times before sitting down. The flying device moved at incredible speed, soaring into the clouds in the blink of an eye, heading east. After the two left, the surrounding students began to discuss animatedly. Who is this kid? How can he sit on the principal's time-space flying saucer? I can't believe it, this time-space flying saucer is a super impressive spatial equipment. I've never even touched it, yet he just sat on it like it's nothing. I'm so envious. Didn't you hear? He's mentor Nangong's student. Wow, how extraordinary must this guy's talent be? To be accepted as a student by Master Nangong, boo-hoo, I also want to be Master Nangong's student. Master Nangong is beautiful and gentle, with incredible abilities. I would be willing to die just to be her student for a day. Thinking about him being able to see Master Nangong every day makes my heart ache. Such a beautiful goddess, I only get to see her once a year, and that guy can see her every day. My God. Jealousy can really drive a person mad. I feel so anxious right now, it feels like my goddess has been taken away by someone else, and I can't accept it. The speed of the flying saucer was unbelievably fast, it took just a few minutes to cover a distance of several dozen kilometers. In front of a very spacious villa, the flying saucer slowly landed. Li Qingtian chuckled and said, Xiao Dai is inside. I have already greeted her on the way, you can just go in. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. After thanking him, Ye Chen pushed the door and walked in. At the moment Li Qingtian boarded the flying saucer, he turned back to glance at Ye Chen's figure. You little rascal, you truly know how to attract trouble. You've stirred up the Wang family and Meng Lingchuan, you really can create problems for me. He shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Who told you to be a potential genius? I can only help you out this time. Chapter 46, A Teacher So Rich No Friends. As Ye Chen entered the villa, he was immediately shocked. What he saw was a modern and minimalist two-story building, covering an area of several thousand square meters, with various high-tech equipment everywhere. One massive machine parked in the warehouse looked particularly impressive. It was a red mech, the latest and most advanced mech on the market. Ye Chen remembered that it was priced at 1 billion dragon soul coins during the last press conference he saw. His mouth nearly dropped to the ground. Oh my god, it's simply inhuman wealth. A brand new device worth 1 billion, just tossed in a warehouse? Hiss. Master, please don't. You can give it to me. This is simply wasting resources. Looking next to the house, there was also a beast-taming breeding base. The device outside was a soundwave pest control device that could drive away pests from the pet eggs and small beasts inside using specific sound waves. This high-tech soundwave device also cost around 500,000 to 600,000. In addition, through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, he could see a training room that contained a realistic martial arts training pod, a rare item worth tens of millions. Besides that, in front of the house were numerous fake mountains emitting astonishing spiritual energy, and a set of spiritual springs with recycling devices. These fake mountains and waters were made with exquisite traditional craftsmanship, and most importantly, they were all heavenly spiritual items, very helpful for cultivation. The price for these heavenly spiritual items was astronomical. Ye Chen felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, it was truly eye-opening. He couldn't imagine how many dragon soul coins all of this would add up to. Inhuman wealth, inhuman wealth. Ye Chen muttered in shock. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a suit, with a head full of white hair and a strong build, approached with a smile. Excuse me, are you Ye Chen, Mr. Yi? The old man spoke humbly, extremely gentlemanly. Ye Chen finally snapped out of his shock. Yes. Hello, Mr. Yi. Let me introduce myself, my name is Wen Jianbai, and I am the butler here. You can call me Old One from now on. Miss Nangong is already waiting for you in the room. Please follow me. Oh, okay. Ye Chen followed Wen Jianbai, walking through one exquisite door after another. Each door was enhanced with formations, and if a stranger suddenly barged in, they would definitely be trapped by the formations. A few minutes later, Wen Jianbai stopped in front of a door. Mrs. Inside, please go in. After saying that, he smiled and opened the door, signaling Ye Chen to enter. Thank you. Ye Chen walked straight in. Upon entering the room, what caught his eye was a row of bookshelves. The shelves were filled to the brim with all kinds of beast-taming books and other vocational literature. At first glance, it seemed like a library. A gentle scent of books and precious spices wafted through the room. Without looking, one could tell that these spices must be some kind of treasures, because when Ye Chen took a whiff, he felt refreshed, his energy and stamina restored significantly. On the left was a writing desk, while in the center was a tea table with a sofa. Nangong Yudi was sitting in front of the writing desk, engrossed in her books. Without raising her head, she said, "You can brew some tea for yourself first, I still have some research topics to finish." Okay, mentor, you take your time. Seeing her so focused and serious, Ye Chen felt embarrassed to interrupt. He quietly walked over to the sofa next to the tea table and sat down, glancing around the study. He waited for 2 hours, utterly bored, but not wanting to move around, so he just sat there. After a while, Nangong Yudi let out a deep breath, stretched, and walked towards Ye Chen. Her outfit looked very mature, like an emotionally perfect girl. She wore a black stand collar shirt, with the chest area slightly open, revealing her white collarbones. The lower half was a pleated skirt, radiating youth and sunshine, and her long, slim legs dazzled Ye Chen a bit. This perfect figure and extraordinary beauty would make any man's heart race upon seeing her. Ye Chen unconsciously swallowed. How come I didn't notice how beautiful she was last time? Maybe it was the rush of time? Now that they were alone, Nangong Yudi appeared especially unique. Nangong Yudi said, "Sorry for making you wait so long." It's okay, I'm fine sitting here. Why did you come to Xingu University now? I just heard the principal say you are here for enrollment? The moment serious matters were mentioned, Ye Chen immediately perked up. Yes, Mentor Nangong, I want to quickly level up in the dungeons. I am happy to see your ambition. However, even for me, I can't open dungeons at will. But don't worry, as my student, I will do my best to fulfill your first request to open a dungeon for you. To help you quickly adapt to Xingu University, let me explain some rules of Xingu University. First of all, at Xingu University, all resources need to be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points can be obtained through completing tasks, including opening dungeons requiring contribution points. This time, you don't need to spend any contribution points. I will help you open a dungeon for free, so you must work hard. Nangong Yudi winked at Ye Chen and smiled. In her usual state, she seemed like a mature and serious big sister, but this sudden wink and smile were quite adorable yet full of charm, making Ye Chen momentarily mesmerized. Wow! Mentor, are you using a charm spell on me? Noticing Ye Chen staring at her, Nangong Yudi's face turned slightly red, and she gently cleared her throat. Ahem, Ye Chen, did you hear that? I heard, it's just contribution points, right? No problem, where are the tasks? I'll go take them on right away. Nangong Yudi returned to her usual serious demeanor. There's no rush, you haven't officially joined Xingu University yet, so you can't take on tasks. At Xingu University, we have a rule for new students during enrollment. This rule, while strict, allows newcomers to quickly find ways to earn contribution points, but the challenge to earn them is quite high. That is to say, new students need to get past obstacles set by second, third, and fourth-year students during enrollment. If you can pass through the obstacles to reach the finish line, you will earn 1,000 contribution points. Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering. It does sound challenging. Those upperclassmen must be quite formidable. It is a bit impressive, but I believe you can pass. The teacher has great confidence in you. Oh, by the way, take these 2 awakening stones as a welcome gift from your teacher. Nangong Yudai took out 2 awakening stones emanating with purple light from her space ring. As soon as these 2 stones appeared, Ye Chen's system immediately displayed a prompt. Ding! Awakening stones detected. Note, awakening stones can increase the mutation probability of a beast master's first evolution. Ye Chen's eyes brightened. This is actually a top-grade item that can increase mutation probability. Beast master mutation is extremely difficult, and such awakening stones can boost the mutation chance. One can imagine how valuable they are. If taken outside, it would surely cause a bloody storm and be crazily snatched by a group of beast masters. Damn it, I really have a ridiculously wealthy teacher. Oh my god, 2 awakening stones right from the start. 2. Chapter 47, Difficult Evolution Options. Ye Chen gratefully accepted the awakening stones. Thank you, mentor. No need to be polite. Just do your best. As my only student, you deserve better treatment than others. Nangong Yudai smiled slightly. Normally, your entrance exams would be held in 2 months. Only after passing can you officially enter Xingu University. However, since you are here now, let's hold the entrance exam early. In 3 days, I will gather all special students for your entrance assessment. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. I will follow the teacher's arrangements. Alright, then it's settled. Did you just arrive in Modu province today? Ye Chen nodded, yes. Then you probably don't have a place to stay yet. I have plenty of rooms here. If you don't mind, you can stay with me. What? Did I hear that right? Living in such a luxurious villa? That's just awesome. Ye Chen smiled. How could I mind? The teacher's place is really great, but will my staying here cause you any inconvenience? What inconvenience is there? As long as you want to stay, it's fine. Nangong Yudai shouted outside the door. When Bo, please show Ye Chen around the rooms. Arrange the relevant matters for whichever room he chooses. Thank you. The door was gently pushed open, and when Jianbai walked in with a cultured demeanor. Okay, Mississippi. Then he turned to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Ye Chen followed Wen Jianbai to look at several rooms, ultimately choosing a spacious bedroom with a hot spring. The hot spring in this room is formed by fire crystal veins. Soaking in it can enhance medicine absorption and strengthen bones, making it a great aid for Ye Chen's weaker body. Please rest for now. Later, a servant will bring you nourishing spiritual medicine to help strengthen your body and replenish your energy. After Wen Jianbai finished speaking, he exited the room. Ye Chen looked around this lavishly decorated, noble room, and couldn't help but be astonished. The financial resources of Mentor Nangong are indeed staggering. Rooms like this, even the Xiao family has hardly a few. Ye Chen couldn't help but think of Xiao Yui. After a moment, he shook his head, deciding not to think about these things anymore. Strength is fundamental. Everything luxurious before him is merely fleeting if he isn't strong enough. Tomorrow, he might end up buried somewhere. After putting down his backpack, he entered the beast master space with his consciousness. Looking at the lonely red figure curled up in the corner, Ye Chen smiled. Now, I can finally help you improve your combat power. Fire Phoenix, come here. Ye Chen waved his hand. The Fire Phoenix quickly flew to his shoulder and landed. Ye Chen gently rubbed its head. Today, I will help you evolve into a powerful beast master. Go! He waved his hand, and the Fire Phoenix steadily hovered in front of him. Ing! Hearing that Ye Chen was finally going to help it evolve, the Fire Phoenix excitedly cried out. Then Ye Chen took out the 2 awakening stones. Start evolution. Boom! The 2 awakening stones exploded in an instant. It transformed into countless stars, enveloping the entire body of the flamingo. Ding! Awakened stone has been added. The flamingo is beginning to evolve, with an estimated mutation probability of 97% for this evolution. Ye Chen's lips curled up. Not bad, a 97% mutation probability, that's almost a certainty. Boom! The sky in the beast space began to undergo violent changes. Thick dark clouds pressed down like a heavy weight, increasing the pressure dramatically, making it difficult to breathe. The moisture in the air was instantly dried up, and the whole world began to feel scorching hot. Ye Chen stepped back more than 10 meters, distancing himself from the center of the evolution. Phew! Finally, I can breathe. What's going on? Why is evolving a flamingo making it so hot? It's too dry, my throat almost feels burned dry. It was only at a distance that the air felt a bit humid. The center point of the flamingo's evolution began to show strange phenomena again, usually wrapped in white mist. This time it was covered by a massive golden cloud vortex, swirling slowly around the flamingo. Puff, puff. After a slight puffing sound, the center of the vortex suddenly spewed out golden flames, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The heat wave swirled through the world, instantly raising the temperature in the beast space by dozens of degrees. Ye Chen was sweating profusely, quickly soaking his clothes, feeling as if he had been immersed in water. It's so hot. Ye Chen's mouth was dry, and he backed off several kilometers, watching the golden vortex in the middle of the evolution from afar. Boom! An invisible airwave erupted from the golden vortex, sweeping everything around it. However, just as these airwaves were about to touch Ye Chen, they suddenly dissipated into a gentle breeze. Ye Chen stared unblinkingly at the golden vortex. Since the airwaves passed, the life force there was gradually becoming stronger, now reaching a terrifying level, signifying that the entity inside was evolving into some powerful beast mutation. Suddenly. Ding! The flamingo has gained mutations during the evolution process. Please choose one from the following 3 divine beast bloodlines. Great! Ye Chen excitedly clapped his hands. Finally, another divine beast has evolved. Option 1, Phoenix Bloodline. Divine Beast Analysis. The Phoenix has an immortal body, reborn in the flames. It will possess greater combat power, becoming stronger the more it fights. Option 2, Golden Crow. Divine Beast Analysis. The Golden Crow has explosive fire attribute attacks, with divine level high temperatures even greater than the sun, capable of incinerating everything in the universe. Option 3, Golden Winged Roc. Divine Beast Analysis, huge in size, representing the ultimate in strength and speed, breaking mountains and rivers, swiftly escaping through space, capable of learning various martial skills, a born king of aerial combat. Please make a choice within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will be regarded as a failure of evolution. Remaining time, 2:58. Upon seeing the analysis of the 3 options, Ye Chen trembled with excitement. How the hell do I choose? Every one of them is incredibly powerful. Your Excellence, can I choose them all? Ye Chen asked tentatively. Silence. Well then, it seems I can only choose one. Ye Chen widened his eyes, staring at the 3 options. He felt deeply conflicted. All 3 were too impressive, losing any one of them would hurt. The Immortal Phoenix, the term immortal is already unbeatable, and it only gets stronger in battles. As long as it can hold the enemy, victory is certain. The Golden Crow boasts an explosive attack power. Ye Chen believed a single skill from the Golden Crow could probably cause Blue Star to explode. From the Divine Beast Analysis, the Golden Crow's skills are likely extremely powerful explosive divine techniques. The Golden Winged Roc not only reaches the peak of strength and speed, but most importantly, it can learn martial skills. Wow, a beast that can learn martial skills is unheard of. Beast skills are innate. The Golden Winged Roc is simply defying heaven, being able to learn new martial skills, if given a divine level martial skill. That's not good. Ye Chen took a deep breath. Even though he felt extremely regretful in his heart, he could only painfully choose one. As the countdown was about to end, Ye Chen helplessly said, I choose the Golden Crow of the Great Sun. Ding! Starting to inject the bloodline of the Golden Crow of the Great Sun. Chapter 48, Social Death. As the system notification fell, the clouds in the sky thundered and turned pure gold. This golden cloud was dreamlike, resembling the feathers of some bird, with visible strands of fluff on the feathers. Each feather radiated a golden glow of inscriptions, dazzling and powerful, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Thousands of such feathers fused together, forming a vast golden cloud stretching for tens of thousands of miles, within which a blue aura erupted with a rumble. This aura was pure and strong, exuding a taste of the laws. Ye Chen's eyes widened, breath quickened, shocked as he looked at the cloud and the blue aura. This is. I can feel the aura of a god. This is divinity, the power of a god. What the hell, am I going to directly evolve into the divine beast Golden Crow? Oh my god. My luck can't be this outrageous. Ye Chen trembled with excitement, fists clenched tightly, staring intently at the center of the golden vortex. A divine beast. That was a powerful being that existed 100,000 years ago. On Blue Planet, divine beasts were merely legends, no one had ever seen them, but no one dared to doubt their power. Their existence was proven only by ancient paintings and oral legends. Each divine beast possessed unparalleled abilities, each had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, each could tread across the universe, becoming a dominant presence in the starry sky. Was such a powerful being about to be born? At this moment, Ye Chen felt as if he were in a dream. Boom! The golden cloud spanning tens of thousands of miles transformed into golden flowing light, like a flood pouring down from the heavens, forming golden pillars of light that shot straight into the center of the vortex. Boom! 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 As the golden flowing light entered the vortex center, the life aura surged instantly, and powerful life energy formed shockwaves that erupted in layers, like countless ripples exploding on the water's surface from a throne stone. Ye Chen was tossed back and forth in this shockwave, and just when he was about to lose his balance, Xiao Chang and the interstellar devouring insect rushed over to shield him from all the shockwaves. The powerful energy burst lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The golden vortex gradually dissipated, revealing a shining golden pet egg standing in the middle. Ka-cha! The pet egg cracked open with several fissures, and then with a bang, it shattered into pieces. A crow over 1 meter long, covered in golden red feathers, with flaming wings, flew out from within. Ding! Evolution successful. Ding! Beast taming mutation successful. Current summoned beast, Flamingo Crimson Sun Fire Crow. Crimson Sun Fire Crow. Rank, Lord. Level, 1. Attack, 7,659. Defense, 3,674. Spirit, 4,890. Agility, 4,915. Skills, Crimson Sun Fire Domain, Crimson Sun Fire Pillar, Crimson Sun Fire Feather, Flamestorm. Evolution points required for evolution, 700,000. Current available evolution points, 34. Seeing the panel of this fire crow, Ye Chen felt a bit dazed. After such a big commotion, he thought he would evolve a divine beast, but it turned out to be only a lord rank. However, after a brief moment of confusion, he became ecstatic. The lord rank was also a quite formidable existence. Nangong Yuti's summoned beast was only at lord rank. Having such a summoned beast made him one of the top fighters globally, not to mention he also had a king rank summoned beast. Not bad, not bad. The stats are all above 1,000, especially the attack, actually reaching over 7,000, significantly higher than other attributes. Is this the Golden Crow bloodline known for its attack? I wonder what the attack power of the divine beast Golden Crow would reach. Ye Chen had already started to look forward to the grandeur of the Golden Crow of the Great Sun appearing in the world. It must be incredibly striking. However, when he looked at the evolution points required for the next evolution, his brows furrowed again. 700,000. Is this something that can be saved up to the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? And that interstellar devouring worm requires 1 million to evolve into its final form, the interstellar motherworm. Ye Chen felt a bit of a headache. Let's take it one step at a time. He believed that Brother Tonzi wouldn't give him an impossible task, and in the future job change process, there might be tasks to earn evolution points. Thinking too much is pointless. Ye Chen exited the beast master space. When his consciousness returned to his body, he realized he was actually covered in sweat. He didn't expect that what happened in the beast master space would reflect on his body. These beasts often exhibit terrifying phenomena when evolving to higher forms. If it weren't for Xiao Qing and the interstellar devouring worm's help this time, he might have been injured by the shockwave. Next time, he should be more careful and let his beasts help shield him. Ye Chen took off all his clothes and with a splash, jumped into the nearby hot spring. The warm spring water gently caressed his skin like a girl's soft little hand, and the nourishing spiritual energy surged into his body through open capillaries, making him unable to help but moan in comfort. Ah! So good! His whole body felt weightless, truly relaxed. Just as he was enjoying the pleasure of the hot spring, he heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Yi, we have brought you the spiritual medicine. It was the pleasant voice of the maid. Oops, I forgot about this. Ye Chen casually replied, just leave it at the door. Yes. Then he heard the sound of the maid's footsteps leaving. Once Ye Chen heard the maids leave, he got up from the hot spring, tiptoed to the door, opened it, and leaned out to grab the tray of spiritual medicine on the ground. Suddenly. Ah! A sound-shattering scream echoed from the side. Ye Chen looked over in panic, knowing he was completely naked, and if someone saw him, it would be a social death. Soon, he saw Nangong Yuti standing there, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Ye Chen's bare body and that strikingly bold sight. Damn! Is it really Teacher Nangong? This is truly the end. Ye Chen quickly slipped back into the room, slamming the door shut with a bang. He hurriedly got dressed and came out. At this moment, there was no sign of Nangong Yudi outside the door. Since it came to this, let's take a shower first, he would explain to Nangong Yudi later that he was not some exhibitionist and didn't want her to misunderstand. Nangong Yudi hid around the corner, leaning against the wall, her small face flushed, heart pounding. Since childhood, under her parents' strict guidance, she had barely interacted with many men, let alone naked men. Seeing him all of a sudden left her shocked and confused. Ye Chen's strong physique lingered in her mind like a nightmare, making her both terrified and embarrassed. On the academic stage, she spoke eloquently. On the battlefield of hunting monsters, she was decisive and calm. How could she have ever shown a hint of panic? If her current little girl posture was seen by others, it would surely drop jaws everywhere. After standing for a while, Nangong Yudi regained her composure and stepped away. That damn Ye Chen, first he destroyed her night star pearl, and now he dared to run naked in front of her. Just wait until dinner, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Chapter 49, Nangong Yudi's Punishment. Ye Chen finished washing up and changed into a clean set of clothes, strolling towards the dining room. The decoration style of the villa looked very low-key, yet it exuded a sense of ultimate luxury and elegance. Outside was modern minimalist, but inside was a whole different world. The distance from Ye Chen's room to the dining room had a Chinese-style decoration, with expensive unknown wood. Strikingly, there were threads of gold interwoven on the surface. These golden threads naturally formed exquisite patterns, shimmering under the light, emitting a faint golden glow that looked extraordinarily beautiful and mysterious. On the road, a few small pavilions and wooden walkways are being built, underneath which flows a gentle stream with various small fish, red, white, blue, and in all kinds of colors and shapes, all small and lovely. One can see the high taste of Master Nangong, and Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. What kind of life is this? I truly have stumbled into a heavenly place. Every blade of grass and tree, every brick and tile here is something an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to imagine. Its value is immeasurable. Arriving at the entrance of the dining room, several beautiful maids were already there delivering exquisite food inside. Upon seeing Ye Chen, they politely called out in unison, "Good day, Mr. Yi." Ye Chen nodded and walked in. This was his first time entering the dining room. The decoration inside the dining room surprised Ye Chen very much. From the style outside, it was expected that the dining room would also be a very luxurious place, but it turned out to be small and cozy. A few simple tables and chairs. Right in front was a TV covered with a cloth embroidered with small flowers, a small round table, and several chairs. It looked very much like the arrangement in a countryside home, completely out of place with this villa. At this moment, when Jianbo was adjusting the red wine nearby, and upon seeing Ye Chen's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, do you find the decoration of this dining room very simple?" This guy is truly perceptive. Seeing his expression, he actually guessed his inner thoughts, leaving Ye Chen speechless. He replied, "You've made fun of me, old one. I do feel a bit puzzled." It's quite normal to be puzzled. Miss Nangong had a rather dull childhood. Besides studying and training, she rarely had fun. The only time she went out to play, she met an old woman in the countryside. The old woman saw her cuteness and invited her to her home. From then on, whenever she felt overwhelmed, she often went to the old woman's house to eat and stay for a few years until the old woman passed away. Miss Nangong was very sad, and to commemorate the old woman, she specially made this dining room. I didn't expect Master Nangong has such a past. She must have formed a deep bond with the old woman. Ye Chen sighed. Hee, Mr. Yi, don't think Miss Nangong always wears a stern face and appears serious. She is actually very soft-hearted and kind. When Jianba's eyes were filled with fondness, Nangong Yudi was a child he had watched grow up, like a daughter to him rather than a daughter. If Miss Nangong has any criticisms or suggestions for you, please believe me, it is definitely for your own good. Ye Chen smiled and said, "Of course, Master Nangong is too good to me. She is the teacher I respect the most." While they were talking, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Ye Chen turned to look and saw Nangong Yudi walking in with a stern face. Upon seeing Ye Chen, a flush came to her face, quickly followed by anger. Nangong Yudi angrily sat down. Ye Chen thought of his earlier appearance before Nangong Yudi, a little naked, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He awkwardly said, Teacher, actually I." Before he could finish, Nangong Yudi interrupted directly, "Last time you destroyed 2 night star pearls of mine, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and this time you still dare to bully me." Just thinking of Ye Chen's robust figure made Nangong Yudi's face burn red with shame, her whole being exuding heat. This heat made her feel warm all over, and droplets of sweat appeared on her back. You, go stand against the wall for an hour, and I'm also punishing you not to eat for an hour." Ye Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. "Okay, teacher." He obediently walked to the wall and stood straight. When Jianba smiled and shook his head, walking to Ye Chen's side and quietly said, "Miss Nangong still has some childish temper. Mr. Yi, please don't take offense." Ye Chen quietly replied, "I'm actually coming out on top here, alright?" Destroying those expensive-sounding beads only resulted in a 1-hour punishment. What's the big deal, hee. Nangong Yudai looked at the two with suspicion and asked, Wenbo, what are you two whispering about? Are you talking bad about me? When Jianbai patted Ye Chen on the shoulder and said to Nangong Yudai, I'm just reminding Mr. Yi about some precautions, I wouldn't talk bad about you. I'll take my leave now, miss, enjoy your meal. After saying this, when Jianbai strode out of the dining room, Nangong Yudai rolled her eyes at Ye Chen and began eating her dinner. This dinner was incredibly lavish, calling it dragon bones and phoenix marrow was not an exaggeration, it was truly extravagant and luxurious. Ye Chen didn't understand the ingredients or the names of the dishes, but the intoxicating aroma that made him dizzy clearly told him that just one bite would send him soaring. Ye Chen stood to the side, drooling and his stomach growling. Punishment wasn't an issue, but standing there and watching Nangong Yudai eat was the cruelest punishment in the world. Nangong Yudai stole a glance at Ye Chen's pathetic face, feeling delighted inside, she had finally taught this little rascal a good lesson. Let's see if he dares to bully her again next time. Nangong Yudai deliberately ate very slowly, she wanted Ye Chen to look on, unable to eat, making him crave the food. An hour soon passed, and Nangong Yudai was already full. The food on the table had gone cold, but there was still a lot left. Nangong Yudai didn't have a big appetite, eating only a little from each dish. Ye Chen finally endured the hour's limit and quickly asked, Teacher, it's been an hour, can I eat now? Nangong Yudai huffed, sure. Ye Chen felt like he had been granted a great mercy and hurriedly ran from the wall to the dining table, his eyes sparkling at the feast before him. Wow! Food, I'm coming for you. Ye Chen picked up his chopsticks and was about to grab a big piece of meat when Nangong Yudai pressed his hand down. Ye Chen looked at her in confusion, Teacher, didn't you say I could eat? These dishes are cold, and I've already eaten them, don't eat these leftovers. Nangong Yudai clapped her hands, bring in the new dishes. The maids outside immediately entered carrying steaming, hot dishes. Ye Chen wanted to say that it was okay, he had grown up in an orphanage and had eaten countless leftovers. The food in front of him was simply exquisite. However, before he could speak, the new dishes were placed before him, and the leftovers were cleared away. Ye Chen looked gratefully at Nangong Yudai, Teacher, you are truly the best person I have met in this world. Nangong Yudai stood up and waved her hand, it's just a small thing. I have to go do some experiments, take your time eating. With that, she walked straight out the door, leaving Ye Chen to enjoy the food alone. Nangong Yudai went to the study. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wen Jianbai waiting there. Wenbo, is there something wrong? Miss, are you really going to go against the Wang family? Nangong Yudai strolled to the desk and sat down. The reason I let Ye Chen stay here is that I don't want him to be caught by the Wang family or military people while renting a place outside. Wenbo, I believe my stance is quite clear. Ye Chen is my student, and no one can lay a hand on him, whether it's the military or the Wang family, I will ensure his safety. When Jianbai sighed, you have always been kind-hearted since childhood, and once you make up your mind, you will follow through. I know I can't persuade you, but please think again. Nangong Yudai waved her hand, no need, I have thought it through clearly. I won't abandon him just because he got into trouble, I will protect my student. When Jianbai helplessly said, Li Qingtian just came by. He said he had already discussed Ye Chen's matter with the military and the Wang family, and asked you to go to school tomorrow for a personal meeting with him. Understood. Nangong Yudai said lightly. Chapter 50, The Wang Family? Don't worry, I will protect you. The next morning, Nangong Yudai arrived at the school. As soon as she entered the school gate, a group of students noticed her. Wow, it's teacher Nangong. She actually came to school today, hurry, let's go say hello to her. Many students walked over. Good morning, teacher Nangong. Good morning, teacher Nangong. Hello, teacher Nangong. The calls of greeting continued without end. Nangong Yudai lightly nodded her head, acknowledging the many students. Reaching the principal's office on the second floor, Nangong Yudai knocked on the door. Come in. The voice of Li Qingtian came from inside. Nangong Yudai opened the door and walked in, immediately seeing Li Qingtian sitting seriously at the tea table. The water next to him was boiling, and tea leaves were already in the teacup, looking like he had been waiting for a while. Xiao Dai, please sit. Li Qingtian beckoned. After Nangong Yudai sat down, Li Qingtian opened his mouth. I went to Tianxing province yesterday. Nangong Yudai nodded. Has it been confirmed that it was Ye Chen who acted? Li Qingtian took out the investigation report from the security office, along with a confession and video. This is the video of Wang Song finding someone to open the spatial rift, as well as that person's testimony, and the green poison residue and forensic report from Wang Song's death scene. The evidence is solid, it was indeed Ye Chen who killed Wang Song. Although Nangong Yudai had already guessed the result in her heart, she still frowned. What does the Wang family say? A life for a life. Li Qingtian said gravely. Nangong Yudai rubbed her temples. Is there no room for negotiation? Li Qingtian shook his head. The clan leader Wang Ming and the famous sword god Wang Haoran are both extremely furious, wishing they could rush to Emodu province immediately and tear Ye Chen apart. Nan Gongyudai's beautiful eyebrows knitted tightly, falling into deep thought. Li Qingtian then poured tea from the kettle, filling cups for both of them. Nan Gongyudai picked up her cup and took a small sip, still thinking of a solution. Li Qingtian didn't rush her, sitting quietly and accompanying her with tea. The two were momentarily silent. The atmosphere was very quiet. But the tension in the air grew heavier. After a long while, Nan Gongyudai spoke. What does the official side say? The officials are like mediators. They know Ye Chen is currently a student at our Divine Palace University and don't want to get involved. They're leaving it for us two families to negotiate, but they also warned us not to escalate the matter or cause social unrest. Otherwise, the officials will intervene, and neither side will be good. But there's one point I can't understand. What is Ye Chen's motive for killing Wang Song? They have never met. How could they have such a deadly grudge? Could it really be due to the dungeon monster competition? You should perhaps ask Ye Chen about this. If the fault does not lie with Ye Chen, then this matter, our Divine Palace University will take on. Nan Gongyudai's eyes lit up, smiling to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Li. Xiao Dai has troubled Uncle Li again. Li Qingtian waved his hand. What's there to thank? I can't just watch you face difficulties and not help. Go on, ask Ye Chen what happened, and also, take this opportunity to see Ye Chen's character, in case he is not a person of good intentions. Keeping someone like that would only cause greater harm, you understand? I understand the seriousness of the situation. Well then, Uncle Li, I will take my leave. Nan Gongyudai drove her luxury car back to the villa. At this moment, Ye Chen was engaged in morning training. He had already developed the habit of exercising daily. Not training for a day left him feeling restless. During this time, he had consumed a lot of precious resources, and his body had become very robust. He was muscular and looked incredibly powerful. His bare upper body had the perfect muscle lines that many men envied. The whole person is full of masculine spirit. Ha! Ye Chen punched the sandbag in front of him, surprisingly making a hole in it. He looked at this effect with satisfaction. With my current physical condition, I should be able to withstand the strength of a bull hitting me and not die. Not only has his strength increased a lot, but his ability to take hits has also improved several times. He undergoes an hour of beating from robots every day, and his body has become even more solid. Just as he was about to move on to the next training phase, a maid came over. Mr. Yi, the young lady is looking for you. She wants you to go to the study. The maid looked at Ye Chen's bare upper body, her face flushed red. All right. Ye Chen quickly put on his clothes and immediately headed to the study. Upon entering the study, he saw Nan Gongyudai standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, looking at the lush green mountains and waters outside. She had an elegant posture and a delicate temperament, but her brow was clouded with unresolved sorrow. Tutor, I'm here. What's the matter? Ye Chen spoke up. Nan Gongyudai turned around, extending her hand in a gesture to invite him to sit. Let's talk. After Ye Chen sat down, Nan Gongyudai got straight to the point. Why did you kill Wang Song? Ye Chen smiled slightly. He didn't expect the Wang family to find him so quickly. It had only been a day. Although he knew this matter would come to light sooner or later, this was too fast. I killed Wang Song because he wanted to kill me, so of course, I had to fight back. Sigh, it's really frustrating. I just wanted to take an exam, and I ended up running into a lunatic. That day. Ye Chen recounted everything that had happened that day. Nan Gongyudai grew more furious as she listened, a flicker of fierce light flashing in her eyes. Wang Song's name was quite big. It circulated in many hidden families and official circles. She had heard of some of his outrageous deeds before and had thought him arrogant, but she never expected him to be so disregardful of human life, treating it like grass. Zhang Lei, who followed him, would kill at will, showing no respect for the laws of Longhua. People like him deserve to die. Now I understand why the Longhua officials do not want to get involved in this matter. It must be that they are also quite troubled by Wang Song. Judging by what you said, he is cruel and lawless. He must have committed many illegal acts in the past. Longhua must have long wanted to eliminate him, and now you have removed this tumor. This solves a troublesome issue for the officials. Nan Gongyudai's gaze flickered, but the officials are really calculating. If you didn't have backing, they would have handed you over to the Wang family to vent their anger, just losing a small character to appease a big force like the Wang family. Why would they not want to? Now that they know you are a student of our Shengo University, they want to sit back and watch the fight. Sigh. She sighed softly. It seems the officials are also hoping for a mutual destruction between Shengo University and the Wang family. But she did not say this out loud. I know your situation. Don't worry, as a student of Shengo University, we will definitely protect you. You don't have to worry about the Wang family, just focus on your training. Ye Chen smiled. The kindness of Shango University and the teachers, Ye Chen, will remember in my heart. Today you protect my safety, and in the future, Ye Chen, will surely lead you all to the road to ascension. Nangong Yudi smiled slightly. Alright, stop boasting here with the teacher. Go train, I still have to arrange your entrance assessment the day after tomorrow, and I need to deal with the Wang family matter. Ye Chen left the study and returned to his room. The Wang family is really quick to act, but now he is absolutely not afraid of them. Not only because of the protection of Shango University, but also because he has powerful beast tamers. Ye Chen now hopes that the day after tomorrow will come quickly, then he can pass the entrance assessment, and then go to the dungeon to level up, raising the levels of his two newly evolved beast tamers. Once those two beast tamers level up, he wanted to see who else dared to oppose him. Chapter 51, Board Members Arrive. The day of the entrance exam quickly approached, and this morning, there was a sound in Ye Chen's beast space. Crack! With a crisp sound, the egg of the emperor ant broke, and a new generation of male ants, all covered in hard shells, boldly flew out. Ye Chen felt this and immediately entered the beast space to take a look. Starry Insect Emperor. Rank, Lord. Level, LV1. Attack, 5320. Defense, 5340. Spirit, 3126. Agility, 6240. Skills, Phantom Blade, Absolute Shadow, Wind Chasing Great Knife, Swift Shadow Critical Hit. What? A Lord-level male ant? Ye Chen looked at this stout male ant before him, covered in hard shells, filled with excitement. Having experienced the terrifying speed of Ant King Bell, he eagerly anticipated how even stronger the Starry Insect Emperor would perform. Seeing that all four of its skills were speed-based and its agility reached an astonishing 6,000 points, its speed was surely going to be extreme. Perfect timing, with the exam today, he could use this male ant to practice his skills. Ye Chen happily exited the beast space and headed to school. As he stepped outside, a maid came to call him. Mr. Yi, the young lady is already waiting for you in the garage. Please follow me. Nangong Yudi's thoughtful care made Ye Chen truly grateful. With such a teacher, his training journey would be much smoother. Okay. Under the maid's guidance, Ye Chen arrived at the garage and got into Nangong Yudi's luxury car. Don't embarrass me in today's exam, or you'll regret it. Nangong Yudi reminded him. Ye Chen smiled and said, You can rest assured, teacher. It's just a small entrance exam, I'll definitely give you a big surprise, ha ha ha. With 2 Lord-level beasts and 1 King-level beast, if all their power was unleashed, the entire Dragon Kingdom would tremble. A small entrance exam was truly laughable. Nangong Yudi shook her head, closed her eyes to rest, and ignored Ye Chen. She believed Ye Chen had good talent but was too much of a braggart. Ye Chen's beast was just a platinum-level green python. Having divine beast bloodline did not mean invincibility, it was merely stronger than regular mutated species, especially since the green python had yet to be cultivated into a divine beast descendant. Only upon reaching Lord or even King level could one possibly awaken a bit of divine power. At that time, his beast would truly be considered accomplished. Before that, he was merely a remarkably talented genius, and the Divine Palace University had plenty of geniuses. Such prideful self-satisfaction was good for the senior university students to suppress him a bit, otherwise, if he remained unaware that there were always others better, he would suffer greatly later. The vehicle started smoothly, and half an hour later, they arrived at the underground garage of Divine Palace University. Ye Chen followed Nangong Yudi to the examination site. At this moment, there were already a few special recruits standing there. These special recruits stood at a distance from each other, subtly competing against one another. Everyone was a genius, chosen by Divine Palace University, so there was naturally a sense of pride among them. No one was willing to submit to the others. Upon seeing the two arrive, all the special recruits turned to look. Beautiful women were the focus wherever they went. Nangong Yudi, with her blend of grace and beauty, was certainly the center of attention, and beside her, Ye Chen. Without a doubt, he became the target of jealousy. However, the special recruits here were clearly aware of Divine Palace University's affairs and mostly recognized Nangong Yudi. Everyone greeted Nangong Yudi. Good morning, Mentor Nangong. Hello, Mentor Nangong. Mentor Nangong, good day. Nangong Yudi nodded, walking past the crowd, leaving without a word. She was headed to the gathering hall, the monitoring room for observing the students during the exam. At this moment, the gathering hall had gathered numerous teachers, including Li Qingtian, as well as several board members. The room was filled with the true big shots of Xingu University, including many experts with profound skills. They usually immersed themselves in closed-door training and rarely participated in school matters. A mere entrance assessment held every year would definitely not interest these experts. This time, they took the time to watch because of Nangong Yudi's new student's examination today, and this student had actually provoked the hidden family, the Wang family, by killing their extraordinary genius Wang Song. More importantly, Li Qingtian urgently contacted all members of the board overnight, deciding to protect Ye Chen and confront the Wang family head-on. As soon as these words were spoken, all members of the board were astounded. Confronting the Wang family head-on was indeed a significant matter. Even if Li Qingtian was the principal, he couldn't make such a decision alone. Virtually all members of the board opposed this, but then Nangong Yudi spoke up. She also wanted to protect Ye Chen and would mobilize her family's power. It's important to know that the Nangong family was also one of the hidden families. Their strength was not any weaker than the Wang family, so her words could not be decided hastily. If they could unite with the Nangong family, then confronting the Wang family would not be too overwhelming for Xingu University. However, the question remained, was this student named Ye Chen worth it? All board members pondered this question in their hearts. Was a freshman, a first-year student, worth using the resources of two top forces in the Dragon Kingdom to protect him? So on this day, all board members were present, and the top teachers of Xingu University were also there, waiting for Ye Chen's performance. If Ye Chen could not show potential today that would persuade the board members, then Xingu University would completely deny the effort to protect him, and only Nangong Yudi would bear the heavy pressure of the Wang family's retaliation. Nangong Yudi entered the room and politely greeted the many big shots. These big shots responded courteously. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. Li Qingtian nodded apologetically at her. Nangong Yudi approached him and whispered, "Little Dai knows that Uncle Li has tried his best. It's already quite remarkable to have all board members come to watch Ye Chen's assessment. I am very grateful for Uncle Li's help." Li Qingtian sighed helplessly, "I am indeed getting old and losing my effectiveness. In the past, the board would never have dared to go against my face." Nangong Yudi smiled and said, "Uncle Li is joking. You are only 53 years old, how can you be old? I still see your charisma as strong as ever." Li Qingtian shook his head, looking toward the crystal ball at the center of the room. "It's starting." The crystal ball revealed an image of Ye Chen and several special students, walking toward the assessment venue under the guidance of a young teacher. The senior students participating in this assessment are all the strongest students from each grade, including top talents with diamond-level beast tamers. "I wonder if Ye Chen can pass the checkpoints they guard?" Li Qingtian murmured. Nangong Yudi's expression was serious as she said, "Although Ye Chen's Qingshan is only platinum level, which is a level below diamond beasts, Qingshan is a descendant of a divine beast. In terms of bloodline strength, it's not much weaker than a regular diamond beast. Besides, do you know what level his beast taming is now?" Li Qingtian's eyes brightened. If a beast's level is high, its combat power will indeed increase significantly, but level is also a crucial factor. If a lower-level beast exceeds the level of a higher-level beast too much, then defeating a higher-level beast is not impossible. Li Qingtian felt a spark of interest. This Ye Chen might truly shine in this assessment. Chapter 52, Brother Yi, are you directionally challenged? As Ye Chen was heading to the assessment venue, someone suddenly ran up beside him and patted his shoulder. "Ah, it's really you, Ye Chen." Ye Chen looked at the person. He was immediately dumbfounded. Who is this person? He never saw him before. Who are you?" Ye Chen asked in confusion. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "You little brat, you forgot me so soon. Remember the online training room? Remember the ranking competition?" Ye Chen frowned. He had only been to the online training room once, and then he followed Xiao Yue to do a dungeon. After returning from the dungeon, he felt that going to the online training room was a waste of time. The students there were so weak compared to the Ant King Bell that it offered no real training benefits. It was better to go work out and strengthen his physique. Seeing Ye Chen's puzzled expression, Zhang Yong knew that he really didn't remember him and said helplessly, "I'm the one you defeated, the artillery master ranked over 300. Ye Chen suddenly realized, "Oh, it's you. How did you end up at Xingu University? Your profession is artillery master." Zhang Yong looked greatly affected. "You really are too harsh with your words. I know my profession doesn't fit the Beast Master Major at Xingu University, but damn it, I couldn't get into Haotian Martial Arts Academy, so I had to come here." After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, but then again, Xingu University is a top university in the country. Even if I'm in the worst martial arts program, at the end of the day, I'm still a student of Xingu University. This degree is worth so much more than a regular university. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. That's true, being admitted to Xingu University is already quite remarkable. It seems your talent isn't bad either. I'm just average. Compared to a monster like you, I'm completely insignificant. Zhang Yong still felt a lingering fear when he thought of the green snake Ye Chen summoned. The sense of despair that snake gave him was incredibly strong. "After the assessment, I'll treat you to a meal. I said last time, if you come to Modu province, I take you out, and you actually came. Hee hee, I knew with your talent, you'd definitely get into Xingu University." Ye Chen rubbed his chin, thinking that after the assessment, he wouldn't have anything to do anyway, so it would be nice to go out and have some fun. Okay. As the two talked while walking, they unknowingly followed the large group to the assessment site. The leading teacher turned around and shouted to everyone. You will pass the assessment as long as you cross the forest in front and climb to the top of that mountain behind. Then he tossed out a stack of yellow cards from his space ring. These yellow cards flew through the air, accurately landing in everyone's hands. These yellow cards contain 1,000 contribution points. In Xingu University, contribution points are very important resources. They can be exchanged for equipment, martial skills, spiritual medicine, and other hard-to-find items. The challenge you will face next is the students from higher grades trying to take them from you, so please protect the startup funds given by the school. 1,000 contribution points is quite a lot, and you'll regret it if you lose them. Everyone silently tucked their yellow cards securely away. After receiving the yellow cards, some tried to put them in their space rings but found that they couldn't fit. Let's start. At the teacher's command, everyone lifted their legs and walked into the forest. Zhang Yong hurried to Ye Chen's side. Leader, take me with you. I don't want my yellow card to be stolen. That's a huge startup fund. Zhang Yong had already inquired about the contribution points and understood their value well. 1,000 contribution points are a rare resource that requires completing 2 S-level missions to obtain. Just stick close to me then, Ye Chen said indifferently. Zhang Yong jumped up in excitement. I love you, Ye Chen. Oh no, Ye Ge, from now on you're my bro, haha. Quiet down, cut it out with that. Ye Chen strode forward without looking back, and Zhang Yong hurried after him. As everyone entered the jungle, some of the self-proclaimed exceptional ones had already strayed from the large group, setting off towards the small path. Some wanted to take a shortcut, while others wanted to find a few companions, thinking it would be safer. All kinds of differing opinions emerged at this moment. Ye Chen glanced at the mountain peak and ignored the discussions of the crowd. He thought that moving straight ahead would be a bit closer. However, after taking a few steps, he had already started to deviate from the correct path. His sense of direction was acting up again. Zhang Yong initially thought Ye Chen had some unique insights about the route. After following him in a roundabout way for a few minutes, he began to feel uneasy. After going a bit further, it was really off because they returned to the starting point. Zhang Yong felt like he was going crazy. He looked at Ye Chen with questioning eyes and asked, Brother Yi, we've gone in circles again. You can't be directionally challenged, right? Ye Chen's face turned red. How could I be directionally challenged? It's just that I took a wrong turn. Could a wrong turn be this absurd? Who goes in circles and returns to the starting point when they take a wrong turn? Sometimes these mountain paths are just this strange. Ye Chen stammered. Zhang Yong, holding his forehead, said, Let me lead the way, Brother Yi. If you keep going like this, we won't reach the top before it gets dark. That works. Ye Chen fully agreed. As one knows oneself best, he was well aware of his direction problems. At that moment, on the other side of the forest, many students were being robbed by older students. These self-proclaimed exceptional students fell into an ambush as soon as they entered the depths of the jungle. A little girl in yellow clothes was accompanied by a white tiger. The tiger was of no low tier, being golden rank. At 18, possessing a golden-ranked white tiger, her strength was indeed no small matter in the outside world. But unfortunately, she had encountered the toughest entrance exam in the history of the Divine Palace University. When she stepped into a pile of fallen leaves with the white tiger, 2 shadows suddenly flashed from the sides. Still a little beauty. Sorry, sister, but we, the Wild Wolf team, will take your contribution points. The figure on the left threw out a chain dart, which entangled her legs, and then yanked hard, knocking her to the ground. Ah! The little beauty in yellow screamed, her hands flailing wildly on the ground. The figure on the right quickly summoned 10 gray wolves, surrounding the white tiger and launching a violent attack. The white tiger tried to save its owner but was tightly entangled by the 10 gray wolves. The wolves charged left and right, 2 biting the back legs, 2 biting the front legs, while several others pounced on her, using immense strength to pin the white tiger to the ground. The little beauty in yellow shouted loudly, Xiao Bai, use Tiger Fury Claw. Roar! The white tiger roared, its limbs igniting with red flames, the intense heat driving back the gray wolves. It stood up again and struck ferociously at the gray wolves in front. Humph, useless. The one with the chain rushed forward and knocked the little beauty in yellow unconscious, snatching the yellow token from her pocket. With the little beauty in yellow now unconscious, the white tiger, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a growl before quickly dissipating back into the beast space. Such scenes played out multiple times in the forest, while Ye Chen and Zhang Yong were gradually approaching the depths of the forest. Chapter 53, Rampant. As Ye Chen walked past a large tree, a loud whistle suddenly came from above. Hoo hoo! 2 more fat sheep are coming, Xiao Zhou, get to work! Before the words fell, a dark chain swooped down from above, aimed straight at Ye Chen's chest. "Ah, brother Yi, step back. I'm about to show off." Boom! A cannonball shot from the side, shattering the dark chain into pieces. The person standing on the tree looked surprised and glanced sideways. "When did you get the grenade launcher?" Zhang Yang laughed. "You'll find out soon." Then he turned to Ye Chen. "These two little rascals aren't worthy of you taking action, I'll handle it." Ye Chen crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips, leisurely leaning against the big tree. "Sure, then I'll watch your skills." In the last ranking match, Zhang Yang surrendered directly, so Ye Chen didn't know what skills his profession actually had. Gunslinger, it sounds like a profession for playing with guns. In this world filled with martial skills and magic, it's not a particularly top-tier profession, one might say it's on the upper mid-level. The person in the tree saw these two new students chatting unperturbed and calling them little Karami, and his anger and speechlessness were clearly visible. He suddenly laughed. At that moment he understood this saying: when people have nothing to say, they really will smile. All right. You two new students are so arrogant, let me show you what real sophomore strength looks like. Flying chains. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken chain dart in his hand quickly restored to its original form under a blue glow, curling into an S shape as it flew towards Zhang Yang. "Heh, what era is it?" Still using a broken chain, Zhang Yang said disdainfully. "Laser cannon." In Zhang Yang's hand, a huge firearm with a blue illusory glow instantly materialized. This laser cannon had a very technological look, and it was quite large, estimated to be over a meter long, with a glowing blue lightning ball in the middle. As the laser cannon formed, its muzzle aimed at the chain and the person in the tree. Zhang Yang shouted loudly, "Aluka!" A blue-purple laser shot out instantly from the cannon's muzzle. Boom! The chain melted instantly in the air from the high temperature of the laser. The person in the tree's pupils suddenly contracted, as the laser pierced through his chest, creating a large hole. Zhang Yang was shocked. "No way, he died just like that? Damn, he's so fragile, it's not my fault." Ye Chen suddenly heard a gust of wind next to him and immediately shouted loudly at Zhang Yang, "Be careful." Upon hearing Ye Chen's warning, Zhang Yang realized something was wrong. Just as he moved, the mocking words of the person in the tree reached his ears. "Underestimating me will cost you dearly, you little brat, let me show you what boasting gets you." The ground cracked open, and suddenly, pillar-like chains erupted, with thousands of chains quickly wrapping around Zhang Yang like venomous snakes, and that person actually walked out from among the pillar chains. Ye Chen frowned. What kind of strange ability is this? It's like the whole person is wrapped in chains. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yang was tightly ensnared by the chains, like a human steel cocoon. From the nearby bushes, 10 giant gray wolves suddenly emerged, and a boy wearing a black hoodie stood behind them, pointing at Ye Chen. All the gray wolves swiftly pounced towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen was speechless. Just now, Zhang Yang was still beside him yelling at him to rest while he took care of these two, and unexpectedly, this guy was so useless, getting captured in the blink of an eye. Looks like I still have to step in. Ye Chen was just about to summon his beast. But suddenly, something unexpected happened on Zhang Yang's side. Explode for me. Boom. The chains that bound Zhang Yang suddenly exploded in a flash of fire. The boy in black controlling the chains was shocked. How can this be? Gun rose. In front of Zhang Yang, a giant cannon appeared, and a whirlpool of energy light ball gathered in its muzzle. After he shouted, the energy ball was instantly launched. The powerful suction pulled all the fallen leaves and wild grass around into the center of the energy ball, rolling towards the boy in the hoodie who controlled the gray wolves. The hoodie boy tried to dodge but found the suction was enormous, and the energy ball was extremely fast, arriving right in front of him in an instant. The hoodie boy's pupils suddenly contracted. Boom! The energy ball exploded into a beautiful rose pattern, dazzling and stunning. In the center of the explosion, a thick smoke rose, and the boy in the hoodie lay on the ground, covered in black, already unconscious. All the gray wolves that were pouncing towards Ye Chen also instantly disappeared. Xiao Zhou. The chain boy screamed in terror, "You killed Xiao Zhou, I will fight you to the end." Zhang Yang chuckled, "Kill him for what? It's just a school entrance assessment, there's no need to use lethal moves." The power of this shell was less than 1/10, he just got knocked unconscious and would wake up in 2 or 3 days in the infirmary. The chain boy glared at him fiercely and quickly ran to the hoodie boy's side to check his injuries. After carefully checking with spiritual power, he sighed in relief. There was indeed no major harm, he was just fainted by the shockwave from the explosion and had some internal injuries. The chain boy lifted the hoodie boy and was about to retreat. Ye Chen suddenly called out to him, "Senior, are you leaving just like that?" The chain boy angrily said, "If I don't leave, should I stay for a meal?" Ye Chen showed a white smile and innocently said, "It wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. Since seniors can come to seize the contribution points from newcomers, it is reasonable for newcomers to seize contribution points from seniors as a return gift, right? As long as you two leave the contribution points, I will let you go." As soon as he said this, Zhang Yong's eyes brightened instantly. He clapped his hands and praised Ye Chen. Wonderful, wonderful, brother Yi, your idea is really brilliant. I didn't even think of it, huh? The chain boy almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted angrily, damn it, you two are too bullying. Ye Chen smiled and shook his head. How can this be called bullying? It's fair competition. You can seize from us, why can't we seize back? He turned to Zhang Yong and said, Zhang Yong, go and take back the seniors' contribution points. Zhang Yong laughed wildly, like a vicious dog, rubbing his hands. It's great to follow brother Yi. I thought I could only earn 1,000 contribution points, but if I seized those two, wouldn't there be several thousand? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yong slowly walked towards the chain boy. Senior, I advise you to hand over the contribution points obediently, or you will suffer physical pain. My artillery is not blind. You wouldn't want to lie on the ground like your companion, would you? The chain boy trembled with anger, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, a raging fire burning inside him. But the situation was against him. This artillery master named Zhang Yong had become very tricky, and there was also a newcomer who hadn't even fought yet. Together, they had no chance of winning. The chain boy snorted coldly, throwing down his yellow card. You two bastards, I will remember this, be careful once school starts. Ye Chen curled his lips, unconcerned, and said, we will be careful, no need for the senior to worry. Also, since you threw your yellow card, I'm afraid you might have hidden something, so let Zhang Yong search you. Damn. You even want to search me, how can this be tolerated? You keep making excessive demands, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The chain boy set the hoodie boy down and was about to unleash an attack. However, before he could stand up, Zhang Yong's shell had already arrived. Boom! The chain boy also obediently lay on the ground. Zhang Yong blew on the smoking barrel of his grenade launcher. I told you to obediently leave your contribution points, you insisted on forcing me to knock you out. Then he ran over, casually rummaging through both of them, checking all their pockets inside and out, and ended up with 4 yellow cards. Zhang Yong excitedly ran to Ye Chen's side, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We hit the jackpot, we struck it rich, brother Yi. Ye Chen laughed and said, this is just the beginning, there are still many seniors in this forest. Zhang Yong was stunned for a moment, then stammered, Yi. Brother Yi, you mean, we have to rob all the seniors here? At this moment in the Gathering of Talents building, Nangong Yudi and a group of big shots staring at the crystal ball, watching all of this, were also confused. They stared in shock, utterly speechless, only the word ridiculous in their hearts. The whole room was filled with deadpan expressions, and someone said, this. Ye Chen is really something else. No wonder he's Nangong's student, he really is extraordinary. But isn't this a bit too much? I feel like this Ye Chen has a bit of a gangster vibe. Nangong Yudi awkwardly smiled, that kid Ye Chen, he really is a bit too much. She clenched her fists tightly, Ye Chen. You have caused me trouble again. Why are you robbing seniors for no reason? When we get back, I must punish him. The incident of robbing seniors during the entrance exam is truly a wonder of the ages. This old man has never seen such students before. So arrogant. That kid Ye Chen is simply too arrogant. One of the teachers was furious, because the 2 seniors who were robbed were his students. Chapter 54, From now on, I will be your most loyal little brother. There were a total of 36 special admission students who entered the forest. Now, except for a few who hadn't been robbed by seniors, everyone else had their yellow cards taken away. Among these few people, except for Ye Chen and Zhang Yong who were sweeping around the outskirts, the other 3 had already paired up, planning to force their way through the checkpoint defended by the 4th-year students. At first, everyone didn't care about those upperclassmen, but as more and more people came out, crying, after being robbed of their yellow cards, the remaining special admission students panicked. They started to pair up, hoping to use their numbers to defeat the small group of upperclassmen. However, in the eyes of the upperclassmen, their actions were nothing but a huge joke. Cattle and sheep prefer to gather in herds, only tigers walk alone. The special admission students walking in pairs could actually be caught all at once, saving a lot of search time. The upperclassmen were even more happy to see them do this. Among them was a 4th-year student named Huang Shikuan, who possessed a diamond-level beast. Being one of the top talents at Shengo University, it was believed that after graduation, he wouldn't take long to cultivate a lord-level beast, and then he could leap to become a local big shot. Besides him, there was another one already at the peak of the 5th transition, named Tsukiki. She was also a heavyweight presence, reaching the 5th transition at the young age of 22, and her future was solidly guaranteed as 100 transitions were a sure thing for her. Her potential was limitless. At this moment, Huang Shikuan, with a blade of grass in his mouth, was leisurely lying against a big tree, taking a nap. Suddenly, leaves fluttered on the tree trunk beside him, and a beautiful girl dressed in a red t-shirt and black shorts, exposing her snowy white thighs, appeared on the trunk with a lively demeanor. Hey Kuan, I truly can't believe you. You're slacking off during the entrance exam, don't you want the contribution points from those new students? Tsukiki opened her bright eyes wide, filled with helplessness, and slightly frowned in reproach. Ha-ah. Huang Shikuan stretched lazily, squinting his sleep-filled eyes at her. Can you not disturb my sleep? Whoever wants those contribution points can take them, I'm happy enjoying my peace. Seeing his annoying expression, Tsukiki felt a tightness in her chest, clenched her little fist, took 2 steps forward and gave him a light knock on the head. Ouch. Huang Shikuan covered his head. What are you doing? Tsukiki crossed her arms and looked down at him. I just don't like you, can't I just punch you? Huang Shikuan was speechless. Okay, you're the young lady, you say it goes. Then hurry up and come with me to rob the new students of their contribution points. There aren't many new students left outside. Didn't the teacher say we should guard the last checkpoint here? Isn't it inappropriate for us to run out like this? What if a fish slips through the net? Oh, have you gone stupid from studying? The new students outside are nearly all swept clean, what are you still guarding for? This batch of new students is unlucky, the teachers have sent over the strongest masters from each batch to guard the checkpoints, they can't run to us. When Huang Shikuan saw that this reasoning couldn't convince her, he tried to test her again. Maybe there's really an amazing new student who can break through their checkpoint? Tsukiki rolled her eyes at him. Do you take me for a fool? Just as her words fell, several teams of upperclassmen suddenly burst out from the forest ahead. Upon seeing the two, the students immediately said in anger, Senior Shikuan, Senior Kiki, you must stand up for us senior students, woo woo woo. Tsukiki, seeing their pitiful appearance, was surprised and asked, what happened to you guys? These few senior students were charred all over, and some of them had singed hair still emitting wisps of white smoke. There are 2 new students who are particularly arrogant, Senior Kiki. They are rampaging around, targeting senior students. One of them has a cannon and is very strong. Many of our sophomore students have suffered at their hands. It's already bad enough that we can't fight back, but they even want to take our contribution points. Senior Kiki, you have to help us. Huang Shikuan immediately became excited upon hearing this. Just as he was about to say something, Tsukiki indignantly exclaimed, What? These 2 new students are so outrageous. How dare they do this? It's truly despicable. The entrance assessment tradition at Xingu University has always been meant to benefit us senior students. I can't believe they have turned the tables and are snatching our contribution points. Tsukiki recalled her own experience of being robbed of her yellow badge by senior students when she first enrolled, and her eyes narrowed. Back then, she didn't understand why Xingu University set up such an entrance assessment until the moment her yellow badge was taken away, and she finally understood. Xingu University aimed to shatter the pride of these freshmen, making them realize that there are people beyond them, and that they should work hard and practice diligently after entering the university. Furthermore, 1,000 contribution points is not a small amount, it could help those weaker senior students regain some contribution points to strengthen their own power. Where are those 2 new students? I'm going to find them right now. Tsukiki snorted coldly. Huang Shikuan laughed heartily, Kiki, there's no need to be so anxious. From what I see, those 2 new students have been sweeping around the perimeter. Their appetite is probably not small. They might still be targeting the junior students in the central area. Tsukiki frowned and said, Isn't that too arrogant? The junior students have platinum-grade beast tamers. What if they can only defeat sophomore students but can't handle the juniors and end up escaping in fear? If they run away, isn't that better? You want contribution points, don't you? Let's stay here and wait for them to bring the contribution points to us, won't that be better? Huang Shikuan smiled. Tsukiki's eyes flickered slightly, what you say makes sense. By then, if we can grab their yellow badges, it will be more than just 1,000 contribution points, it will be the sum of both the freshmen and the senior students. Yes, exactly, Huang Shikuan nodded. But what if they are taken by the junior students? Tsukiki expressed her concern. No way, those 2 big fat sheep are too tempting. I can't relax, I need to go check it out myself. As Tsukiki spoke, she was about to set off. Suddenly, there was more movement in the forest ahead. Another group of students came over, injured. Senior Shikuan, Senior Kiki, you have to stand up for us. Tsukiki immediately had a headache and asked, So, where are those 2 arrogant new students? As she asked, the few junior students in front were completely dumbfounded. Why, you know who injured us? Tsukiki pointed to a few charred sophomore students nearby. They just came to report. I remember that you junior students have platinum-grade beast tamers. Could you really be defeated? Immediately, someone among the junior students replied, One of them is a gunner, quite troublesome, but he couldn't really harm us. Just when we were about to take down that gunner, his companion, Ye Chen, suddenly summoned a platinum-grade giant green snake. In an instant, all of us high school seniors were defeated. Tsukiki exclaimed in surprise, a freshman actually has a platinum-level beast. This guy named Ye Chen must be very talented. Huang Shikuan smirked, interesting. This freshman named Ye Chen has a talent even higher than mine. When I first entered the Divine Palace University, I could barely cultivate a golden-level beast. Kiki, let's wait for those 2 here. They've already defeated the juniors, they'll be here soon. Hee hee, just having a platinum-level beast isn't enough. Oomph, two arrogant freshmen. I'll teach them a lesson later and snatch back all the contribution points in their hands. When she thought about the massive contribution points about to come in, Sukik's excitement showed in her beaming smile. On the other side, Zhang Yang excitedly shouted to the sky. Awesome! I now have 30,000 contribution points. Damn, 30,000. Ha 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 ha. Ye Chen glanced at him. Can you be quiet and stop acting like a monkey? We're approaching the checkpoint guarded by seniors, we still have a few thousand contribution points to earn. Right, a few thousand more contribution points. Brother Yi, it's so good to follow you, from now on, I'm your most loyal little brother. Zhang Yang looked at Ye Chen with flattery, wanting to hold tightly onto this lucky leg. He had earned so many contribution points just after entering school, he was bound to take off in the future. Ye Chen shook his head, too lazy to bother with the overly excited Zhang Yang, and stepped forward boldly. Chapter 55, Brother Yi, how about we escape? Ye Chen and his companion walked along a small path in the woods, and from a distance, they could see a group of defeated soldiers standing there, looking up. Some were bandaged, some limped, looking quite miserable. When these defeated soldiers saw Ye Chen and his companion, they all quickly retreated, with many excitedly shouting, Senior Shirkuan, Senior Kiki, they're here. Ha 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 ha. They've finally come. Ye Chen said speechlessly, is it really necessary to be this excited? It seems the seniors are their biggest support in their hearts. Zhang Yang placed his hands on his hips, full of confidence. Support? Can they compare to me? No mountain is as solid as my support. Zhang Yang was blindly admiring Ye Chen, thinking he was invincible. Just now, so many people attacked them, including a platinum-level beast, but what happened? Ye Chen summoned that invincible green snake, and in a few moves, he defeated them all. That supposedly mighty platinum beast trembled before the green snake like a rookie. Seeing its state, Zhang Yang felt as if he was looking at his past self. The green snake had a very strong sense of oppression, it had scared him out of his wits before. Now, he was on the scary side, witnessing his enemies being scared to the point of trembling. It felt like this, there was only one word to describe it, refreshing. So refreshing. Ye Chen rubbed his temples, realizing Zhang Yang's excitement wouldn't die down anytime soon. One couldn't help but think he might cause some trouble later. After walking a few more steps, the leaves in the forest ahead rustled, making a series of sounds, followed by a large group of people jumping down. Ye Chen focused his gaze, there were at least 30 people, and it seemed all the upperclassmen were gathered here. Leading them was a stunning beauty in a red dress, holding an elegant sword, with beautiful apricot-shaped eyes scrutinizing Ye Chen. She slowly spoke, you must be Ye Chen? Before Ye Chen could respond, Zhang Yang eagerly stepped forward and replied, who do you think you are? Can you casually call my brother Ye's name? The rising and falling tone was much like that of a vile servant in the grand households of old. Ye Chen chuckled at Zhang Yang's antics. He patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, you are truly a talent. The two sang in harmony, seeming to ignore everyone around them, and with Zhang Yang's arrogant words, it instantly ignited a fire of anger in the hearts of the senior students, like drywood catching flame. Immediately, someone shouted angrily, you little brat, how dare you talk to Sister Kiki like that? You want to die. I can't stand it anymore, these two bastards are so arrogant, bullying people like this, I'm going to go smash them. Before the words finished, the person had already picked up a glowing big hammer with both hands, preparing to rush over, but his feet seemed unable to move, standing still for quite some time, unable to take a step. He glanced around repeatedly, cursing, why is no one helping me? Damn it, you gunner, why don't you come out for a one-on-one battle? Don't rely on Ye Chen's big snake, let's fight fairly, if I don't beat the crap out of you, I'll consider it clean. Right, you despicable guy who relies on power is even more disgusting, come out for a one-on-one, pick anyone here, if I can't beat you, I'll call you dad. Zhang Yang spat on the ground, do you think I'm stupid? You guys have cultivated longer than me, your levels are higher than mine. I'm crazy to challenge you one-on-one. If I can't beat you, I admit it, but stop yelling like that. If you've got the skills, come at me together. If I just frown at Brother Yi, even if I lose, it's worth it. Ye Chen's intuition was indeed right, Zhang Yang, this overly excited guy, was really going to cause trouble for him, actually thinking of taking on 30 people alone. Why does it feel like this guy is even more arrogant than myself? Ye Chen glanced at Zhang Yang, if you continue to be so arrogant and want to take on 30 people, then you go ahead. I'll be the first to run. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang shrank his neck and forced a laugh, Brother Yi, if you run, I'll die in the next moment. Just look at those people over there, their eyes are practically wanting to eat me alive. What a joke, if this great Buddha Ye Chen runs, I'm dead for sure. I have to stick close to him. Then you step back, stop stealing my spotlight. Hee hee, okay, Brother Yi, you have the final say. Zhang Yang grinned and retreated behind him. Tsukiki pressed down with her right hand, an invisible force descended from above, and everyone who had been chattering harsh words suddenly stopped talking, the scene falling silent. Ye Chen spoke first. You must be a senior. I heard contribution points are a good thing, I really want some. I'm not a fan of hitting women, so how about this? If you voluntarily hand over your contribution points, I can get them, and you can avoid skin and flesh pains. Tsukiki sneered. Indeed, an arrogant new student. If you want contribution points, come and take them. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful invisible wave erupted from Tsukiki, pushing everyone around several steps back. Her momentum surged in an instant, and the sword in her hand began to hum and vibrate, a chilling killing intent radiating from her, filling the surrounding air with sharpness. The senior students, seeing Tsukiki's stance as if a sword god had possessed her, were instantly fueled with adrenaline. Someone screamed, "Go Kiki! You got this! Sister Kiki is awesome! I'm cheering wildly for Sister Kiki! Sister, teach them a good lesson! Sister Kiki, I'm asking you for a favor. After winning against those two, leave that Zhang Yong dog to me, I want to severely humiliate him. Hey, that Zhang Yong looks good to me too. That despicable guy is the most disgusting, count me in. Me too. I want in. Same here." Tsukiki no longer hid her aura, unleashing the full force of her peak 5 transformations. This unmatched feeling of oppression made Zhang Yong's legs tremble. What does reaching 5 transformations mean? Reaching level 50 marks the official entry into 5 transformations. Also on the professional path, he formally entered the Hall of Fame, becoming a somewhat successful professional. The peak of the 5th turn usually refers to levels between 57 and 59. Such a person, if they strike with all their might, even a platinum-level beastmaster wouldn't be able to withstand it. Now, in Zhang Yong's eyes, Tsukiki was like a sword god descending to the world, sharp and unstoppable. He couldn't even withstand one of her normal attacks, one strike would slay him on the spot. Zhang Yong struggled to swallow, his teeth chattering. Why? Ye brother, what should we do? This little girl is at the peak of the 5th turn, can our brother Ching Snake still hold up? Should we run? Ye Chen teased, why are you thinking of running? Where did that arrogance you showed earlier go? Bring it out, don't be afraid. Ha, ha ha, don't joke around, you brother, we're really going to die. She's at the peak of the 5th turn. Zhang Yong awkwardly laughed, now's the time, let's run quickly. Trying to run? No way. Sky-shattering slash. Tsukiki slashed with her sword, the sword she flashing with cold light, cutting a straight crack in the ground along its path, breaking the grass, trees, and stones. Chapter 56, Welcome my strongest killing move. Come out, little Cheng. Ye Chen shouted loudly. A flash of green light appeared in front, and little Cheng's massive 100-meter body quickly emerged from the ground. A powerful sword chi clanged loudly as it struck little Cheng, the immense force making it sway, but it was only a slight sway. The power of the sword chi was completely consumed. Tsukiki snorted coldly, not bad. She then tapped her feet rapidly, her figure shifting like a ghost, quickly advancing in flashes, one to the left and one to the right. Zhang Yong saw the eerie movement technique and had already fled, hiding up in a large tree in the back, shouting encouragement to Ye Chen. Ye brother, defeat her, brother Ching Snake is mighty. Ye Chen squinted his eyes, the strange movement reminded him of Ant King Bell. Tsukiki's current speed was already about 70 to 80% of Ant King Bell's speed. This senior sister shouldn't be underestimated, she has such power at such a young age. Harden scales. Ye Chen quickly gave the command. Facing an enemy faster than himself, the best approach was to stack armor and strengthen defense first. The green light on little Ching's body flickered, and the scales all over its body emitted a faint green glow, greatly enhancing its defensive ability in an instant. Clang! As the green light flashed, a cold iron sword shot out a 5-meter white sword beam, slashing horizontally from the left. The sword beam collided with the scales, emitting a harsh sound of metal scraping, sparks flying everywhere. Snow's trace unseen. The previous slash made Tsukiki realize that this green snake's defense was incredibly abnormal. The powerful strike not only caused no damage but the violent rebound almost injured her thumb. Capture the leader first, once Ye Chen was dealt with, this green snake would fall without a fight. As soon as the words left her mouth, an invisible airwave appeared beneath her feet. Stepping on this airwave, her body could move freely in the air. Ye Chen saw the dozens of sudden airwaves and Tsukiki's flickering figure, and he sighed, your speed reminds me of an old friend. Tsukiki's face grew cold, you dare to lose focus while fighting me? Flying through flowers and leaves. A powerful spiritual force erupted from Tsukiki's body, condensing in the air into red petals, falling like rain, while green sword beams darted through them at incredible speed. Ye Chen shrugged, alright, you win. With this speed and this dense attack, there's nowhere to hide. I can only use the method I used to defeat my old friend to deal with you. After saying this, he immediately ordered little Ching to coil up, then slid to the center of little Qing's body, hiding under its most secure protection. He then drew out the ghost head staff and began to activate its effects with all his strength. That's right, he was going to recreate the method he used to defeat Ant King Bell. Countless slashes from Su Kiki fell upon Xiao Qing, only sparking again and again, unable to harm her at all. Yet Ye Chen had already hidden in the belly of the green snake, and she was powerless to break through the snake's defense. It was like a turtle shell placed in front of her, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. Su Kiki pouted her cheeks in anger, stomped her feet in the air, and shouted at Ye Chen, hiding in your turtle shell, what kind of hero are you? Come out and fight with me. Ye Chen, hiding inside, replied in a muffled voice, your attacks are too fierce. If I come out to fight you, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Only a fool would come out. Damn it, you are shameless. This is not a fair duel at all. Su Kiki's hand, gripping the sword handle, trembled twice in anger. Who said this isn't a fair duel? I'm a beast master. I don't rely on my beasts to fight. Should I hack at you with a sword just like you? I don't care, you come out. Su Kiki started to act unreasonable. Zhang Yong, seeing this scene, laughed loudly and stood aside, speaking in a teasing tone, oh, I don't care. Who spoiled this young lady's bad temper? Brother Yi, well done. You're the best, teach her a lesson. When Zhang Yong spoke up, he immediately drew the attention of the angry Su Kiki. Su Kiki's eyes widened, you are also a shameless person, if I can't deal with Ye Chen, can I not deal with you? Come give me your life. Bang! 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 That was the crisp sound of airwaves exploding, as Su Kiki, with a ghostly speed, appeared in front of Zhang Yong in an instant. You damn guy, lie down! Su Kiki swung her sword down at Zhang Yong's head. The power of this sword was terrifying, far beyond what Zhang Yong could withstand. Zhang Yong's pupils suddenly shrank, watching helplessly as the sword came down, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze, and his hair stood on end, unable to resist. Is this the feeling of death? Cold. Despair. Just as the sword was about to strike the top of Zhang Yong's head, Su Kiki changed her sword move, turning the slash into a smack, using the sword body to hit hard on Zhang Yong's head. Clap. With a crisp sound, Zhang Yong's eyes went dark, and he collapsed right away. Su Kiki glanced at him, serves you right for running your mouth, scaring you to death. The senior students behind who saw Zhang Yong knocked out instantly became spirited. Ha 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 ha, awesome. This annoying guy finally got dealt with by Senior Kiki, the eyesore has finally lain down, this is so great. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, that annoying dumb dog can finally shut its mouth, Senior Kiki is magnificent. There's still one bastard, Ye Chen, who hasn't laid down, go for it, Senior Kiki. Ye Chen looked speechlessly at Zhang Yong lying on the ground. Why couldn't you just quietly sit aside and watch the show? Instead, you chose to throw out a few insults. How could Zhang Yong dare to provoke when Su Kiki's speed was something even he wouldn't underestimate? This guy was truly overly excited. Lying down is fine now, it saves him from causing trouble. The earlier incident happened in a flash, it was only a total of 2 seconds, and Zhang Yong was lying down flat, even if Ye Chen wanted to save him, he wouldn't have made it in time. After dealing with Zhang Yong, Su Kiki finally felt a bit better. She turned to look at the coiled giant snake and coldly said, don't think that hiding inside the big snake will keep you safe, I didn't want to use this move, fearing it would hurt your beast, but now it seems I have no choice. Ye Chen, I apologize in advance, if your beast gets hurt, come find me after the assessment, and I'll treat it for free. Now, welcome my strongest killing move. Endless Sword Domain. Buzz. Blue light radiated from Su Kiki's body, as the treasured sword in her hand flew high into the sky with a buzzing sound. From 1 to 3,000, then to 30,000. It was as if an endless mass of sword light phantoms densely hung in the sky. Heaven and earth changed color, and a fierce wind howled. The sharp aura of a golden spear filled this realm. The sword energy illusions began to condense into large circles of sword formations, the cold light reflected from the blades made one feel icy all over upon seeing it. What a move, the Endless Sword Domain. Chapter 57, Su Kiki's Defeat. Ye Chen looked up at the densely packed illusionary sword formations in the sky and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't even begun to unleash the fear effect of the ghost head staff, and this guy had already set up the formation. He suddenly looked at Su Kiki. Since there wasn't time to use the ghost head staff's effect, he decided to disrupt her spellcasting. Twin Poison Fangs, Poison Dragon Swamp. The tail and poisonous fangs struck out in an instant. Su Kiki did not expect Ye Chen to dare to launch an attack under such a monstrous force of nature. For a moment, she was caught off guard. She formed a sword seal with her hands, drawing the sword back in defense. The sword formation in the sky immediately descended, shooting down a circle of illusionary flying swords. However, the poisonous fangs and tail were not slow either. The two collided in an instant. Boom! The densely packed flying swords seemed to have a mind of their own, putting in all their effort to block the massive tail and poisonous fangs, the booming and explosive sounds echoing non-stop. "Rise for me!" Tsukiki shouted, the flying swords converging into an X shape to prop up the tail in midair. However, the ground cracked open with violent tremors, revealing countless fissures. Boom! Like the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, the earth shook, breaking apart with numerous cracks, revealing green toxic liquid underneath the fissures. Tsukiki's eyes widened in horror, not daring to stay any longer. She leaped up from the ground. Just as her feet left the ground, the green toxic liquid erupted like boiling water. Tsukiki narrowly avoided this deadly blow. At this moment, all her spiritual power and energy were focused on the thousands of flying swords above, unaware that one poisonous fang had slipped through the layers of the flying swords, aiming directly for her right shoulder. By the time she noticed, that fang was flying towards her at an incredible speed. Tsukiki caught a glimpse of the poisonous fang speeding toward her, but she was powerless to resist. Her face turned pale, and a fierce look appeared in her eyes. Biting her silver teeth, she used all her strength to activate the sword formation above, launching a fierce attack against Ye Chen. Puff! The poisonous fang struck her right shoulder, a smear of blood oozing from the wound, staining her shoulder red. Tsukiki quickly urged the remaining spiritual power in her body to contain the poison to her right shoulder, preventing it from spreading. The sword formation in the sky, buzzing loudly, poured down like a flood, surging forward violently. Little Cheng exerted all its strength to harden its scales and withstand this fierce assault. Countless flying swords reflected cold light, like mercury pouring onto the ground. The dazzling brightness made it hard to look directly, the aura of battle shaking the heavens and earth. After a while. Boom! Clang! The continuous violent booms and the piercing sound of metal grinding against metal made the onlookers unable to keep their ears uncovered, their expressions grim. The area where Little Cheng stood was engulfed in a cloud of dust and smoke. The terrifying force of the attack lasted a full minute before finally stopping. The thick smoke was blown away by the wind, revealing countless small wounds on Little Cheng's body, blood flowing from the wounds. It fell to the ground, looking dispirited while Ye Chen stood beside it, gently patting its abdomen, carefully feeling its injuries. Thankfully, it was only a huge drain of spirit, with some scrapes and internal injuries, nothing serious. On the other side, Tsukiki had already fainted on the ground, her complexion pale. The poison's invasion left her looking still terrible in her unconscious state, as if enduring some immense pain. Ye Chen turned to look at Tsukiki, his face showing admiration. She was indeed very strong. Not only was her swordsmanship extraordinary, her willpower was also very firm. Even with the serious injury from the poison fang, she still exerted all her strength to activate the sword formation. If it weren't for the two skills that interrupted her at the last moment, and she also holding back for Little Cheng, then the injuries Little Cheng sustained would definitely not have been minor, but severe injuries or even death. I didn't expect her swordsmanship to have reached such a level. You are indeed a powerful presence at the peak of 5 transformations. The crowd outside watching this peak duel was completely stunned. Under that overwhelming sword array, not only was Ye Chen not dead, but he could still stand, while Tsukiki was already lying on the ground. Someone gasped in shock. Damn! Sister Kiki actually lost. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. A newcomer like Ye Chen defeated a peak senior student in her 4th year. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. What the hell? Have we wasted years of study? Why can Ye Chen, a freshman, defeat Sister Kiki? Why? She is at the peak of 5 transformations. I can't understand it. Ye Chen's beast was clearly platinum level, and my beast is platinum too. Why does my beast fall apart in front of Sister Kiki, while Ye Chen can defeat her? What went wrong? Why such immense combat power? Not only were the onlooking students shocked, but even the big shots gathered at the Ju Xian building were equally astonished. One must know that a peak 5 transformation full force strike could definitely kill a platinum level beast. Yet at this moment, Tsukiki actually lost. However, some big shots understood and spoke up. Ye Chen's beast talent is indeed remarkable. He managed to defeat the peak Tsukiki with a platinum beast, but it's also because Tsukiki held back that she lost. Another person added, Ye Chen's ability to make decisions on the spot is impressive. If he hadn't used his beast skill at the last moment to interrupt Tsukiki's formation and seriously wound her, the one lying on the ground now would probably be him. An elder with gray hair stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, Ye Chen's quick decision was crucial, otherwise, if Tsukiki had perfectly set up the sword array and commanded it to the fullest, he would definitely have lost. Someone then turned to Nangong Yudi and smiled. Instructor Nangong really found a great student. I see that Ye Chen's talent and timing judgment are top-notch, unmatched among the students of Shingon University. Nangong Yudi, her serious expression now replaced with a smile, felt proud that Ye Chen did not let her down. She modestly said, Teachers and board members, you flatter me. Ye Chen is indeed talented, but his temperament still needs improvement. He will need more guidance in the future. Li Qingtian also beamed with joy. After all, Ye Chen was a true gem, and this was definitely good news for Shingang University, as his performance provided a strong reason to persuade the board to resist the Wang family. Ye Chen put away Xiao Chang and walked slowly towards Su Kiki. Such a formidable figure like Su Kiki must have contributed a lot. Xiao Chang paid a high price to obtain this, so he must take it. However, just as he took a few steps, a somewhat lazy male voice came from the crowd of onlookers. Ye Chen, Jr., wait. Ye Chen frowned and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a sunny, handsome young man in a loose t-shirt and jeans stepping forward with a warm smile. He gave people a lazy, gentle feeling. The nearby students, upon seeing him step forward, shed their previous lackluster expressions and cheered loudly full of spirit. Student Shirkuan, you finally come out. You have to avenge Sister Kiki. Right, look at Sister Kiki, such a lovely beauty, and Ye Chen actually dared to attack her. That's too wicked, you need to teach him a good lesson. Shirkuan? Ye Chen thought for a moment and felt the name was familiar. Oh right, when he came over with Zhang Yang just now, those students were chanting Shirkuan Senior, Sister Kiki. It seems this sunny young man is another powerful senior in his 4th year. Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile, looking at Shirkuan with interest. Chapter 58, Ye Chen, Surrender. Ye Chen, Jr., you are indeed very strong. I didn't expect you to wield your beast to such an extent, it truly surprises me. Huang Shirkuan smiled. You flatter me, you're the hope of other seniors, another senior expert in your 4th year. However, I still say, I advise you to hand over your contribution points, so you won't suffer the same physical pain as Senior Kiki. Ye Chen scrutinized Huang Shirkuan, stroking his chin. Other students, hearing Ye Chen's arrogant words, began to clench their fists. Ye Chen, your greatest trump card, the blue snake, has been seriously injured and can't fight anymore. How dare you provoke Senior Shirkuan here? Ye Chen is really being too cocky. Does he still think he can use the blue snake to fight Senior Shirkuan? I think he does plan to do that, otherwise, why would he still have the guts to act like this? TCH, in my opinion, Senior Shirkuan doesn't even need to step in. Without that blue snake, he's nothing at all. Everyone knows that beast tamers rely on their beasts to fight, and now his beast is down, does he plan to fight with his fists? Haha, Senior Shirkuan, step back, it's my time to show off, let me deal with this unbridled Ye Chen. Laughable, you still pretending? Aren't you afraid Ye Chen has a backup? This person is bold yet thorough, you can see it from his battle with Senior Kiki. If you really dare to step in, I'll call you Daddy. Damn, you underestimate me. Fine, I'll go now. The onlookers generally believed Ye Chen was at his wit's end, and several eager to step in were stopped by Huang Shirkuan. You guys better not go and hand over your heads, that blue snake, though injured, is not something you can handle. Just step back. Then he turned to Ye Chen. Kiki was poisoned by a snake, and although we have sealed it with spiritual energy, if we don't get her treated quickly, there could be danger. Let's take her to the clinic first, shall we? Ye Chen nodded, of course, but we must first leave the contribution points. Despite Huang Shirkuan's good temper, hearing Ye Chen's aggressive words did upset him a bit. Junior Ye Chen, the contribution points belong to Kiki, how to use them should be decided by herself, and we have no right to interfere. But lives are at stake, if we're late in sending her to the hospital, Kiki might face life-threatening danger. Let's send her away first, and as for her contribution points, let me temporarily pledge them for her. Oh? You pledge? How will you pledge? Ye Chen smiled. Kiki's contribution points total 13,000, and I have 30,000 on me. Let's have a match. If you win, all the contribution points are yours. If you lose, I'll take half your contribution points, and I want all of Zhang Yong's. How about it? Not interested, because I will win, and if I win, I'll get a total of 43,000 contribution points. If I let Tsukiki go now, I would waste 13,000 for nothing. Huang Shirkuan didn't expect Ye Chen to refuse so resolutely, and even declare he would surely win. He had seen many geniuses and knew they were often very arrogant, but this kind of madness from Ye Chen was the first he had encountered. Huang Shirkuan sighed, alright, you take the contribution points from Kiki. If I beat you later, I'll return her 13,000 contribution points. The onlookers, hearing the conversation between the two, were once again shocked by Ye Chen's arrogance. I say, where did this crazy guy Ye Chen come from? I can barely contain myself, where's my knife? I want to kill him right now. I can't take it anymore. I've also been admired by others since childhood, thinking I was one of the few geniuses who could get into the Divine Palace University. I've never dared to act this arrogant like Ye Chen. He's truly one of a kind. Alright, a seriously injured blue snake still dares to act high and mighty in front of Huang Shirkuan. If he loses later, I have to step up and stomp twice to vent my anger. Huang Shirkuan shouted to the senior students behind him, hurry up and take Su Kiki to the infirmary. At this moment, Ye Chen had crouched down and started searching on Sukiki's body. Of course, Ye Chen was still very respectful of the rules. Under everyone's watch, he quickly rummaged through a few of Sukiki's pockets, took out the yellow card, and quickly withdrew his hand. Several senior students had already rushed to Sukiki's side, took out a stretcher from their spatial rings, placed her on it, and quickly evacuated. Seeing Sukiki safely taken away, Huang Shikuan turned to Ye Chen and said, "Your green snake is already seriously injured. What other beasts do you have to take on me?" Ye Chen thought for a moment, "I have many beasts, but I don't know if you can handle them?" Huang Shikuan shook his head, knowing that a madman like Ye Chen wouldn't back down until he sees a coffin. "I'm a bit lazy, and I don't want to fight. If it weren't for the teacher forcing me to come today, I wouldn't even show up. But now that I'm here, we have to make it a show. You've been robbing contribution points from senior students, but do you know this assessment was meant to be a benefit for them? Now, the contribution points they worked hard for over the year have been taken by you, making it harder for them to obtain future training resources. I don't want to rob your contribution points either. How about this, you hand over all the points you took, keep 1,000 for yourself, and I'll let you pass. This way, I won't have to make a move, and senior students can gain something. Everyone wins. However, I know you definitely won't accept my proposal. So?" Huang Shikuan's lazy demeanor suddenly changed, and his whole aura became extremely sharp. "Come out, Diamond Giant Ape." Boom! A massive magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Huang Shikuan, emitting dazzling golden light. A strong and dangerous aura spread out from it, making those who felt it tremble in fear, as if they were being watched by an ancient beast. A pair of gigantic iron fists reached out from the magic circle, fiercely grasping at the sides, and then a golden-haired giant ape, as huge as a mountain, sprang out. This giant ape had a blue face and sharp fangs, covered in golden fur. Its huge hands were adorned with armored gauntlets engraved with runes. As soon as the giant ape landed, it caused a violent earthquake. As it walked, its heavy steps sounded like thunder, and its overwhelming aura was terrifying, the feeling of danger lingering over Sukiki. The senior students were even more excited at the sight of the giant ape. It appeared, Shikuan Senior's strongest beast, the diamond giant ape. Ye Chen is dead this time. "Ha, Ye Chen, don't even think about surrendering, quickly make your green snake fight it. Weren't you just so arrogant? Hurry up and call your green snake out. Yeah, come on and bring out your strongest beast. Damn, Ye Chen, this dog is finally taking a hit. Let's see how he keeps pretending." Huang Shikuan looked at Ye Chen, "So, you can surrender? In front of my diamond giant ape, even if your green snake was at its peak, it wouldn't stand a chance, not to mention your green snake is injured now. You have no chance of winning." Chapter 59, Time to try the new beast. Seeing Huang Shikuan summon his strongest beast right away, the teachers in the Ju Xian building all shook their heads. Ye Chen's talent is indeed good, but this is where it ends. Being able to defeat Sukiki with a platinum-level beast is already extremely rare. He can't possibly win this battle. An elder stroked his beard and smiled, "I have high hopes for this kid Ye Chen, quite impressive. But seeing him still so full of confidence now, I am afraid he will not easily admit defeat. If I force the green snake to fight against the diamond giant ape, I estimate he won't last even one round before losing. However, losing might not be a bad thing. Since this assessment started, Ye Chen has always shown a very strong demeanor. I hope that after being defeated, he can understand the truth that there are always stronger ones out there, and he should not be arrogant in his future training." Many people nodded in agreement. Ye Chen's path in cultivation has been too smooth, which makes him so arrogant. The opponent is Huang Shikuan, who has been famous for many years. As a diamond-level beast master, he is known as a little overlord. Even someone like Sukiki, who is at the peak of the 5th transition, cannot shake him. That said, this kid, Shikuan, is also outstanding. He truly has the demeanor of a strong individual. He is willing to give Ye Chen a dignified way out. Such humble and reasonable students truly deserve the reputation of our Divine Palace University, haha. Hee, both students are good, but Ye Chen's brilliance is too exposed, he still needs some polishing. Huang Shikuan can already be said to possess great style. He will graduate next year. Such a child will surely achieve something in society, and our Divine Palace University will also contribute to Long Country. All the teachers praised Huang Shikuan endlessly. Nangong Yudi said, "Ye Chen is too proud. I also want to use this entrance assessment to temper his sharpness, so he won't suffer in the future." Li Qingtian nodded as well, everyone's views are reasonable. Ye Chen's potential is obvious to all. Our Divine Palace University should escort such students and pave a smooth path for them. Li Qingtian seemed eager to take advantage of the situation, wanting to use Ye Chen's remarkable performance to impress the board members and get their agreement to oppose the Wang family. Presently, there's no need to rush, the entrance assessment is not over yet. Let's wait and see, several board members chimed in. So far, Ye Chen's performance has been quite good, but everyone felt he still lacked a little something. They wanted to see how Ye Chen would respond to such a dire situation against Huang Shikuan. If he responds well, then helping him resist the Wang family would not be a problem. Li Qingtian sighed, taking a sip of tea from his thermos. These board members are really a group of confused old fools. Facing a top student like Ye Chen, they are still hesitating. Although the Wang family is powerful, they are not invincible. As long as we target their weak spots and choke them, they wouldn't dare to act against Ye Chen. The school is putting in so much effort to protect Ye Chen, and once he grows stronger, Divine Palace University will also reap rich rewards. Li Qingtian remained silent and continued watching the assessment. Nangong Yudi whispered to him, "Uncle Li, there is no need to worry. I see this situation as almost certain. Ye Chen's performance just now has already won the recognition of most teachers. Even the board members cannot completely dismiss the opinions of all the teachers." Li Qingtian nodded but said nothing. Nangong Yudi knew he was angry. After all, in the past, Li Qingtian alone decided the future direction of Divine Palace University. But this time, the incident was blocked by the board members, and he must be feeling quite frustrated right now. Nangong Yudi was also helpless and could only continue watching the assessment. Ye Chen looked at the diamond giant ape before him, towering like a small mountain, with a calm expression. "To make me, Ye Chen, admit defeat, you are not qualified yet." As these words came out, they ignited the entire arena. The senior students watching were shocked as if struck by lightning, murmuring in surprise. Some were so furious they trembled all over. "I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. How dare he be so arrogant? Damn it, this guy is the true king of arrogance. Even at this point, he can still say such arrogant words. He can't even remember to stop showing off when his death is close. If this guy Ye Chen were sent to the crematorium and burned to ashes, his mouth would still be intact, too hard to melt. Damn it, he is the toughest talker I have ever seen. Quick, let's get Ye Chen lying in the hospital. Senior Shikuan, please act quickly, I really can't stand to look at him any longer. I want to see this little brat lying on the ground immediately. Hurry up and slap his face. Yes, hurry and hit him, don't let him talk anymore, my heart can't take it. I request Senior Shikuan to take action. Me too. Me too. Please, Senior, take action immediately. The crowd was stirred up, everyone glaring at Ye Chen, wishing they could rush in and hit him right now. Huang Shikuan looked at Ye Chen speechlessly, shaking his head. Since Ye Chen is so confident, then take your shot. Go for it, King Kong Giant Ape. Earth-shaking strength. The King Kong Giant Ape roared at Ye Chen, pounding its broad chest twice. Then, a red glow surged up its arms, and its intimidating momentum soared instantly. It leaped high into the air, gripping its right fist tightly, channeling unmatched power, as if this punch could collapse the earth. Ye Chen's eyes fixed on the King Kong Giant Ape, accumulating its fist strength in midair. Information about the giant ape instantly appeared in his mind. King Kong Giant Ape. Rank, Diamond. Level, LV48. Attack, 4,865. Defense, 5,124. Spirit, 2,750. Agility, 4,978. Skills, Earth-shaking strength, Giant Ape Mountain Crushing Fist, Meteor Crash. This giant ape is level 48, and its attributes aren't too high. It seems there is a huge gap between ordinary beast tamers and the descendants of divine beasts. In midair, a flash of red light appeared on the giant ape's fist, suddenly bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. Huang Shikuan reminded, Ye Chen, this is your last chance. If you concede now, I can still make the King Kong Giant Ape hold back. Otherwise, with this punchdown, even if I ask it to hold back at the last moment, you will still suffer a severe blow. Ye Chen said lightly, I still stand by my word, you are not qualified enough to make me concede. Huang Shikuan laughed speechlessly. When a person is extremely speechless, they indeed will laugh. Fine, this is what you chose for yourself, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. King Kong Giant Ape, make your move. Roar. The King Kong Giant Ape in the sky roared, and the gathered power of its fist released a powerful aura. At this moment, it was as if a mountain was crashing down from the sky. All the observing students found their knees weakening, almost kneeling down. Is this the power of a diamond-tier beast? What heavy pressure, I can't believe it feels like there's something heavy weighing down on me. Hiss, Senior Shikuan's casual strike has the might of Coco's ultimate move, diamond-tier beasts are indeed stronger than peak level 5 professions. Quick, fall back, don't get swept by the aftermath of the fight. Many students quickly retreated. The red light fell like a meteor from the sky, raising waves of invisible explosive force, the strong pressure felt like doomsday was arriving. Ye Chen stood still, looking up at the dazzling red light, the fierce wind tousling his hair and making his clothes billow. His solitary body was like a reef in the turbulent sea, no matter how the waves crashed, he remained unmoved. Ye Chen smiled slightly. It's time to try my new beast. Chapter 60, Lord Level Beast. The red light descended with a force of destruction, rapidly approaching Ye Chen. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. The crowd saw Ye Chen standing alone in the wind, confident and unbothered, as if he regarded this immensely powerful punch as nothing. They all felt admiration in their hearts. To be able to act cool in the face of towering mountains without changing color, isn't that another kind of genius? If it were them, they would have already lost control under such a punch. Just as everyone was waiting to see Ye Chen lying stiffly on the ground, Ye Chen suddenly spoke up. The wind was too strong, the force too fierce. They couldn't hear clearly what Ye Chen said, but they saw his lips move twice, then he pointed at the red light. At that moment of his point, a streak of black light accompanied by black lightning flashed. Without any warning, a tremendous explosion erupted from the center of both. Boom! The huge noise sounded as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, as if a light had been abruptly turned off, plunging everyone into darkness in an instant. A terrifying power that seemed to come from ancient times descended from the sky, a power that was dozens of times greater than the diamond giant ape. Indifference. Nobility. Invincibility. These three emotions rose inexplicably, surging in everyone's hearts. Someone stuttered, "Wow, what's happening? Why did it suddenly get dark? Wow, what's going on? I'm suddenly so scared." What did Ye Chen do? Just as everyone was confused, a mighty figure slowly materialized in mid-air. The king descended from the heavens. Noble and indifferent. Everyone looked at it for just a moment, and their hearts surged with waves of shock. This figure appeared tall and rugged, covered in black armor, with fearsome armor like the most powerful defense, making it feel unshakable. The noble aura and invincible posture seemed to proclaim its unmatched strength. The heat of June could not stop the chill it brought to everyone's hearts. Everyone felt goosebumps on their skin, a sense of danger made their hair stand on end, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down to the figure in the sky. What is this? Hiss. Someone gasped. I actually want to kneel to it. How can it be stronger than all the bosses I've seen? The mighty punch of the diamond giant ape was easily blocked by the figure's right hand. This figure was only 3 meters tall, while the diamond giant ape's fist was like a small truck. This scene looked quite comical, with one small hand effortlessly blocking the gigantic fist. Star Insect King. Rank, Lord. Level, LV1. Attack, 5320. Defense, 5340. Spirit, 3126. Agility, 6240. Skills, Phantom Blade, Absolute Shadow, Wind Chasing Big Knife, Swift Shadow Critical Strike. Ye Chen stood behind the Star Insect King, watching it easily block the fully charged punch of the diamond giant ape, and his assessment of its strength rose another level. Having long witnessed the fierceness of Ant King Bell, he knew very well how terrifying a soldier ant could be, but he didn't expect he still underestimated the horror of a soldier ant. The soldier ant in front of him was a higher tier form, more than 10 times stronger than Ant King Bell. Its power was undoubtedly terrifying. The Star Insect King flickered, appearing mysteriously above the diamond giant ape's head, and then stomped down hard with one foot. Its speed was astonishing. Everyone felt as if it was traversing through time and space, moving from the chest of the diamond giant ape to its head, seemingly just making a slight movement with its foot. Boom! The gigantic body of the diamond giant ape crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep pit in the earth, with thick smoke rising. All of this happened in just 1 second, and by the time everyone came to their senses, the diamond giant ape was already lying on the ground, motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded, watching this scene. What just happened? I don't know. I just saw the sky darken, and the diamond giant ape was lying on the ground. That's a diamond-level diamond giant ape. How did it lose without us even seeing how? That thing in the sky, is it Ye Chen's beast? Everyone was still in a daze, and as the owner of the diamond giant ape, Huang Shikuan was even more confused and shocked. His diamond giant ape actually lost. And it was taken down by a normal attack without the opponent using any skills. What kind of monster is this? He suddenly looked at that terrifying black armor figure. Feeling the deep, unfathomable aura it emanated, his body trembled. This aura is Lord level. Ye Chen actually had a Lord level beast. Huang Shikuan looked at the black armor figure in disbelief. An 18-year-old boy. How exactly did he cultivate a Lord level beast? How did he cultivate it? He is just a newcomer who awakened the beast master profession for a little over a month. Huang Shikuan felt as if his worldview had shattered. Is this world insane? Even for prestigious families, it is extremely difficult to cultivate a Lord-level beast. No, it should be said that only with immense resources and opportunities is there a slight chance of cultivating a Lord-level beast. Yet Ye Chen is already standing in front of him with his Lord-level beast. Huang Shikuan's pupils violently shook, he couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. How could this happen? If Ye Chen already possesses a lord-level beast, then what does that make the diamond-level beast he cultivated with his life on the line for over 4 years? At this moment, his understanding gently shattered. He closed his eyes and used all his strength to calm the tumultuous emotions in his heart. After a long while, he let out a deep breath. His eyes regained their past clarity. For many years, he believed he was the strongest newcomer in the Beast Master world, taking Nangong Yudi as his example. Now it seems he underestimated the world's heroes too much. There are countless heroes in this world. Today, Ye Chen severely taught him a lesson. He thought the saying, "There are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond people," was meant for Ye Chen, but unexpectedly, it was meant for himself. He looked at Ye Chen and smiled, feeling relieved. "Junior brother Ye Chen, you are amazing. I hope I can catch up to you in the future. I wish you all the best." Huang Shikuan waved his hand, recalling the diamond giant ape. Then he turned and walked away without looking back. He needed to be more diligent and hardworking. Today he could still see Ye Chen's taillights. If he didn't work harder to strengthen his power, he might not even see Ye Chen's taillights in the future. Now the diamond giant ape has reached the diamond level, and its evolution path has already been planned. Once the materials are complete and the level is perfect, it can evolve. Everything is still on time. When the diamond giant ape advances to lord level, he will have another chance to compete with Ye Chen. Ye Chen watched Huang Shikuan's dejected figure leave, feeling something stir within him. He called out to Huang Shikuan's back, "Senior Shikuan, don't be disheartened. You are already very strong. I will wait for you to come and spar with me again." Huang Shikuan did not look back, just stretched out his right hand and waved, continuing to stride away. The teachers at Shingon University, who were watching all of this from the Pavilion of Heroes, were now in a strange silence. A pin drop could be heard in the whole room. After a long time, someone finally spoke up, "A lord-level beast. That is a lord-level beast." One teacher, excited beyond measure, couldn't help but curse, "Damn, that's not just an ordinary lord-level beast. It seems to be a descendant of a divine beast, a royal-level beast." Hiss. The audience erupted in gasps of shock. This young man, Ye Chen, is terrifying. Chapter 61 2 Pieces of Epic Gear. Nangong Yudi looked at the Starbug Emperor by Ye Chen's side and murmured, "He actually has a lord-level beast. So the surprise you mentioned is this. You really gave me a huge surprise." Li Qingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. For a student who just awakened not long ago to possess a lord-level beast signifies what? As a beast master, he knew this all too well. At that moment, the board members also made the decision to protect Ye Chen at all costs. One elder said, "Principal Li, we should discuss how to deal with the Wang family." Others nodded in agreement. Li Qingtian smiled slightly, "Since everyone is here today, let's hold a meeting now." The expressions of the many teachers shifted from excitement to seriousness. After all, the opponent was the Wang family, and any slight negligence could not be afforded in dealing with them. In the room, everyone discussed fervently how to protect Ye Chen and how to deal with the Wang family. The next day, Ye Chen arrived at Shingon University. The students on the road looked at him with awe. Yesterday's remarkable performance in the entrance examination and the power of the lord-level beast master had spread throughout the campus. Now, his name was known to all. Ye Chen walked through the crowd and headed straight to the freshman reporting station. At this moment, more than 30 specially recruited students had already gathered here, and standing in front of many students was a teacher responsible for leading the freshmen and guiding them to receive their enrollment rewards. When this teacher saw Ye Chen arrive, he began counting heads. Since everyone is here, we will now go to the campus treasure room to select rewards. Everyone follow me." Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Shingon University has a history of thousands of years and is deeply rooted, so the treasures in the treasure room are naturally impressive. Each new student is allowed to choose one item for free, while specially recruited students can choose 2 items. This is a benefit from Shingon University for new students. Ye Chen walked behind the crowd, and Zhang Yong quickly approached. He said excitedly, "Ye Gu, you're amazing. I heard about your impressive performance yesterday. You actually have a lord-level beast master. Wow, you were hiding it too well. I always thought your biggest trump card was the green snake, but there's something even stronger." "Awesome." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "You're not bad either. Your iron head skill is impressive, being able to take a peek attack from a 5-turn practitioner without dying." That was just a moment of carelessness. Give me 3 years, and I will definitely surpass Tsukiki." Zhang Yong laughed. Before long, everyone had entered the first floor of the treasure room. The decoration of this treasure room was extremely exquisite. Every brick and tile was made of magical crystal stones, covered in powerful array inscriptions. This solid fortress could not be opened even by 10 peak practitioners working together. The leading teacher said to everyone, you can choose 2 items to take away from the first floor, for the second floor and above, you need contribution points to exchange. He paused and looked at Ye Chen. As you go higher in the treasure room, the items become rarer. Alright, you can now move around freely. Everyone scattered excitedly, rushing towards various display stands, fearing that the items they liked would be taken by others first. Ye Chen merely glanced at the first floor treasures and headed straight to the second floor. Zhang Yang asked in confusion, Ye Gu, aren't you going to take the free treasures? Ye Chen shrugged indifferently, there's nothing here that I want, let these classmates have it. You have quite a few contribution points, come with me to pick something better, save time here. Zhang Yang grinned, even a mosquito's leg is meat, I still want to pick 2 items to take away. Suit yourself. Ye Chen walked up to the second floor. He glanced around and found that most of the items were purple equipment and treasures, some were quite good, but Ye Chen did not exchange for them, as the strength of these treasures was similar to that of the ghost head staff. As his level increased, the ghost head staff had become somewhat ineffective. Now, the enemies he faced had high mental strength, and it took a long time to activate the passive effect of the ghost head staff. By the time he used it, he would have already been taken down by the enemy. Tsukiki was a good lesson, enemies wouldn't foolishly stand still waiting for you to activate the ghost head staff, they would end the battle with a thunderous blow. He needed stronger equipment. Directly up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered the room on the 3rd floor, a powerful magical aura hit him in the face. Many treasures here emitted a golden light. Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile. Finally, there were treasures worth acquiring. He walked slowly past each display stand, examining all the treasures carefully. In the end, there were 2 treasures that he particularly liked. Angel Staff. Rank, Epic. Level, LV23. Equipment effect, increases the user's mental strength by 50 points when equipped. Equipment skills, Angel Healing, Holy Light Judgment. Angel Healing. Skill effect, continuous healing of 3% health per second for allies within a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds. Holy Light Judgment. Skill effect, shoot a beam of holy light to paralyze enemies for 2 seconds, doubled effect on evil beings. Selling price, 23,000 contribution points. Doppelganger Scarecrow. Tier, Epic. Level, LV20. Equip effect, blocks 1 fatal damage, requires 30 days to recharge after use. Selling price, 60,000 contribution points. These 2 pieces of epic gear are incredibly powerful. The Angel Staff not only provides group healing but also briefly controls enemies. The Doppelganger Scarecrow is beyond amazing, it can actually block fatal damage, which is like having a second life. For Beast Tamers, such life-saving equipment is extremely important. Only places like the Divine Palace University, with deep roots, could have such extraordinary equipment. Any one of these epic items would cause a frenzy among the big shots if it were to be seen outside. However, the contribution points needed for these 2 items are also absurdly high. Normal freshmen definitely cannot afford them. Fortunately, Ye Chen snatched those contribution points from senior students, otherwise, he could only look at these 2 items in despair. He looked at his yellow card and saw he had 92,030 points. After buying these 2 items, he would still have 9,030 points left. Ye Chen exchanged without hesitation. 2 beams of golden light flashed, and a delicate golden staff and a scarecrow appeared in his hand. The staff's head was made of yellow gas and dark gold, embedded with a green magic stone, covered with countless complex runes. On both sides of the staff were 2 pairs of white wings, made from unknown bird feathers, radiating a mysterious energy wave. The scarecrow looked plain, like it was woven from ordinary straw, but the magical aura it emitted was incredibly powerful. Ye Chen immediately bit his finger and dripped blood on the scarecrow. With a whoosh, the scarecrow quickly shrank into a small accessory and automatically hung on Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen carefully secured the scarecrow close to him. This was a life-saving piece of equipment, it must be well taken care of. After exchanging the gear, it was time to go to the task hall to accept a mission. Last night, Nangong Yudi had a meeting until midnight and then handed him a key to open a dungeon, telling him to receive the dungeon mission at the task hall. Chapter 62, The Village of Catastrophe. When Ye Chen went downstairs, he saw Zhang Yang still picking and choosing, and he left speechless. Arriving at the task hall, many students were already accepting missions. The section for dungeon missions had fewer people, as opening a dungeon required a lot of contribution points, and most rewards were just insignificant gear. For low-level freshmen, these gears were okay, but for high-level students, they were like useless trinkets. Therefore, unless someone needed to level up, almost no one accepted dungeon missions. Following Nangong Yudi's instructions, Ye Chen went to the counter in the task area, where a senior girl was sleeping on the table. Many students work in public areas of the school. The rewards from the school are not in Dragon Soul coins but in contribution points. For students, contribution points are far more precious than Dragon Soul coins. Once they graduate from Divine Palace University, getting rare items becomes much harder, they can only go to the auction house, and even then, it's mostly at a standstill. As a result, many students are racking their brains to earn contribution points to exchange for valuable items, gaining a good power boost after graduation. Knock, knock. Ye Chen gently tapped the desk twice. Senior sister, I'm here to accept a mission. The girl at the counter continued sleeping like a dead pig, showing no signs of waking up, even murmuring some indistinct dream talk. Ye Chen felt helpless, raised his voice to repeat himself, and then gently pushed her head. The beautiful girl at the counter finally woke up. The little cake is mine, no one can snatch it. The beautiful girl at the counter suddenly shouted loudly. Ye Chen had a black line on his forehead and gave her a speechless death stare. Working part-time is one thing, but you can't even wake up after lying down, and when you do wake up, you're still thinking about eating. Hey, the senior, do you know you're at work? The beautiful girl at the counter was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, I'm at work. Ye Chen was almost amused to the point of being angry. You still know you're at work. Sorry, may I ask, what task do you need to claim, classmate? The beautiful girl at the counter's pretty face turned red, awkwardly saying. Get me the level 45 dungeon token for the Abyss difficulty of Disaster Village. The beautiful girl at the counter frowned and said, Abyss level? You alone? Yes, just me. The beautiful girl at the counter gasped, classmate, the dungeon difficulty of Disaster Village isn't low. Usually, it takes 2 people even for the normal difficulty to get through, and Abyss difficulty requires 5 people working together. Going alone is very dangerous. Besides, you look unfamiliar, I haven't seen you before. What level are you? I'm level 20, enough to handle it. The beautiful girl at the counter was shocked. You're not feverish, right? You're level 20 and want to take on a level 45 dungeon at Abyss difficulty, aren't you asking for death? Who is your teacher? Call your teacher over. I can't allow you to take this dungeon. Ye Chen smiled. I thought seeing the senior slacking off meant you weren't serious about this job. I didn't expect you to be so responsible. The beautiful girl at the counter rolled her eyes at him. Entering a dungeon isn't a small matter. One mistake could cost you your life, especially for someone like you who aims too high, just thinking about leveling up quickly without considering whether you can handle it. High-level dungeon experience is great, but you have to be alive to earn it. Ye Chen took out the key to Disaster Village. I'm Ye Chen, a student of teacher Nangong. This key was given to me by my teacher yesterday. Now you can believe it. Upon hearing this, the beautiful girl at the counter was surprised. You are Ye Chen? She then smiled brightly. No wonder you dare to go to Disaster Village alone. You're bold with a lord-level beast. You flatter me. The beautiful girl at the counter turned to retrieve the token for Disaster Village from the cabinet behind her. I'm Fan Xiaoman, a year ahead of you. Can I add you on WeChat? Let's team up for missions in the future. I also want to ride on your coattails. Ye Chen, please take me with you. I'm easy to take care of, just let me know if you need anything. Fan Xiaoman handed the token to Ye Chen. Ye Chen accepted it and said, sure, if there are good leveling dungeons or secret realms in the future, just contact me. Fan Xiaoman happily said, okay. If there's anything good in the future, I will definitely share it with you immediately, ha ha ha. With a familiar face in the dungeon hall, things would be much easier. After Ye Chen exchanged WeChat with Fan Xiaoman, he set off for Disaster Village. Through the school's backyard teleportation hall, Ye Chen arrived at a dungeon entrance. Before him were rows of densely packed entrance signboards for the dungeons. 20 to 30 level dungeons. 30 to 40 level dungeons. 40 to 50 level dungeons. Ye Chen walked directly into the passage marked for the 40 to 50 level dungeons. On both sides of the passage were neatly arranged vortex pathways for dungeons. He walked slowly through the front passage and, upon reaching the back, finally saw the entrance to Disaster Village. The vortex passage entrance was sealed with a formation, and there was a keyhole nearby. Ye Chen took out the key and directly opened the dungeon entrance. Ka. The formation seal slowly opened both sides, revealing the dungeon's difficulty indication, prominently marked with several glaring red characters, Abyss difficulty. Ye Chen did not hesitate at all and stepped in. With a flash in front of his eyes, he arrived in front of a dilapidated village. The ground was muddy yellow soil, and around were wilted flowers. And the dry trees. In the village, a few small creatures, like modeling clay, crawled slowly on the ground. When they saw Ye Chen, their pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up with a red glow, then quickly crawled towards him. Contaminated mud monster. Rank, Gold. Level, LV 46. Attack, 367. Defense, 317. Spirit, 245. Agility, 237. Skills, Mud Spike, Soil Drill Attack. Ye Chen's eyes flashed, so, without wasting time, let's flatten this place. Come out, Star Worm King. As soon as he finished speaking, the world darkened, and the Star Worm King descended from the sky with undeniable might. Boom! The ground trembled, and an invisible shockwave swept through like roaring ocean waves, one after another. The withered trees of the village before him were all leveled to the ground. Ding, you have killed a contaminated mud monster. The Star Worm King gains 168 experience points. Ding, you have killed a contaminated firehound. The Star Worm King gains 186 experience points. Ding, you have killed an elite rock giant. The Star Worm King gains 286 experience points. Ding, congratulations, the Star Worm King has leveled up, current level LV5. Congratulations, the Star Devouring Worm has leveled up, current level LV5. Ding, congratulations, the Star Worm King has leveled up, current level LV10. Congratulations, the Star Devouring Worm has leveled up, current level LV10. Ding, congratulations, the Star Worm King has leveled up, current level LV18. Congratulations, the Star Devouring Worm has leveled up, current level LV18. Ha! What's going on? Why did the Star Devouring Worm level up too? Damn! Chapter 63, The Gathering of the Wang Family. Ye Chen thought for a moment and understood. The Star Worm King is actually the offspring of the Star Devouring Worm. The two are connected, so the experience gained by the Star Worm King can be shared with the Star Devouring Worm. This makes things much easier, removing the trouble of leveling up one by one. The shockwave swept through, and the outer area of the disaster village was completely leveled. All the small monsters perished in an instant. Bang 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 bang. Countless small monsters exploded into equipment upon death. The banging sounds never stopped. Colorful materials and equipment fell to the ground. Ye Chen took a rough glance. All were trash, not a single golden one. He threw out a space ring and collected all the equipment materials from the ground. These items are of no use to him now, but for impoverished professionals, they are still good equipment that can be sold for a fortune. Ye Chen did not linger and walked toward the depths of the dungeon. Meanwhile, at a villa in the mountains outside the Tianqing province, the Wang family gathered hundreds of clan members to hold a grand funeral, everyone dressed in white. On the altar, there were several words written: Spirit of the beloved son, Wang Song. Wang Ming, with a heavy expression, held incense and bowed 3 times before placing it in the incense burner. Wang Haoran, with a head full of white hair, stood beside him with a sorrowful expression. Behind him were many kneeling core members of the Wang family. Wang Ming turned to face the clan members, his expression stern, with a cold glint in his eyes. He spoke in a low voice: Brothers and nephews, Songer is the most talented genius of our Wang family in 100 years. He was to be the hope for our family's rise in this generation. For 18 years, the clan poured countless resources into him, treating him as the next family leader to cultivate, yet he was killed by that animal Ye Chen without reason. All the countless resources invested by the Wang family over these 18 years were wasted. What is even more hateful is that a talent like Songer, our family's hope star, has fallen, and Ye Chen is destroying our Wang family's future. Wang Ming paused, painfully closed his eyes, his face trembling, his tightly clenched fists slightly shaking. Our Wang family has been a hidden great clan of the Dragon Country for 1,000 years. Even the Dragon Country royal family must show respect to us. How dare a nameless orphan, a lowly commoner, disturb my Wang family? Can you all swallow this anger? As soon as he finished speaking, all members of the Wang family shouted together, Revenge! Revenge! Wang Ming pressed down with his right hand, and all the shouts suddenly stopped. The hatred for killing my son can never be shared. Now this despicable boy Ye Chen has run to the Sacred Palace University seeking refuge. Yesterday, Sacred Palace University sent people to negotiate, trying to redeem Ye Chen with heavy profit. This is simply ridiculous. How can deep-seated hatred be washed away by profit? If that were the case, how would our Wang family survive in the Dragon Country? Today, I gathered everyone here for one thing, a matter that concerns the survival of our entire clan. I have decided to go to war against Sacred Palace University. From now on, everyone must express their stance. The minority obeys the majority. Wang Ming threw out a scroll from his space ring, and the scroll had war on one side and peace on the other. Please sign your names on it. The Wang family members below looked at the scroll and began to discuss among themselves. Everyone's expression was different. Some were angry, some were heartbroken, some were hesitant, some were worried. If it were just about killing Ye Chen, everyone would have agreed without hesitation. But now it was not just about killing Ye Chen, it was about going to war with Sacred Palace University. This was not a trivial matter. Sacred Palace University was one of the 4 prestigious universities in the Dragon Country. Although it had fallen into decline in recent centuries, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and its foundation remained strong. Recklessly going to war with such a powerful force could indeed bring disaster to the Wang family. This was a matter of life and death for everyone in the Wang family. Many Wang family members looked grave, and hesitation appeared on their faces. For a moment, no one moved, and no one expressed their stance. Wang Haoran saw that these clan members, who usually showed him great respect and seemed harmonious, were hesitating at this moment, and his heart burned with anger. Wang Song was his most beloved grandson, a proud son of heaven that he had cultivated with all his efforts. Now, he had been killed by an orphan, his heart was filled with grief and anger. He had not eaten or slept well for several days, wishing he could charge into Sacred Palace University and tear Ye Chen to pieces. Wang Haoren's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the clan members, roaring, "Are you going to be spineless? Have you let an orphan bully you into this? If we do not take revenge, how can our Wang family walk in the Dragon Country?" His roar made some clan members unable to hold back and retort. "Brother Haoren, it's not that we don't want revenge, but going to war with Sacred Palace University is simply too grave." "Shut up!" Wang Haoren shouted at that person, "Do you mean that just because they are powerful, our Wang family should back down? When has our Wang family produced such a cowardly son? Besides, is our Wang family really weaker than Sacred Palace University? Once we go to war, who will die and who will live is still uncertain. If we strike quickly and kill Ye Chen first, Sacred Palace University will naturally stop fighting with us." Everyone still hesitated. "That may be true, but how will you kill Ye Chen quickly? He is hiding in Sacred Palace University." Sigh. "Brother Haoren, I heard that not only will Sacred Palace University take action to protect him, but the Nangong family will also take action," someone said worriedly. Wang Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he glanced at that person. He deliberately concealed the fact that the Nangong family would take action to make the clan members firm in their decision to go to war with Sacred Palace University. This clan member had heard about the Nangong family's involvement from somewhere. This was going to ruin his big plan. Wang Ming slowly said, "The matter of the Nangong family taking action is purely a rumor. To this day, I have not seen anyone from the Nangong family come to discuss. It must just be Nangong Yudi's idea. Ye Chen is her student, so it is understandable that she would let out such words. But as long as our Wang family kills Ye Chen with thunderous force, everything will surely come to a halt, and there is no need for anyone to worry." After hearing this, the crowd. Once again, whispers filled the air, with no one making a response for a long time. Wang Haoren and Wang Ming watched in fury, but they felt helpless. This group of clansmen spent their days in pleasure, long having lost the spirit to fight, each one fearful of death. Just as the two were racking their brains on how to persuade the clansmen, a strange ripple suddenly spread through the space. Wang Ming's eyes filled with killing intent, and all the clansmen quickly began to change into their professional forms or grab weapons in response to this sudden turn. Wang Haoren unsheathed his long knife, the blade's light flickering at its tip, waiting for someone in the space to appear for a thunderous strike. Tension filled the scene, with everyone watching the spatial distortion as if facing a great enemy. Soon, a man wrapped in bandages, with a bizarre smile on his face, emerged from the spatial distortion. "Keek, dear Wang family clansmen, please don't act hastily, I am not your enemy." Chapter 64, Light and Darkness. Wang Ming looked at the strange man before him and shouted, "Who are you?" Xiao Yongzhen, like a feather floating in the air, gently landed. "Does the clan leader Wang not recognize me like this? Don't you even recognize my voice?" Wang Ming's eyes flashed, recalling the owner of that voice carefully. After a moment, his eyes widened in shock. You are Xiao Yongzhen? Ha ha ha, the clan leader has a good memory. This is impossible. Didn't the Xiao family throw you into the snake pit to die? Xiao Yongzhen looked up at the sky, a look of deep emotion on his face, then turned to Wang Ming. "Long story short, I survived. He, but today is not the time for such talk, I'm here for something more important. The clan leader gathers so many clansmen here to kill Ye Chen, right? To kill Ye Chen, you first have to get past the Divine Palace University. I heard his mentor is Nangong Yudi, TSK, this is serious. Ye Chen now has the backing of two great Buddhas. If you want to move against him, even the Wang family needs to think twice." Wang Ming snorted coldly. "If you came today to humiliate my Wang family, you can leave now." "Keek, clan leader Wang, there's no need to rush. I have come to discuss this matter with you." "Oh? What do you have in mind?" Xiao Yongzhen glanced around, grinning wickedly. "With so many eyes around, this isn't a good place to talk." Wang Ming made a gesture for him to proceed. "Please follow me to a private room." Then he turned to Wang Haoren. "Dad, these clansmen will be under your charge. Wait for me to finish discussing with him before making a decision." Wang Haoren nodded. Wang Ming and Xiao Yongzhen entered the private room, taking their respective seats. Wang Ming spoke steadily. "Now we can talk, right? I don't know if the clan leader Wang has heard of the Martial Soul Hall?" Wang Ming narrowed his eyes. A foreign evil cult that specializes in collecting souls. Of course, I've heard of it." Xiao Yongzhen laughed heartily. "It seems the clan leader Wang has quite a negative impression of this Martial Soul Hall." Wang Ming waved his hand. "Not good, not bad, just that my Wang family despises doing such dirty deeds. To be honest, I was able to be saved thanks to the Martial Soul Hall. I am now a member of the Martial Soul Hall." Wang Ming sneered. "I didn't expect you to willingly fall into depravity and join such an evil cult." Clan leader Wang doesn't need to harbor such hostility against the Martial Soul Hall. Its methods may be somewhat sinister, but it doesn't commit all kinds of evils. It has its own operating logic, just like light and darkness. With the Empire's stability on the surface, there naturally exists an underground kingdom in the dark. With the martial soul hall present, the dark elements are restrained. If the martial soul hall were to perish, the uncontrollable darkness would surely lead to turmoil in the kingdom. Wang Ming scoffed, flattering words. A group of people who cannot see the light can stir up much trouble. Kik, I didn't come today to debate with clan leader Wang. What I want to say is, if your Wang family faces the combined forces of the Divine Palace University and the Nangong family alone, there's a risk of overturning. If the Wang family can cooperate with my martial soul hall, your pressure will surely be greatly reduced. Wang Ming took a deep breath and fell into thought. He understood very well the power of the Soul Palace. This group had an immense influence underground, with assassination organizations, human trafficking, underground black markets, and the dark arts of robbing living souls to create puppets, all manner of sinister and wicked deeds. Just as Xiao Yongjin said, they were the kings of the underground, the rulers in the darkness, resisted by all nations of Blue Star. But where there is light, there is also darkness. This group had their reason for existence, and even if many countries united to strangle them, they could never be completely wiped out. Now, having to cooperate with such a massive organization filled Wang Ming with hesitation. If he cooperated with them, this action would surely go much more smoothly, but he would also get entangled with the Soul Palace, and whether that was a blessing or a curse was hard to say. If he did not cooperate, the Wang family, facing two powerful forces united against them, would surely lose. Although they could kill Ye Chen, the Wang family would suffer heavy losses and very likely be destroyed. As the head of the Wang family, he was torn between avenging his son and ensuring his family's future. His heart was in deep torment. Wang Ming rubbed his temples and remained silent for a long time. Xiao Yongjin was not anxious, he sat there observing the room's environment, looking disinterested. After a long while, Wang Ming finally said, "What are your conditions?" He. Xiao Yongjin's laughter echoed in the room like that of an owl at night. He nearly grinned from ear to ear, his wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, and countless black insects crawled from his arms, occasionally entering his mouth. Crunch! Xiao Yongjin bit down fiercely, and the insects exploded in his mouth, green liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth. He used his tongue to lick around, swallowing all the drips back down. Wang Ming frowned deeply and looked at him with disgust. The Soul Palace only wants that star mother bug from Ye Chen. This surprised Wang Ming greatly. He thought the Soul Palace would demand a high price but was surprised that they did not ask him to pay anything. No other conditions? He. Is the head of the Wang family surprised that the Soul Palace is not asking you for benefits at this time? I said, the Soul Palace has its own set of operational logic. The head of the Wang family will know in future contacts. Wang Ming did not reply. Then let's go out and announce the result. Xiao Yongjin placed a magic crystal ball on the table. I won't accompany the head of the Wang family and his clansmen to the meeting. I have some matters to arrange. This magic crystal ball can contact me directly. Once I have everything set up, I will contact the head of the Wang family. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yongjin entered a strange space fluctuation and disappeared without a trace. Wang Ming squinted, watching the spot where Xiao Yongjin had vanished. The Soul Palace was truly dangerous. This kind of space teleportation was practically an assassination skill. Even in the heavily guarded Wang family's villa, Xiao Yongjin could come and go freely. Wasn't that a display of the Soul Palace's strength? Or perhaps a veiled threat? Wang Ming snorted coldly. This thing that is neither human nor ghost really thinks my Wang family is a soft persimmon. How ridiculous. He strode out of the room. Outside were many Wang family members, all anxiously looking at the side room. Seeing Wang Ming reappear, everyone asked, "Tribe leader, how did it go? Why has Xiao Yongjin become so strange? He can appear here out of nowhere, his strength is impressive. What on earth did he say to the tribe leader?" Wang Ming cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone, quiet. He is a member of the Soul Palace." At this, everyone's face changed dramatically. Oh my god, the Soul Palace. How dare the rat of the Soul Palace come boldly to my Wang family? What are they really going to do? Wang Ming repeated the discussed matters to many clan members, adding some embellishments about the massive loot that would be gained after destroying the Divine Palace University and other tempting things. Chapter 65, A Batch of Equipment Materials. After a hard struggle, all the clansmen finally agreed to participate in the siege of the Divine Palace University. Wang Ming and Wang Haoran arrived at the back courtyard of the Wang family villa and sat facing each other. In this battle, we must only win, not lose. I have decided to bring out the Wang family's foundation. Wang Ming said with a serious expression. Wang Haoran's face showed surprise. Minger, are you sure? Wang Ming nodded. This time, 3 major forces will participate in the battle. Once the war starts, it will not be something we can control. Don't forget that the officials are watching closely. If we don't use our foundation, our Wang family might. Wang Haoren's eyes flickered, and he sighed, forget it, I am old now. The future of the Wang family is in your hands. Let me handle the matter of bringing out the family's foundation. Dad. You are the sword god of our Wang family, who has lasted for over 100 generations. I can have other clan members. To build such a large mall in the precious land of Moto province, the owner behind it needed immense strength, money, and power, all indispensable. Ye Chen weaved through the crowd and walked toward the mall. When he got closer, he looked up and saw several grandiose characters hanging at the mall entrance, Yulong Plaza. Entering the mall, he headed straight for the first floor's equipment and materials trading area. There were many merchants conducting trades for equipment and materials here. Ye Chen walked past these merchant stalls, selecting which one to trade with, to avoid being deceived by unscrupulous sellers. He walked into a merchant and began to inquire about the prices of items. The prices of the goods here are much lower than those in Tianqing province. After walking through several shops, the prices were all the same, feeling like they were colluding to suppress the prices for outsiders. Ye Chen frowned, considering whether to hold on to them first and sell them after returning to Tianqing province. Suddenly, a familiar voice said Brother Yi behind him. Zhang Yong quickly ran a few steps to Ye Chen's side. Brother Yi, why didn't you tell me when you came out? Didn't we agree to have a meal together? Just right, we met. Let's go, I'll treat you to something good. Ye Chen looked him up and down, suddenly asking, you seem very familiar with Magic City. Are you a local? Bingo. Congratulations, Brother Yi, you got it right, but there's no reward, hee hee. Ye Chen smiled and said, great. Do you have any good suggestions for buying equipment and materials here? I need to get a batch. Zhang Yong patted his chest, you've come to the right person. I am a Magic City expert, there's nothing I don't know here. Come with me, I'll take you to my old acquaintance. I guarantee the prices are fair. Ye Chen followed Zhang Yong to the innermost part of the shop. As soon as they entered, the boss greeted Zhang Yong with a big smile, hey. Isn't this my brother Zhang Yong? What's blowing you here today, huh? It's just in time, a new batch of equipment arrived this morning. Want to take a look? Zhang Yong looked down on him with his nostrils and said proudly, I'm now a special recruit of Shingon University. I just got 2 pieces of equipment from Shingon University this morning. The materials, the craftsmanship, are rare treasures. Your junk here is no longer worthy of me. The boss laughed heartily, impressive, Brother Zhang. If you get rich in the future, don't forget about your old brother. Zhang Yong gave a thumbs up and pointed at Ye Chen, boldly saying, don't say I'm impressive in front of Brother Yi, I'm not worthy. Do you know who this handsome guy next to me is? The boss immediately looked at Ye Chen, whose attire was simple. In a city where everyone chased fashion brands, his clothing was quite shabby. However, the boss was also an expert at recognizing people. Although the young man was poorly dressed, the unparalleled confidence and powerful aura he exuded were not something ordinary people could compare to. In front of him, Zhang Yang was bowing his head submissively, which proved the extraordinary nature of the person in front of him. Such a person was either a young master from a prominent family here to experience life or someone with exceptional strength. Either way, he was a valuable person. After quickly thinking through this, the boss smiled, oh, Brother Zhang, I knew you hadn't forgotten me. Today you've brought a valuable guest to see me. I've been stuck in the shop all day and haven't had time to meet new nobility, so I become limited in knowledge. Don't keep me in suspense, quickly introduce us. Then he smiled at Ye Chen, little brother, come in, come in. Zhang Yong boasted, my brother Yi is the top of the special recruits of Shingon University, and during the enrollment assessment, he even snatched contribution points from the seniors. Just say, is that impressive or not? Hearing this, the boss was shocked. Every year, Shingon University had an entrance assessment, but new students were always robbed of their contribution points by seniors. This was the first time he heard about someone snatching points from seniors. The young man in front of him was remarkable, with strength that was simply against the heavens. No wonder he looked so sunny and confident. The boss's demeanor became more respectful, and his waist gradually bent lower. Incredible, little handsome guy. Your strength is astonishing. Ye Chen waved his hand, interrupting the boss's compliments. The peak breeds hypocritical support, dusk witnesses devoted followers. He always looked down on such flattering words. I'm here to buy a batch of equipment and materials. What's the price? The boss laughed, haha. Since it's Brother Ye's goods, I will buy them from you at a price above the market rate. Come, Brother Yi, let's go to the appraisal room. Ye Chen followed the boss into a large room inside. Zhang Yong also followed in. He wanted to see what good treasures Ye Chen was selling, in case he could use them himself and maybe snag a deal. Chapter 66, Why is the gap between people so big? The appraisal room wasn't very big. Inside, there was a tea table and a square appraisal platform. Ye Chen asked, is there a bigger appraisal room? I have quite a lot of things, and I don't think they will fit here. The boss smiled and said, this is the largest appraisal room in my shop. No worries, Brother Ye, just take your time bringing them out. Ye Chen stopped wasting time. He touched the space ring, and immediately, one piece of equipment after another began to pour out. At first, the boss didn't mind. He thought, how much can there be if there are so many? Who knew that his space ring seemed bottomless, as items continued to fly out for 1 or 2 minutes without stopping. Zhang Yong stood by, dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone come with so many items for sale. Ye Chen's things could probably fill a warehouse. Seeing the room nearly filled, the boss quickly shouted, Brother Ye, please stop for a moment. Let's first calculate the value of these items in front of us. The boss turned and started tossing the piled-up equipment one by one onto the appraisal platform. Wolf Demon's Short Blade. Grade, Blue. Skill, // Value, 120. Skeleton Staff. Grade, White. Skill, increases user's spirit by 5 points. Value, 16. Flame Gauntlets. Grade, Purple. Skill, Fire Fist. Value, 3,400. The appraisal lasted for 2 hours before finishing, with a total amount reaching 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins. The boss sat on the ground, panting, Brother Yi, the total is 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins. Zhang Yong's eyes nearly popped out, oh my gosh, so much money. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be an invisible rich man. This amount of money is nothing in Magic City, Ye Chen thought, having experienced Nangon Yudi's extravagance. He only felt that these 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins could at most buy some ordinary equipment, but selling so many this time was not bad. This boss was quite nice. Let's continue, then. He was just about to take out more equipment when the boss shouted, I can't take this anymore, Brother Yi. 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins is already the maximum value my small shop can afford. However, I can recommend you to a big merchant. They have enough funds to buy all your items. Alright, can you take me there now? Of course, Brother Yi, follow me. The three of them went to a luxurious shop on the second floor. After the boss explained the situation to the salesperson, he went back. The salesperson, smiling brightly, led Ye Chen and the others to the appraisal room. This appraisal room was very large, far beyond what the small boss could compare to. Sir, you can take out your items now. Ye Chen touched the space ring. He saw a bright light gleaming from the surface of the space ring, and then... crash! A huge pile of items appeared out of nowhere, filling the entire room. The salesperson and Zhang Yong were stunned, thinking the house had collapsed. Looking at the mountain of items in front of them, the two of them immediately widened their eyes, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The salesperson stammered, this, so much. Are you sure you want to sell all of this? Ye Chen nodded. The salesperson took a deep breath, her tone excited, you have far too many items. Such a huge transaction, I can't make the decision. Please wait a moment, I will find the manager. The salesperson immediately left the room, unable to hold back her smile. She actually found such a big customer, her performance this month would definitely be great, and perhaps this transaction could earn her a month's salary. The salesperson hurriedly walked to an office. Manager Fong, a big client needs you to personally handle the transaction. Oh? Fong Changming showed a hint of interest, apart from auctions, who else could make him step in? Which big client? I don't know, it's an unfamiliar young man. Take me to see. Soon, the two arrived at the appraisal room. As soon as the door of the appraisal room opened, Fong Changming saw a mountain of equipment and materials before him. Even though he had seen a lot, he was shocked by this pile of things. He had seen treasures and large quantities of items before, but it was the first time he encountered so many things all at once. Fong Changming smiled, may I ask which esteemed guest is here? Ye Chen said, all these things are mine, please take a look at their worth. Fong Changming glanced at the items in front of him, his discerning eye immediately recognized that all these items came from the village of disaster. Fong Changming cheerfully said, truly, heroes come from the young. All these items are from the village of disaster, it seems you have gathered everything from there. Wow, today is indeed a special occasion, with two geniuses from the Divine Palace University visiting my Yuhong Merchants Alliance. He turned to the salesperson, shouting, hurry and bring a tea table, how can we let our esteemed guests stand here? The salesperson immediately went out to find someone to bring in the tea table. As soon as Fong Changming's words fell, Zhang Yong, who was standing nearby, was shocked. In disbelief, he screamed, what? You're saying all these things are from the village of disaster? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe it, but this was Ye Chen. Ye Chen single-handedly clearing the village of disaster was quite reasonable. Brother Yi, next time you enter the dungeon, can you let me know? I want to go too, just take me to level up once, and then I can level up myself later. If you take me in, I don't want any of the items, just let me get a little experience. Can you make that happen? I'll take you next time I have time. Ye Chen replied casually. He didn't have much time to take his classmates to level up, he needed to quickly improve his strength to deal with the future threat from the Wang family. Soon, the tea table and stools were brought to Ye Chen and the others. Fang Changming said with a smile, "Esteemed guests, please sit down, now I will handle this batch of equipment and materials." Ye Chen nodded, and just as he was about to pick up the teapot, the salesperson next to him quickly took it first. "Let me handle this." Ye Chen didn't refuse, drinking the tea poured by the salesperson with peace of mind. The appraisal lasted 3 full hours before it concluded. Fang Changming looked a bit tired, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the equipment's quality wasn't high, the sheer quantity brought significant profit. This order was a big win for their Yuhang Merchants Alliance. He turned to Ye Chen and said, "Thank you for your patience. The total value of these items is 56 million. 56 million? Zhang Yong was almost dizzy upon hearing this number. It was the first time he had encountered such an astronomical figure. Fang Changming continued, "By trading so many items with us, you can receive our most prestigious black gold card. As a black gold card holder, you will enjoy discounts at all our branches nationwide. Please wait a moment while I transfer all your funds to your card, is that acceptable?" "Sure." Ye Chen naturally had no objections to receiving the discounted black gold card. A few minutes later, the salesperson brought over an exquisite gift box. Upon opening it, there lay the black gold card. Zhang Yong had never seen a black gold card, but just hearing that it was the most prestigious made him realize how valuable it was. The Yuhang Merchants Alliance was one of the top malls in Modu Province. Obtaining their black gold card was not just a symbol of money but of a prestigious identity. The gap between people truly is as vast as the sky and the earth. At the same age, Ye Chen had already obtained a wealth that ordinary people could not earn in 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yong secretly vowed to hold onto Ye Chen's big leg tightly. Ye Chen took the black golden card and turned to leave the mall. His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from Fan Xiaoman. "Yi boss, I have news about the Death Tower. Would you like to hear it?" Ye Chen's eyes flashed. "Death Tower? Isn't that precisely where the system issued a mission to go?" Chapter 67, Death Tower. "Of course I want to hear it, the more detailed, the better. I'm very interested in the Death Tower." Ye Chen quickly replied with a few words. That's great, ha. I'm also interested in the Death Tower. So this time, Yi boss, take me in to have a look." "No problem. Okay, you're at school now, it's better to talk face to face. Let's meet at the cafe in the school." After Ye Chen replied with he said to Zhang Yong, "I'm going back to school, I have some business. We'll have dinner next time." Zhang Yong shrugged, "Brother Yi is a busy man, go ahead. But don't stand me up next time." Ye Chen called a car and soon returned to school, heading straight into the cafe on campus. It was 3 in the afternoon, and there were quite a few groups of girls or couples enjoying afternoon tea in the store. When Fan Xiaoman saw Ye Chen appear at the door, she quickly waved her hand and shouted excitedly, "Yi boss, I'm over here." Her loud voice drew all the eyes in the cafe to her, but she was obviously a social butterfly, completely unafraid of the attention. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Ye Chen felt overwhelmed. This Fan Xiaoman was just as carefree as Zhang Yong, both drawing attention the moment they spoke. Fan Xiaoman was decent looking, but not extremely beautiful. Surrounding people rolled their eyes at her statement and ignored her. Ye Chen walked over with a speechless expression, and naturally, the eyes of the crowd turned to him. As the most famous new student at Xingu University right now, his looks and name had long been thoroughly investigated, even where he had been in the orphanage was known. Whispers about him from the people around occasionally drifted into his ears. "Is that Ye Chen? He doesn't look bad, but why is he with such a mediocre girl like Fan Xiaoman? If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being slow. Damn, what do I lack compared to Fan Xiaoman? I'm better than her in every way, I should be Ye Chen's girlfriend. Keep it down, sisters, don't let him hear. Do you know the girl who was dating Ye Chen? Of course, she works in the task hall all day long. I heard she's an A-class professional, I don't know how she got into Xingu University. Sigh, I finally get to see Ye Chen, too bad I don't have a chance to talk to him. Ye Chen is my idol now, woohoo." Fan Xiaoman cheerfully asked, "Yi boss, what coffee do you want?" Actually, I'm not interested in coffee, the lemonade at Snow Honey Ice City is much better than this." "Oh, okay, I'll order you a cup now." With that, Fan Xiaoman picked up her phone to order takeout. "No need to order, what we drink isn't important. Quickly tell me about the Death Tower." This girl was indeed lively and energetic, Ye Chen quickly said. "No worries, I'll treat you." "All right." Fan Xiaoman smiled and then set her phone down, "I just found out about this news." She had a mysterious look. Did you know the Death Tower opens only once every 3 years as a public secret realm? Ye Chen shook his head. It's normal if you don't know, usually only those who get into prestigious schools are aware. It is said that the Death Tower is a great creation from a civilization in the deep space of the universe, which descends to our blue star once every 3 years, and the location of the descent is not fixed. I heard this time the place of descent is within our dragon country. He. Ye Chen pondered, it's actually a public secret realm, which means anyone can enter. Fan Xiaoman took a sip of coffee. No, the Tower of Death has an age limit, only those under 30 can enter. Oh? Interesting, there's an age limit. But since this tower is a public secret realm, there must be many visitors each time it appears. Why have I never heard of it before? Because the rewards in the Tower of Death are rich, so some people don't want us commoners to know. Each time the Tower of Death appears, the upper elites will seal off the news, which is why we are in the dark. Ye Chen snorted disdainfully, these damn elites are all selfish, just want to enforce class monopoly. He recalled his loan of 40,000 to awaken and couldn't help but sigh. It's probably because the awakening costs are so high, all thanks to these elites' clever calculations, just to block most people from awakening, so they can keep oppressing the commoners and enjoying life while we poor folks serve them, No wonder I often feel like I'm carrying a heavy burden. It turns out there are dogs above me enjoying life. What a clever calculation. Fan Xiaoman pouted, are you overthinking this? Besides, we are just students, we have no power to change this. Moreover, the awakening fees are high not only in our dragon country, but all over the world. Just because it's like that everywhere, does it mean it's right? Ye Chen scoffed, alright, I've digressed. Let's continue talking about the Tower of Death. Oh, where were we? The news of the Tower of Death will be sealed off by the elites. Right, it will be sealed off by the elites, but there are professionals worldwide who can calculate and predict the arrival of the Tower of Death, like astrologers. They can work out the tower's location, so people from all over the world will come to participate. This means the young talents from around the world will gather, and competition in the Tower of Death will be fierce. So, at that time, we'll need Ye Dila to help us get in and have some fun, Just a small effort, just follow me in. Also, I need to remind you, the strange beasts and monsters inside the Tower of Death are extremely powerful. The higher the level, the stronger they become, and the treasures also become rarer. Therefore, competition gets more intense. Many foreigners are very treacherous, so be careful of those small-minded people, don't fall for their tricks. Ye Chen frowned, so, inside the Tower of Death, the strong can kill the weak at will? Not exactly. Killing professionals will accumulate evil points, and once it reaches a certain value, you'll be forcibly sent out of the Tower of Death. So, killings usually happen over treasures. Ye Chen understood the situation in the Tower of Death. He scratched his chin, when will the Tower of Death actually appear? Fan Xiaoman looked around, waved for Ye Chen to come closer, and then whispered in his ear, it will appear the day after tomorrow. I'll send you the exact location when the time comes, we'll set off together. Ye Chen nodded. After leaving the coffee shop, Ye Chen returned to the villa. He wanted to discuss the Tower of Death with Nangong Yudi, she must be very knowledgeable. Nangong Yudi was usually in the study, so Ye Chen went straight there. He knocked twice on the door. Come in. A voice from inside belonged to Nangong Yudi. Chapter 68, Grandpa, Ye Chen promised to take me to the Tower of Death. Teacher, I want to go to the Tower of Death. Ye Chen got straight to the point. Nangong Yudi paused her finger from flipping through the book and looked up at him. Are you sure? Ye Chen firmly nodded. Nangong Yudi closed the book and walked out from behind the desk. Sit. She gestured for Ye Chen to sit down, then brewed a cup of tea and handed it to him. Ye Chen took the teacup and thanked her. I have been into the Tower of Death before. Nangong Yudi slowly spoke. Ye Chen had already expected this. With Nangong Yudi's extraordinary beauty, she is sure to enter this grand world feast. However, Nangong Yudi's current age is only 28, and the age limit for the Death Tower is 30, so she can still enter. Ye Chen asked, so, will the mentor go in with me this time? It seems I must quickly teach you about the Death Tower, you don't even know the entry rules. Nangong Yudi shot him an annoyed glance. Each person can only enter the Death Tower once you have entered, trying to go in a second time will be chased out by the tower's rules. If you force your way in, you will die under those rules. Do you remember the 2 awakening stones I gave you? Of course I remember. I brought those out of the Death Tower. Ye Chen's eyes widened in surprise, wow, the Death Tower has such good things. Yes, there are many treasures inside. My beast can reach Lord level, thanks to the materials I found there, otherwise. She shook her head and changed the subject, you want to go to the Death Tower, and I fully support you, but you currently have a big problem. Ye Chen thought for a moment and realized, the big problem you mentioned is the Wang family, right? Nangong Yudi nodded. We have detected that the Wang family has been making big moves recently. If you leave Modu province, the Wang family will definitely come after you. Ye Chen laughed. I can't just be a turtle for my whole life. Sooner or later, I will have to confront the Wang family. Besides, I now have a lord-level beast, so I can defend myself. Nangong Yudi said seriously, the Wang family is far more complicated than you think. The situation in Long Country is intricate. On the surface, the official side seems dominant, but underneath, there are powerful families all over the country. Alone, they cannot stir up much trouble against the official side, but if many families join forces, even the officials must avoid their strength. The Wang family has a 1,000-year legacy and deep foundations, with more than 10 allies. The current Wang family hates you to the bone. Once you leave Modu province, it will be equivalent to leaving the influence of the Xingu University, and fighting outside would be extremely unfavorable for the university. For safety's sake, it's best for you to stay in Modu province, but I strongly support your visit to the Death Tower. There are many treasures inside, some of which are hard to find in the world, and some are rare treasures from Blue Star. If you are lucky enough, you might even find a divine beast offspring inside. Nangong Yudi took a deep breath. I have already contacted family members. You can definitely explore the Death Tower this time. My Nangong family and Xingu University will ensure your safety. But you must also be careful of the Wang family's plots. Even if our two families join forces, we cannot take care of every little detail for you. Ye Chen smiled slightly, feeling grateful. The mentor and the school have been incredibly supportive to me. I won't say thank you, but from now on, if I, Ye Chen, have one bite to eat, Xingu University and the teachers will never go hungry. That's good to know. Nangong Yudi took out a map and a locator for the Death Tower. This is the area that Xingu University has entered in the Death Tower in previous years. I marked some locations of treasures and rare medicinal materials for you. After you enter, you can explore. Be cautious when entering the unvisited marks. This locator can navigate ignoring signals. With your poor sense of direction, you could get lost in such a big mountain during the entrance exam. Saying this, Nangong Yudi shot him an exasperated look. You are really directionally challenged. Ye Chen's face turned red as he awkwardly laughed. Everyone has their shortcomings, ha. Alright, we've talked enough about the Death Tower. If there's nothing else, go back and train well. It opens the day after tomorrow. The mentor doesn't even know where the Death Tower will descend? No one knows. It will reveal itself once it arrives. Ye Chen stepped out of Nangong Yudi's study and returned to his room to check his equipment while doing some exercises. On the other side, in a quaint little courtyard in Magic City Province, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with white hair and a stern face, was carefully pruning the branches of flowers. Fan Xiaoman joyfully ran in. Grandpa, Ye Chen promised to take me to the Tower of Death. This time I can go in, right? The old man's stern face instantly softened into a kind smile, his eyes full of love as he looked at his granddaughter. Really? You're not lying to Grandpa, are you? Fan Xiaoman pouted. When have I ever lied to you, Grandpa? The old man laughed heartily. Haven't you lied to me before? Who was it last time that said she would go shopping with her best friend, but ended up going to fight in dungeons and returned injured? I haven't even brought that up with you yet. Fan Xiaoman tugged at the old man's sleeve and shook it. This time I really have lied to you. Really? Just let me go, okay? Xiaoman, you're being naughty again. Be careful or I'll spank you. A stern voice came from the room, and a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked out. The man had an imposing demeanor. Despite the scar on his face, it couldn't hide his heroic spirit. As soon as Fan Xiaoman saw the middle-aged man, she quickly hid behind the old man, peeking out with only one eye. I wasn't being naughty. The old man frowned at the middle-aged man. Really now, Xiaoman finally came back. Why are you being so fierce? You're scaring my lovely granddaughter. We're not done with this. Fan Xiaoman muttered softly. Exactly. Tisk, the middle-aged man looked at his father helplessly. Dad, just spoil her, sooner or later she'll bring trouble to you. The middle-aged man helplessly retreated back into the room. The old man pulled Fan Xiaoman out from behind him. Alright, it's fine now. Your dad went back to his room. Let's go for a walk. Okay. The grandfather and granddaughter walked and talked in the back garden. Tomorrow, you bring the Ye Chen over. Grandpa wants to ask him in person about the truth. Fan Xiaoman huffed. You still don't trust me? Alright, I'll bring Ye Chen tomorrow. After saying this, she stormed off. As soon as Fan Xiaoman left, the middle-aged man emerged from behind a tree. Dad, do you really think that Ye Chen can protect Xiaoman well? I still can't relax. Xiaoman's mother left us early. She is the only descendant of the Fan family. What if something goes wrong in the secret realm? That is the Tower of Death we're talking about. The old man shot him an angry glance. I've told you long ago to remarry. You didn't listen. I've even told you that Xiaoman wouldn't mind. The middle-aged man's eyes filled with nostalgia as he shook his head slowly. I can't let go of her. Remarrying would be irresponsible to her. Then don't say those things. Xiaoman is an S-level professional. She has her own path to tread. As elders, we can only help her consider her future, not make decisions for her. In any case, the higher-ups have issued instructions to keep a close watch on Ye Chen. I can also use Xiaoman's opportunity to observe him carefully. Then I'll have something to report to the chief. The middle-aged man said apologetically, you're already retired, yet you still worry about official matters. I'm truly. The old man waved his hand, you are not suited to be an official. I arranged for you to join the military to keep you away from officialdom. Alright, you should return to the military camp. A general cannot be away from the army for too long. Go on. Dad, take care. After saying this, the middle-aged man vanished like the wind. The old man looked up at the moon and the sky and murmured, Ye Chen, interesting. To attract the attention of the Wang family, the Nangong family, Divine Academy, and the official forces, truly remarkable, such a young hero. Chapter 69, A Pair of Fated Enemies? Before dawn, Ye Chen was woken up by a phone call. He groggily answered the phone. Hello? Wow, Boss Yi, you're up so early too? Ye Chen's just awakened mind crashed for a second. Do you think my voice sounds like I've just woken up? Isn't it because you called and woke me up? He glanced at the contact on his phone, Fan Xiaoman. What the hell, is something wrong with this guy, calling me before the sun is up? He was already regretting exchanging contact information with Fan Xiaoman. Fan Xiaoman said shyly, hee. I'm really sorry for waking you up, but I have something very important to ask you today. I couldn't sleep all night because of this matter, that's why I couldn't help but call you. TSK, what is it? Speak quickly, spill it. It's just, my grandfather is worried that I lied to him about you going to the Tower of Death with me, so he wants to meet you today, otherwise, he won't let me go to the Tower of Death tomorrow. Ye Chen looked like he had lost all hope, is that all? Alright, fine, I'll go later, I'm hanging up. Ye Chen impatiently ended the call and went back to sleep. Beep beep beep. The busy tone came from the phone, but Fan Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes gradually lighting up, great. Ye Chen is willing to meet Grandpa, ha ha ha. She bounced out of bed, did 2 sets of radio calisthenics, then buried her head in the blanket, trying to sleep, but she was too excited to fall asleep, just pretending to nap with her eyes closed. When the clock struck 6, she immediately jumped up to wash up and put on makeup, leaving the house right at 7. At the school gate of Xingu University, Fan Xiaoman stood on the roadside waiting for Ye Chen. She wanted to confirm the time to meet Grandpa with Ye Chen as soon as possible. She waited for an entire hour. Around 8, Ye Chen slowly walked to the gate. Fan Xiaoman ran over from afar. Brother Yi, have you had breakfast yet? While speaking, she took out several buns from her insulated box, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him. This handsome guy was the key for her to enter the Tower of Death, so she had to make sure he was well taken care of. Seeing her disheveled appearance, with bits of dew on her clothes, Ye Chen asked suspiciously, you haven't been waiting here for a long time, have you? Fan Xiaoman smiled brightly, not long, just an hour. Hee, I specially went to buy these buns from my favorite bun shop. Try them and see if they're good. Ye Chen rubbed his temples, looking at this cute, slightly silly girl, he didn't even know what to say. He took a bun and bit into it, the rich meat flavor was actually pretty good. Seeing Ye Chen eat her bun, she happily asked, is it good? Is it good? Not bad. Hee, I knew this bun shop wouldn't let you down. Since you ate my bun, you'll have to come to my house for dinner after school at 10. Grandpa has already prepared the food, okay? She looked at him with eager anticipation. Ye Chen nodded, alright, I'm going to the gym now, see you later. Hey, wait, I still have a lollipop here, it's really good too. She hurriedly dug into her backpack and pulled out a colorful lollipop, handing it to Ye Chen. Here you go. Ye Chen felt speechless, thinking this silly girl didn't seem like a college student at all but like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. He took the lollipop and thanked her without looking back, walking into the campus, while Fan Xiaoman followed behind, chatting aimlessly like an obedient puppy. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, who considered himself as Ye Chen's #1 sycophant, felt a sense of crisis seeing Fan Xiaoman's presence. Where did this little girl come from? She was trying to take his spot as #1 sycophant. Zhang Yong hurried a few steps to catch up with them, speaking with hostility, Brother Yi, is this your new girlfriend? Ye Chen frowned, don't talk nonsense, this is Fan Xiaoman, a sophomore senior. Working as a temp at the task hall. Hearing this news, Zhang Yong felt a stronger sense of crisis. If it was about future sister-in-law, that would be fine, since it's not, then this guy is competing with him for the big brother position. This can't happen, he must push this guy out. Sensing Zhang Yong's inexplicable hostility, Fan Xiaoman was not to be taken lightly. Who are you? What do you want with Brother Ye? If there's nothing, then don't block the way. Zhang Yong glared. Oh, since when did you recognize Brother Ye? This is my Brother Ye. What do you mean by blocking the way? I want to ask you, why are you always following Brother Ye? Are you up to no good? How dare you? You started by slandering me. I was talking with Brother Ye, and you suddenly ran over. If we're talking about ill intentions, that's you. Ha, you're funny. You're a pretty girl, and out of nowhere, you try to talk to Brother Ye. What else could it be if not ill intentions? Just tell me, where have you seen a girl actively seeking out a guy? What does it mean if a girl is too active? Fan Xiaoman placed her hands on her hips. Is it wrong for Brother Ye to be charming? I just like chatting with him, is that wrong? Lower class man. Damn, you're cursing. Humph, you were rude first, so what if I curse you? Lower class man, lower class man. Ye Chen looked left and right and saw that the two were ready to escalate their argument. If he didn't stop them, they might be able to argue all day long. Alright, both of you stop arguing. Speaking of which, are you two so idle? Aren't you supposed to be studying at school? Well, I ran into Brother Ye, so of course, I have to come over and say hello, ha ha. Zhang Yong laughed immediately. Fan Xiaoman was not to be outdone. I've been waiting for Brother Ye for an hour. Schoolwork isn't urgent, anyway, there's a whole day to study slowly. Okay, both of you are great. Now that the greetings are done, I'm off to the gym to study. You should each get on with your own things, let's disperse. After saying that, Ye Chen ran away as if escaping. As he left, he could hear their voices shouting behind him, but he pretended not to hear. He only vaguely caught a mention of "it's all your fault," which might mean they would start arguing again. Arriving at the gym, Ye Chen began his workout for the day, then headed to the classroom to study. The morning passed quickly. As noon approached, Fan Xiaoman came looking for him. She had already called for a taxi, taking Ye Chen home with her. The two of them left the city and headed to the outskirts of Modu province. Here, at the top of a mountain, the plants were lush, and there were plenty of flowers and grass. At the mountaintop stood a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits, decorated in a classic Chinese style, looking quaint and charming. At the entrance, there were 2 large stone lions. Fan Xiaoman happily invited Ye Chen to get out of the car. Brother Ye, come on. My grandpa is already waiting for us inside. Ye Chen followed Fan Xiaoman into the courtyard. The courtyard's decor was understated yet not shabby, showcasing the owner's elegant temperament. In the center, surrounded by a flower bed, stood a peach blossom tree, currently blooming with pink flowers. Around it were various freshly cut flowers in different colors, clearly arranged with great care by the owner, and they looked very beautiful. Surrounding the courtyard were some valuable trees of different shapes. Although these trees weren't as extraordinary as those in Nangong Yudi's villa, they still looked quite expensive. Ye Chen didn't understand flowers and plants, but he could tell that the owner of the courtyard had a great love for them. Fan Xiaoman was like a cheerful little sparrow, warmly welcoming Ye Chen into the large living room. Entering the living room, a huge painting greeted them. It depicted a mountain with a tiger perched on a large rock, the tiger's eyes wide and fierce, exuding great power and presence. It was evidently a spectacular painting of a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. This painting formed a striking contrast with the flowers and trees outside. Originally, seeing the flowers and plants outside, I thought the owner of this mansion must be a kind and gentle person. However, in the center of the hall was an imposing painting of a tiger descending the mountain. Yi Xiaoyu is truly the top talent of the new generation at Shengou University, indeed handsome and with outstanding charisma. A loud laugh came from a room beside them, and an old man with white hair and vibrant spirit walked out of the room. Ye Chen saw the old man and felt that this guy was definitely very vigorous, his voice full of energy. He humbly said, "What top talent? Heroes in the world are as numerous as fish in a river. I only managed to get first place by chance, I don't deserve such praise. I don't even know how to address you, sir. My name is Fan Qianshan. You can call me Fan Lao. Ye Xiaoyu, please sit down." Fan Qianshan gestured for him to take a seat. After Ye Chen sat down, Fan Qianshan said to Fan Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, go to the kitchen and have someone bring out the dishes." "Okay." Fan Xiaoman joyfully ran out. Fan Qianshan shook his head and said to Ye Chen, "This child, sigh. As you can see, Xiaoman has a pure nature, just like a little child. Though she is a year older than you, she is nowhere near as steady as you. Her father and I have always been worried about letting her go out alone, especially when it comes to battling in dungeons." Ye Chen's gaze flickered. This is to prompt me to actively agree to Fan Xiaoman's request. "Fan Lao, please don't worry. I will keep my promise to Xiaoman. I will protect her in the Tower of Death tomorrow." Fan Qianshan smiled gratefully. "With a genius like Ye Xiaoyu taking care of her, I can finally rest easy letting her go." I believe Ye Xiaoyu knows that the Tower of Death is a public secret realm, and the dangers inside are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. As Xiaoman's grandfather, I am naturally very reluctant to let her venture into the Tower of Death. She is a girl, destined to get married in the future, and there is no need for her to risk her life in a secret realm. But Xiaoman, despite her seemingly carefree and happy-go-lucky demeanor, is actually very strong-willed. She believes she is no weaker than boys and insists on going to dungeons to level up and increase her strength. No matter how we try to stop her, she still wants to go. As her elder, I really have no choice. I can't block her future, and after fruitless persuasion, I can only let her go. Ye Chen nodded. It is hard for every parent in the world. I understand, Fan Lao. Fan Xianshan laughed. It's good to understand, good to understand. Although my Fan family is not a great wealthy house, we have some modest gifts and capabilities. I heard that Ye Xiaoyu seems to have some grievances with the Wang family? Ye Chen's gaze flickered, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Old fellow, you know quite a bit. It seems you have thoroughly investigated my background. Ye Chen slowly said, there are some small grievances. Fan Xianshan laughed heartily. Killing the Wang family's only son can also be considered a small grievance? Ye Xiaoyu, are you not trusting this old man? Ye Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Fan Xianshan, laughing. I don't know what you really mean, it's not about trust. Ahaha, good, good. Ye Xiaoyu, you are powerful and steady, so I won't beat around the bush with you. Ye Xiaoyu, do you know your reputation is spreading in the elite circles? Now whether among prestigious families or official high ranks, there are people closely watching you. Oh? I did not know this. As an orphan, I actually attract so much attention from big figures, it truly makes me anxious. Ye Chen feigns surprise. Let me tell you the truth, I am the chief contact sent by the officials to interact with you. The chief has high hopes for you and wishes for you to work with him after graduation. Ye Xiaoyu, you must know how much people dream of this opportunity. It's the first time the chief has valued a young person like this. Ye Chen smiled and said, Old Fan, isn't it too early for us to talk about this? I'm only in my first year of university. Seeing that Ye Chen did not directly agree, Fan Xianshan pondered for a moment and slowly said, Young friend Yi, the Divine Palace University is just a university in the end, it cannot give you the opportunity to realize your ambitions. The Dragon Country ultimately belongs to the officials. These noble families only appear glorious on the surface, compared to the officials, they are just a bunch of ants. Perhaps you wonder why the Dragon Country doesn't deal with these noble families? Fan Xianshan snorted coldly, the noble families are a tumor of the Dragon Country, the officials will eventually deal with them. The reason they haven't taken action yet is that the time has not come, and the officials simply haven't the capacity to deal with them now. Ye Chen nodded, what Old Fan said makes sense, after all, I am just a student. It's really too early for me to discuss such things. Right now, I enjoy a carefree life and have no thoughts about work. Fan Xianshan laughed, being young is wonderful. While you're young, you should enjoy it more. After you graduate, there will be no shortage of work, this joyful time will be gone forever. At that time, you can come to find me, and what we talked about today will still count. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Fan Xiaoman rushed in excitedly. Grandpa, the dishes will be here soon. How was your conversation? I didn't lie, did I? Yi De Lao promised to take me to the Tower of Death. Fan Xianshan looked at her lovingly, you indeed didn't lie to Grandpa this time. It seems you've made a lot of progress. Tomorrow when we enter the secret realm, you must behave and stay close to young friend Yi. You mustn't be naughty. He turned to Ye Chen and said, young friend Yi, I will leave my granddaughter in your care. Of course, no problem. I think Senior Xiaoman's strength is not weak, maybe she won't even need my protection. Hearing someone praise her, Fan Xiaoman beamed with joy, her tail held high. You're right, I'm actually very powerful. I'm also an S-class professional. Fan Xianshan was speechless. Anyway, you must listen to young friend Yi. Otherwise, you'll stay at home obediently. Alright, I'll listen to Yi De Lao. Fan Xiaoman nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Not long after, platters of delicious dishes were served. This meal was sumptuous, allowing Ye Chen to eat heartily. Everyone enjoyed themselves, and Ye Chen and Fan Xiaoman were escorted back to the Divine Palace University by the Fan family driver. Chapter 71, The Tower of Death Descends. The next day. In the sea skies, 100 miles away from Magic Capital Province, a swirling black hole suddenly appeared without warning. In an instant, it seemed as if the sky was a canvas, with the space around the black hole crumpling like wrinkled paper, and invisible ripples quickly spreading, scattering the white clouds within 100 miles. At the sea surface beneath the black hole, tumultuous waves and tsunamis surged, and the fish below scattered in panic. A towering high tower slowly descended from the black hole, piercing the sea bottom and then standing upright on the sea surface. This tower seemed to have no known length, stretching from the seabed into the black hole, resembling a golden rod reaching into the clouds, with no visible end. Such a commotion immediately caused panic among fishermen at sea, with many fishing boats hastily fleeing back to port. The moment the tower appeared, experts worldwide had already sensed it. Astrologers from many countries were all excitedly reporting this good news to their nation's leaders. President, the Tower of Death has descended, right off the northern sea of Dragon Country. A blond, blue-eyed man with a fair complexion joyfully saluted his president. Ha ha ha, good. Quickly let our young people go there. This time, our beautiful country must seize enough resources. The president of the Cherry Blossom Country was in a meeting when suddenly a man holding a crystal ball rushed in through the meeting door. Your Majesty, the Tower of Death has descended in the northern sea of Dragon Country. Should we go there immediately? The president of the Cherry Blossom Country smiled and said, according to the previously arranged personnel, we. Tonight it will be. Hi. The man holding the crystal ball bowed respectfully and immediately went to arrange for people to board the ship. At this moment, the high-level officials of the Dragon Country were also holding a meeting. In front of the leader stood an ethereal old Taoist with a white beard, leisurely twisting his beard as he spoke. Leader, the Tower of Death has descended in the North Sea, and this is also a great opportunity for our Dragon Country to rise. An elderly man in his 60s sitting in the front seat solemnly asked, has the opportunity mentioned by Taoist Qian Yang truly arrived? The old Taoist nodded and with certainty said, indeed, in this Tower of Death, the sign of our rise has already appeared. I will not make a mistake. The leader took a deep breath. Then can the Taoist predict who the Son of the Divine is? The old Taoist shook his head. We will only know once the Tower of Death event concludes, but the Son of the Divine will certainly inherit the power of the Divine within the tower, and this person must be from our Dragon Country. The leader appeared deep in thought, silent for a long time. The matter of the Son of the Divine is crucial to the fate of the Dragon Country, and he must be cautious. Then let us proceed according to the plan. We must record every young person from the Dragon Country who enters the Tower of Death. We must do everything in our power to protect them, and we cannot allow any mistakes. If the Son of the Divine perishes because we failed to protect them, the day of our rise as a Dragon Country will truly be distant. For the sake of the Dragon Country, I implore everyone to give their all. All members in the meeting chorused, yes. Among the attendees, someone asked, Leader, if foreign forces attempt to interfere with this Tower of Death operation, shall we immediately eliminate them? A cold light flashed in the leader's eyes. We can foresee that the Son of the Divine will appear among our dragon citizens. Those foreign guys will have someone who can calculate as well. No matter which country it is, as long as they dare to interfere with the fortune of our Dragon Country's rise, even if it means total war, our Dragon Country will not back down. Yes. In the coffee shop. Fan Xiaoman also received news from her grandfather right away. Xiaoman, quickly call Ye Chen to go to the North Sea, the Tower of Death has descended. At this moment, Fan Xiaoman was sitting beside Ye Chen, and there was another person across from them, Zhang Yong. Originally, the operation of the Tower of Death was supposed to be just Ye Chen and Fan Xiaoman, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yong showed up, and during an argument yesterday, he actually got the information about today's Tower of Death from Fan Xiaoman. Ye Chen felt speechless. He really didn't expect such important information to be disclosed by Fan Xiaoman to Zhang Yong. His understanding of Fan Xiaoman's foolishness deepened. If anything happens in the future, he absolutely cannot tell Fan Xiaoman, because who knows when she might let it slip. After getting the news, Zhang Yong also pestered Ye Chen the entire night, and this morning he insisted on kneeling to be recognized as a godfather. This. It made Ye Chen feel quite overwhelmed. Ever since he arrived in the Magic City, Zhang Yong had been following him as a little brother. The last time he sold goods, Zhang Yong helped arrange the shop, allowing Ye Chen to sell at a good price. Zhang Yong had always treated him well, so out of respect and reason, Ye Chen had no justification to refuse. You say the Tower of Death is dangerous, but he says he doesn't care. Even if he dies, he wants to follow Brother Yi. In Zhang Yong's words, it is to tread through fire and water, Brother Yi. You mentioned that he already has a Fan Xiaoman with him, and that once inside the tower, taking care of both may be difficult. Zhang Yong directly said, I don't need you to take care of me. I only wish to follow Brother Yi and give my all. All right, indeed a loyal and brave little brother. Ye Chen had no choice but to bring him along. Fan Xiaoman happily said to Ye Chen, Brother Yi, the Tower of Death has descended in the North Sea. Let's set off. Zhang Yong also laughed, it's finally here. Brother Yi, let's go. Fan Xiaoman was infuriated by Zhang Yong, this scoundrel. Ever since he found out about the Tower of Death. Like a stubborn plaster, they couldn't shake it off. This morning, it had followed them closely, making her feel so sick that she almost vomited her breakfast out. Irritated, she said, what's the rush? Boss Yi didn't say he would take you along. Zhang Yong looked at her disdainfully, snorting a prolonged "heh," and said, what kind of relationship I have with Brother Yi is not something you can dictate. He has already agreed to take me. Ye Chen looked at the two of them speechlessly. You two keep quiet. If you keep arguing, I won't take either of you, okay? Brother Yi, I'm not the one causing trouble. She provoked me first. You jerk. Clearly, you're the one being so disgusting, clinging on to go. Originally, Boss Yi didn't want to take you, so how can you be so thick-skinned? Ye Chen rubbed his temples. Alright, everyone shut up. I'm setting off now, just follow me. Without looking back, he walked straight out of the coffee shop. The two hurried to follow him, but while doing so, they kept bumping shoulders, provoking each other, clearly unable to stand one another. If Ye Chen weren't there, these two would probably have fought without hesitation. The three exited the school gate and got into the same taxi, rushing towards Beihai. Not long after the taxi had left, a man on the high floor of a hotel put down his binoculars and dialed a number. Hello? Director Wang, Ye Chen has set off, heading towards Beihai. That little brat wants to take a share of the spoils at the Tower of Death? Ridiculous. Chapter 72, The Wang Family Expert. The taxi drove out of the Magic City province, heading north for 50 kilometers, where several giant boulders fell from the mountain wall. Bang! A massive boulder blocked the road ahead. The driver, experienced, had already reduced speed when he noticed small rocks falling nearby. At this moment, he slammed on the brakes, bringing the taxi to a stop with a screech, his face turning pale with fear. Damn, how can there be a landslide on such a sunny day? The driver cursed loudly. In the back seat, Ye Chen opened his eyes and said to the other two, you guys follow the driver and go first. I have trouble coming my way. Fan Xiaoman asked, what trouble? Zhang Yang said, Brother Yi, I can stay and help you. I'm not weak. Before either could finish speaking, a sharp wind blade shot down from the mountain. Fan Xiaoman felt something and changed her expression, shouting, Magic Shield. In her right palm, a blue eight-faced magic sphere quickly formed, and the moment it appeared, a blue shield enveloped the entire taxi. Bang! The wind blade struck the magic shield hard, making a piercing sound. The three quickly got out of the car and looked towards the mountain. They saw a man in a black hood, wielding a long knife, coldly staring at the three of them. Oh, I get it, it's an enemy of Boss Yi coming for us. Since that's the case, I certainly can't leave first. Fan Xiaoman suddenly understood. Zhang Yang laughed, if you're not leaving, then I definitely can't leave. Fan Xiaoman glanced at him and coldly snorted, what are you staying for, to create trouble? With your little skills, what use are you? This pair of rivals always argued whenever they met. Ye Chen was already used to it and didn't bother to persuade them further, just reminding, my enemies are from the Wang family, and the assassins they sent won't be simple. You two should go wait for me at the Tower of Death. Who is the Wang family? Are they very powerful? Fan Xiaoman asked, puzzled. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, I don't even know who the Wang family is, whether they're strong or not. We'll only know after we fight. Anyway, this hooded guy in front of us seems just okay. Hooded man heard their discussion and was directly angered to laughter, you two hurry up and get lost. My target is Ye Chen. If you two insist on staying and ruining my good plan, then I'll have to clean you up as well. Zhang Yang spat on the ground, bah. Who clears who is still uncertain? Fan Xiaoman crossed her arms, you're right, you really have a big mouth, thinking you can clean us up? That wind blade just now couldn't even break my magic barrier. The hooded man spoke coldly, seeking death. He gathered green light in his hands, then swung fiercely, blade of the gale. A green energy blade shot from the sword, rapidly coalescing in the air into a massive green whirlwind, racing toward the three at high speed. Zhang Yang's hands flashed with phantom energy, and a huge firearm with an energy sphere at its center quickly formed into substance, laser cannon. The laser shot out from the gun's mouth in an instant. Boom! The green whirlwind exploded violently under the impact of the laser, the shockwaves from the two energies blowing the fallen rocks that blocked their path down the mountain. The driver was just an ordinary person, and in this battle of professionals, he was like an ant, a single shockwave could take his life. Seeing the fallen rocks that blocked the road had vanished, he quickly drove away to escape. Fan Xiaoman took out her magic wand, just about to cast a spell, when suddenly a whistling sound came from all around. She turned her head and found over 10 powerful beings suddenly appearing in the half-air around them, surrounding the three in a circular formation. These more than 10 people rode flying devices similar to skateboards, some sat on oddly shaped flying mounts, and others had wings sprouting from their backs like birdmen. Ye Chen, your time of death has come. For murder, you pay with your life. You killed the genius of the Wang family, today, you will go to the underworld to repent. You a lowly commoner dare to kill my Wang family member? You're truly bold. Wang Song was my favorite nephew. How could you, beast, do this? Everyone, stop wasting words with him. Quickly kill Ye Chen, lest the Divine Palace University sends someone to rescue him. Over a dozen strongmen simultaneously struck out, their might shaking the heavens and earth, the ground trembling, while the white clouds in the sky vanished in an instant, colorful skill lights converging into swirling energy pillars in the air. Crack! A thunderclap on a clear day, like overwhelming thunder. Countless lightning flickered crazily in the skies, like a sea of thunder. Hiss! Fan Shaman gasped, this scene was like the end of the world. Who were these people in front of her? Each one had a terrifying aura, likely all possessing strength at the 100 transformations level. Zhang Yong looked at the apocalyptic scene above and revealed a look of despair. He didn't expect Ye Chen's enemies to be this fearsome. They were far beyond the reach of students like them. Every one of these old folks emitted an aura like a deep sea, each capable of beating him down in an instant. Even if Ye Chen possessed a lord-level beast-taming skill, he would never stand a chance against these ancient monsters. Now, with so many old monsters attacking together, all aiming to kill him instantly, it was clear that they hated Ye Chen to the bone. Facing the apocalyptic sight before him, Ye Chen remained calm, sneering, "You Wang family dare to come to me for judgment? Why don't you ask Wang Song what good deeds he has done? What kind of trash is your so-called genius Wang Song? Don't you know yourselves? He disregards the law, killing innocents on a whim. Just because he found me displeasing, he even dared to assassinate me during the college entrance examination. This is lawlessness. Killing him is just ridding the world of harm. Trash like him deserves to die." Among the more than a dozen Wang family strongmen, one, hearing Ye Chen insult the Wang family at such a time, instantly roared, "Bastard! You, an orphan, have no right to comment on my Wang family. My Wang family has a 1,000-year legacy, and it is noble generation after generation. Killing you is no big deal. You can only blame yourself for being born lowly, with no background and no power. You deserve to be trampled by my Wang family. Good Ye Chen, still stubborn when death is near. I suddenly feel that using lightning to kill him is too easy for him. Humph, just a greenhorn kid, you still can't see the workings of society. Do you think you can cleanse the entire society with a young heart full of passion? Ridiculous. The Dragon Country is jointly ruled by my noble family and the officials. You, a worthless orphan, are as cheap as grass, just a stray dog by the roadside. If we of the Wang family want to kill you, you should obediently submit. Kid, in the Dragon Country, every year many commoners die in unknown corners. Do you know who does it? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, it's all done by the noble families. Your only value as a commoner is to be a plaything for our noble families. You beasts dare to go against the heavenly forces and try to overturn the rules of the Dragon Country. Today, let me show you what the power of the noble families is, what unshakable power is." Ye Chen sneered, "With your kind of noble family in the Dragon Country, how can it rise? How can it become better? You treat human lives as grass, feeding on the people while drinking their blood. The noble families should be wiped out in the dust of history, swept into the trash heap of history. I, Ye Chen, will definitely eradicate all of you noble families in the future. You reckless kid, come and take your life." An elder from the Wang family shouted, pointing at him. Boom! Thunder rumbled, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck straight down at Ye Chen. As Ye Chen was about to summon the star-devouring insect, a familiar female voice came from the side. "The Wang family really has great power, sending so many masters to bully my student. Today, I, Nangong Yuri, will spar with you old fools and see how powerful your Wang family really is." Chapter 73, Rescue from the Divine Palace University. A giant tornado roared out, directly facing the thunder. Boom! Zzz. Wind and thunder intertwined in mid-air, producing a sound like heaven's explosion. A huge shadow loomed over everyone. That was Nangong Yuri's wind spirit winged dragon. She appeared graceful, standing on the back of the wind spirit winged dragon, her long hair billowing in the wind. The faces of the Wang family were dark like water. Someone said, "Nangong Yuri, do you know what it means to make a move? Are you really willing to take on my Wang family for the sake of a worthless orphan like Ye Chen?" Nangong Yuri's expression was solemn. "Ye Chen is my student, and it is your Wang family's fault first. Right and wrong are clear. Helping Ye Chen is helping justice. I have no intention of being enemies with the Wang family, but if you insist on killing Ye Chen, then I can only compete with your Wang family." Ha ha, good. My Wang family hasn't drawn blades in a long time, and others think my Wang family is an easy target. Oof, not only will Ye Chen not escape today, you must stay too. Nangong Yuri coldly laughed, arrogant. Everyone, together, take down Nangong Yuri. Over 10 experts from the Wang family immediately sent 5 people flying towards Nangong Yuri, while another 3 flew towards Ye Chen. These 3 just left the group, and before long, a 5-meter-long giant wolf fawn club flew from the mountain, directly striking at them. The wolf fawn club was immensely strong and incredibly fast. The 3 changed their expressions drastically and quickly drew their weapons to block. Boom! Ah! Ugh! The 3 were knocked back by the power of the wolf fawn club. Hee hee, Ye Chen is my student at the Divine Palace University. If I let your Wang family kill him, how can my Divine Palace University hold its face in the Dragon Country in the future? Li Qingtian quietly appeared on the mountain, sitting leisurely atop a minotaur, with a relaxed demeanor. The minotaur's muscular body exuded immense strength. The wolf fawn club spun in the air a few times before flying back into his hand. Ye Chen turned to look at the massive minotaur, resembling a small mountain. Mountain Guarding Bull Demon. Rank, King. Level, LV 78. Attack, 876,000. Defense, 924,000. Spirit, 740,000. Agility, 785,600. Skills, Power Strike, Earth Shatter. The wolf's teeth break through the sky, dominating heaven with a spinning staff. Hiss. This principal Li actually has a king-level beast, and it has reached level 78. Ye Chen was shocked beyond belief. You should know that the higher the beast's rank, the more difficult it is to level up. Reaching level 78 requires countless high-level dungeons in secret realms. Once a beast's level is too high, low-level dungeons provide no experience at all. Leveling up to such a high rank not only requires strength but also luck. Without encountering high-level dungeons, even with a king-level beast, one's power cannot be greatly improved. After Ye Chen's star-devouring bug reached level 31, he would have to find higher-level dungeons to level up again. Looking at this bull-headed man's attributes, all of them are in the hundreds of thousands, nearly a million, truly frightening. This was Ye Chen's first encounter with a high-level king beast. Li Qingtian truly deserves to be the principal of the Divine Palace University. Just this bull-headed man is not something an ordinary person can deal with. The Wang family's members, seeing Li Qingtian take action, whispered among themselves, their faces looking grim. For a moment, the tense atmosphere that had just been filled with drawn swords suddenly became eerily calm. Li Qingtian ignored the Wang family and smiled slightly at Ye Chen, tossing out a high-tech unmanned vehicle. You three go to the Tower of Death to seek your fortune, we'll handle things here. Ye Chen, with a serious expression, nodded solemnly at Li Qingtian, then turned to Nangong Yudi. Thank you, teacher in school, I will remember this great kindness. Please be careful. He dove into the unmanned vehicle, and the other two quickly followed. Seeing Ye Chen trying to escape, the Wang family members immediately stopped talking and drew their weapons to attack him. Humph, attack. Li Qingtian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and suddenly the sound of breaking air resonated around. Another group of people flew out from behind him. They were all teachers from Divine Palace University that Li Qingtian had brought with him. As soon as these teachers appeared, they revealed their weapons, each one charging towards a member of the Wang family. The two sides quickly erupted into a fierce battle in midair. Explosions and the clashing of swords sounded endlessly. The unmanned vehicle took off at a breathtaking speed, flying through the encirclement of the Wang family, then landed back on the ground, blue flames bursting from several exhaust vents at the back, increasing its speed several times, instantly turning into a black shadow that dashed away. Someone from the Wang family squinted, wanting to chase Ye Chen, but was blocked by Nangong Yudi's wind god wyvern. My Divine Palace University people are here, you won't obstruct my students' future. The man was furious at being stopped. Damn thing, take this. Boom. Flames burst out, the enormous explosion made Ye Chen and the other two feel deafening, even running far away. Ye Chen looked back with concern, but all he could see was the mountain wall and the road, nothing else. He didn't know how Nangong Yudi and the teachers from Divine Palace University were doing. They risked their lives to block the Wang family for him. This heavy debt of gratitude must be repaid doubly in the future. If only I were stronger, strong enough to take down all the Wang family members, strong enough to make the entire Dragon Country tremble, strong enough for the world not to dare defy my will. I must quickly increase my power. A more determined light ignited in his eyes. Zhang Yang and Fan Xiaoman were surprisingly quiet after getting in the car. They knew that Ye Chen must be going through a hard time now, with powerful enemies chasing him and the teachers from Divine Palace University risking their lives to block them. In such a situation, any comforting words would seem pale and powerless. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder. Brother Yi, keep it up. Let's go to the Tower of Death and make it a hell for them. You will definitely become an invincible big shot, returning in glory, and let the damn Wang family die completely. Fan Xiaoman clenched her little fists, looking fierce like a baby tiger. This Wang family is truly despicable. How can they say that people are like grass? I must tell my dad to bring the army to wipe out the Wang family. Don't worry, Brother Yi, the teachers at Shingon University are really capable, they will definitely be fine. Right now, we need to quickly increase our strength to help them. Ye Chen sighed, then smiled. You two don't need to comfort me. Do I look like a weak person? Just a small Wang family, that's all. My goal is not just the Wang family, not just Long Country, and certainly not just Blue Star. My goal is the stars and the sea. Zhang Yang laughed. This is the Yi brother I know, always full of unbeatable confidence, heh. Fan Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him. Brother Yi is also human, isn't it normal to worry about the teachers at Shingon University? What are you talking about? What did I say? Am I wrong? Brother Yi was just feeling down, but now he has regained his confidence. I'm happy. Can't I say I'm happy? You are just quibbling. Great, these two fools fell silent for a moment before they began to argue again. Ye Chen shook his head and simply closed his eyes to replenish his energy. The unmanned vehicle sped down the road and passed by a grove of trees. Wang Ming stood on a tree, his eyes flashing, ready to strike. Suddenly, the air beside him twisted, and a streak of white shot out without warning. Wang Ming was startled and quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Clan leader Wang, I know you have a grudge against Ye Chen, but that vehicle isn't just carrying Ye Chen, it also has my granddaughter, Fan Xiaoman. Fan Xianshan, who had no idea when he had crept up behind him, said this. Wang Ming's face darkened. Old ghost fan, what do you mean by sneaking an attack on me? It means that the chief does not want your Wang family to interfere with Ye Chen at this time. Oh, not just Ye Chen, but all the young people participating in the Death Tower, because the chief has more important matters to attend to. This issue concerns the fortune of Long Country. Whoever interferes will die, this old man is kindly reminding you. If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try. After Fan Xianshan finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished without a trace. Wang Ming stood there, his eyes flickering. Chapter 74, Get Me a Medium Room. The three arrived at the northern coast and were immediately awestruck by the magnificent sight before them. In the distance, a tall tower seemed to rise straight from the sea, piercing the clouds, and at the horizon, Blue Star appeared to have a hole ripped open, revealing the cosmic starry sky inside. In the pitch-black universe, countless glowing planets floated, and this tall tower stretched deep into the cosmos. Surrounding the tower were countless ships from various countries of Blue Star, including cruise ships, cargo ships, large passenger ships, and more. It seemed that they were all young people here for the opportunity of the Death Tower. A cursory glance revealed a multitude of figures so dense they resembled ants, easily numbering in the thousands, creating a grand scene. Most of the young people participating in the Death Tower wore luxurious clothing, clearly the elite offspring of high society. Here, there were hardly any commoners, except for Ye Chen and Zhang Yong. Ye Chen and the others paid a fee and boarded a Dragon Country cargo ship by the shore, slowly heading toward the Death Tower. The cargo ship was filled with young people from Dragon Country as well. Ye Chen and the others found a spot to sit down. The cargo ship was spacious, hosting many wealthy and powerful merchants, such as the renowned restaurant Longquan Zuyuexuan, which was famous nationwide, with a grand reputation and atmosphere, and was the favorite place for all the wealthy and influential. Fan Xiaoman asked, Brother Yi, are you hungry? Ye Chen shook his head. Zhang Yong quickly chimed in, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Fan Xiaoman gave him a glare, did I ask you? If you're hungry, just bear with it. Zhang Yong raised his hands in surrender, can't bear it at all. Fortunately, I brought some food when I went out. He took out a few flatbreads from the spatial ring and handed one to Ye Chen and one to Fan Xiaoman. Fan Xiaoman pushed it away with disgust, who wants to eat your flatbread? It looks so difficult to eat. I want to eat soft and fragrant little cakes. TCH, soft and fragrant little cakes? Do you think we're on vacation? If you don't want to eat, fine, but don't say I didn't give you anything when you're hungry later. Zhang Yong gnawed fiercely on a big bite of the flatbread. Fan Xiaoman watched Zhang Yong eat with enjoyment, and her stomach, not cooperating, suddenly grumbled, making her face turn red with embarrassment. Although Ye Chen wasn't hungry, no one knew if the Tower of Death would suddenly open. It was better to eat something to fill his stomach, in case they didn't have time to eat after entering the secret realm. Moreover, it wasn't good for picky eater little girl Fan Xiaoman to go hungry here. After all, he had promised her grandfather to take good care of her. He stood up and said to Zhang Yong, stop eating this broken flatbread. I'll take you two to have a great meal. Zhang Yong immediately put down the flatbread, his eyes brightening, what great meal. Fan Xiaoman looked at him with anticipation on her face, can I have little cakes? Come with me. Ye Chen led the two to the dining area. They passed by restaurant after restaurant. Every restaurant here was backed by powerful forces within the Dragon Country, and the food they prepared was naturally delicious in flavor and look. When they passed a Western restaurant, Fan Xiaoman looked at the exquisite small cakes in the display case, and her eyes began to shine. Boss Yi, let's go to this one. It looks so tasty. Ye Chen casually glanced over. I said I'll take you for a great meal, so it has to be a great meal. This kind of Western restaurant is too low-end. As Zhang Yong looked at the prices of the little cakes, which were tens of thousands of dragon soul coins, he was secretly astonished when he heard Ye Chen's words, and he immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome, my brother Yi is just amazing. A 10 or 20,000 little cake is still too low-end. Fan Xiaoman reluctantly said, then, can I buy one? Ye Chen wrinkled his nose and scoffed, what's so good about these little cakes? You should save your stomach for something better. Having lived with Nangong Yudi, Ye Chen had long gotten used to eating the finest delicacies. The Western dishes in front of him were simply unappealing, he already knew a bit about delicious ingredients. Moreover, he didn't lack money. With over 56 million on him, what food couldn't he afford to eat? They passed another small restaurant from Sakura country, where exquisite small dishes were displayed at the entrance, looking quite good with reasonable prices, just a few thousand dragon soul coins. Zhang Yong said, "Brother Yi, why don't we eat at this one? The dishes look good, with expensive stuff like tuna." Ye Chen didn't even turn his head and said, "Such small countries with few people don't understand how to cook. Even with the world's best ingredients, with their cooking skills, they would only ruin the food. It's laughable, they even eat raw fish and meat, simply wasting ingredients." Without stopping, Ye Chen led the two to stop in front of a brightly decorated, golden hotel. The two looked up and saw the big words elegantly inscribed on the plaque, Longquan Zui Yu Xian. Hiss. Both of them gasped in surprise. This restaurant was so famous that it could be said that in the Dragon Country, no one did not know it, even in the world, it could rank as number one. It was truly a giant in the food industry. Every time the Dragon Country hosted a banquet for other countries' presidents, it was always contracted by Longquan Zui Yu Xian. One could say it was the representative of the culinary world in the Dragon Country. It was the only contractor for the national banquet, undeniably the world's number one. Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock, "My goodness, I knew Brother Yi is amazing, but I didn't expect Brother Yi to be this amazing. To take us to a top restaurant, I, Zhang Yang, in my lifetime, can finally eat at a national banquet. Am I not dreaming?" Fan Xiaoman's eyes sparkled like little stars. "Brother Yi, you were so good to us, bringing us here to eat." "Thank you so much." Ye Chen smiled. "Let's go inside." As the three stepped through the hotel entrance, a beautiful waitress in a stunning uniform greeted them. The shimmering fabric of her outfit showed just how high-end it was. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you have a reserved room?" Ye Chen replied, "No, please get us a premium room." The waitress apologized, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but the premium rooms are currently full. We only have one standard room available. Would that be okay?" Ye Chen was about to agree when a sudden voice interrupted from behind him. "Isn't this Ye Chen?" Ye Chen frowned and turned around, his gaze sharpening immediately. The speaker was a tall man, and after a moment of thought, Ye Chen recognized him. It was that man, Qin Hanyang. Qin Hanyang laughed heartily. "So you really came to the Death Tower. Do you remember what I told you back then?" Ye Chen sneered, "I don't usually remember the words of insignificant people." Qin Hanyang's face twisted with malice as he gritted his teeth. "Very well, you're still so arrogant, it makes me want to punch you. Since you don't remember, let me remind you, you'd better pray not to meet me in the Death Tower, or else, he. He made a gesture across his throat. "You should also pray not to run into me." Ye Chen smiled coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qin Hanyang snorted and ignored Ye Chen, turning to the waitress, yelling, "Are there no premium rooms left? Get me one." The waitress apologized, "I'm sorry, sir, but there are no premium rooms. We only have one standard room." Qin Hanyang was about to say something when Ye Chen interjected, "Get me the standard room." "Sure, please follow me." As the waitress began to speak, Qin Hanyang's expression shifted, furious. "Did I say I wanted a standard room? I want that standard room." The waitress frowned, "But sir, these three esteemed guests arrived first and also agreed to the standard room first." Qin Hanyang scoffed, "Look at what he's wearing, what a ragged outfit. Does he have money to pay? Let me tell you something else, he's an orphan and struggles for basic needs. How could he have money to eat here? He's just wasting your time." Zhang Yang and Fan Xiaoman felt their anger rising, wanting to shout at Qin Hanyang, but were stopped by Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled, "How do you know I don't have money?" Chapter 75, Your card is fake. Qin Hanyang coldly laughed, "You have money? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Do you think I don't know your story? You grew up in an orphanage in Tianqing province, and you're a poor loser who borrowed money to awaken. What money could you possibly have? I advise you to leave quickly and stop causing trouble, or else the security at Zui Yuxian will beat you up. At that time, you won't be able to enter the Death Tower. Don't let down my goodwill, I look forward to running into you in the Death Tower." Ye Chen smiled, "Don't worry, I will definitely enter the Death Tower, so no need for Brother Qin to worry. When the time comes, we really should have a good catch-up." Seeing how familiar they were, anyone would think they were good friends. The waitress looked at Ye Chen's outfit, her frown deepening. Although Ye Chen's clothes were clean, they were indeed cheap, and if he truly had no money to pay, she would be scolded by the manager later. She smiled at Ye Chen, "Esteemed guest, the standard room costs 500,000. Ye Chen replied to the waitress, "A mere 500,000 is nothing, a small matter. Now, please take us to the room." Seeing Ye Chen's confident and bold tone, the waitress was doubtful. She had been trained at the hotel and knew she shouldn't directly refuse a customer. In a moment of thought, he considered first stalling him, reporting the matter, and letting the manager handle it. Then, "Please wait a moment, I will find the manager." Qin Hanyang called out to her, "Why make it so complicated? Let him take out the 500,000 accommodation fee to show you. The waitress had thought about doing this, but she couldn't say it. If those words came out, if the other party really had no money, that would be fine, but if she encountered a young master pretending to be poor, she would surely offend him severely. But now it was different, with Qin Hanyang giving her a way out, she could just climb up the ladder, since the mistake wasn't on her. The waitress smiled slightly. Sir, what do you think about this? Ye Chen touched his space ring, and a black gold card appeared in his hand. This is the black gold card from Yuhong Merchant Alliance. Having this card is enough to prove that I have the ability to pay, right? The waitress's eyes brightened. The Yuhong Merchant Alliance is ranked in the top 10 in the entire Dragon Country, and their membership cards are extremely valuable, not to mention this most prestigious black gold card in front of her. One could not possibly obtain such a card without at least tens of millions in assets. She never expected this seemingly shabby young man to have such a card. Thankfully, she hadn't offended him just now. She took the black gold card, looked at it, and hurriedly said, "It's fine, please follow me." Qin Hanyang snickered and said in a low voice, "How can you be a waitress like this, with no insight at all? He says it's a black gold card, and you just believe him? That's hilarious." Nowadays, scammers spare no effort. Who knows if the card in his hand is real? He then took out a black gold card from his own space ring. Look carefully, mine is the real black gold card. I don't believe Ye Chen's card is genuine, he must be faking it to trick you, a careless waitress. Hearing Qin Hanyang say this, the waitress's heart started to beat fast. She hadn't looked closely at the card just moments ago. With the card in hand, she examined it back and forth once more. Qin Hanyang sneered and said, "Real card or fake card? Just compare them, and you'll see clearly. You should check my card against his, and you'll find out." The few of them stood at the entrance for a long time, looking confrontational, drawing the attention of other guests in the hall. Some heard the news about the authenticity of the Yuhong Merchant Alliance cards and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's rare these days to see someone forging black gold cards. In previous years, incidents of forging membership cards had occurred, but due to heavy crackdown from the Dragon Country's officials, there were very few fake cards now. Is this a revival of the old problem? Gradually, more and more onlookers gathered around Ye Chen. Seeing a crowd of guests arriving, fearing it might affect the restaurant's business, the waitress quickly said, "Dear guests, please move to the private room upstairs, it's too crowded here." Seeing so many people around him, Qin Hanyang suddenly came up with a plan and felt even happier. More people are good. If he could expose Ye Chen's black gold card as fake in front of so many, wouldn't that ruin his reputation, causing him to lose face? How would he go out in the future? Moreover, confirming his fake card could even send him to prison, which would be downright brilliant. He spoke to the waitress in a low voice, "It's better with more people. A scammer like Ye Chen should let everyone know, so no one else gets tricked in the future." Suddenly, he yelled loudly, "Everyone come and see. There's a student who forged a Yuhong Merchant Alliance black gold card, trying to cheat food and drinks here. Everyone come out and see, we must bring this scammer to justice. The forging of membership cards has long been severely punished by the Dragon Country, this is a crime. Today, I will publicly expose this scammer and send him to prison." With Qin Hanyang's loud cries, the once quiet Longquan Zui Yuexuan seemed to awaken, and conversations began to echo everywhere. Fake membership card? Who forged it? I don't know, I couldn't hear clearly. It seems someone is shouting over there in the hall. Come on, let's go take a look. It's really rare to see someone forge a fake card these days. This is interesting. The fake card is from the Yuhong Merchant Alliance. This person has some nerve. The Yuhong Merchant Alliance is one of the top 10 major alliances. If their cards can be forged, it will cause great damage to their reputation. This is going to be fun to watch. This person is bold enough to forge a fake card from such a famous mall. If the Yuhong Merchant Alliance finds out, they'll break his legs. If he doesn't go bankrupt over this, he'll end up in prison. More and more people came out of their rooms. They glanced at Ye Chen and the others in the hall and quickly gathered around. Some stood by the railing on the second floor, watching everything from a distance. The waitress wanted to calm things down, but now it was impossible. As more people gathered, the key was that these people were either rich or noble, each one a presence she couldn't provoke. Things had turned extremely serious, far beyond what she could handle. Sweat as big as beans rolled down the waitress's cheeks, and she felt very anxious inside. "Dear guests, please return to your rooms for dinner. I will report this matter to my superiors for clarification." Those who had come to watch were the type who loved drama and wouldn't leave before the show was over. Someone said, "Report what? We're all here watching. Do you think our eyesight is worse than your superiors?" That's right, do you think we've never seen the Yuhong Merchant Alliance's black gold card before? What this brother just said is right. The fraud should be brought to justice. With so many people watching, can the thief still hide from us? Expose him in front of everyone. Everyone was chiming in, leaving the waitress completely bewildered. The situation came too suddenly, her mind almost crashed, and now she was unable to deal with it. While she was in a panic, a steady voice came from inside the hall. He, all of you are esteemed guests of my Longquan Zui Yuexuan. Since everyone is so eager to see how this unfolds, let me handle it right here in the hall. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out from the crowd. He glanced at the waitress. You can go back to work now, I'll take care of this. The waitress felt like she had been granted amnesty and gratefully said, thank you, manager. She hurriedly handed over the 2 black gold cards, which felt like hot potatoes, to the manager and slipped away. Chapter 76, I want to find someone from the Yuhong Merchant Alliance. Manager Chang Shichen smiled and said to Ye Chen and Qin Hanyang, dear guests, can we examine the authenticity of the black gold cards here in the hall? Ye Chen shrugged indifferently. This was the black gold card given to him by the Yuhong Merchant Alliance manager a while ago. It was definitely real, so he didn't mind others checking it. Since the clown Qin Hanyang liked to show off, let's hit him hard and see his face change when everyone witnesses the authentic card. Qin Hanyang grinned. It's only right to test the black gold cards in front of everyone, to avoid any misunderstandings that we might be up to something behind the scenes. Chang Shichen nodded and placed the 2 cards together for comparison while the onlookers also observed closely. Not long after, someone discovered slight differences between the 2 cards. Huh? Why do these 2 cards look different? Look at that card on the left. Under the light's refraction, there's a dragon that appears and disappears, but the one on the right doesn't have it. Chang Shichen picked up the 2 cards and tilted them slightly under the hall's light. Indeed, one card had the dragon, while the other one didn't. Zhang Yong, who had been silent for a long time, now saw the differences in the 2 cards and he could no longer hold back his laughter, sneering, some people love to humiliate themselves, saying my brother Ye's card is fake. He should take a look in the mirror first. What kind of ability does he have to earn a black gold card? Then, he pointed to the card on the left. This card with the dragon head is my brother Ye's, an authentic card. The one on the right doesn't even have a dragon head, yours is the fake. You really like to shout thief while holding a fake card, are you out of your mind? Chang Shichen frowned, falling silent. As soon as Zhang Yong finished speaking, Qin Hanyang burst into laughter. Ha, you little brother really don't understand black gold cards, do you? The genuine Yuhong Merchant Alliance black gold card doesn't have a dragon head at all. If you don't believe me, ask everyone in the hall. Those who can eat here are all prominent figures. Everyone has a black gold card from the Yuhong Merchant Alliance. Let's see if theirs have dragon heads. The crowd instantly began to murmur, and some even took out their black gold cards to check under the light. Since I got my black gold card, I never really looked closely. I really don't know if it has a dragon head. Let me take a look too. Before long, someone exclaimed, hey? There really isn't a dragon head. My card also doesn't have a dragon head. Wow, that young man is really bold, actually daring to swagger in with a fake card to cheat for food and drinks. Incredible. Qin Hanyang laughed heartily. Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, why do something wrong? Why resort to forging fake cards to show off? Now look, so many people are watching you use a fake card. How will you argue your way out? I don't think you need to go to the Tower of Death now, I'll just call someone to throw you in jail. Chang Shichen shook her head. Young man, why do you need to forge fake cards? Sai, the Dragon Nation has already cracked down on fake cards. You're still daring to commit this crime, it's really... Zhang Yong exclaimed excitedly, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This card was given to my brother Yi by the manager of the Yuhong Merchant Alliance some time ago. It's definitely a genuine card, it can't be fake. Qin Hanyang sneered, oh? So you mean everyone's cards are fake, and only your so-called brother Ye's card is genuine? You are really laughable. The onlookers erupted into uproarious laughter. Hey, could you stop jumping around? So many cards here don't have dragon heads, and only Ye Chen's has one. If you're going to forge it, at least do it professionally and put a dragon head on it, it's really funny. Pfft, maybe he thinks having a dragon head makes it look more impressive, Hearing the crowd accusing Ye Chen of having a fake card, Fan Xiaoman, who originally believed in him, was also a bit shaken. She whispered to Zhang Yong, is it really a fake card? Zhang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief, how could it be a fake card? My brother Yi is honorable, he would never do something dishonest. Besides, I went to the Yuhong Merchant Alliance with him and saw the manager hand it to him in person. It's definitely a real card. Ye Chen had long grown accustomed to the cold mockery and was not at all flustered in such a situation. This card absolutely wasn't fake, there must have been some mistake. As long as he could find someone from the Yuhong Merchant Alliance to verify it, everything would be clear. Ye Chen said calmly, you all think my card is fake, but it was personally given to me by the manager of the Yuhong Merchant Alliance, it definitely can't be fake. Is there anyone from the Yuhong Merchant Alliance here? Qin Hanyang felt a bit panicked upon hearing Ye Chen wanting to find someone from the Yuhong Merchant Alliance. He knew very well how he got this card in his hand. To obtain a black gold card from the Yuhang Merchant Alliance, one must trade at least 30 million dragon soul coins in their store. The Qin family was just a small family with a bit of money, and he was relying on his good talent to gain support from the Qin family, holding a deposit of about 2 to 3 million dragon soul coins. The difference in trading volume of 30 million dragon soul coins is like heaven and earth. He is the newcomer king at Haotian Wujiyuan, usually making friends with the rich and powerful. To avoid losing face, he had someone forge a black gold card last year. This card was only taken out occasionally to show in front of friends at Haotian Wujiyuan, and it was never used. He held on to the belief that as long as he didn't use it, no one would know it was a fake card, and he was always careful using this card. Now Ye Chen actually wanted to find someone from the Yuhang Merchant Alliance, which was a problem. If the Yuhang Merchant Alliance came out to inspect, his card would probably be exposed. Qin Hanyan's face changed and he said, "Why look for the Yuhang Merchant Alliance? With so many people watching, how could there be any mistake?" Many voices around echoed in agreement. Yes, this brother is right. With so many of us watching, how could there be a mistake? Besides, none of us have a dragon head, right? Are we all faking cards too? That would be ridiculous. This kid looks honest on the surface, but he's full of tricks. I think he just wants to buy time because he knows he is using a fake card and will end up in jail. Damn, you just reminded me. He might very likely be thinking this way. I say we should catch this little crook now, and not let him get away. Chang Shichen frowned. Whether Ye Chen's card was fake or not, he didn't want to offend anyone. This matter had nothing to do with their Longquan Zhuoyue pavilion, so why stir up trouble? Just drive Ye Chen and his group away. As for whether to catch him, that wasn't his business. Whoever wants to catch him can go ahead. He had no interest in offending people. He smiled and said, "Since you want to find someone from the Yuhang Merchant Alliance, then go look elsewhere. I don't think we have anyone here." Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Manager Chang, that is not right. Since there is a dispute about the authenticity of my Yuhang Merchant Alliance's cards, out of politeness and reason, you should have informed me. If my employee hadn't come over to report, I would have missed this grand scene." Chapter 77, The Truth Revealed. Just then, Fong Changming walked out from the crowd. Zhang Yang suddenly exclaimed in delight, "He is the manager of the Yuhang Merchant Alliance. My brother Ye's card was given by him." Fong Changming glanced at a few people and laughed, "So it's you, young friend Yi. Ha, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. I came here today to host a meeting and happened to run into you guys, but it seems you've encountered some trouble." Ye Chen said, "Someone likes to show off and claims my card is fake. Since Manager Fong is here, could you help me check if it's really a fake card?" Fong Changming said, "That sounds fair. Manager Chang, please give me those 2 cards, I will take a look." Many people in the crowd recognized Fong Changming, and there was an immediate uproar of lively discussion. Interesting, the main character has arrived. Fong Changming is the general manager of the Yuhang Merchant Alliance in Modu Province. If he examines the black gold card, it will surely be fine. I feel like Fong Changming knows that little crook. It seemed he just greeted him. His card can't really be true, can it? But how is that possible? The difference is too large. None of our cards have the dragon head. I really don't understand what's going on with the Yuhang Merchant Alliance. It looks like they know each other, and this Ye Chen doesn't seem flustered at all. Ye Chen wasn't flustered, but Qin Hanyan was on the verge of panicking. Who is Fong Changming? He is the general manager of the Yuhang Merchant Alliance in Modu Province. With just a glance, he can tell if the card is real or not. But at this moment, he could no longer stop Fong Changming from inspecting the card. Fong Changming took the 2 black gold cards and examined them carefully. Then he sneered and said, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect someone to shout thief while holding a forged fake card, falsely accusing my Yuhang Merchant Alliance's true guests." The crowd immediately erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Is there really a fake card? My God. What the hell? He said the thief shouts catch the thief. Could it be that the burly man is the one using the fake card? Huh? What's going on? I'm confused. That man is using a card that doesn't have a dragon head like ours. Damn it, did I misjudge? That Ye Chen's dragon head card turned out to be a real card? Manager Fong, could you please clarify which card is real and which is fake? Someone called out. Fong Changming scanned the crowd and said seriously, "Our Yuhang Business Alliance has recently launched a batch of new cards. The previous black gold cards were counterfeited, so the company decided to reform. This batch of new cards has only been distributed in the last month, with only 10 issued. The dragon head card held by this young brother here is indeed the latest black gold card from our Yuhang Business Alliance. His card is undoubtedly real." As soon as Fong Changming finished speaking, the crowd erupted again. Wow! The dragon head card is actually real, unbelievable. Okay, so that other burly man's card must be fake. This guy is impressive, managing to catch the thief act right in front of everyone. Damn it, I got tricked too. Holy. This burly man looks all respectable, yet his card is fake. Damn, this guy truly has the guts to deceive so many people. 666, I'm impressed. This show today really filled my eyes. I thought Ye Chen was the swindler, but I didn't expect that man was the real scammer. I'll have to be more careful in the future. It's not always the one who speaks up first or the loudest who's right. That Ye Chen hardly spoke, yet it turns out it's the quiet ones who are genuine. Today, I truly learned a lesson. Fang Changming coldly looked at Qin Hanyang. You need to come with me to the security office. How dare you use a fake card from our Yuhang Business Alliance in front of so many people? Humph. You've got some guts. Qin Hanyang turned pale, his lips trembling and unable to speak. After a long pause, he stammered, Fang. Manager Fang, the Death Tower is about to open. Can you wait until I come out from the tower before? Don't waste my time with excuses. Fang Changming shouted angrily, not only did you use a fake card, but you also slandered my esteemed guest. Do you think I'll allow you to enter the tower now? Come with me to the security office. No matter which family you belong to, our Yuhang Business Alliance will make sure to pursue this to the end. Do you think our Yuhang Business Alliance is easy to bully? Committing crimes with fake cards while walking around and swindling people, can you bear the losses this will cause to our reputation? Come with me. Fang Changming was filled with rage, grabbing Qin Hanyang's wrist and dragging him towards the door. As they passed by Ye Chen, he apologized, Young friend Yi, I'm sorry for the scare. Our Yuhang Business Alliance will definitely give you an explanation regarding this matter. Ye Chen smiled, it's okay. I hope Manager Fang will handle this fairly. If people like him continue to use fake cards to deceive, it would seriously damage the reputation of your powerful alliance. Fang Changming nodded, I'll excuse myself for now. Manager Fang, go ahead. We should be having dinner now. Fang Changming, dragging the disoriented Qin Hanyang, left the Joyful Moon Pavilion and headed straight to the security office on the ship. The surrounding people slowly dispersed, still feeling unsatisfied. I never expected this matter to end like this. Who is that burly man? Does anyone know him? Oh, I know that person. He is Qin Hanyang from the Haotian Martial Academy, a rising star. He probably came to the Death Tower seeking opportunities. What a pity, now he'll be taken to the security office and might not get to the Death Tower. What a pity. This Qin Hanyang has ill intentions. It's best that he gets caught. If he enters the Death Tower and gains more power, it would be an even greater threat. Yeah, you're right. We need to be more cautious of people like him in the future. Anyway, once today's incident spreads. Qin Hanyang is indeed finished, everyone knows he is a liar. How will he survive from now on? Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Damn it, this bastard finally got what he deserved. He even dared to frame my brother Yi. Getting arrested is the least of his worries. If there weren't so many people here, I'd have already gone up and broken his bones with one punch. Fan Xiaoman curled her lips. You just know how to brag. Why didn't you take action earlier? Besides, I've heard that Qin Hanyang is the new champion of the Haotian Martial Arts Academy. Look at your thin body, you're as scrawny as a monkey. Breaking his bones? You should be thankful if he doesn't break yours. Damn, Xiaoman, are you looking down on me? I'm a gunsmith. That jerk Qin Hanyang will be shattered by my laser, no matter what. Ye Chen silently glanced at the two of them and quietly walked over to Chang Shichen's side. Manager Chang, please prepare us a medium room. Chang Shichen smiled brightly. Welcome to my Longquan Zuiyu Hall. I hope the previous incident didn't disturb you. Ye Chen responded casually, it's fine. Anyway, that person will have a hard time entering the Death Tower again. There are many small people in society like that. Let's not dwell on it. Today, my friend Yi, your meal will be discounted by 10%. Thank you. Under Chang Shichen's lead, the three of them went to a medium room. The food at Longquan Zuiyu Hall was indeed superb. Even though Ye Chen had eaten a lot of mountain delicacies and seafood with Nangong Yuri, he still salivated at the sight of these dishes. The three of them enjoyed their meal thoroughly, especially Zhang Yong. Coming from a small city in Modu province, where had he ever tasted such exquisite food? Fan Xiaoman was a bit better but was still hastily grabbing for food. As the three of them sat back, their stomachs full, the ship shook slightly, and then an announcement came over the intercom. The Death Tower has opened. Please exit the ship in an orderly manner. Ye Chen said, let's go, it's time to enter the tower. He stood up and walked to the counter to inquire about the price. The cashier smiled. Hello, the total is 1,150,000 dragon soul coins. This meal was incredibly expensive. The three of them had eaten for over 1,000,000 dragon soul coins, and that was with a discount. Zhang Yong was shocked, nearly dropping his jaw. What the hell? This, so expensive. Brother Yi really spends generously. One meal costs as much as a house, something ordinary people like us can hardly dream about. Fan Xiaoman was also very surprised and awkwardly said, Big Boss Yi, this is too expensive. Let me contribute a bit. I have about 50,000 dragon soul coins, please don't think it's too little, I saved for a year to get this. Zhang Yong quickly chimed in, wanting to contribute as well. Ye Chen waved his hand. Didn't I say I'm treating? Don't be polite, let's go. He casually swiped his black gold card at the counter's card machine. Ding! 1,150,000 dragon soul coins have been credited. The cashier's smile became even warmer. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to seeing you next time. The three of them left the restaurant and followed the crowd off the ship, heading straight for the first-level platform of the Death Tower. At that moment, the platform was already crowded with people from all over the world, with various skin tones and all sorts of strange outfits present, and many had powerful auras. Boom! The Death Tower suddenly shook, and then the main door opened with a cracking sound. The three of them stepped into the transmission array that looked like a starry sky tunnel. Before them was a sky full of stars, and beneath their feet was an ancient road in the starry sky. Following this path, ahead was a dazzling white light, and the young people entering here couldn't wait to rush towards the white light. Upon stepping into the white light, they found themselves in a scene of green waters and lush mountains, with gentle rolling hills covered in various green plants. Some looked like mushrooms, some like lanterns, and others had huge serrated leaves. In the sky hung two massive suns. In Ye Chen's eyes, the sun occupies a third of the entire sky, with one sun in front of him and another behind him. Such massive, close suns are not hot, instead, they feel pleasantly warm on his skin. Many young people are deeply shocked by this spectacle, standing there in a daze for a long time. Ye Chen took out his positioning device and selected a location before waking up his two dazed companions beside him. Hey, you two, hurry up and follow me. The two finally returned to their senses upon hearing Ye Chen shout and quickly followed him. Avoiding other adventurers, Ye Chen led the two for an hour, going down a small hillside, and lay on a large rock. Thud, thud. A very heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of the three. Zhang Yong exclaimed, "What is that noise? Is there a monster?" Ye Chen had long memorized the positioning manual that Nangong Yudi had given him. There was a small boss guarding a purple flower. This purple flower is very valuable, it is a rare good thing on Blue Star, whether for refining medicine or cooking, it is an extraordinary spiritual herb. Ye Chen put his finger to his lips and shushed Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong immediately fell silent. The three slowly crawled closer. As they got nearer to the sound, they finally saw what the small boss looked like. They saw a four-legged humanoid creature clad in heavy armor, wielding a giant axe, patrolling around 5 purple flowers. Zhang Yong's eyes brightened upon seeing the purple flowers, trembling all over. This is the purple flower, one of which sold for 200,000 dragon soul coins at the auction house. My god, there are 5 here. Fan Xiaoman, however, showed little interest. She had eaten this purple flower before, and the taste was nothing special, but afterwards, her body felt warm and very comfortable. Ye Chen thought of the boss's weakness and said to the two, I will use Shaoqing to trap it, you two use all your strength to attack its heart, understood? The two nodded. Ye Chen hesitated no longer and immediately jumped out, shouting at the boss, Shaoqing, trap it. Boom! A magic circle suddenly emerged in front of Ye Chen, and Shaoqing's green figure dashed out, quickly charging towards the boss. The monster, already on high alert, first noticed Ye Chen's loud movement. The creature howled in anger and raised its axe to charge over. Shaoqing immediately engaged in battle with it. The humanoid creature swung its huge axe down on Shaoqing. Crack! Amidst the sounds of metal clashing, sparks flew. Shaoqing's scales were very hard, the boss's giant axe couldn't inflict any damage on it at all. However, the strong force struck Shaoqing's body sideways, nearly knocking it back. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he gave the binding command to Shaoqing. Shaoqing swiftly climbed up the boss's wrist, using its length to tightly bind the boss, leaving only its chest heart area exposed. Without needing Ye Chen's reminder, Fan Xiaoman and Zhang Yong immediately launched their attacks. Fan Xiaoman raised her magic staff and pointed it at the boss. A magic circle appeared under her feet as immense spiritual energy surged out, causing her hair to dance wildly and her clothes to billow. Her pupils displayed blue runes flickering, her expression solemn as if she were a goddess of war. Arcane Magic Wheel. Zhang Yong set up a gigantic firearm, shouting, Laser cannon, fire. A laser shot out instantly, aimed directly at the boss's heart. Fan Xiaoman's spinning wheel also shot out from the gathered power of her magic staff, striking the boss's heart and beginning to spin wildly. The sounds of flesh and bones being torn apart were continuous. The boss's heart was instantly reduced to a massive hole, unable to even let out a cry before perishing. The three worked together and quickly defeated the boss, and this achievement brought smiles to their faces. Ye Chen praised, "Well done." Zhang Yang held his head high, rubbed his nose with his thumb, boasting, "Just okay, okay. But just a small boss. I thought the Tower of Death was really dangerous. Is it just this?" Fan Xiaoman looked at his pretentious expression and said unhappily, "What are you so angry about for just taking down a small boss, and you didn't do it alone?" Ye Chen shook his head, took out a box, and walked over to try to pack away the 5 purple orchids. Suddenly, a round of applause sounded beside him. Clap clap clap. "You sneaky guy. I guessed you must be hiding something good, and it turns out I was right. Ha, you three did well. Now I'm taking these 5 purple orchids, you three can scram." Chapter 79, Who Wants to Save Them, Step Forward. Ye Chen and the others turned to look toward the source of the voice and saw a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a bad smile as he looked at them. Zhang Yong laughed heartily as if hearing the biggest joke, mocking, "Where did this foreigner come from? Are you used to pretending? Daring to act in front of us, wanting the purple orchids? You better ask my cannon first. Know what that is? It's the kind that goes bang, boom, and sends you to meet God." Next to the foreign man stood 5 companions, a total of 6 people. Hearing Zhang Yong's provoking words, they immediately spread out and surrounded the 3 of them. The leading foreign man smiled and said, "From the language you speak, you are from Dragon Country, right? Do you know who I am? I am William Carter, a member of the royal family of the beautiful country. Today, our beautiful country is the superpower of the world, and everyone has to kneel before us. You Dragon Country folks want to die? Your Dragon Country was beaten into the East Asian sick man by us 100 years ago. Today, this world belongs to my beautiful country. Who dares to go against our will? You? Or you?" William Carter pointed at Ye Chen and then at Zhang Yong, raising his head high, looking very arrogant. "As long as it is something my beautiful country wants, there is nothing we can't take. If we can't take it, we'll steal it. If we can't steal it, we'll rob it. You East Asian sick men better run now while you can, because if I get unhappy, you 3 will die, ha ha ha." William Carter laughed, and his companions chuckled along with him. Someone said, "Carter, why waste time with these yellow-skinned garbage? Just kill them and take the purple orchids, we have other places to search. Killing them is too easy on them, that yellow-skinned lady is quite pretty. I want her." This person leered at Fan Xiaoman, licking his lips with his tongue. "Ha ha, I agree. I love to torture yellow-skinned people the most. These yellow-skinned folks are the lowest race. The international students in my school are like lapdogs. If I tell them to kneel, they kneel, and if I tell them to eat the crap I made, they grab it and eat it. Yellow-skinned people are the funniest, ha 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 ha. You are right, Dragon Country people are the lowest race in the world. You don't know that one of my classmates went to study in Dragon Country and every day he can meet dozens of girlfriends. Those Dragon Country women go crazy wanting to kiss him and say they want to marry him, ha ha ha, it's really funny." Fan Xiaoman was furious. "I won't allow you to insult my country like this. Ha ha, she's angry, she's angry. Ha ha, this yellow-skinned lady has a hot body and a hot temper, I love this. Carter, I ask you not to kill this yellow-skinned woman, leave her for me, I need this toy." Zhang Yong was also burning with anger. He shouted, "You beautiful country folks are just a bunch of robbers, a bunch of dirty and disgusting pirates. How dare you mention what happened 100 years ago, truly shameless." William Carter laughed heartily. "So what if we are pirates? So what if we are robbers? In the end, we won, and you lost. The weak should accept the trampling of the strong, those who try to resist will bear the wrath of my beautiful country. Can you bear it? Ridiculous Dragon Nation people, still dreaming of the rise of a great power. You are a dead dragon. Even if 100 years pass, you are still the sick man of East Asia. Otherwise your women would not be so crazy about following behind the asses of our nation's men. A group of low and cheap yellow-skin race." Zhang Yong and Fan Xiaoman wanted to say something, but they heard movement from Ye Chen's side, so they all shut their mouths and looked at him. They saw that Ye Chen's hand that was reaching toward the purple lawn flower pulled back. He slowly stood up. With a calm face, no joy and no sorrow, he looked at William Carter. "Are you done speaking?" William Carter sneered, "You are the leader of this small team, right, hee hee. I am a person who does not like killing people, and also does not like torturing people. I like others to crawl down and kneel to lick my toes. How about this, as long as you kneel down and lick my 2 feet clean, then cut off your own 2 hands, I can let you go. As for your 2 companions, there is no way. Their lives must stay here, because those 2 bastards just now actually dared to provoke me, which is provoking beautiful nation. They must die." A trace of killing intent surged in Ye Chen's eyes. When this killing intent fell into William Carter's eyes, it actually made him feel a bit of fear. Beautiful nation, is it? Sick man of East Asia, is it? You call us Dragon Nation people the lowest race, is it? Today I, Ye Chen, will kill all the beautiful nation young people here. This is just a tiny bit of interest collected from your beautiful nation. In the future, all citizens of your beautiful nation will crawl and kneel, trembling, under the feet of my dragon nation. Ye Chen pointed at William Carter. Come out, Star Insect Emperor. Buzz. The sky and earth darkened, wind rose and clouds surged. A black magic array flashed with black lightning, making this world seem to sink deep into hell. Young people from many nations who were searching everywhere for treasures looked toward Ye Chen's direction. That deep darkness and that heart-crushing pressure made them shout OMG. My god, what happened over there? It must be the big boss of this level showing up. Everyone hurry and go kill the boss and grab treasures. Damn it, this pressure feeling is definitely the final boss of this level appearing. Kill it and you can clear the level and go to the next one. You guys, follow me in charge. Countless young people who were scattered in all places of this level now seemed to receive guidance, all rushing fiercely toward Ye Chen. Their speed was extremely fast. Anyone who could come here was not ordinary. Before long, they arrived around Ye Chen. However, when they arrived, they saw a scene they would never forget in their entire lives, especially the young people of beautiful nation. In front of them were 6 white-skinned men with heads lowered, kneeling on the ground. In front of them stood 2 men and 1 woman. Beside the leading man stood a male ant fully covered in black armor. This male ant was just standing there quietly, yet a king's aura swept across the whole field, making everyone feel the urge to kneel and worship. Not a boss? This male ant gulp seems like is it that young man's beast? Someone could not help swallowing hard and said with difficulty. Hiss. What level is this male ant? Why does it feel so terrifying? This aura, it seems like Lord level? God, I have seen a Lord level beast. Ye Chen swept his eyes around and said coldly, these 6 people of your beautiful nation will soon be executed by me. Anyone who wants to save them, stand out. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly became deathly silent. However, after only 1 second of silence, huge noise exploded. What? People of beautiful nation, he actually dares to kill them? He is a yellow-skin lower race, right? How dare he? Does this yellow-skin guy not fear offending beautiful nation and bringing the anger of beautiful nation upon the whole country? When the country collapses, he will also die. Bastard! You actually dare to openly deal with people of my beautiful nation. I want you dead. Chapter 80. Alliances. In the crowd of onlookers, more than 30 beautiful young people from the beautiful country stepped forward, glaring at Ye Chen. Lowly dragon country person, do you want to be an enemy of my beautiful country? You need to think carefully, your actions this time will cause tremendous harm to the dragon country. My beautiful country's president has issued orders worldwide that anyone from any country inside the Death Tower must obey our beautiful country's commands. Otherwise, once they leave the Death Tower, the beautiful country will definitely go to war against the countries that defy the orders. Can you bear such consequences? Ye Chen only glanced at the 30 or so people and then swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. Is it just these 30 people? Is there no one else that wants to stand up? Seeing Ye Chen actually ignoring him, the man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. Fact squid. You dare to disregard me, die. The sword in his hand shone with a bright light, a holy radiance descending from the sky, slashing down directly at Ye Chen. Ye Chen still stood straight, showing no intention of dodging. Zhang Yong stepped forward. Brother Yi is our team leader. If you want to attack Brother Yi over my body, you are underestimating me. How can a team leader be attacked by a small Karami? You aren't worthy of making Brother Yi move. Cannon rose. Before Zhang Yong finished speaking, a stunning black-red whirlpool shell shot out from the cannon platform in front of him, moving faster than the descending holy light by several times. Boom! With a massive explosion, the holy light suddenly dissipated above Ye Chen's head. In the explosive flames released by the cannon rose, a beautiful rose was passionately blooming. Smoke and dust rolled away with the wind, and the person from the beautiful country had already vaporized under the blooming rose, leaving no bones behind. This is the true power of the cannon rose. During the entrance exam, the cannon rose's power was not even 1/10 of what it is now. Zhang Yong stood indifferently, arms crossed, looking at the people from the beautiful country. A tiger does not show its power, thinking I'm a sick cat. Masaka, this is impossible. Nani? Our daddy country's young people just died like this? Several young people from Sakura country were dumbfounded. The onlookers were in an uproar. What kind of ability is this? Why have I never seen such a shell? To vaporize a person in an instant, what kind of terrifying high temperature is this? The few young people from the beautiful country standing beside that man felt as if they had escaped from death, not expecting that the one who looked like a little sidekick would actually have such strong combat power. William Carter regained a bit of consciousness. Just now, when that terrifying black shadow descended, the immense pressure made him and his companions faint instantly. Now, he slightly opened his eyelids and squinted to look around. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people, and even people from the beautiful country have come here? William Carter raised his head slightly and saw a sturdy figure standing before him, covered in black armor, exuding imperial might, coldness, and invincibility that made his heart skip a beat. That black shadow from just now was this monster in front of him. Beside the black shadow stood that young person from the dragon country. Could it be? Is this his summoned beast? He recalled the various memories before fainting. That's right, this is definitely the summoned beast he brought forth. No, I must tell the other people from the beautiful country to escape. This young man said he wanted to kill all the people from the beautiful country here. William Carter gathered all his strength and shouted, "Run! It's a monster! It's a monster! It will kill us all!" The people from the beautiful country were confounded. Although the summoned beast beside Ye Chen felt powerful, they had never seen it strike. Who knows how strong it is? It just had a lord's aura after all. If a lord-level summoned beast could wipe out all the people here, that would be utterly underestimating them. In the beautiful country, someone laughed and said, "Carter, not only are you weak, but you are also a coward. Do you really think you can kill all of us with just one lord-level beast? Isn't that ridiculous?" This person stepped forward, and the aura of a 7-turn vocationalist surged out powerfully. "With my 7-turn cultivation, I really want to test my strength against a lord-level beast and see who is stronger. Just yesterday, I slaughtered a diamond-level beast, and today, I'll take this lord-level beast to see how far my abilities have reached." Night charge. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a knight's cylindrical spear was gripped tightly as he charged fiercely toward Ye Chen. The spear tip broke through the wind resistance, forming a transparent whirlwind that swirled around it. This scene was like a spiral cone violently spinning, launching towards Ye Chen with unbeatable momentum. Fan Xiaoman frowned deeply. Her level was only LV46, and she was definitely no match for a 7-turn vocationalist. "Zhang Yon, let's go together." I was just thinking the same. Arcane Element Meteor. Gunpowder Rose. Fan Xiaoman raised her magic staff, and several mysterious magical circles shone brightly above her head as a huge, colorful meteor descended from the sky. The black and red whirlpool of the gunpowder rose reappeared, charging directly at the 7-turn vocationalist. Such a weak attack thinks it can resist my offense. The 7-turn vocationalist charged brutally towards the two skills with overwhelming force. Boom! In the violent explosion, several waves of air surged up, pushing the onlookers back a few steps. The explosive flames quickly dissipated, and the 7-turn vocationalist's speed and momentum decreased by more than half, yet he continued to surge forward with rapid force. People from Dragon Country are just weaklings, die for me. Ye Chen's eyes flashed, just as he was about to command the Star Insect Emperor to attack when an icebird flew out from the crowd of onlookers, heading straight for the 7-turn vocationalist. The icebird moved extremely fast and caught up with the 7-turn vocationalist in just a few seconds, crashing into him from behind. Bang! Chill spread, and the 7-turn vocationalist's whole body was frozen solid by ice crystals. Xiao Yue still walked out from the crowd with a cool demeanor, greeting Ye Chen. "Long time no see, Ye Chen." "Xiao Yue, you are here too." Ye Chen smiled slightly. Xiao Yue stepped lightly, quickly bounding to his side. "Since you killed Wang Song in the examination and were wanted by the authorities, I haven't seen you. Later, I heard you made it to Divine Palace University. Seeing you again today, your beast seems stronger. Sigh, Ye Chen, what kind of monster are you? You are now so strong that I can barely see your back." A touch of loneliness showed on Xiao Yue's icy face. Ye Chen smiled. "Don't underestimate yourself. You are an S-class Ice Phoenix body, after all. Look, even a 7-turn vocationalist has been frozen by you." He pointed to the beautiful country person who had turned into an ice statue. The other beautiful country people, seeing their 7-turn vocationalist frozen from a sneak attack, were immediately filled with rage. Despicable dragon country people, you not only teamed up with two, but also had a sneaky guy attack from behind. You truly don't take the people of our beautiful country seriously. Everyone, stop holding back. Let's attack together and kill these dragon country people. What a bunch of bastards. We outnumber you several times. Let's let you taste the feeling of being beaten by a group. The lowly yellow-skinned race only knows how to play dirty. We shouldn't waste time with them. The gatekeeper boss is about to arrive, let's kill them now to grab more rewards." More than 30 beautiful country people brandished their weapons and began casting spells, preparing to work together to wipe out Ye Chen and the others in one fell swoop. Chapter 81, You Do Your Own Thing. The combined forces of over 30 people were impressive, with various powerful skills shining and swirling around, but the strongest among them were two individuals. One of them was a man with a big beard, wearing a t-shirt and shorts. The slightly plump man exuded a powerful aura, unmistakably indicating he was at the 7th transformation. He roared, "Sea King Trident!" A sea god's phantom, with a human body and a fishtail, appeared in midair holding a trident. The sea god glared angrily, raising the trident and hurling it towards Ye Chen and the others with great force. The trident traced an arc in the air, along with it came the illusion of a deep blue sea behind. This might of heaven and earth surged forward like a tsunami towards Ye Chen, the roaring sound of the waves shaking the hearts of those who heard it. Another man had golden hair, a tall and slender figure, and a demeanor like a frail gentleman. Surprisingly, he also radiated the aura of the 7th transformation. He hovered in the air, his tightly closed eyes suddenly snapping open, revealing brilliant golden light as the temperature around him rose rapidly. A 6-winged seraph appeared behind him, a holy and majestic angelic aura spreading out strongly, while the seraph's pure white wings ignited in crimson flames at the moment the golden-haired man opened his eyes. Sword of Judgment. The seraph raised the holy sword high and struck down towards Ye Chen and the others from afar. Buzz. A sound of the sword rang out, and a beam of light descended from the sky. The sword light was as bright as day, with burning crimson flames trailing behind its edge. The beam was enormous, as if it could cleave the very heaven and earth apart. The frozen 7th transformation professional shattered the ice crystals, imprisoning him with a cracking sound. Despicable dragon country person, taste the combined strike of my beautiful country's might. Victory light spear. Behind him also manifested a holy knight holding a long spear. As his words fell, the holy knight lunged 6 spears at Ye Chen and the others, 6 golden spears turning into streaks of light shooting out. The young people from various countries watching were left dumbfounded and shocked by this earth-shattering joint attack. Some trembled, saying, "With such a terrifying joint attack, who can resist? They are going to die." Oh my, the combined attack of 3 7th transformation professionals is already terrifying enough, and with more than 30 people's combined attack, even a god would have to lie down. This power is too frightening. Hurry, step back. The aftermath of this explosion could kill someone. Run. This is the fate of angering the beautiful country. The foolish dragon country people have dug their own graves. The people of the beautiful country are too strong. Why do they have 7th transformation professionals under 30? How did they achieve it? Normally, one should be only grinding monsters day and night. They couldn't reach the 7th transformation. Even the peak of the 6th transformation is already extremely incredible. Xiao Yu and the 2 others' pupils suddenly constricted. Before them was a sky filled with all kinds of skill lights, along with a terrifying might powerful enough to make them perish 100 times over. Facing this overwhelming assault that felt like the sky collapsing, they felt like mere ants. Yet, none of the 3 retreated. Despite their fear and astonishment, they stood steadfastly by Ye Chen's side. Ye Chen stood firm like the calm eye of a storm. No matter how tumultuous and raging the waves before him were, he remained confidently and calmly standing there, as if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens. This unmatched confidence and invincible posture gave them immense courage. They believed Ye Chen would definitely be able to solve the difficulties in front of them. The whirlwind of skill light swept past Ye Chen, his hair dancing wildly in the wind, and his clothes flapped loudly in the storm. His slightly thin body seemed so insignificant in the face of this might of heaven and earth. But his upright figure stood like the hardest peak between heaven and earth. Ye Chen looked up at the colorful sea of skill lights, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The so-called strong people of your beautiful country enjoy bullying others with their might. Today, I will let you taste the feeling of being slaughtered and bullied at will. Star Insect King. The Star Insect King, standing motionless to the side, heard Ye Chen call its name. Feeling the surging, overwhelming will in Ye Chen's heart, strong battle intent and murderous intent suddenly ignited in its cold eyes. Feel free, these beautiful Americans before us. Ye Chen slightly tilted his head, an evil smile appeared, and then he roared with killing intent. Not one left. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, countless cracks opened in the earth, and surging magma erupted from the depths below. With full firepower, the Star Insect King simply kicked hard, creating a gigantic abyss that seemed bottomless on the surface. No one could see its movements, nor could anyone glimpse any shadow. The Star Insect King seemed to appear in midair in an instant. Its arms suddenly sprouted 2 sharp long knives from the black armor with a clang. Wind-chasing great knife. The colors of heaven and earth changed, the clouds rolled back. The air for miles around was sucked in as if by a vacuum, the sky here twisted, the wind here distorted, the entire space resembled crumpled paper being spun around. The Star Insect King crossed its arms and then swung them violently. A fierce blade of wind, reaching to the sky and the earth, was unleashed like a tornado, twisting all skill blows into a twisted mass. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening, all skills were shredded and annihilated by the wild wind, even the residual waves and fire from the blasts could not escape the wind's blade, all were drawn into the center of the tornado and rolled forward. The onlooking crowd initially sat on the ground, shaken by the violent tremors of the earth, then they jumped up as molten lava erupted from the cracked ground, and finally they felt a choking sensation as the air became extremely thin. Then they saw a gigantic tornado blade sweeping in, astonishingly exaggerated to shatter their understanding of reality. This tornado's sucking power was something they had never seen, even the blast waves and flames could not escape. Run! Run! This is terrifying, too terrifying. What skill is this? Damn it, I almost lost my life just watching a show, crap. If you get sucked into the tornado, you're dead for sure, run. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts. With a loud swish, those with higher cultivation had already retreated over 10 meters. The beautiful Americans also wanted to escape, but there was no way they could run. The tornado was sweeping toward them, its pulling force firmly locking onto them, leaving them powerless to resist this monstrous suction. Among the 3 level 7 professionists, only one far away managed to escape the pulse trap after using all life-saving gear by using a teleport crystal, barely withdrawing over 10 meters, and fell to the ground in a disgraceful tumble. The others were already scared to pee their pants, some were crying out for mercy. But the wind was too strong, the force too overwhelming, their voices were destined not to reach anywhere. The tornado was also exceedingly fast. In an instant it swept all the beautiful Americans left behind into it, shredding them into pieces, even their bones crushed into powder. William Carter knelt on the ground, his pupils trembling as he watched the scene before him. The ground beneath him was already soaked, his originally pale skin now looked even whiter, like the face of a dead person. Chapter 82, He Turned Red. The Star Insect King would absolutely follow Ye Chen's orders, since the master said not one should remain, then none would survive. That level 7 professionist who used all his life-saving means was terrified to the core when he saw the Star Insect King coming toward him. No! 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 Please, spare my life, I beg you. Ah! His pleas were abruptly cut off as a giant black armored hand pierced through him, gripping a beating heart tightly in its palm. Then that hand fiercely squeezed. Crack! The heart exploded into a pile of meat, blood splattering everywhere. Onlookers watching this scene were so frightened that their legs trembled. This Beast Tamer was too terrifying, so terrifying that he could instantly kill 3 level 7 professionists along with 30 strong Americans. How can we fight him? Ye Chen kicked William Carter, making him roll on the ground for 2 circles. William Carter trembled as he climbed up, kneeling in front of Ye Chen, pressing his head to the ground, crying and begging, "It's my fault, please spare my life, I am a royal member of the beautiful country, I have a lot of money, I can give you anything." His hands trembled as he groped around his body, pulling out a bank card and placing it in front of him. "Please, spare my life, this card has $30 million in it, all for you. If it's not enough, when I go out, I will have my father transfer more money to you." Tears stained William Carter's cheeks, and snot hung from his lips. He had no time to wipe it, only looking at Ye Chen with eyes full of hope. So, the so-called strongest nation in the world can also beg for mercy in front of what you see as weaker countries. Ye Chen sneered. William Carter's body shook, and he immediately raised his hand to slap his own face hard, crying out, "It was my fault. I shouldn't have said those foolish words, please spare me. I realize I was wrong, I truly recognize my mistake." Ye Chen took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. How could a thief like you know what's wrong? Barbarians fear power but have no virtue. Since ancient times, how many sins have you committed? When have you not knelt before the strong to plead for forgiveness? And after forgiveness, you come back when my dragon country declines, just to repay evil with kindness. How do you repay kindness? Today's result is the seed you have sown. You do not even recognize your mistakes, you only know you are about to die. Ye Chen looked at William Carter, who was kneeling before him like a pug, crying and lamenting. The act of sparing you is something your God should do, while my task is to send you to meet God. William Carter's pupils suddenly widened. No. He barely had time to shout this one word before his whole body was torn apart. The Starworm King suddenly stood beside the shredded flesh, with drops of blood sliding down the blade of its arm. No one could see how the Starworm King moved, nor could anyone see how the Starworm King cut William Carter. Everything seemed so strange, with silent and swift suddenness. This bizarre speed made all the young people present shudder. They had never seen such speed and had never witnessed a beast master so extraordinarily perverse. This 3-meter-tall black-armored ant seemed like a ruthless executioner, each appearance guaranteed to take a life. The crowd's pupils shook as they looked at the black ant in the distance, their minds filled with feelings of invincibility, fear, despair, and coldness. When the Starworm King's figure disappeared for a moment and returned to its original spot, the other 5 unconscious members of the beautiful country were also dead. At that moment, Ye Chen's head displayed a row of striking red letters. Name, Ye Chen. Sin value, 41/100. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. He turned red. Killing a red name individual can yield great rewards. Damn it, are you kidding? Go try to kill Ye Chen, are you blind? Didn't you see how the 41 members of the beautiful country died? Good grief, if you want to seek death, don't involve me. Who said I want to kill Ye Chen? Don't get me into trouble, I'm just stating that killing a red namer has rewards. Ye Chen is so strong, how can we get rewards in the Tower of Death with him here? Wouldn't he just grab all the good stuff? That's a valid point, but what can you do? Can you really fight Ye Chen? I can't fight him, but we can outsmart him. What do you mean by outsmart? Let's all work together to fight him. Can he really kill all of us? As long as everyone joins forces to fight him, he will be teleported out in no time. Damn, Private gone. You're really a genius for coming up with such a great idea. This is your intelligent strategy, right? So who will go first to die? Are you going? Survival is based on skill. Whoever has bad luck will die, and that counts as a contribution to everyone. Hey, hey, hey! Don't be afraid of him. He can only kill 59 more people before getting forcibly sent out of the Death Tower. We have hundreds of thousands here, why are we afraid? Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are up to heaven. Everyone, join me to kill Ye Chen. Whichever brother dies, we'll give him a grand burial after we leave the tower and a large compensation. That's right. With Ye Chen here, no one can get rewards. Several young people from the Cherry Blossom country shouted passionately in the crowd, trying to incite others to attack Ye Chen. Surprisingly, a few fools really started to stir. If hundreds of thousands joined forces, how spectacular would that scene be? Not even that ant could kill hundreds of thousands instantly. Xiao Yue and others were filled with worry upon hearing the commotion over there. If those few bastards from the Cherry Blossom country succeeded in their devious plan, Ye Chen would definitely have to be forcibly teleported out to save his life. Xiao Yue shouted to everyone, "Don't believe those few from the Cherry Blossom country. Ye Chen won't harm you. He only killed people from the beautiful country because they were disrespectful." The young people from the Cherry Blossom country immediately shouted, "Just because they were disrespectful allows killing at will? Then what if something good comes up? Who dares to take it?" Exactly, who dares to take it? It's all going to Ye Chen, so I think we should work together to kill Ye Chen instead. Whoever has bad luck will die, and the ones who remain can still get good stuff. No sooner had the words fallen than a beam of golden light suddenly descended, and a ferocious beast the size of a small mountain plummeted from the sky. The boss guarding the level has arrived. Suddenly, the entire space echoed with mechanical sounds. The first level boss has descended. Defeat the beast Golden Hair Roar to receive a pair of Golden Hair Roar bells, and everyone will be teleported to the second level of the Death Tower. Boom! A heavy object hit the ground, and the massive body of Golden Hair Roar stirred up a cloud of thick smoke. Chapter 83, The Sneak Attack of the Divine Artifact. As soon as Golden Hair Roar landed, it let out an invisible sound wave aimed at everyone, penetrating deeply and making many dizzy and faint. Ye Chen took a step forward, remembering a task that the system had assigned to him. Task name, The Might of the Dragon Country. Task description, The majesty of the Dragon Country cannot be provoked. Please go to the Death Tower and give the geniuses from other countries a little shock, so they understand what true genius and the might of the Dragon Country mean. Task duration, unlimited. He had just quickly killed everyone from the beautiful country using the Star Insect King, but the task had not been completed. Clearly, among those hundreds of thousands, there were still some hidden experts. Even after witnessing the Star Insect King's thunderous methods, they still didn't believe they would lose. Heroes from all over the world are truly as numerous as carp crossing the river. Ye Chen thought that with the Star Insect King, he could crush all young people in the world, but he underestimated the geniuses of the world. Since one Star Insect King isn't enough, what about adding another Lord-level beast? Would the weight of 2 Lord-level beasts be enough to crush these self-proclaimed geniuses? Ye Chen's mouth curved slightly. He shouted loudly, "Come out, Red Sun Fire Crow!" Boom! The ground trembled, the earth cracked, and a gigantic golden-red creature rose from below, with Ye Chen standing atop this colossal being. His figure gradually rose with this massive creature. Caw! The Red Sun Fire Crow soared up, lifting Ye Chen into the air. He finally realized his dream of flying. The body of the Red Sun Fire Crow can expand to 100 meters in height during battle, becoming a gigantic firebird that blocks out the sun. Ye Chen stood on the back of the Crimson Sun Fire Crow. A shadow appeared beside him. The Star Insect King had also come to his side. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure emitted by the 2 Lord-level beasts made the golden-haired roar lie flat on the ground, unable to move at all. The golden-haired roar stopped its roar, and everyone regained their senses from the mental shock. When they looked up at the sky again, their faces turned pale with fear. They saw Ye Chen actually standing on the back of a golden-red giant bird, and beside him stood that terrifying ant. Feeling the aura of the golden-red giant bird, waves of shock stirred in everyone's hearts. Another Lord-level beast. My god! What kind of monster is Ye Chen? One Lord-level beast is already invincible, how can there be another? How many Lord-level beasts does he have? Where did this genius Ye Chen come from? How have I never heard of him before? He shows up with 2 Lord-level beasts, it's terrifying. This world has gone completely crazy. How can someone at such a young age have 2 lord-level beasts? It's impossible, impossible. The young people from Sakura country, who had just stirred up the attack on Ye Chen, now had ashen faces from fear. This Ye Chen was too unexpected for them. Didn't Xiao Yongjin say he only had 1 platinum-level blue snake and 1 ant obtained from the interstellar mother wormhole? Where did this golden-red giant bird come from? Baka. The people from the Marshal's Soul Hall are just unreliable. They can't even get the information right. The faces of these young people from Sakura country kept changing. If it was just a single lord-level ant, they might be able to counter it with the equipment provided by the Marshal's Soul Hall, but now there was a second lord-level beast. How could they fight? If they really went to fight Ye Chen, it would be like delivering their heads. They looked around. All the young people were looking at Ye Chen with fear and awe. These people were completely scared. It was impossible to incite them to act anymore. Could this mission really end in failure? I refuse to accept this. How could a once weak country like Dragon Nation, which they had nearly wiped out, produce such a peerless genius? If Ye Chen were allowed to grow, wouldn't Sakura country be in great danger? Look at how ruthless Ye Chen was just now against Beautiful Nation. He was definitely not a kind-hearted person. Even if it costs their lives, they had to kill Ye Chen here. A few young people from Sakura country had fierce killing intent flashing in their eyes. For the Emperor's sake, a worthy death. They secretly took out the divine weapons given by the Martial Soul Hall, ready to sacrifice themselves, determined to complete the task of killing Ye Chen. Ye Chen stood on the back of the Crimson Sun Fire Crow and looked down, seeing everyone gazing at him with awe. This situation was what he had expected. With 2 lord-level beasts, let alone the younger generation, even among the long-established old monsters, he was definitely a top-tier powerhouse. But, why had the system not prompted that the task was completed? Damn it, among these hundreds of thousands of young people, who else thinks they are stronger than him? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, snorted coldly, and pointed at the golden-haired roar from afar. Kill it. Since that's the case, let's kill the boss guarding the gate with thunderous means. This should shock you talented individuals. The Crimson Sun Fire Crow screeched and opened its mouth to spit out a scorching fire pillar. Crimson Sun Fire Pillar. Boom. The fire pillar instantly reached the head of the golden-haired roar. Roar. The golden-haired roar roared out at the fire pillar, forming an invisible soundwave barrier to block the fire pillar's attack. However, as this soundwave continued to burn under the prolonged scorching of the fire pillar, it began to retreat little by little, believing it won't be long before it is completely burned through. The Star Insect King's eyes shone with red light. It flashed from Ye Chen's side, disappearing, then reappeared at the side of the golden-haired roar. A long knife, over 2 meters in length, stretched out towards the neck of the golden-haired beast, ready to strike. The eyes of a few young people from Sakura country brightened with excitement. Both beast tamers had left Ye Chen's side, and now was the perfect opportunity to act. One young man picked up a rune bow, while the other 2 drew daggers and slashed them across their own stomachs, blood gushing out instantly. They each took out a black arrow from their spatial rings, which was entwined with dark, ghostly spirits. Once they held the arrows, their skin began to wither rapidly, vitality draining quickly from their bodies. Despite their intense pain, the 2 young men forced the arrows into their own abdomens, where the arrows greedily drank their blood like ravenous demons, transforming them into husks in no time. The young man with the rune bow picked up an arrow, drew the bowstring, and shouted at Ye Chen in fury, "Die, Ye Chen!" Standing on the back of the great golden-red bird, Ye Chen suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, a wave of life-and-death crisis washing over him. He turned to look at the crowd, and his pupils instantly contracted sharply. A black arrow, swirling with ghostly spirits, seemed to cut through the air, shooting straight at him. The arrow flew at an unimaginable speed, the spirits wrapping around it concealing its deadly intent, silently approaching fast. The Starbug Emperor, the Crimson Sun Fire Crow, and the hundreds of thousands of young people present were all completely unaware of the arrow, as if it had turned invisible. The eerie arrow, unnoticed, grew larger in Ye Chen's vision, and then... swoosh! The arrow struck Ye Chen in the heart, instantly bursting his heart apart, and he was violently thrust backward by the force, falling from the sky. Zhang Yong and the others changed their expressions dramatically. When they saw Ye Chen falling toward the ground, they noticed a black arrow embedded in his chest, from which countless spirits were emerging to devour his body. Zhang Yong shouted in horror, "Brother Yi!" Fan Xiaoman and Xiao Yue were also stunned by this sudden change, their faces turning pale as they cried out in shock. "Brother Yi! Ye Chen!" Chapter 84, I must kill him. Xiao Yue and the others stared in disbelief at the fallen Ye Chen on the ground. This can't be. How could Brother Yi? Fan Xiaoman covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Just moments ago he had treated her to a grand feast, full of life, and now he lay before her, motionless after saving her from a fatal crisis. A wave of sorrow surged in Fan Xiaoman's heart. Zhang Yong's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Ever since he met Ye Chen at Divine Palace University, not only had Ye Chen never looked down on him for relying on him, but he also took him to seize contribution points from seniors. Now, he had brought into the Tower of Death, and Zhang Yong had long since decided that Ye Chen would be his big brother from now on. In terms of talent, Ye Chen was the strongest person he had ever seen, and what was even rarer was Ye Chen's hatred for aristocratic families. He had killed the genius of the Wang family and was being hunted by them to the Tower of Death, claiming to eradicate the aristocratic families completely. At that moment, a flicker of hope ignited in Zhang Yong's heart. He too hated the aristocratic families. Before, he had a harmonious family of four in Magic Capital Province, living a decent life as a small-town citizen, but everything changed because of that hidden aristocratic family. It was all because of that damned young master from the Xia family, who forcefully demolished their home, leading to the accidental death of his parents under the demolition team's violent destruction. Back then, he was just a naive high school freshman. Facing such a huge change, he was filled with anger, sadness, and helplessness, and the lawyer he hired only urged him to give up on suing, offering 1 million from the Xia family to settle the matter. How could a young boy stand against a hidden aristocratic family? If it weren't for the concern of the Dragon Kingdom's official face, the Xia family could easily make him disappear silently from this world. Under the coercion and temptation of the Xia family, Zhang Yong ultimately had no choice but to bow his head to them and signed a private settlement agreement. However, after signing the agreement, the Xia family turned against him and refused to honor it, not giving him even 1 million dragon soul coins. They even forcibly occupied his property and kicked the two siblings out. Homeless, Zhang Yong and his sister sought refuge with their uncle, who had no intention of taking care of them. But according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, relatives have a responsibility to support the descendants of unexpectedly deceased relatives. So, the siblings moved into their uncle's house and endured disdainful glances. Despite being only 9 years old, his sister was particularly sensible and voluntarily dropped out of school to work odd jobs, allowing Zhang Yong to continue his studies. She said to Zhang Yong, "Brother, in 2 years you will be able to awaken your profession. At that time, if you awaken a powerful profession, we won't have to go hungry anymore. I am still young, I have 9 more years before I can awaken my profession. I can work first to let you study, and later you can work to let me study and awaken my profession, hee." Zhang Yong looked at the small figure in front of him, her bright big eyes shaking his heart as if a large stone was lodged in his chest, and he hugged his sister, sobbing uncontrollably. He vowed to make a name for himself, no matter what method it took. He swore he would ensure his sister could study and awaken so she could live a good life. From that moment on, face no longer mattered, only strength was important. Ye Chen showed him hope, a sword capable of piercing through the darkness shrouding the powerful family. Now this hope was shattered. Zhang Yong abruptly turned to face the person from Sakura Nation. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he roared, "Damn you, Sakura Nation's dog! Go die!" Zhang Yong carried a huge gun and mercilessly fired at the young man from Sakura Nation. Xiao Yue took a deep breath, her face shifting from despondency to coldness. Ice Phoenix armor. A thick layer of frost enveloped her body, forming a solid icy armor. The space ring flashed, and a golden epic level longsword was gripped tightly in her hand as she nimbly moved, charging towards the young man from Sakura Nation. "Ha ha, Ye Chen is dead. Your Majesty, I have completed my mission and not disappointed your expectations, ha ha." The young man laughed maniacally, his right hand flesh slowly withering away, but he remained oblivious, consumed by mad laughter. Onlookers from other countries looked at this young man from Sakura Nation, as though he were a madman, and all stepped back in disgust. This guy must be crazy, killing Ye Chen doesn't warrant such joy. Get out of the way, the attacks from those two from the Dragon Nation are coming. Everyone retreated another 6 meters, leaving only the mad young man from Sakura Nation. Zhang Yong's shells quickly reached the Sakura Nation young man. Boom! 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 Amidst the explosions of flames, a transparent shield blocked all the shells. The young man from Sakura Nation remained unscathed, still standing there laughing maniacally. Xiao Yue also arrived in front of him, raising her sword to strike down. Clang! The tremendous recoil force knocked her back, the transparent barrier merely rippling slightly, failing to break through his defenses. The young man from Sakura Nation looked disdainfully at the two, grinning savagely, "With you two trash, you dare to dream of breaking my defenses. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Look at what I have in my hand." The young man from Sakura Nation held up a rune greatbow, which was completely black, with a huge vertical pupil in the middle that was moving, looking very eerie. The transparent barrier emanated from this equipment. Xiao Yue squinted and carefully examined the rune greatbow, and after a moment, she exclaimed, "That's the Evil Eye Greatbow. How could the Evil Eye Greatbow of Xiao Yongjin be in your hands?" The young man from Sakura Country sneered, "You Dragon Country people say my Sakura Country is despicable, but you have even more traitors in Dragon Country, you are even more despicable. If it weren't for Xiao Yongjin betraying Dragon Country, how would we know about a genius like Ye Chen? How would we know that a child of the gods would appear in this Death Tower in Dragon Country? With Ye Chen's talent, it is highly likely that the child of the gods is Ye Chen. As long as we kill Ye Chen, Dragon Country will never rise again." The young man from Sakura Country gently caressed the Evil Eye Greatbow. This evil eye great bow is a divine weapon. To ensure the successful kill of Ye Chen, Xiao Yongjin truly went to great lengths, ha ha ha. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Wow, Ward, there's such a secret. This dragon country is indeed amazing, and there are traitors like this. Ha, now that Ye Chen is dead, then what the astrologer said about the child of the gods really might not appear again. Some people who knew the inside story spat dismissively. Pooh, you are too happy too early. What if the child of the gods isn't Ye Chen but someone else? I advise everyone to stay alert and keep a close eye on all the people from Dragon Country here. We must not let them obtain the inheritance of the gods. At that moment, the sky suddenly changed, and a huge funnel-shaped black cloud descended from the sky. I didn't expect there to be such a secret. Xiao Yongjin, right? If I'm not mistaken, he is from your Xiao family. He calculated last time too. That disgusting thing even teamed up with Sakura Country to kill me. Damn it, I'll kill him. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all looked up at the sky. This voice was very familiar. Was it Ye Chen? But wasn't he already dead? His body was still lying there. Chapter 85, then shoot one more arrow. In the middle of the funnel-shaped black cloud, that streak of golden-red flame appeared first, followed by the familiar golden-red giant bird, and then standing on its back, was Ye Chen. Everyone looked up at Ye Chen descending from the sky as if they had seen a ghost. My F*******. What is going on? What the hell? Is Ye Chen a human or a ghost? Am I seeing things? Didn't Ye Chen die? Damn it, the one in the sky is Ye Chen, who is the one lying on the ground? The young man from Sakura Country felt his scalp go numb as he stared at Ye Chen, mumbling to himself, this is impossible, this is impossible. The arrow shot from the evil eye great bow cannot miss, he is dead, this must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. Fan Xiaoman's eyes widened, and tears couldn't stop falling, so great, boss Yi is not dead. Zhang Yang shouted excitedly, Brother Yi is mighty. Brother Yi is invincible. I knew Brother Yi wouldn't have any problems. How could my Brother Yi possibly die? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yu's expression bloomed like ice melting in early spring, her face shining as she looked at Ye Chen with a slight smile. Ye Chen coldly looked at the young man from Sakura Country, pointed a finger, and coldly said, You rat who ambushed me, die. The scarlet sunfire crow immediately shot out a crimson beam of light that shot toward the young man from Sakura Country. The Starry Insect Emperor also instantly extended its double blades and struck heavily against the transparent barrier of the young man from Sakura Country. Clang! The heavy and powerful blow of the Star Insect Emperor couldn't even break the seemingly thin layer of barrier. The fiery light beam quickly arrived but was also blocked by the transparent barrier. The young man from Sakura Country tightly gripped the evil eye great bow. He thought he couldn't stop it this time, but to his surprise, the divine weapon was so powerful. The full-force attacks from the two Lord-class beasts couldn't break the divine weapon's defense. Ah, come on Ye Chen, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Ha 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 ha. Can you kill me? Ridiculous Dragon Country people, what I hold in my hand is a divine weapon that already possesses a trace of divinity. How could trash beast taming like you break it open? Ha ha ha, even if your talent is different, you still cannot do anything to me. The people eating melon around were shocked as they looked at this scene. Two Lord-level beast taming's full power strike actually still cannot break the divine weapon defense. Is the divine weapon this strong? Isn't that nonsense? A weapon with divinity already shed its old bones, you think it can be compared with that broken epic in your hand? This Sakura Country person is also a big hand, actually able to take out a divine weapon to the Death Tower. I admit it, if his target wasn't Ye Chen, whoever meets him would have to die. Damn, Sakura Country is also crazy. Looking at the whole blue star, there are not many countries that have divine weapons. How dare they take a divine weapon out to use? Aren't they afraid to shake their national root? Didn't you just hear? This is that some damn Xiao Yongjin's divine weapon. He is a Dragon Country person, okay? The Sakura Country young man heard the discussions around, the pride in his heart grew even more. He looked at Ye Chen with contempt. Ye Chen, I admit you were very strong, able in 2 months after awakening to raise 2 Lord-level beast tamings. Your kind of strength never existed before, and will not exist again, but you are a Dragon Country person, then you should not live. Dragon Country is my Sakura Country's life and death great enemy. In the future there must be a battle. You are a potential threat. If you live, my Sakura Country will not eat or sleep in peace. As he spoke, he walked toward the companion corpse lying on the ground. There was still a pitch-black ghost arrow. He picked up the arrow from the ground, turned his head to look at Ye Chen. I don't know how you survived, but that is already not important. Since 1 arrow cannot kill you, then use 2. I don't believe this time you can still live. He trembled with both hands tightly holding that black arrow, all his flesh and blood rapidly withered. Seeing this dog thing about to activate the divine weapon again, Zhang Yang and the others shouted anxiously. Zhang Yang, Brother Yi. Run. Fan Xiaoman, Big Boss Yi, you run fast. Xiao Yue, Ye Chen. Other melon-eating people looked at that Sakura country young man with shocking disbelief. Holy shit, this person is truly crazy, this divine weapon looks especially evil, every use probably eats a lot of his blood in essence, if this arrow shoots out, even if he kills Ye Chen, he will die too. TSK, Sakura country people indeed are a group of lunatics, like to die together like this. Damn, this is too abnormal, indeed Sakura country people are an abnormal country. Is that Ye Chen scared stupid, why still not run, waiting to die? Everyone saw Ye Chen still standing on the red sun fire crow without moving, with no intention to run at all, and immediately felt doubt in their hearts. Only saw Ye Chen's mouth corner slightly rise. Divine weapon is it? I think it is nothing more than this. Just now it was because I carelessly got sneak attacked by you, so I fell, this time I want to see how your broken divine weapon kills me. As soon as these words came out, the whole field was in an uproar and changed color. Holy shit, Ye Chen still not running, what is he pretending? Lord-level beast taming cannot even break their defense barrier, and still dreams of blocking an arrow-type divine weapon famous for attack? Haha, good, this Ye Chen is a bit interesting, facing a divine weapon, he can still stay calm here and pretend cool, I think he cannot run away, so he simply doesn't run, pretending a big wave, die then die, a person can die, but the style cannot drop right, hahaha. Hearing you say that, it really has this possibility, locked by a divine weapon, how can he run? Could his big bird's flying speed be faster than the arrow shot by the divine weapon? Right now Ye Chen is already in a dead situation, cannot break the divine weapon defense, meaning he cannot interrupt the Sakura country person's casting, then he can only watch helplessly as his heart is blown up by another arrow again. Although I really do not want to admit. But I must admit, Ye Chen's talent truly crushed me. He was like a massive mountain, pressing down on me. Damn it, I've always been number one since I was a kid. The feeling of being crushed by someone else is unbearable, but now it's better. He will soon die. A young man from Sakura Nation drew his bow, his eyes filled with madness as he stared at Ye Chen, shouting, Ye Chen, die. Boom. After the crisp sound of the bowstring, a pitch-black arrow shot through the sky like a shooting star, racing toward Ye Chen. Everyone fixed their eyes on the arrow. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. The arrow grew closer and closer to Ye Chen. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The crowd seemed to see Ye Chen's heart exploding again, blood staining his chest, and his body being devoured by an evil spirit. At this moment, Ye Chen's gaze turned cold. He shouted loudly, "Come out, star-devouring worm." Chapter 86, Mission Complete. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the world darkened. In this darkness, countless massive trees shot up to the sky, and lush flowers and grasses rapidly sprouted. A pair of blood-red giant eyes glowed from within the dense jungle. The divine light radiating from those eyes sent a shockwave through the crowd below. This is divine essence. What exactly is this thing? Boom! The space tore open, creating a huge rift, and a colossal creature, hundreds of meters in size, slowly stepped out of the crack. Within its blood-red eyes, faint golden runes flowed in circular motions, each rotation releasing a trace of divine aura. Someone gasped, "This is the descendant of a divine beast." This powerful aura, far beyond that of a lord-level beast master, this is a king-level beast master. Ye Chen summoned a king-level beast master, and not just any king-level beast master, but one with the bloodline of a divine beast. Hiss, this is terrifying. To evolve a beast to king level is already incredibly difficult. There are no more than 10 people on Blue Star who can do it. But this is a king-level beast master with the pure bloodline of a divine beast. This is not an inferior divine beast. Damn! I've never seen such a powerful beast before. No one on Blue Star has ever heard of a beast master possessing a king-level beast with a divine beast bloodline. Ye Chen is the first. How can anyone even play with him now? His strength has already reached the pinnacle of Blue Star. Why is he so strong when we're the same age? He must have some cheat. With this beast, Ye Chen is already strong enough to be in the top 10 strongest in the world. I wonder what level his beast is now. If it's not high enough, he might only rank within the top 50, but it's only a matter of time before he becomes one of the top 3 in the world. The star-devouring worm's terrifying, massive body floated silently in mid-air. Everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. They could barely stand, some trembling, almost on the verge of kneeling. And that arrow shot from the evil eye bow seemed like a tiny toothpick in front of the star-devouring worm. The worm simply lifted one leg and casually struck, breaking the arrow in an instant. An arrow shot by a young man from Sakura Nation, with no skill at all, was utterly insufficient to unleash the full power of the artifact. The divine essence within the arrow was as weak as a baby's punch at an adult. At this moment, on Ye Chen's left stood the Star Worm King in full black armor, and on his right stood the star-devouring worm, a sight that made one despair at just a glance. Below him, flying through the sky, was the Lord-level beast, the Red Sun Fire Raven. 2 Lord-level beasts and a King-level beast with the bloodline of a divine beast. With such an extravagant lineup, forget about these young people below, even the top 10 strongest in the world would be no match for him. Even the calves of the legs had to turn soft. Ye Chen looked down at the crowd below, calm in his eyes, his body straight and tall, his already confident aura now giving off a posture of invincible might. In the eyes of everyone, he was like the lord of the sky high above, no one able to fight against him. The young man of the Sakura nation had his pupils shaken, he understood that now he had completely no chance to kill Ye Chen anymore. A youth who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's top 10 strongest, a guy who could easily snap a divine weapon, what could he use to fight Ye Chen? How is this possible? How is this possible? He muttered non-stop like he was possessed by demons. A young man who had only awakened for 2 months, why could he raise such a terrifying beast controller pet? This was completely impossible. He broke his brain thinking and still could not figure out how Ye Chen did it. However, he had no chance to keep thinking. Ye Chen's eyes filled with killing intent slowly narrowed. The next second, the interstellar star-devouring insect let out a fierce roar toward the young man of the Sakura nation. Invisible sound waves pierced through the transparent barrier of the evil eye great bow and directly blasted him to death. With a crisp bang, the body of the Sakura nation young man exploded into a pile of crushed flesh. Everyone hurried in shock to dodge his splashing blood. The divine weapon barrier that just moments ago could block all attacks, under the roar of that monarch-level beast, was actually like paper paste, completely useless, so easily blasted by Ye Chen into scraps. Only at this moment did everyone remember another name of monarch-level beast pets, Great Terror. Even divine weapons could not block it, this was simply invincible. Ye Chen stretched out his large hand and slowly pressed downward toward the people below. Suppress. Boom. An invisible air barrier pressed down like the sky collapsing, completely crushing all the young people below onto the ground. Listen carefully, I am Ye Chen of the Dragon Nation, I will be the number 1 of your generation, whoever is not convinced, stand up now, break my pressure, and fight me face to face. I give you the chance. The entire place was dead silent. Who dared to be unconvinced? Who could be unconvinced? The young people of all nations who usually claimed themselves geniuses, at this moment, in front of such absolute power, completely lost their fighting spirit. Ding! Dragon Nation might mission completed. Ye Chen let out a breath, finally, the system's mission was finally fucking completed. He opened the mission list. Mission name, Dragon Nation Might. Mission description, the dignity of the Dragon Nation must not be provoked, please go to the Tower of Death and give the geniuses of other nations a small shock, let them understand what is genius, and what is Dragon Nation dignity. Mission time, unlimited. Status, completed. Submit? Of course submit. Ding. Mission submitted, rewards being issued. System has detected that the host is inside the Tower of Death, now providing the host with 2 reward options. Option 1, directly teleport the host to the final floor of the Tower of Death, accept the trial of the god, succeed and obtain the inheritance of the god, become the child of a god. Option 2, the host may learn in advance 3 powerful skills of the Lord of Life. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The power of a god was without doubt terrifying, just look at this interstellar star-devouring insect with divine beast bloodline and you would know. It only possessed a trace of divinity, yet it was already badass to this level. If he himself obtained the inheritance of a god, then the result. Just thinking about it made Ye Chen's whole body shake with excitement. But he needed to pass the trial of the god, and no one knew how hard that trial was. Maybe he should continue grinding monsters and leveling up inside this Tower of Death, raise his level a bit more, so doing the god trial would be safer. The second option was obviously a huge pit, learning 3 skills early, what the hell was that useful for? He could still learn them later when leveling up anyway, but then again, the skills of the Lord of Life were truly strong, if he could learn 3 in advance, then leveling in the Tower of Death would absolutely be like a little cow riding a rocket, awesome straight into the sky. Relying on 3 powerful skills in beast taming, upgrading is absolutely fierce. I can fight layer by layer in the Death Tower until I reach the final level. And when I reach the final level, I will definitely be strong to an absurd extent. At that time, challenging the trials of God will surely succeed. However, the Death Tower is only open for 3 days, and no one has ever known how many layers it has. If I fight layer by layer, how long will it take to reach the final level? If I can't reach the final level in these 3 days, won't it be a waste of an opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the gods? Ye Chen fell into an internal struggle, unable to make a decision for a moment. The crowd could only see Ye Chen standing in midair, motionless for a long time, thinking something had happened to him, and they all looked up at him hopefully. Chapter 87, The Trials of God Begin. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Forget it, without entering the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger cub? Huge rewards absolutely come with extremely high risks, while the second option, although safe, has too many uncertainties. Can't miss this great opportunity, it's better to participate in the trials of God quickly. I choose the first one. Ding. Rewards have been distributed, and we are now starting to activate transportation for you. As the system's voice fell, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Ye Chen was bathed in golden light, and a powerful suction force that felt like his soul was about to leave his body sucked him up into the sky. The people below stared blankly as Ye Chen vanished into the golden light. What happened? What the heck, why did Ye Chen suddenly disappear? Great. That terrifying guy Ye Chen finally ran away, now we can freely pass the levels, and all rewards can be fairly competed for. We won't be robbed by a freak like Ye Chen anymore. That makes sense, he left, and our luck must be coming, hee hee. Zhang Yong and the others stared blankly at the place where Ye Chen just stood, it was already empty. What is going on? Ye Go won't have encountered any trouble, right? Xiao Yue said, he can't be in trouble, with those three powerful beasts, there's nothing in the Death Tower that can threaten him. Fan Xiaoman said worriedly, should we go look for him? Zhang Yong nodded, yes, let's quickly clear this level. He might have been transported to the next layer by something. Xiao Yue looked at the nearly lifeless golden-haired roar on the ground. Let's make our move. Ye Chen was being teleported at an incredible speed in the Death Tower, faster than light. He didn't know how far he was being sent and felt like he had crossed endless years and distances, his soul felt close to decay. Just when his mind was blank, there was a loud duong, and he landed in a realm of stars. Ye Chen opened his tightly closed eyes and looked around, he was instantly shocked. He found himself standing on a transparent star disk. Under his feet was a faintly visible pattern of the 12 zodiac signs, and around him was the pitch-black deep space of the universe, with countless planets slowly rotating nearby. Surrounding him were towering statues of the 12 constellations, Aquarius, Sagittarius, and so on. Many divine images appeared and vanished near him. Tick-tock. It was the crisp sound of a clock turning. The sound came from the star disk beneath his feet, and Ye Chen was startled and hurriedly looked down. He saw the pointer on the star disk turn a few times, pointing to an ancient script from the Dragon Kingdom. Ye Chen guessed from the strokes that these two characters meant beast-taming. Buzz. The entire star disk began to tremble violently, emitting sharp metallic bursts. Welcome to the final level, dear professional. A kind female voice suddenly echoed from deep space, the sound was indistinct, coming closer and then receding. Ye Chen looked around, his face full of vigilance. Who are you? Hee, you don't need to be so nervous, the trials of God have not officially started yet. I was just testing your profession. Beast Master. You are also a Beast Master who has changed to the hidden profession of Soul Ruler. You're pretty good, little one. Suddenly, a transparent blue figure slowly solidified in front of Ye Chen. It was an extraordinary beauty, her figure perfectly curvy. She wore a pristine floor-length gown, and her delicate face was flawlessly crafted, like a masterpiece painted by an artist, exuding an elegant and noble aura, giving off a celestial feel. This beauty was so stunning that even Ye Chen, a direct man who only knew how to fight, was left mesmerized. The beauty smiled slightly, extending her long, elegant fingers to lightly tap the air before him. Such disrespectful eye contact with a deity deserves a small punishment. Ye Chen suddenly found himself floating head down in mid-air. It was at this moment he snapped back to reality. It's not that I'm disrespectful, it's just that the goddess is too beautiful. Which man wouldn't be stunned at first sight? You can't blame me, only blame yourself for being too pretty. Shut up. Ye Chen hurriedly covered his mouth. Seeing he had some sense, the beauty nodded and once again pointed to the air, allowing Ye Chen to safely land. I am Song Yuyan, disciple of the deity Hongmeng Shuzhu. This Tower of Death is a legacy for selecting disciples left by my master. Since you have reached the last level, it proves your strength is immense, and you are qualified to become my master's disciple. Ye Chen listened quietly, not daring to speak. Who knew if this beauty would punish him again for saying the wrong thing, or even cancel his trial? That would be terrible. Song Yuyan continued, my master has fallen. This Tower of Death is his only remaining legacy. If you can pass the trial and gain divine power, this tower will also belong to you. Ye Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, being able to directly obtain the Tower of Death? This is absolutely exhilarating. The Tower of Death has been passed down for many years on Blue Star, containing countless rare treasures, and no one has explored its deeper levels, meaning there are many more undiscovered treasures. Besides, this tower itself is a treasure. This is way better than the so-called divine artifacts that the natives on Blue Star forged themselves, which are nowhere near as impressive. In front of this Tower of Death, the artifacts made by the natives are barely equivalent to plain white gear. And all those treasures inside the tower will be mine. Holy cow! This is incredible. Just thinking about it made Ye Chen feel excited all over, with goosebumps rising, and his breathing became slightly heavy. Song Yuyan's tone quickened. The strand of divine thought energy I have left is limited, and can only open the divine trial for you once. You must seize this opportunity. Lastly, I have a question to confirm with you. Do you wish to join my Hongmeng Shinjiu and become the 5th disciple under the Hongmeng Shuzhu? You can refuse, and I won't make things difficult for you. I will then send you out of the Tower of Death. If you agree, I will immediately open the divine trial for you. Only a fool would refuse. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree to join your Hongmeng Shinjiao. Song Yuyan smiled slightly, looking at him with satisfaction. Great. I wish you success in the trial. After you receive your master's legacy, work hard to cultivate. Your senior sister is waiting for you in the vast world. After Song Yuyan finished speaking, her body transformed into points of blue light and merged into the star disk. Boom! The star disk began to tremble violently. Countless phantoms of divine beasts flew out. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, Shilin, Taodai, Chimera, Unicorn, Griffin, and many other divine beasts from both Eastern and Western cultures soared out. At the same time, a majestic voice echoed through the void. The divine trial begins. Chapter 88, You need to seize the opportunity. Various divine beast phantoms rushed in from all directions. Imposing and powerful. Ye Chen did not dare to be careless, and immediately summoned all his beasts. The Qing Anaconda, Star Insect King, Interstellar Devourer Insect, and Scarlet Sunfire Crow surrounded him. The White Tiger pounced on the Qing Anaconda, its sharp claws carrying a mountain-cracking force. The Phoenix unleashed the flame of ignition, targeting the Interstellar Devourer Insect. The Chimera spewed out poisonous mist, cutting off all retreat paths for the Star Insect King. The Qilin stomped down hard, bringing a towering mountain down to suppress the Scarlet Sunfire Crow. The four beasts used their unique powers to resist the attack of the divine beast illusions. The Qing Anaconda's upright eyes shone fiercely, and after hardening its scales, it chose to directly clash with the claws of the White Tiger, wrapping around its whole body with its tongue flicking at incredible speed. The Phoenix's fiery flames encircled the Interstellar Devourer Insect, the intense heat warping the air. However, this fire did not last long, as an invisible suction suddenly erupted from the center, causing all the flames to be drawn in as if by some colossal force. The poisonous mist created by the Chimera gradually dispersed under the blade winds of the Star Insect King. The mountain pressed down by the Qilin was easily avoided by the Scarlet Sunfire Crow. Just as Ye Chen was about to launch a counterattack, suddenly, countless blue stars sparkled in midair, rapidly merging together to form a boy-like figure. Ye Chen focused carefully, his expression suddenly shocked. What the hell, isn't this me? The boy composed of blue starlight looked exactly like Ye Chen. Is this my mirror image? The mirror image of Ye Chen snapped his fingers, and all the divine beast illusions gathered around him. That's right, I am your mirror image, and I am the Ye Chen after becoming a deity. Next, I will use divine power to test you. If you can withstand my attack for 1 minute without falling, you will pass the test. Snap. The mirror image of Ye Chen snapped his fingers again, divine power infusion. Suddenly, the void rained down several streams of blue spiritual energy like a waterfall, continuously pouring into all divine beast illusions, increasing their momentum more and more with the blue spiritual energy infusion. The level of the divine beast illusions visibly increased at a terrifying speed. Just moments ago, they were all LV1 fighting against Ye Chen, but under the divine power infusion, they advanced 1 level every second, and the speed of leveling up was accelerating, soon reaching a speed of 2 levels per second. Ye Chen was stunned. If this divine power keeps infusing, what can we even fight against? Beasts, charge for me. Break that mirror image apart. The four beasts surged out together. The mirror image of Ye Chen smiled. You dare to take the initiative. He casually pointed to one of the illusionary divine beasts. Go and block them. The White Tiger let out a roar, transforming into a white light and charging forward. While Ye Chen was undergoing the trial of the gods, earth-shattering changes occurred in the North Sea where the Tower of Death was located. On a small island 500 kilometers from the North Sea, there was a military base. At this moment, a middle-aged man with blonde hair was chewing on a cigar, his face dark as he stared at the screen where the red dots had completely disappeared. These red dots represented the beautiful country's young people sent into the Tower of Death. Their complete disappearance confirmed that all the young people had perished. Why did this happen? The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table, a loud bang sounding as the table exploded into a pile of wood chips. At that moment, a soldier approached to report. Report, General Axel, Colonel Watanabe from Sakura Country requests an audience. Let him wait in the living room. Regaining his composure, Axel returned to his indifferent expression and strode towards the living room. In the living room, 2 men were seated at the conference table. One was dressed in a brownish-yellow military uniform, and the other was a bizarre man covered in bandages. As Axel walked in, the 2 quickly stood up and saluted. Axel waved his hand. What does Colonel Watanabe want with me? Watanabe stated directly, I assume General Axel has already discovered that the young people you sent into the Tower of Death have all perished, right? Aksai's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Yamamoto Satoru. How did you know? Because all the young people in our country have already died, and both of our country's young people died at the hands of the Dragon Country. Dragon Country? Yamamoto Satoru nodded, introducing the bandage-wrapped man beside him. All of this was told to me by this Mr. Xiao Yongjin. He has the death footage of our two countries' young people. Aksai turned to look at Xiao Yongjin. The Death Tower forbids all electronic devices. How do you have the death footage? Xiao Yongjin grinned wickedly. Of course, electronic devices can't be brought in, but my divine tool can, ha ha ha. Aksai scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, remaining silent. Xiao Yongjin didn't waste words and directly pulled out a video to show Aksai. The footage showed Ye Chen killing all the Americans, and the final scene summoned three beasts like the interstellar devouring worm to annihilate the Cherry Blossom Country's people. Aksai first watched in furious anger, but finally fell silent, his face cold as frost. He said in a low voice, having such a genius in the Dragon Country is a huge threat to any country in our world. With him, the Dragon Country will surely rise. How will we, these countries, survive then? Yamamoto Satoru smiled. General Aksai speaks truthfully. I brought Mr. Xiao Yongjin here to discuss this matter with you. What are your views? Aksai pulled a cigar from his coat pocket, bit it, and lit it. Do you two want one? Yamamoto Satoru refused, saying, we both don't smoke, thanks. He continued, in our opinion, we should seize this opportunity to eliminate this young man from the Dragon Country before he grows up. Aksai sneered, you are being too idealistic. He is in the Death Tower, and this Death Tower is in the North Sea. That is Dragon Country's territory. How would we kill him? Therefore, the strength of just my Cherry Blossom Country alone is far from enough to kill him. This is why I came to seek your partnership to deal with this person from the Dragon Country. After he comes out of the tower, we can send experts to surround and kill him. Aksai laughed heartily. Do you think the Dragon Country will just watch us kill their genius? Of course not, so General Aksai, you need to quickly consult your president, urging him to start a war at all costs to kill this young man from the Dragon Country. I believe that by now, the astrologers in your presidential palace have already calculated the specific candidate for the Son of God. Yamamoto Satoru said seriously. Xiao Yongjin also spoke at this moment. Our Martial Soul Hall is willing to join the war against the Dragon Country. We do not want the land and wealth of the Dragon Country, just the beast on that young man. Aksai's gaze flickered, remaining silent for a long time. Yamamoto Satoru urged again, will you just watch this young man grow up and lead the Dragon Country to rise? I know that starting a war will greatly reduce national strength, but now it has reached the point where we have no choice but to wage war. General Aksai, this is our last chance, you must seize this opportunity. Aksai snorted coldly, I will consult the president. You two sit first. Chapter 89, Undercurrents Rising. Aksai took an hour to return to the living room. Yamamoto Satoru stood up with a beaming smile, saluting. General Aksai, did the president agree? Aksai said solemnly, General Yamamoto, go back and prepare. We will send 50 warships to the North Sea at midnight tonight, while also having our 16 allied countries prepare to arrive 80 kilometers from the North Sea tomorrow. We will launch a full-scale attack as soon as that young man from the Dragon Country appears. Yamamoto Satoru frowned. Did the president not issue orders to attack coastal cities? Aksai sneered, General Yamamoto, is your ambition too great? Attacking the Dragon Country's mainland is something to consider for the future. Our current battle goal is to kill that young man from the Dragon Kingdom. If you want to attack the mainland of the Dragon Kingdom, we won't stop you. Shan Benwu said, pained, this is a great opportunity. Over 10 nations are joining forces to take a piece of flesh from the Dragon Kingdom. Those coastal cities are in great locations and rich in resources. Doesn't the president want that? Akase waved his hand. We have no plans to attack the mainland of the Dragon Kingdom. I said, we only want that young man from the Dragon Kingdom dead. I also advise your country that the Dragon Kingdom is not a soft persimmon. We only aim to kill that young man. The Dragon Kingdom can only grit its teeth and swallow its anger. They won't launch a fierce counterattack, but if you attack the mainland, this local conflict will escalate into a full-scale war. Are you ready to face the battleships of the Dragon Kingdom? Akase exhaled a puff of smoke, instantly shrouding his face in mist. Shan Benwu nodded reluctantly, saying, all right, we meet tomorrow. The warships moved silently like ghosts on the sea, advancing quietly in the night. Only 3 warships remained to guard the periphery of this military island, making the port seem quite desolate. After leaving the military island, Shan Benwu immediately returned to the homeland of Sakura Country to report the discussions to the emperor. He then assembled all the country's warships to head toward the North Sea. Among them, one large Sakura Country warship carried the latest high-tech cannons. Their dark, massive muzzles seemed to hide the power capable of destroying cities. In the conference hall of this warship, the highest-ranked generals of Sakura Country gathered, along with over 100 powerful figures in the realm. Shan Benwu sat in the front seat at the lower end. The central figure presiding over the meeting was the highest commander of Sakura country, Tekawawa Miyato. Tekawawa Miyato had a stern expression. He scanned everyone present and slowly said, "This time our battle goal is to take the coastal Tianqing province. There is a teleportation array directly connected to other coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Once we capture the city, we can quickly advance to other coastal cities. This battle must be won, there can be no defeat." Everyone responded in unison, yes. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The chief listened seriously to a report from an officer. "We've detected a large number of warships approaching the North Sea. Chief, we should prepare early." The old Taoist Xian Yang stroked his beard and said slowly, "Chief, I've already calculated who the Son of God is this time. His name is Ye Chen. I believe those countries have also learned about the choice of the Son of God, they are preparing to hunt him down." The chief nodded, "The situation is not optimistic. Have Fan Yi prepare for a full-scale war. This young man named Ye Chen is our Dragon Kingdom's luck, and we cannot afford any loss. Issue orders to open all defensive arrays in the coastal city's military fortresses, and summon all masters from the hidden families to the city. Maintain strict patrols around the military fortresses. Call Fan Xianshan to mobilize all masters from the nearby provinces of the North Sea to support Ye Chen, and closely monitor the area around the Tower of Death. It will surely be the fiercest battlefield." Commands were delivered downward, and the coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom awakened like giant dragons, quickly preparing their defenses. The old Taoist Xian Yang smiled at the chief. "It's time for this old bone of mine to get moving. I will also head to the North Sea this time." The chief's expression changed. "Does the national teacher intend to personally intervene?" Xian Yang nodded. "This war is of great importance, I must see it for myself to feel at ease." The chief sighed. The Dragon Kingdom is facing numerous difficulties now, with internal family troubles and external threats from all nations. The future situation hinges on the national teacher's divination. Please take care of your health. As long as the Son of God remains safe, good fortune will surely arrive for the nation. At the twilight of his years, the old man said seriously, "The chief need not worry. Moving forward, the chief should carefully formulate national policies. Those noble families should take their time. Our dragon country will surely rise." The old Taoist Qian Yang solemnly finished speaking and turned to leave. Xiao Yongjin returned from the sea, sneaking back into the underground base in Tianqing province. This time, he arrived at a pitch-black secret chamber. Puff, puff, puff. Dim yellow candlelight automatically ignited on both sides of the chamber, and in the flickering light, one could vaguely see the wall engraved with dense golden line runes. These runes were different from ordinary symbols, they did not belong to any script on this blue planet. If one looked closely, it would be found that these were symbols written by an alien civilization. Xiao Yongjin knelt before a fierce beast statue in the center of the secret chamber. He took out a dagger, cut his palm, and blood immediately flowed out, dripping onto the center of the formation in front of him. Buzz. The formation was instantly activated, countless golden lights shining, and the beast statue before him seemed to come alive, its eyes moving and staring intently at Xiao Yongjin. "Found it?" The statue suddenly spoke human words. Xiao Yongjin grinned, reporting to Lord Golden Horn, "I have already found the interstellar mother worm. However, it is still not in its complete form, just a king level 1. The winged beast statue burst into laughter, the sound shaking the entire cave. "Good, very good, you are a great contributor to the Golden Horn Giant Beast clan. In the future, if you step into the starry sky, you may come to the great world to find me. Our Golden Horn Giant Beast clan will surely protect you." Xiao Yongjin's eyes brightened with joy. "Thank you for your protection, Lord Golden Horn. I will definitely devote myself to training with all my heart." The statue's eyes suddenly shot out a beam of golden light, which quickly condensed into a golden dagger. "This is my sacrificial dagger. If you cannot recover the interstellar motherworm, you may choose to sacrifice your life so that my true body can descend to this star. The souls collected by your spirit hall should be enough to summon my true body, right?" The statue's eyes suddenly turned malicious, staring at Xiao Yongjin, examining him. Xiao Yongjin's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "To serve Lord Golden Horn, how could our spirit hall not give our all? The Pope has collected tens of thousands of souls over the years, enough for your body to descend to this realm. Humph, it is best to be so. If I find out you are lying, no matter how far apart in the starry sky, I will certainly come to kill you and draw out your soul." After the statue finished speaking, the golden light in the secret chamber dissipated, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Xiao Yongjin trembled as he stood up, only then realizing that his back was already drenched in sweat. He grabbed the golden dagger and kept it close to him. Chapter 90, Stepping onto the Path of the Divine. Ye Chen's decisive action won him valuable time. When all illusion divine beasts reached level 30, the interstellar devouring bug abruptly interrupted the divine power infusion. But even low-level divine beasts were not easy to deal with, as both sides' beastmasters battled fiercely on the star disk, creating a scene of chaos. Ye Chen checked if there was any usable equipment in his spatial ring. The substitute scarecrow had already cracked with countless seams, and slow green light was slowly recovering from within. Remembering that Cherry Blossom Country's divine arrow, he still felt a lingering fear. Luckily, he had changed to this life-saving gear at the Divine Palace University, otherwise, he would already be dead. The ghost-headed staff was directly dismissed. This equipment was only useful in the early stages and completely useless against illusion divine beasts. Then only the last epic equipment remained usable. Angel Staff. Rank, Epic. Level, LV23. Equipment effect, increases user's mental power by 50 points when worn. Equipment skills, Angel Heal, Holy Light Judgment. Angel Heal. Skill effect, heals allied injuries within a 5-meter range for 10 seconds, restoring 3% health per second. Holy Light Judgment. Skill effect, launch a beam of holy light that paralyzes enemies for 2 seconds, doubling the effect on evil beings. Ye Chen grasped the angelic staff and immediately felt much more energized. Originally unable to see the speed-type beasts summoned by the Star Insect King, with the staff's boost of 50 points of mental power, he could barely perceive their movements now. He poured all his energy and spiritual power into the staff. Angel Healing. Golden light radiated from the center of the battlefield, invigorating all of Ye Chen's summoned beasts, quickly healing their wounds, as the golden light entered their bodies to treat their injuries as well. With such powerful support, the summoned beasts fought with growing bravery. The mirrored Ye Chen snorted coldly, conjuring a blood-red rune in his palm. Berserk Technique. With a flick of his hand, he threw the rune into the air, which burst into a blood-red glow. The illusionary divine beast illuminated by the red light was engulfed in crimson flames, its attack power skyrocketing, and its movements becoming incredibly agile. After releasing the Berserk technique, the mirrored Ye Chen's breath weakened significantly, clearly showing that this skill consumed a large amount of energy. But the results were obvious. With the Berserk technique empowering them, the illusionary divine beasts appeared ferocious as if they had taken a powerful elixir. In just 3 seconds, 2 of Ye Chen's summoned beasts were nearly taken out of combat. The head of the Qing anaconda was smacked to the ground by the white tiger, covered in blood-red flames, a huge gash opened on its head, blood pouring out. The chest of the red sun fire crow was struck by a giant meteor dropped by the Qilin, causing it to spout blood and fall from the sky, severely injured internally. Only the star-eating insect and the Star Insect King remained struggling on the field. The situation had instantly flipped thanks to the enemy. If it continued like this, defeat would just be a matter of time. Ye Chen glanced at the weak mirrored Ye Chen across from him, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. Holy Light Judgment. The staff in his hand erupted with a massive golden light circle, which swept across the entire field at lightning speed. The illusionary divine beasts shook as they were hit, slowing their movements. The mirrored Ye Chen also stood dazed in place. The Holy Light Judgment had a 2-second paralysis effect, and the mirrored Ye Chen was currently in a weakened state, unable to muster the power to forcibly dispel the effect. Now's the time. Star Insect King, stab that bastard for me. A red light flickered in the Star Insect King's eyes, exuding a fierce killing intent. Its speed was already extremely fast, and the chimera in front of it was moving as slowly as an old man, unable to stop its advance. Like a shadow, it instantly flew over the chimera's head, heading straight for the mirrored Ye Chen. The mirrored Ye Chen stood frozen, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as the ghostly Star Insect King drove its long knife into his heart. Bang! With a crisp sound, the mirrored Ye Chen shattered like a mirror, turning into flecks of blue light that vanished. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the divine mirror, and all your summoned beasts gain 10 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Red Sun Fire Crow leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, Qing Anaconda leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, Star Insect King leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, Star Eating Insect leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up, current level LV 50. Hearing the continuous system notifications in his mind, Ye Chen felt a bit incredulous. Killing the final layer of the boss actually rewarded him with 10 million experience points, directly leveling all his summoned beasts to max level. Wow! This experience point reward was simply outrageous. Ye Chen was flushed with excitement, he had never seen such a monster drop so much experience. No wonder it was the Tower of Death, it really delivered unbelievable rewards. Moreover, he had leveled up to level 50, meaning he could still learn 4 more job skills. As he rubbed his hands and prepared for the system to pop up skill options, the majestic voice echoed again in the void. You have passed the trial of the gods and may receive the divine legacy. Now opening the divine legacy. The star map beneath Ye Chen's feet began to shine with blue light, revealing countless mysterious blue runes in the surrounding void. These runes were also cosmic characters, or rather, runes transformed from the laws of heaven and earth. Although Ye Chen did not recognize the origin of these runes, from the divinity they radiated, he understood that these runes were absolutely extraordinary. The blue light runes engulfed him like an endless ocean, and countless runes surged into Ye Chen's body. At this moment, Ye Chen's divinity was gradually shaped, and his body slowly detached from its mortal form, stepping onto the path of divinity. His eyes burst forth with brilliant blue light, and his aura became ethereal and sacred. A power belonging to the gods filled his limbs and bones. Ding! Detected that the host is receiving the divine power inheritance. This system will lend you a helping hand. Now opening status awakening. Awaken the position of the ruler of beings. Ruler of beings position, the supreme position in the realm of life. This deity is the sole legitimate executor of the authority of life, possessing the three foundations of the source of life, soul reincarnation, and life evolution. Bestowing the authority of the ruler of beings. Authority bestowed successfully. Ruler of beings authority, evolution control, life sharing. Evolution control. During the evolution process of summoned beasts, critical evolution will definitely occur, with a mutation probability of 1000%. Life sharing, 100% of damage can be redirected to the summoned beast. After Ye Chen landed from his floating state, his mind was exceptionally clear, and his body seemed to be filled with endless energy. Is this the power of the gods? He punched toward the void, forming an invisible shockwave that blasted out the imprint of his fist. This power is more than 100 times stronger than a mortal body. Ye Chen said excitedly with a smile. Only professionals could unleash such power, mortals could not possibly achieve this. The enhancement of his body was the least significant part, the most important thing was the awakening of the position and authority of the ruler of beings. Chapter 91, He has come out, attack. Ding! Your personal panel has been updated. Ye Chen eagerly opened his personal panel, wanting to see how strong he had become. Name, Ye Chen. Level, LV 50. Profession, God Ruler of Beings. Ruler of Beings position, supreme position in the realm of life. Ruler of Beings authority, evolution control, life sharing. Summoned beasts, Blue Python, Crimson Sun Firecrow, Interstellar Star Eater Worm, Star Insect King. Skills, Divine Contract, Berserk Skill, Command All Beings, Acquire Evolution Points. Ye Chen casually clicked open the skill descriptions. Berserk Skill. Skill effect, all summoned beasts gain double 4-dimensional attributes, duration of 1 hour. Command All Beings. Skill effect, can forcibly command all beings within a 10-kilometer radius to fight for you, duration of 10 minutes. Regardless of whether they are hostile, neutral, or friendly, the strength of commanded beings is based on the host's level, and cannot exceed the host's level by more than 10. Acquire Evolution Points. Skill effect, various channels to acquire evolution points. Defeating enemies will earn evolution points, and killing enemies will yield double evolution points. The amount of evolution points gained increases gradually with the host's level. Current acquisition amount, defeat/50, kill/100. This was truly a qualitative leap. Not only did he gain divine power, but he also instantly leveled up to 50 and learned 3 powerful skills. Ye Chen had already witnessed the might of the Berserk skill, but the later skill, Command All Beings, was even stronger and truly domineering. Being able to forcibly command all beings within a 10-kilometer radius was incredibly impressive, equivalent to having thousands of summoned beasts in an instant. Just imagining that overwhelming scene was terrifying. The final skill, Acquire Evolution Points, was even more timely. This was exactly what Ye Chen urgently needed. Just think, the Interstellar Star Eater Worm needed 1,000,000 evolution points to evolve into the Interstellar Queen Worm. Relying on just one a day, that evolution would be nearly impossible. Now it's good. With this skill, leveling up while defeating monsters could also accumulate a large number of evolution points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was simply thrilling. As for power, there was no need to mention it, it could only be summarized as invincible. Absolutely strong, unbeatable. Evolution control, capable of critical hit evolution. This kind of thing was unheard of, but without thinking it was clear that the evolved beast could completely take off in the future. Life sharing, that was even more invincible. For someone like Ye Chen, a fragile beast master, this skill was even more divine, completely serving to remedy the beast master's weaknesses. It could transfer 100% of the damage taken to the beast. As long as the beast didn't die, even with just 1 left, he wouldn't die. If he contracted a defensive type beast, wouldn't he be invincible? No matter what attack, as long as the damage was transferred to the defensive beast, wow, at that time who could kill him? Ha ha ha. Awesome. Ye Chen was originally anxious about the cooldown of the substitute scarecrow, but now, without the scarecrow, he had this kind of divine skill, he couldn't possibly die. What I need most now is a defensive type beast. Ye Chen stroked his chin. The current 4 beasts, strictly speaking, were all fragile chickens, strong in output or strong in support abilities, but their bodies were all quite fragile. The green python could still serve as a meat shield in the early stages, but not anymore. Mainly, its level was too low. But that doesn't matter, he could evolve the green python now. With the critical hit evolution of the divine skill, he believed this time the green python would definitely have a qualitative leap. Saying to take action, he took action. Just as Ye Chen was about to pull the green python into the beast space for evolution, the entire divine trial field suddenly began to collapse. A majestic voice echoed in the void again. The inheritance of the deity has ended, everyone will be teleported out of the Tower of Death. This statement was not only heard by Ye Chen, but also by all the young people from different countries in the Tower of Death. What? What deity inheritance? I've never heard of it. Damn, which bastard sneakily took the chicken? How could he run to the top of the Tower of Death and steal the deity inheritance? Damn. This is the greatest opportunity lost for Blue Star. Who the hell stole it? This is bad. We Blue Star have no path to ascend to deity, the only path has been snatched away. How will I face the astrologer when I go back? I feel I have let down the high hopes of my country. Sigh. It must be Ye Chen who robbed the deity inheritance. Let's not forget that beam of golden light. Damn it, what method did he use to activate the golden light? No one has discovered this shortcut to the top for thousands of years. Zhang Yang and others were initially stunned, but as they listened to the discussions around them, they gradually understood. Zhang Yang laughed arrogantly. I knew brother Yi is amazing. Ha, in the future he is a deity. I'm the brother of a deity. Ha. Fan Xiaoman snorted, just you with your big face. What brother? You're at best a lackey of Yi Daolao. Xiao Yu remained silent, a feeling of defeat arose. Although she had long known Ye Chen was a peerless genius, she truly couldn't even see his taillights now. The gap was as vast as the sky and the earth. Living in the same era as him was lucky. It was lucky to witness the birth of a deity, the rise of a peerless genius. But it was also unfortunate, everyone could only look up to him. This kind of admiration was an absolute suppression of power. There was no opportunity to get close to him, not even a little bit. The so-called genius dimmed in front of Ye Chen. How could a speck of dust compete with the bright moon? Dong. A long bell rang, everyone felt a powerful suction pulling them out of the tower. Ye Chen had no time to evolve the green python, and was confusedly sucked out. He was very puzzled. Wasn't it said that after completing the divine inheritance, this death tower would belong to him? Why was he being expelled now? Perhaps it was because he hadn't claimed it? Before he could think further, he suddenly felt empty beneath his feet, and with a cry of hey, Ye Chen felt a pain in his backside, realizing he had crashed down onto the ship's steel deck. Rubbing his behind, he got up, looked around, and found himself on the same great ship of the Dragon Kingdom, while a series of loud thuds echoed around him as bodies hit the deck. Ouch, damn it, can't there be a gentler way to land? My backside, ow, it hurts like hell. Luckily, I was prepared. As soon as I came out, I activated my flying device, hee hee hee. For those of you who didn't practice martial arts usually, laugh all you want, I have flying footwork, landing smoothly without a care. Around him were various landing styles, some dropped lightly with umbrella gear, others who had practiced flying footwork floated down like leaves in the wind, while some, like Ye Chen, landed hard on their rear ends, the most unfortunate one face planted into the ground, blood smeared across his face. Among this crowd, Ye Chen spotted 3 familiar figures. He smiled and called out, hey, you 3 are fine and strong. Zhang Yang and the others turned around, and upon seeing Ye Chen waving, they joyfully rushed over. Ha, my brother Yi, I missed you so much. Where did you just run off to? Someone said, Xiao Yue hurriedly covered his mouth. Shut up, this is not the place to talk. Fan Xiaoman also realized, you big mouth, almost spoiled everything. Xiao Yue said to Ye Chen, hurry and leave here, my brother arranged a speedboat nearby for you to return to the shore with us. Though Ye Chen didn't understand why Xiao Yue was so anxious, she had no reason to harm him, so he replied, all right. The 4 of them hurriedly made their way back. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, Akes observed everything and solemnly declared, he's out, attack. Chapter 92, Hurry Back to Shore. Just as noon struck, numerous small black dots suddenly soared into the sky, accompanied by the sharp sound of engines whistling as they flew in rapidly. Ye Chen's mental strength was extremely strong now, he glanced at the black dots, and his face filled with shock. Missiles! Why so many missiles were flying this way? This was the northern sea of the Dragon Kingdom, launching missiles here was equivalent to declaring war on the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd instantly panicked, many pulled out their flying gear and took off from the deck, fleeing towards the land. Various countries' boats had long distanced themselves from this great ship of the Dragon Kingdom, as if they had a retreat plan ready. Only the solitary Dragon Kingdom ship remained on the sea, while boats from other nations sped away. The sky was densely packed with missiles. Just when everyone thought the missiles would hit the great ship, more anti-aircraft missiles flew out from the land of the Dragon Kingdom. The two collided in an instant. In an instant, the sea above burst into flames, and the sound of explosions was deafening. Xiao Ziyan stood on the deck of a speedboat, waving to Xiao Yue with an anxious face, little sister, hurry aboard. Ye Chen and the others quickened their pace, leaping onto the speedboat in 2 or 3 steps. Once they got on, Xiao Ziyan didn't have time to chat with Ye Chen and immediately started the speedboat. This speedboat shot off like a rocket, covering several meters in just a second. At this speed, they would be on land in less than 10 minutes. On the shore, Fan Xianshan watched the distant explosions and the speedboat racing towards him through binoculars. Seeing Fan Xiaoman safe and sound, Fan Xianshan finally relaxed his anxious heart. Next to Fan Xiaoman was a young man, the very target they had personally been ordered to protect on this trip, Ye Chen. Everyone saw it, right? That young man is the son of our Dragon Kingdom's deity. The chief's order is to protect him at all costs. If anyone holds back in this battle and something happens to him, you all know the consequences of the official's fury. Fan Xianshan cast a stern gaze at the crowd standing behind him. The people in front of him were all experts from various hidden families temporarily summoned from nearby provinces, each with a formidable presence, wielding a minimum of level 80 power. The crowd replied in unison, "We understand." Before they could finish their words, a sudden change occurred on Ye Chen's side. A massive wave suddenly rose from both sides of the sea, crashing down upon Ye Chen's small boat. Fan Xianshan shouted urgently, "Up!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone instantly vanished from their spots, appearing suspended on both sides of the huge wave. Ice seal for thousands of miles. One of them roared, thrusting his palm forward. A chill wind formed several hoops of frost, surrounded by countless mysterious runes. The cold air rushed into the massive wave. Ka 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 ka. With a series of cracking sounds, the giant wave was instantly frozen into an iceberg that rapidly spread out toward the sea. Within just a few breaths, the sea surface was already covered with a thick layer of ice. Ye Chen thought the figures in the air were enemies, but to his surprise, they were allies, and their power was incredible. This ice seal was simply terrifying. At this moment, their speedboat was stuck in the ice, with towering icebergs on either side, making the scene look like the boat was halted in a circular valley, remarkably grand. Fan Xianshan stood on the shore, shouting towards Ye Chen and the others, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Fan Xiaoman saw her grandfather and was almost brought to tears from excitement. "Grandfather! Oh, dear granddaughter, don't be afraid, grandfather is here to save you." Xiao Zian spoke urgently, "Hurry, hurry! I heard the enemy nation has brought many people and surrounded the entire coastline." He was the first to jump off the speedboat, and Ye Chen and the others quickly followed suit. The expert who had just used the ice seal for thousands of miles turned to the crowd and said, "You all hurry back to the shore, first follow old Fan and hide in Tianqing province." Before he finished speaking, a cold snort came from the sky. Ye Chen's life must be taken. Thunder Dragon! Roar! Suddenly, a flash of purple light in the sky revealed a giant purple dragon formed from lightning, roaring as it dove down. The dragon's head was like a small mountain, its massive body had 2 pairs of wings, and it descended with the weight of thousands. Carrying a hurricane, it crashed down like a meteor from the heavens. "I didn't expect the expert from the beautiful nation, Thunder Law King Axes, has also come," someone exclaimed in surprise. "I'll block him. You kids retreat quickly." Golden Jade Dharma Body, 1,000-hand floating stupa. Suddenly, a 100-meter-tall Dharma figure rose between heaven and earth, solemn and majestic, sprouting 1,000 hands. At this moment, all the arms glowed with golden light, while jade formed within as they all reached for the descending Thunder Dragon. Roar! The Thunder Dragon was grasped by the 1,000 hands and could not break free. A fierce look flashed in its eyes as it exploded with a deafening crash, releasing countless bolts of purple lightning. These purple bolts had immense power. Where they passed, the ice shattered and half of the jade hands were blown away, leaving the Dharma figure in ruins. Under the cover of this expert, Ye Chen and the others fled the battlefield swiftly, getting closer to the shore. Suddenly, 3 spatial passages appeared in front of them. "He, General Axes, and I have already laid a net of heaven and earth. Ye Chen, you cannot escape." A man stepped out from the spatial passage, dressed in the high military uniform of the Sakura nation, sporting a small mustache and smiling kindly at Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at the man, who appeared to be in his 50s, but he did not recognize him at all. "Are you sick? Do I know you? You come shouting and threatening me the moment you arrive, and that General Axes of yours is the same." Ye Chen looked at the old man before him as if he were an idiot. Yamamoto Satoru smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter that you don't know me, I know you, child of the divine." The space passage behind continued to release many soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation, each radiating an immense aura, some even being experts of the 100 turns profession. Yamamoto Satoru, staring at Ye Chen, suddenly felt the air above his head distort slightly, as a tiny white beam pierced through space, shooting towards him. Clang! A samurai longsword swung from beside him, easily deflecting the white light. The longsword belonged to a soldier standing next to Yamamoto Satoru, his aura deep and vast, clearly an expert of the 100 turns. Yamamoto Satoru slightly tilted his body, smiling as he looked at the empty icy ground beside him. "The hidden master of Dragon Country, your ability to conceal your aura is so good that even I couldn't sense it. If it weren't for my guard's ability to sense murderous intentions, I might have been a corpse by now." Ha, your assassination skills are truly terrifying. Where Yamamoto Satoru was staring, the air suddenly twisted, and Fan Xianchan's robust figure slowly appeared. The colonel of the Cherry Blossom Nation has arrived, bringing so many experts. Is this a full-scale war against my dragon country? Fan Xianchan's face was dark. Chapter 93, Retreat to the Shore. Yamamoto Satoru chuckled, in this world, the capable take their place. Why should you dragon country people occupy the most prosperous land of Blue Star while we Cherry Blossom Nation people are relegated to a small island? Today, we are simply taking back what belongs to us. Fan Xianchan sneered, arrogant. A small, weak nation dares to covet our dragon country land. The debts from a century ago have not yet been settled with you, and now you dare to initiate a war of aggression. Do you really think my dragon country is a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? This time, my dragon country must eliminate all invaders. Both old and new grievances will be settled together. With a wave of his hand, countless missiles suddenly poured from the shore towards Yamamoto Satoru and the others. Yamamoto Satoru ignored the densely packed missiles filling the sky and instead laughed heartily. Settlements? Ha ha ha. This time, we are not the isolated soldiers of a century ago. We have united with dozens of allies from the beautiful nation to launch a full-scale war. How could your dragon country withstand it? This time, dragon country will surely perish, and this land will be taken over by my Cherry Blossom Nation. The missiles whistled through the air like sharp screams, and at the moment just before they landed. Clang! A samurai longsword suddenly unsheathed. Then countless beams of white light flashed across the sky. That was the white light of the sword's edge cutting through the atmosphere, leaving after images. Bang, 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 countless missiles exploded in the air like dazzling fireworks. Yamamoto Satoru and his companions stood calmly opposite Ye Chen and the others, their faces serene as the exploding missile fireworks painted a brilliant scene above them, forming an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The explosive wind swept through everyone's clothes, and the cold air rising from the icy ground crept into their bodies, making them shudder involuntarily. Xiao Ziyan showed panic. So many countries have joined forces to wage war. Can our dragon country win? Zhang Yong smiled confidently. What if it's just a dozen countries teaming up? It has happened before a century ago, and the result was us winning. We can win this time too. Ye Chen looked at him with appreciation. You are right, they are just a disorganized crowd. No matter how many countries unite, they are only gathering in a larger pile of loose sand. And there's no rule about the 1,000-day guard against thieves. This damn Cherry Blossom Nation has always intended to steal our dragon country's land. In my opinion, we should strike while the iron is hot and flatten the Cherry Blossom Nation. Zhang Yang grinned. You're right, brother Yi. Flatten the Cherry Blossom Nation. Fan Xiaoman raised her little fist in agreement. Well said. Flatten the Cherry Blossom Nation. Xiao Yue smiled slightly. Xiao Ziyan frowned, pondering how to transfer the family's assets. These university students in front of him are just headstrong youths, completely unaware of the horrors of war. Once war begins, the funds will flee to safer places. Who would dare to invest in a country torn by conflict? He is heavy-hearted, wanting nothing more than to leave here quickly and return to arrange matters for the family's business transfer. Yamamoto Wataru listened to Ye Chen and others talk about flattening Sakura Nation, shaking his head as he said, the ignorant fear nothing. A group of naive university students have no idea what kind of enemy they are facing. He looked up at the sky and murmured, it's almost time. Commander Mokawa should be launching the general attack. Hashimoto Rokusuk, go for it, kill Ye Chen. Behind Yamamoto Wataru, a middle-aged man slowly stepped out, carrying a huge black sword shaped like a cross, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. This man had stood silently behind Yamamoto Wataru, and now that he stepped forward, everyone noticed how special his eyes were. His eagle-like sharp gaze seemed to lock onto his target, making it feel as if escape from his killing strike was impossible. This gaze made one tremble all over. Hashimoto Rokusuk drew the massive black sword from his back with one hand, and just lifting it caused a gathering of metallic killing intent in the air. The enormous killing aura formed a violent green vortex surging into the black sword, the hidden sword energy making the ground tremble violently, cracking the ice beneath with countless fissures. With killing intent radiating from Hashimoto Rokusuk's eyes, he swiftly slashed down at everyone. Buzz. This slash shocked everyone, and even the world. What a stunningly brilliant slash! The green blade light appeared as if it would cleave the heavens and the earth apart. The massive blade aura seemed to connect with the sky, dragging a long trailing edge and slicing the icy ground to reveal a bottomless black abyss. The ocean was divided, and under the sea, the ground was cut into a huge trench. Fan Xianchan's pupils suddenly constricted. The power of this blade aura could be deemed the strongest in the world. Zhu Hongda. Fan Xianchan shouted. I'm here. A towering figure descended from the sky, clad in dark black armor. After the massive demon god's body possessed him, he held the blade horizontally to block this tremendous green blade light. Boom! The blade light struck the demon god's blade, erupting in dazzling white light, causing everyone present to close their eyes tightly, their ears filled with the deafening screech of metal grinding. At that moment, the hawk-eyed man struck again. An even larger and sharper green blade aura slashed down like a crescent moon, the diameter of this blade aura several kilometers wide, capable of effortlessly flattening a mountain. After Zhu Hongda blocked a strike, his eyes burst with intense fighting spirit. Good. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong opponent. The demon god body on him swung the blade forward, a powerful dark aura rushing out and enveloping the blade's surface. At that moment, Fan Xianshan's whole body suddenly erupted with soaring white light, then he pushed forward with one hand towards Yamamoto Wataru and others in front of him. The white light shot out at high speed like a laser. Yamamoto Wataru frowned, and a person stepped out beside him, releasing a huge paper umbrella to shield them. Immediately, Fan Xianshan released a flying ship device, sending Ye Chen and others aboard, then pushed the tail of the flying ship. The flying ship shot out like an arrow released from a bow at high speed to the side. Fan Xiaoman turned back to look at Fan Xianshan, shouting, "Grandpa, you come with us." Fan Xianshan smiled and said, "Good granddaughter, hurry back. Just leave this place to Grandpa." Boom! The paper umbrella and white light erupted in a fierce explosion, shining brightly upon the world, as if tens of thousands of flashbangs had been thrown here, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The flying ship carried Ye Chen and others back to the shore at incredible speed. As soon as they landed, numerous soldiers surrounded them. The leading soldier didn't say a word, pushing everyone onto the spacecraft. "You all speed back to Taiyangxing province." A crowd was pushed into a huge round flying saucer, which was a piece of spacetime equipment capable of short-distance spatial travel. Ye Chen frowned, "I'll stay behind to help." The leading soldier frowned, about to shout angrily, but a voice from inside the saucer interrupted him. "Ye Chen, come here, I have something to tell you." Ye Chen looked into the saucer and saw an old man with white hair and a kind smile, looking at him cheerfully. Chapter 94, The Golden Dragon of National Fortune. The old Taoist Xianyang took Ye Chen to an independent room in the saucer. Ye Chen looked at the kind old man in confusion. "Excuse me, senior, what do you want from me?" The old Taoist Xianyang politely made a gesture to invite him to sit down, then brewed a pot of tea made from high-quality tea leaves. The fragrant tea wafted in the air. He placed a cup of tea in front of Ye Chen and said slowly, "Although your soul is not from Blue Star, you grew up here since you were little, and the Dragon Country raised you until you turned 18. This is your second motherland, isn't it?" Ye Chen's pupils constricted, and a storm swirled in his heart. This old man actually knows he is a traveler. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Ye Chen pretended to be confused. The old Taoist Xianyang laughed, "Whether you acknowledge it or not doesn't matter. I just want you to understand that astrologers in this world have the ability to see the past and the future. My skills are lacking, and I can only glimpse a part of the heavenly secret, but you can be assured that I have never told anyone that your soul is not from Blue Star." Ye Chen squinted his eyes, a hint of killing intent flickering in his gaze. If people know he is a traveler, what will happen next is unpredictable. Perhaps he will be treated as a research subject and taken to a lab for experiments. What do you mean by telling me all this? If the old man in front of him didn't explain himself, Ye Chen wouldn't mind sending him to hell early. The old Taoist Xianyang calmly took a sip of tea before slowly saying, "You don't need to have such hostility towards me. If I wanted to harm you, everyone in Blue Star would know you come from a planet called Earth. Speculation is one thing, actually hearing it is another." This old man truly knows his background and even mentioned Earth. This made Ye Chen's heart skip a beat. Being completely exposed made him quite uncomfortable. However, since this old man had laid everything bare, he must have his reasons. Ye Chen took a small sip of tea, remaining silent, waiting for the old man to reveal his purpose. "Ye Chen, the Dragon Country raised you for 18 years. Do you admit this?" "I do." "In that case, the Dragon Country is your motherland in this life, right?" "That's true." "Then, you have the chance to become the son of a god, to reshape the fortune of the Dragon Country, continuing the path to divinity. Do you agree?" This old thing talked so much just to wait for me here. The Blue Star had lost its path to divinity 100,000 years ago. While other professions might still see a god appearing now and then, the Beastmaster profession had completely ended. "Don't try to morally bind me. Although I grew up in the Dragon Country, you can't expect me to risk my life to continue your so-called path to divinity." The old Taoist Xianyang smiled slightly. "Where are your thoughts going? Continuing the path to divinity doesn't require you to give up your life. Then what cost does it require? If the cost isn't too high, I might consider it. However, I also have my demands. The fact that I am a person from Earth must remain a secret, and the Dragon Country must provide me with all the cultivation resources I need." Ha ha ha. The old Taoist Xianyang was completely amused by Ye Chen. "You really are a cunning little rascal. Even when asked to do something, you aren't willing to take a loss. Ye Chen had an expression that said this was only natural. Of course, if my identity as a citizen of Dragon Country requires me to make huge sacrifices with no benefit in return, do I look like a fool to you? The old Taoist Qianyang nodded repeatedly. Alright, I agree to your two conditions. In the future, if you need anything, just say it, and if it's within Dragon Country's ability, we will definitely provide it. Ye Chen nodded. That's more like it. Now can we talk about how to reconnect the Divine Dragon Path? The old Taoist Qianyang put away his smile, and his expression became serious. The national fortune of Dragon Country is represented by a golden dragon. This golden dragon can only be seen with divine power. Right now, the golden dragon is broken into 9 segments, scattered across 9 provinces of Dragon Country. You need to use divine power to reconnect them, and when the golden dragon is revived, the national fortune of Dragon Country will officially rise. You have just inherited divine power, so you should be at the primary divine rank, which is the virtual divine stage. Ye Chen heard the concept of virtual divine for the first time and became curious. He asked, Elder, you know a lot. You understand matters of the divine. The old Taoist Qianyang stroked his beard proudly and said, My sect has been the first major sect of Dragon Country for 10,000 years, and its depth far exceeds all the families you've seen. We have some knowledge of ancient secrets from Blue Star, divine mysteries, and even considerable records from the universe. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Oh. Then hurry up and tell me, how do I cultivate the virtual divine, and what are the later cultivation stages like? The old Taoist Qianyang felt a bit empty inside, showing some embarrassment. He lightly coughed. Ahem, how to cultivate the virtual divine? How could I know? I haven't become a god. I can tell you about several of the later cultivation stages, but I don't know the specific skills and divine abilities of those stages. Ye Chen looked at the slightly guilty old Taoist Qianyang with confusion. Wait, are you hiding something from me, you old man? You know how to cultivate the virtual divine, don't you? The old Taoist Qianyang turned his gaze away and did not look at Ye Chen. I already said I don't know. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Do you still want to hear about the later stages? If not, I can leave. This little sly fox is too sensitive. He almost made it obvious that he was deliberately withholding the method of cultivation. Sigh. There's no other way. If I tell him the cultivation method, this kid will probably leave Blue Star immediately to cultivate on a higher level planet in the universe. Then who will fix the national fortune golden dragon of Dragon Country? For the first time, deceiving a child made the old Taoist Qianyang feel he had lost face, but for the national fortune and future of Dragon Country, he had no choice. Ye Chen's gaze flickered. No wonder. This makes sense. Why, after passing the trial of the divine, all my beasts reached level 100, while I was stuck at level 50. Logically, such a huge experience should be enough to bring me to level 100, and even breaking through to level 110 would not be impossible. It seems that I've already shed my mortal form and need higher level energy to cultivate with my divine body. But this old guy in front of me is unwilling to speak, leaving me with no good solution. Alright then, tell me what the later stages are. I'd like to hear about them. Ye Chen said helplessly. Seeing Ye Chen's gloomy expression, the old Taoist Qianyang comforted him. You don't need to be anxious. You will figure out the cultivation methods yourself later. When you restore the national fortune golden dragon, you are not without gains. Perhaps at the moment the golden dragon revives, you can also elevate your divine rank. Ye Chen looked skeptical. Is that true? You're not tricking me just to make me revive the golden dragon, are you? The old Taoist Qianyang rolled his eyes at him. Do I look like someone who would deceive children? Ye Chen said seriously, yes. What nonsense. Anyway, the matter is settled. I need to go rest now. We can talk more when I wake up. He hadn't slept all night, and he felt a bit dizzy. Ye Chen grabbed his arm. Hey, I was just joking. Good elder, you still haven't told me about the cultivation stages. No more talk, we'll talk when you wake up. The old Taoist Qianyang shook off Ye Chen and walked straight into a bedroom to sleep. Ye Chen wanted to persuade him again but was met with a closed door. Alright, you win. After you wake up, we'll see if I bother you or not. The UFO traveled through several time and space shifts before it steadied at the entrance of the Great Array in Tianqing Province. The officer guarding the Great Array confirmed the UFO's origin before opening a small entrance for it to enter. Chapter 95, Hand over Ye Chen, I will immediately withdraw my troops. After Ye Chen and the others got off the spaceship, they went directly to the hall of the teleportation square. Zhang Yong and Fan Xiaoman wanted to return to Magic City. The teachers from Xingu University were already waiting there. Seeing Ye Chen and the others return safely, Nangong Yuti happily greeted them. Not bad, not only did you come back safely, but I also heard you gained the divine inheritance. Ye Chen smiled and said, thanks to the protection of the teachers from Xingu University, I was able to enter the Tower of Death. Thank you all. How did you fare against the Wang family later? Nangong Yudi sighed softly. Although we managed to drive them back together, it seems they won't easily give up. You still need to be careful, as a battle is about to start here. You should come back with us to school. Ye Chen shook his head. I want to stay and help. You take Zhang Yong and the others back first. Nangong Yudi frowned and said, how much can your strength contribute in a war? Do you know there are many powerful old monsters on the battlefield? Of course I know. Taoist Qian Yang just told me about it, and it's him who asked me to stay. Nangong Yudi was slightly surprised. Though ordinary people didn't know, she and others from great houses were very clear. This guy was the leader of the entire Tianqing Pavilion, master of divination unmatched in the world, able to foresee the future and deduce the past. He was usually profound yet straightforward, always accompanying the chief and generally not showing his face in public. It was unexpected that he actually came to Tianqing province this time. Alright, since it's the national teacher who asked you to stay, then do your best to help here. Remember, you must act according to your strength. The battlefield is dangerous. I will wait for your triumphant return at school. Ye Chen nodded. Don't worry, teacher. Nangong Yudi turned and walked towards the huge teleportation array behind her. You too, hurry up and catch up. Zhang Yong, brother Yi, I will wait for you to come back to Magic City for drinks. I promised to treat you to a meal, it's been so long, and I have yet to do so. I really admire your busy schedule. Ye Chen patted his shoulder. Good brother, when I return to Magic City, you must treat me. It's a deal. It's a deal. Ye Chen smiled. Fan Xiaoman came to his side, reluctant. Actually, I also want to stay and help, brother Yi. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. You should focus on improving your strength. Right now, your power is as good as Zhang Yong's. Not causing trouble would be a good thing. Humph, you're underestimating me. Just wait, when you return to Magic City this time, I will definitely make you see me in a new light. Alright, I'll be waiting. Fan Xiaoman took 2 steps and then turned back. My grandfather is still here. If possible, I hope you can help him. You don't have to say it, I will do that. Ye Chen gave her a look of reassurance. Fan Xiaoman's face was filled with joy and she bowed to him. Thank you, brother Yi. Enough, no need for such politeness, hurry up, the teleportation array is starting. Boom! The giant teleportation array shone with white light, and everyone stood on the teleportation array. Fan Xiaoman, with tears in her eyes, waved to Ye Chen. You must come back safe, brother Yi. I will wait for you in Magic City. Nangong Yudi nodded to him. Zhang Yong, full of smiles, hopped and waved his hands hard. Back to Magic City, let's eat and drink together. We won't go home until we're drunk, brother Yi. Ye Chen also waved his hand with a smile. The white light suddenly intensified and then instantly extinguished, and everyone disappeared from the teleportation array. The place returned to silence, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. Ye Chen turned to walk out the door. In the distant gazebo, Xian Yang the old Taoist was sitting on a stone bench admiring the surrounding flowers and grass. Did you finish saying goodbye? Xian Yang the old Taoist stroked his beard and asked. Otherwise, how long will a goodbye take? Hurry up, we need to go fix the first golden dragon. Ye Chen urged while standing beside the stone bench. What's the rush? A large group of enemy troops is coming, it's not the right time. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion sound suddenly echoed through the sky. At first, it was just one sound, then it started to explode continuously like firecrackers, echoing endlessly. Ye Chen looked up toward the source of the sound, only to see countless missiles flying in the sky. However, these missiles were blocked by the magical array outside. Xian Yang the old Taoist stood up. Let's go take a look. At this moment, outside the great array in Tianqing province, a sea of troops from all countries had gathered. Oxay, with a big cigar in his mouth, looked sullenly at the gigantic magical array before him. Missiles are completely ineffective against the dragon country's magical array, let the array masters go, with other professionals providing cover. Immediately, a group of array masters charged towards the magical array under the cover of other combat professionals. Fan Xianshan stood inside the magical array, watching the approaching array master teams, and immediately ordered, send in the warrior teams to block them, and let the assassin team take this opportunity to sneak in and kill those array masters. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him immediately went to give orders. At this moment, Ye Chen and Xian Yang the old Taoist arrived. How is it? Xian Yang the old Taoist asked. Fan Xianshan respectfully replied, I have already sent people to ambush the opponent's array masters. Xian Yang the old Taoist nodded. How about the masters that went to pick up Ye Chen? A few of them were slightly injured, among them Zhu Hongda was injured more severely. There is a swordsman from Sakura country named Hashimoto Ryasuke, we need to pay special attention to him, his swordsmanship is extremely high. Hashimoto Ryasuke. Ye Chen's gaze tightened, remembering the sword energy that guy unleashed. It was indeed spectacular and immensely powerful. Previously, he had seen Su Kiki's swordsmanship, and at that time he thought Su Kiki was already impressive, but compared to a true swordsmanship master, it was like a little witch meeting a great witch. The two sides outside the array engaged in intense fighting in the middle ground, with explosive booms constantly drawing the attention of both sides. Aksay, stationed in the rear, squinted his eyes and looked into the array. Suddenly his gaze froze. That familiar figure stood right in front of him, Ye Chen. Ever since watching his battle video, he started to dig up all of Ye Chen's information. Once he looked into it, he was shocked. This Ye Chen was simply a monster. In less than 3 months of awakening his profession, he had grown to possess 2 lord-level beings and 1 king-level being. If he were given a year to grow, wouldn't he produce a divine beast? Moreover, this time he had also obtained the inheritance of the divine in the Tower of Death. That was even more terrifying. Such a person had actually stepped onto the divine path. This is serious. Aksay was restless. With every passing day this Ye Chen lived, he felt that the beautiful country was a step closer to decline, and the rise of the dragon country was steadily pressing down. Thinking about this, Aksay clenched his fist, his forehead bulging with veins, and with a fierce expression took a step forward, shouting loudly into the array, "People of the dragon country, listen well, hand over Ye Chen, and I will immediately withdraw my troops."